Chapter 1. The Web. In the land of Huaxia, the great Xia dynasty, the imperial study, the emperor of Xia reclined upon the dragon throne, calmly gazing at the figure cloaked in black before him. Your Majesty, I have ascertained the truth. The massacre of the entire family of the governor of Changde Prefecture was orchestrated by Chu Tianhe, the leader of Qingyang's sect, and his disciples. 18 years ago, prior to joining Qingyang's sect, Chu Tianhe was a resident of Changde Prefecture. Alongside Chu Tianxiong, the second son of the Chu family, he committed murder, but Chu Tianhe miraculously escaped while his brother faced execution by hanging as per the law. Harboring deep-seated resentment, he cultivated his martial skills and led his disciples to annihilate the governor's family. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes glinted with a cold light, his expression shrouded in frost as he addressed the cloaked figure ominously. Order the Jinyue to swiftly apprehend him and execute him by slow slicing. Leave no one from Qingyang's sect alive. As you command, at the Xianwang Manor. System, are you certain there is no mistake? You want me, a person incapable of even lifting a chicken, to suppress the martial world? Ding. The host may claim the beginner's gift package. Open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the influential organization known as the Web. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the maidens Mylan, Zhu, and Qiuju. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 heavy cavalry. Upon hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Xiatage promptly opened the system details page, revealing the specifics of the rewards. A mere web boasts a staggering 80,000 members. The leader, Zhao Gao, is a peak Grandmaster. The Tianzi assassins range from early to late stages of Grandmaster. Mylan, Zhu, Qiuju, and Qiuju are all Grandmasters. The 3,000 heavy cavalry are, without a doubt, an invincible force. What stroke of luck indeed! With such resources, how could I possibly fail? It is known that in this world, Grandmasters are as elusive as dragons, with perhaps only one or two found among the top sects. According to Xiatage's memories, martial artists are classified from rank 1 to 9, with post-9th being acquired, innate, Grandmaster, and peak Grandmaster. It is highly probable that there exist individuals surpassing peak Grandmaster within the royal family. Yet even he, a favored prince, has never encountered one. Whether this is true remains uncertain. As the fifth son of the emperor, Xiatage has always been indifferent, neither competing nor striving, merely a passive bystander. He had no desire to be ensnared in such a colossal vortex. After reviewing the rewards, Xiatage felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired, System, how will I obtain rewards in the future? Ding. This system operates on a sign-in basis, refreshing daily at midnight. Tasks will be issued irregularly, and completing them will also yield rewards. Task issued. Suggest to the emperor the establishment of the Zhenwu division, and assume the role of its first leader. Task description. Some insignificant natives foolishly attempt to disrupt the peace. With their martial skills, the host is requested to establish the Zhenwu division to suppress the martial world. Let us bring a small shock to the entire realm. Very well. With this system, what do I have to fear? Upon reading the system description, Xiatage's courage surged. The system has bestowed upon me a destiny. In the past, I was indifferent without a system, but now that I possess one, what should I be called? Though he mused over it, the thought of suggesting the establishment of the Zhenwu division to the emperor was enough to give him a headache. His previous self had always ignored court matters, and his penchant for indulgence was well known throughout the capital. Suddenly proposing such an establishment, what would the emperor think? What would the other princes think? Forget it, there's no need to ponder too much. Let's summon the web first and tackle future matters later. After all, there are no time constraints on the tasks. System, summon the web. Mylan, Zhu, Qiuju, and Qiuju. As for the 3,000 heavy cavalry, there was no place to accommodate them for now. They could be dealt with when the need arose. Ding. Summoning successful. Zhao Gao, Mylan, Zhu, and Qiuju are waiting outside. Your Highness, Zhao Gao seeks an audience. A deep voice resonated from beyond the door. Coming quickly. Xiatage sat upright in the grand hall, and upon hearing footsteps approaching, he beheld a man with a pale complexion and a hint of gray in his beard, accompanied by 4 maidens, each bearing a distinct style. Zhao Gao pays respects to the Lord. Milin, Zhu Zhu, Qiuju, and Qiuju pay respects to the Lord. Ha ha ha, your arrival brings me great relief. Xia Tej laughed heartily, rushing forward to help them rise, patting Zhao Gao's shoulder as he spoke softly. From now on, all matters of the manor shall be entrusted to you, and I shall be at ease. Rest assured, my lord, Zhao Gao shall not fail you. Zhao Gao solemnly promised Xia Tej. Excellent. Milin, Zhu Zhu, Qiuju, and Qiuju shall henceforth serve as my personal maids. Yes, my lord. Milin, Zhu Zhu, Qiuju, and Qiuju responded in unison. Zhao Gao, where are the remaining forces of the web currently stationed? Have arrangements been made? With over 80,000 members, the entire Xianwang Manor could scarcely accommodate such a multitude, hence the inquiry. Reporting to my lord, all shadowy scouts of the Qi, Mei Wang Liang have been strategically placed within various factions from the noble courts of the palace down to the various sects. There are hidden scouts among them. The killers of various ranks are also stationed within each division, with the headquarters in the capital overseen by the Tianzi assassins, including Heibai Xuanzhan, the 6 sword servants, and the Jingyu. The remaining forces await your orders at any time. Upon hearing this, Xia Tej could not help but display a delighted expression. The web spies had infiltrated various factions indeed, a testament to the system's prowess. With such a foundation established, he could strike at any moment. Armed with formidable weapons, his intent to kill had begun to manifest. A fierce glint shone in Xia Tej's eyes, his ambition unwavering as he yearned for that position before claiming the divine artifact. He had no qualms about purging the malignant elements. Zhao Gao, I wish to establish the Jinwu Division. Do you have any methods to guide me? Recalling the task of forming the Jinwu Division, Xia Tej inquired of Zhao Gao, for this man was once a figure of immense power and influence. My lord, when the web was established, we acquired intelligence indicating that the entire family of the governor of Changde Prefecture was annihilated at the hands of Chu Tianhe. The leader of Qingyang's sect, the emperor, is deeply displeased by this and has commanded the Jinyui to capture him. However, the Jinyui has been gradually weakened over the years, and their control over the martial factions has diminished significantly. With such a massacre occurring, I suggest using this as an excuse to propose the establishment of the Jinwu Division. Zhao Gao bowed his head, presenting the intelligence with both hands. Some insignificant ruffians of the martial world are utterly audacious. Xia Tej's face darkened with murderous intent. These ruffians were not worth lamenting. I shall enter the palace immediately, establishing the Jinwu Division as soon as possible to eradicate these pests one by one. In the imperial palace, in the imperial study, the Emperor of Xia was engrossed in reviewing memorials when his close eunuch, Wei Yong, approached to report. Your Majesty, the Xianwang Prince seeks an audience before the throne. How peculiar! This rebellious son, who usually cannot be summoned even with great effort, has come to the imperial study today of his own accord. Upon hearing this, the emperor lifted his gaze, perplexed, and inquired, Let him and let us see what he is up to. Yes. Inside the imperial study, Xia Tej sauntered in nonchalantly. Upon seeing the emperor, he raised his hand in salute. Your humble son pays his respects to father, wishing you longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and prosperity exceeding the southern mountains. Why are you not out reveling in the brothels today? What brings you to see me? Without lifting his head, the emperor continued to wield his brush, reviewing the documents in hand, occasionally furrowing his brow. Xia Tej was already accustomed to the emperor's demeanor and boldly stepped forward to massage the emperor's shoulders, saying, Father, have you mistaken your son? As a prince of the great Xia dynasty, I, too, harbor ambitions for the greatness and prosperity of our nation. The emperor raised his head, regarding him with a curious glance, pondering, is he out of money again? Has he come to seek my support? Noticing the emperor's expression, Xia Tej surmised the emperor's thoughts and felt somewhat speechless. Is this how you perceive me? It is rare to witness you with such intense speak. How much do you require this time? Do not ask for too much. Think carefully before you speak. Xia Tej felt a wave of frustration. His earnest desire to serve the country had been misconstrued as mere indulgence. He spoke directly. "Father, I have indeed come to request something from you." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted to one of anticipated confirmation. "Go on, what is it this time?" "Father, I wish to request the position of the leader of the Jinwu Division." Chapter 2. The Jinwu Division. Jinwu Division. The Emperor of Xia wore a perplexed expression. I do not recall the existence of such an institution within the Great Xia dynasty. Moreover, how is it that you, a person who has never shown interest in court affairs, suddenly expressed concern for the matters of the court? The Emperor cast a deep glance at Xia Tej. "Father, you have misjudged your son. Although I dwell in the brothels, my heart is still tethered to the court. I have learned that a mere Qinyang sect dares to openly conspire against officials of the court. My heart seethes with indignation. And I am determined to eradicate these ruffians from Jianghu entirely to uphold the dignity of our dynasty. I had the audacity to approach you, Father, to request the position of the Jinwu Division's leader to suppress the Jianghu. I am willing to be your sword against the Jianghu." Xia Tej earnestly implored the emperor. This was the first time the emperor had witnessed such earnestness from Xia Tej, and he found himself momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he replied solemnly, "I have already instructed the Jinyui to handle this matter. Why should we establish an entirely new institution? Father, the Jinyui's control over the Jianghu has become increasingly lax, and the Jianghu has lost all respect for the court. Only by establishing a dedicated institution to deal with the Jianghu can we rid ourselves of these treacherous individuals and restore the prestige of the Great Xia. I am willing to fund the Jinwu Division out of my own pocket without requiring a single coin from the court. I earnestly hope for your approval." Xia Tej respectfully bowed to the emperor, earnestly seeking his consent. The emperor found himself momentarily speechless. Although Xia Tej claimed he would not take a cent from the court, how could the court not provide funding if word got out? How would the world perceive it? Furthermore, the establishment of a new institution would require the consensus of both civil and military officials. It could not simply be decided by a few words between father and son. The emperor felt a headache coming on, yet he was also somewhat tempted. In recent years, many martial artists, emboldened by their prowess, had committed all manner of atrocities. The court was unable to spare the manpower to deal with them at present. And perhaps allowing this rebellious son to create a stir with a new institution might not be a bad idea. After all, it would keep him occupied and prevent him from causing trouble elsewhere. With a sigh, the emperor said, "This matter requires the deliberation of the civil and military officials. Return and draft an edict, presented during tomorrow's morning court session." "Thank you, Father. Your wisdom is unparalleled. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river. Ceaseless and unstoppable, akin to the raging Yellow River." Xia Tej expressed with sincere reverence. The emperor's expression darkened, feeling a bit speechless. If he agreed, would that mean he was wise? But if he refused, would it imply that he was a foolish ruler in Xia Tej's heart? "I would not dare to think so. My admiration for you is indeed like the ceaseless river." "Enough, enough. Just hurry and leave. Tomorrow, during the morning court, I must strategize on how to deal with the multitude of civil and military officials. They may not be as wise as I am." The emperor felt a bit of a headache as he watched Xia Tej's frivolous demeanor, regretting having agreed so quickly. "Your wisdom is unmatched. I take my leave." After Xia Tej departed, the emperor's close eunuch, Wei Yong, approached with concern. "Your Majesty, is it not somewhat reckless to entrust this matter to Prince Xian?" Hearing this, the emperor chuckled. "That foolish boy is not as simple as you think." The report regarding the annihilation of the Changde family arrived less than an hour ago, and Prince Xian rushed into the palace to request the position of the Jinwu Division's leader. This indicates that he possesses a considerable influence. Moreover, even if he fails, it matters not. It is merely a casual game, but as for safety, I do not believe that anyone would dare to harm a prince of the realm. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in the emperor's eyes. Did some insignificant mice truly believe they could stand against him? Outside the palace gates, Zhao Gao awaited in a carriage, upon seeing Xia Tej emerge. He hurried forward. "Your Highness, did the emperor agree?" Father has consented, but it must still pass the scrutiny of the civil and military officials tomorrow. Xiaotej replied with a hint of resignation, knowing that tomorrow's morning court would likely be a fierce debate. He was no Zhuge Kongming. The thought alone made his head ache. The Jianghu forces undoubtedly involved various local aristocratic families, and certain officials within the court would surely oppose him vehemently. The obstacles ahead were evident. How he wished this fellow beside him could represent him at court. With Zhao Gao's talent for deception, it would probably be a trivial matter. Xiaotej glanced at Zhao Gao, feeling a bit helpless. Let us return. Once home, instruct the spies to gather evidence against the officials involved with the Jianghu forces. I will need it for tomorrow's court. Understood. With the aid of countless spies, gathering evidence became as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Under the system's guidance, the spies seamlessly infiltrated various factions, perhaps disguised as a concubine, a maid, a coachman, or a steward from their youth.it was a veritable net, with no gaps to escape. Inside the Qin Wangfu. Have you gathered any news? Why has the fifth prince rushed into the palace at this hour? The Qin Wang, reclining in the main hall, casually inquired upon the arrival of a visitor. The Qin Wang and the Xian Wang were both born of the current Empress Yan, and under her guidance, the brothers maintained a harmonious relationship, free from the sordid affairs that often plagued royal families. Your Highness, according to reports from the internal spies, Prince Xian intends to request the position of the Zhenwu division's leader from the emperor to suppress the Jianghu. The visitor was the steward of the Qin Wangfu, who had followed the Qin Wang since childhood and was deeply loyal. Hearing this, the Qin Wang's expression turned incredulous. Had he lost his mind in just a few days? The Jianghu was a complex realm. How could a man without martial prowess navigate it? Even without considering collusion with the aristocracy, dealing with the sex alone would be beyond his capabilities. Has my father agreed to this? The emperor has instructed Prince Xian to draft an edict, which will be discussed by the civil and military officials during tomorrow's morning court. The steward was equally speechless at Prince Xian's audacity. Has the emperor not reprimanded him? No. This foolish ruler has truly become senile. He should have at least made him face the consequences. Be cautious with your words. Simultaneously, news spread across the various royal households. After all, it was quite curious for the usually indifferent Prince Xian to enter the palace. Reactions varied among the different houses. Some gleefully anticipated misfortune. Others observed with indifference, while some plotted to take advantage of the situation. Currently, with the emperor yet to establish a crown prince, every royal son remained a potential contender. Although the fifth prince seldom involved himself in court affairs, he was notably skilled in flattery, making him the most favored among the brothers. Born of the Empress Yan, the other princes watched him with keen interest, curious about the source of his confidence. Regardless of the reason, all eyes were on whether the Zhenwu division could be established tomorrow. Should it succeed, it would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. Chapter 3. Morning court at the Xian Wangfu. Xiaotej and Zhao Gao enter the courtyard to find Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu suspended in midair, each wielding a long sword, gracefully descending. The four maidens, dressed in shades of light red, blue, green, and yellow, landed in unison and bowed deeply to Xiaotej. Welcome, my lord. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaotej was taken aback. The power of the quadruplets was truly astonishing. Who could withstand such might? As disciples of the carefree sect, their beauty was officially recognized. Those in the know understood well. Not only did they share identical heights and figures, but their faces were indistinguishable. With delicate oval faces and captivating eyes, differing only in the hues of their garments, in the future, accompanying these for would undoubtedly draw all attention towards him. There would be no need for decorum. With a wave of his hand, Xiaotej signaled for Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to disregard formalities, and he turned to enter the main hall with Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, the Wangfu is rife with secrets. We must ensure that the maids, servants, and guards are thoroughly vetted during this period. The protection must be temporarily entrusted to the experts of the Luo network. We cannot allow anyone to infiltrate the Wangfu. Zhao Gao did not dare to be negligent and promptly agreed. With the increasing rewards from the system, it was clear that the personnel within the Wangfu could no longer be trusted. Before the system's arrival, the original owner had not participated in the power struggles, and the presence of certain insiders had been inconsequential, providing a sense of security. Now, with the system's empowerment and control in hand. Who would not want to experience the exalted position of the emperor? The following day, at the hour of the tiger, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu began rousing Xia Te from slumber, assisting him with his attire in preparation for the morning court. Seeing the dark sky outside, Xia Te felt somewhat helpless. A prince, must I rise this early? In ancient times, few could endure the rigors of official duties. The morning court commenced at the hour of the rabbit. For those living nearby, it was manageable, but for those farther away, they might have to rise at the hour of the pig to wash and dress. After some grumbling, he donned the ceremonial robes under the care of the four maidens. The five-clawed golden dragon shimmering brilliantly, blinding to behold. Outside the door, Zhao Gao had prepared the horses and awaited for some time. The Xin Wangfu was situated on Zhuke Street, where residences were occupied by nobles and high-ranking officials. As Prince Xian's carriage arrived at the palace gates, numerous ministers were already gathered in anticipation. Upon seeing Prince Xian, the ministers were puzzled. The usually indifferent Prince Xian was attending the morning court today. Among the crowd, the Minister of Revenue, Kai Quan, cast a sidelong glance at the carriage and could not help but scoff. Our esteemed Prince Xian is quite exceptional, harboring grand ambitions, yet one cannot ascertain whether his appetite matches his aspirations, nor if he can truly digest them. Among the crowd, several ministers retreated a step upon hearing such words, their hearts racing with trepidation. The Minister of Revenue, wielding considerable power, how dare you speak so boldly before a royal prince? We are but minor officials, hardly daring to offend a prince of the realm. On the carriage, Xia Te cast a cold glance at the Minister of Revenue, his expression darkening. It is of no concern to you, Lord Kai, whether my appetite is ample or not. It is rather amusing that at such an advanced age, you still indulge in the nocturnal performances of Shuangzhu. Quite diligent, indeed. Upon finishing his remarks, Xia Te strode into the palace without allowing the minister a chance to retort, leaving a throng of ministers buzzing with discussion. Who would have thought that Lord Kai remained so vigorous? Indeed, isn't Lord Kai approaching 60 this year? Truly full of life. Hearing the murmurs around him, the minister's face darkened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. The hall of diligent governance. The hour has come. All officials shall enter the court. With the ceremonial officer's resounding call, the ministers proceeded into the hall. With a collective cry of "Long live the Emperor," the sovereign and his ministers exchanged salutations, marking the commencement of the morning court. Those with matters to present shall do so. Those without may retire. Wei Yong stood aside, proclaiming the ceremonial greetings loudly. I wish to report to Father Emperor. I have matters to address. What pressing matters does Prince Xian have? I wish to report to Father Emperor that in our current realm, martial prowess is on the rise, with numerous martial forces within the Great Xia. However, some martial practitioners, emboldened by their strength, flout the laws of our court, oppressing the innocent and engaging in wanton slaughter. Even more alarming, some have become tyrannical, obstructing military movements, seizing territories, and usurping the authority of the court, leading to chaos within our governance. Recently, a tragic incident occurred wherein an esteemed official of the fourth rank saw his entire family annihilated. This fills me with profound wrath. I propose the establishment of a Bureau for Martial Regulation to instill fear in the martial world, eradicate treachery, cleanse the realm, and restore the state. I humbly seek Father Emperor's gracious approval. Upon uttering these words, the court erupted in an uproar. It was simply shocking to hear that an entire family of a fourth-rank official had been exterminated by those from the martial world, an unimaginable atrocity. Instantaneously, supporters and dissenters emerged. An elder minister stepped forward, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I concur with Prince Xian. The majesty of the court is being brazenly trampled. If we do not impose checks and balances, it may lead to widespread insecurity. Your Majesty, I believe this matter falls within the responsibilities of the Jinhui. Let them apprehend the perpetrators and set an example without the need to exhaust the populace and the treasury by establishing a new institution. Moreover, the Revenue Department is currently strained for funds and cannot afford to create such a bureau. Xia Te, without needing to look back, recognized that the speaker was the Minister of Revenue. Father Emperor, though I am young, I possess a heartfelt patriotism. Witnessing the martial practitioners act with impunity, trampling upon the dignity of our dynasty. While the ministers may tolerate it, I can no longer endure. I am willing to personally fund the establishment of the Bureau for Martial Regulation. And the personnel shall be uniformly equipped by the prince's residence, resolutely purging this wickedness. The Minister of Revenue glanced at the dramatically performing youth before him, suppressing a cold snort. No money, no manpower. To imagine a princely residence could contend against the entirety of the martial world is sheer folly, utterly absurd. The Xia Emperor observed Xia Tai's spirited performance, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This rebellious son has indeed improved his acting skills. Were it not for my familiarity with his character, I might have been genuinely moved. After a brief interlude, the Xia Emperor exchanged glances with his confidants, Zhang Dongshi and a few trusted ministers, and spoke thoughtfully. What do you, my loyal subjects, think of Prince Xian's proposal? Your Majesty, I deem this proposal quite reasonable. The Jinyue is already incapable of managing the martial world. Establishing a new institution dedicated to this purpose is far more appropriate. Thus, I second the motion. Lin Dongshi, as the head of the cabinet, well understood the emperor's intentions and chose to directly voice his support. The Minister of Revenue, Cai Chuanji, and the Minister of Justice felt their hearts constrict. Upon seeing Lin Dongshi's endorsement, they hesitated to oppose further and joined in agreement. I second the motion. Both the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Justice. Wang Hui stepped forward slightly, offering a slight bow. Xia Tai, witnessing this scene, felt overly prepared. The leverage he held had not even been utilized before the matter concluded. He would have to personally address each one later. The Xia Emperor, observing this, smirked slightly and nodded slowly, declaring, "In that case, let the Bureau for Martial Regulation be established, with Prince Xian Xiatai appointed as the head, overseeing internal affairs, safeguarding the capital, and suppressing the martial world. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Jinyue shall fully assist Prince Xian in establishing the Bureau. Additionally, grant the Bureau 3,000 cavalry for protection, to be assembled at their discretion." The Xia Emperor did not allow the ministers time to react. He made his decision, leaving their expressions varied. Chapter 4. Magnificent Rewards. I accept the decree. Xia Tai respectfully bowed, curling his lips slightly. His father was indeed generous. 3,000 cavalry without a single soldier assigned. His gaze swept across the assembly, smiling as he addressed the officials. Esteemed ministers, we shall inevitably have dealings in the future. Should I inadvertently offend, I hope you will be understanding. Not at all, Your Highness. The ministers displayed a range of expressions. In the capital, the emperor had permitted a royal prince to command a formidable military force. Was this a compensation for Prince Xian? Cai Chuanji sighed softly, casting a derisive glance at Prince Xian, eager to see how he would navigate this situation. After a round of pleasantries, the morning court officially entered a phase of contention. After much rambling, Xia Tai felt drowsy. Dismissed, the melodious call echoed, revitalizing Xia Tai as the court concluded. He strode out of the Hall of Diligent Governance, pausing briefly before making his way directly to the imperial study. The Xia Emperor seemed to have anticipated Xia Tai's arrival, having prepared 2 breakfasts, smiling as Xia Tai entered the room. "I have seen you. Father Emperor, enough, come sit. What are your thoughts on today's court?" Reporting to Father Emperor, it was rather dull, filled with weariness. Were it not for the Bureau for Martial Regulation, I would not have set foot in such a place. Seeing Xia Tai's nonchalant demeanor, the Xia Emperor felt a vain throb on his forehead, nearly compelled to give him a smack. This reckless offspring, does he take my ministers for mere trifles? Humph! The Xia Emperor snorted lightly, speaking with irritation. "Do not presume that I grant you power to act with impunity. The waters of the martial world run deep. The noble families behind the scenes will not simply watch. Do not underestimate them. With a single misstep, you might drown without leaving a ripple. Your patriotic heart brings me great comfort. However, the foundations of these noble families cannot be shaken by your singular effort." The Xia Emperor's expression grew serious, conveying a warning that in the past, you distanced yourself from court affairs, living in a carefree manner, engaging in some foolishness Yet you ultimately did not infringe upon their interests. Thus, no one acted against you. But now, it is different. You hold the power of life and death, standing at the eye of the storm. There is no escaping it. Every step must be carefully considered, and you must think twice before acting. Xiaotej nodded slightly after hearing his father's admonition. I shall heed Father Emperor's teachings. However, Father Emperor, Xiaotej's eyes glimmered with cunning. If they truly dare to act, I am not one to be trifled with that. I am curious to see just how capable these so-called noble families truly are. Observing Xiaotej's confident demeanor, the Xia Emperor could not help but reflect. He understood that Xiaotej was not reckless. He merely required some experience. Very well, since you possess such determination, I shall not say more. Remember, at all times and in all places, prioritize your own safety. The Xia Emperor patted Xiaotej's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiaotej nodded, finishing his meal before bidding farewell to the Xia Emperor and turning to leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of establishing the Bureau for Martial Regulation and assuming the position of head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Bureau for Martial Regulation building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 30,000 sets of Bureau uniforms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a White Dragon carriage. System check-in. Xiaotej suddenly recalled that he had not checked in today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in and receiving one chef from each of the 8 major culinary traditions. 100 maidservants for the royal residence. Includes basic seasonings. Upon seeing such bountiful rewards, Xiaotej's heart soared with delight. The system was indeed like a warm embrace. The Bureau for Martial Regulation occupies an area of 300 acres, containing offices, a prison, a martial arts arena, a training ground, barracks, and more. Additionally, it includes a library. The Bureau uniforms come in red, purple, white, green, black, and blue. The outer contours are outlined using neutral colors such as white, gray, gold, and silver, creating a harmonious and unified appearance. The White Dragon carriage could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Capable of withstanding 1,000 troops, IT is also known as the world's premier cage. Its overall appearance is ivory white. The 8 major culinary chefs will ensure that the host is never deprived of the taste of home. No matter where he finds himself, 100 maidservants, well-versed in various household tasks. Seeing the system's reward description, Xiaotej could not help but marvel at its thoughtfulness, generosity, and understanding. The Bureau for Martial Regulation's establishment was a pressing concern for Xiaotej. He had initially worried about where to set up an office, but now the system had graciously provided a solution right at home. The Bureau uniforms would serve as a formal representation of the Bureau, sanctioned by the court. Without them, the guards of the Bureau would appear disjointed, lacking authority, akin to a ragtag army. Xiaotej had some recollection of the White Dragon carriage, possessed one. Its interior space was vast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles daily, and the White Dragon could even breathe fire. The most remarkable aspect was its automatic navigation. The IT was truly an essential companion for travel. The chefs of the 8 culinary traditions, in this era, possess skills that surpass even those of the Imperial Palace's royal chefs. Of course, with the exception of the Cantonese chefs. 100 maids are on hand to take over the affairs of the royal residence. Just yesterday, a directive was issued to clear out some of the maids and guards, and today, the system has thoughtfully sent replacements. As the morning court session concluded, a piece of news that would reverberate throughout the Great Xia dynasty emerged. The Great Xia court has today established the Zhenwu Division. It will be headed by a chief of the 3rd rank, with 2 deputy chiefs of the 3rd rank and 4 directors of the 4th rank. 16 commanders of the 4th rank will oversee 100 households, with various flags and banners under their jurisdiction. This is intended to maintain control over the martial world. The establishment of the Zhenwu Division has drawn the attention of various factions within the martial world, each unwilling to have a shadow of a guillotine looming over them. Spies from various factions frantically converged upon the capital in pursuit of valuable information. Prince Xian has become an insurmountable mountain for those in the martial world. Outside the prince's residence, the eyes of various factions have also gathered. Outside the imperial city, Zhao Gao waits in a White Dragon carriage. Xiaotej steps out of the palace and strides directly towards the white dragon carriage. The grand and majestic white dragon, adorned with snow-white scales that shimmer with brilliance, possesses eyes sharp as lightning. Upon boarding the carriage, Xiaotej finds it spacious and luxurious, suffused with fragrant aromas. The interior is equipped with a mattress and a writing desk. Among other amenities, Zhao Gao then drives the white dragon carriage towards the prince's residence, while pedestrians scurry to avoid it. Along the way, people turn their heads to gaze at this impressive white dragon carriage. Seated within, Xiaotej contemplates the future of the Jinwu division. Upon arriving at the prince's residence, Xiaotej disembarks, greeted respectfully by the assembled crowd. Zhao Gao remains steadfastly at his side, ensuring Xiaotej's safety outside the palace. As the chief of the Jinwu division, Xiaotej feels a twinge of embarrassment at his own lack of martial prowess. Fortunately, the personnel rewarded by the system are fiercely loyal within the prince's residence. 100 maids have assumed their respective roles. The chefs of the 8 culinary traditions have taken over the kitchen, leaving the entire residence devoid of anyone other than the system-rewarded personnel. Chapter 5. A fiery commencement. The atmosphere in the grand hall of the prince's residence is tense, with everyone standing respectfully, awaiting Xiaotej's instructions. Xiaotej sits in the Grandmaster's chair, his gaze weary yet resolute. Looking at Zhao Gao before him, he speaks earnestly. Zhao Gao, you shall assume the position of Deputy Chief of the Jinwu Division, and I have faith in your abilities and loyalty, and I hope you will not betray my trust. He then turns to other key figures, reflecting for a moment before continuing. Heibai Xuanzhan, Yin Shi, Jingni, and Xiangri, you 4 shall serve as the directors of the Jinwu Division. The remaining assassins, including Sha, Di, and Zhu, will take on roles as commanders of the 1,000 and 100 households. As for the specific distribution of duties, I leave it to your discretion. Next, he addresses the 6 sword servants. Zhang Gang, Duanxue, Wanshin, Wangliang, Zhuanpa, and Mai Huns. You 6 will remain in the prince's residence to oversee its security. Finally, he emphasizes to all, the remaining personnel must swiftly change attire and report to the Jinwu division. Having delivered these words, Xiaotej casts a deep glance at Zhao Gao. Additionally, I need you to pay close attention to the matters of the Yamen. Communication with the various departments must be conducted with care. If you encounter insurmountable issues, report to me in a timely manner. Zhao Gao, sensing Xiaotej's gaze, bows slightly, pledging to exert his utmost efforts to fulfill his responsibilities. He then turns to begin arranging various tasks, ensuring everything proceeds smoothly. Once all arrangements are made, Xiaotej finds himself at leisure. He then looks towards Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, instructing, perfect timing, let the chefs of the 8 culinary traditions prepare their signature dishes for me to savor. Having never had the chance to taste the delicacies of the 8 cuisines during his time on Earth, he feels a sense of regret, especially since some dishes are unattainable even with wealth. Since arriving in this world, the so-called delicacies have been even more unpalatable. Now that the chefs of the 8 culinary traditions are at his disposal, how could he not indulge? In the southeastern direction of the capital, at the Jinwu Division's Yamen, upon Xiaotej's command, the net of assassins begins to surface. Yin Shi, Qiangri, Jingni, and Heibai Xuanzhan, for grandmasters, lead a contingent of assassins clad in various Jinwu uniforms, swiftly gathering at the Jinwu Division's Yamen. According to the hierarchy of the net, the Tianzi assassins possess grandmaster-level skills. The Jiazi assassins generally range from early to peak grandmaster levels. The Di and Zhu assassins are at the innate and acquired realms. With such a lavish configuration, subduing the martial world is no trivial matter. It is worth noting that the audacious leader of the Qingyang sect, Chu Qianhe, who dared to annihilate the entire family of the governor of Changde, has merely reached the grandmaster level. As for the few grandmaster-level experts, they are mostly elusive, rarely seen. The martial world predominantly consists of ranks 1 to 9, with those at the acquired and innate levels serving as the leaders of their respective sections. With the emergence of the net's assassins, numerous factions turn their attention to the Jinwu Division, all astonished by the swiftness of Prince Xian's actions. Hadn't the morning court session just concluded? The Yamen and its foundation are already established. Isn't that a tad too eager? Within the prince's residence, Xiaotej wipes the corner of his mouth, satisfaction evident on his face. Now, this is the life, he exclaims, The chefs of the 8 culinary traditions indeed live up to their reputation, offering a complete array of flavors that tantalize the taste buds. After lunch, following a brief rest, he instructs Zhao Gao to prepare the carriage. As he prepares to depart the royal residence with Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Zhao Gao is already waiting at the entrance with the white dragon carriage. Observing this scene, Xiaotej realizes it is time to find a coachman that it cannot be that the esteemed chief steward of the royal residence drives the carriage every time. Otherwise, it would seem there is no one else in the royal residence. Moreover, Zhao Gao also serves as the deputy chief of the Zhenwu division. In the future, he must divide his time between the royal residence and the Zhenwu division. Someone must be responsible for the tasks at hand. Inside the spacious white dragon carriage, Xiaotej rests his head on Mei Jian's soft, fair, and slender leg, enjoying the attentive service of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The interior of the white dragon carriage is ample enough that Xiaotej, along with the 4 women, does not feel cramped. Inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting from the 4 women, Xiaotej finds himself momentarily entranced. Wouldn't you say I have the potential to be a tyrannical ruler? He teases, glancing up at the 4, that how could that be? Your Highness, who doesn't know that you dedicate your wealth to serve the nation? In the capital, who doesn't praise you as a sage king? Mei Jian gently massages Xiaotej's brow, a smile gracing her lips as she speaks softly. Indeed, what my elder sister says is true. Who in the capital does not admire our prince's benevolence towards the people? The 3 women quickly chime in, echoing Mei Jian's sentiments. Ha, you are indeed perceptive. Hearing the 4 women, Xiaotej cannot help but smile. Outside the Zhenwu division's yamen, the plaque symbolizing the Zhenwu division shines brilliantly in the afternoon sun. With 2 imposing white stone statues standing guard at the entrance, the bottom of the steps, the 4 directors stand in the middle, while the remaining commanders of the 1,000 and 100 households position themselves to either side, awaiting the arrival of the chief of the Zhenwu division. On the west side of the street, the white dragon carriage approaches slowly, and everyone stands at the ready. With Zhao Gao's assistance, Xiaotej dismounts from the carriage. Welcome, Chief! Welcome, Chief! The members of the Zhenwu division call out in unison, their voices thunderous. Wherever he goes, everyone kneels on one knee, displaying utmost reverence. Xiaotej stands at the entrance of the Zhenwu division's yamen, quietly observing the formidable net assassins before him, clad in various Zhenwu uniforms, their eyes reflecting coldness and determination. Xiaotej understands well that in this tumultuous world, only with formidable strength can one remain unyielding. The Zhenwu division, at present, is his sharpest weapon. Witnessing this scene, a surge of ambition rises within him, instilling a sense of invincibility. From this day forth, you shall be the sharpest blade in my hand. I shall lead you in sweeping away all obstacles. Xiaotej's voice resonates throughout the Zhenwu division. Turning to enter the yamen, Zhao Gao closely follows him. Inside the main hall, Xiaotej takes his seat as the chief. His sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly, he slightly nods, already formulating plans in his mind. Yanshi, Qiangri, he my command, at your service. Yanshi and Qiangri step forward, bowing respectfully to in the case of the complete annihilation of the Changde governor's family. The leader of the Qingyang sect has blatantly disregarded the law, and his followers have aided and abetted his crimes. Hence, the entire sect shall be eradicated. You 2 will lead your men and 1,000 heavy cavalry south to the Changde governor's residence, capturing the Qingyang sect leader, Chu Tianhe, and over 1,000 of his disciples, bringing them back to the capital for execution outside the city gates. Anyone within the Changde governor's residence colluding with his sect or harboring ill intentions shall be executed. I want you 2 to cleanse the entire Changde governor's residence of nefarious martial artists, to uphold the dignity of our dynasty. I want the entire martial world to tremble at the name of the Zhenwu division, to feel fear and trepidation. Chapter 6. The Zhenwu division mobilizes. In the grand hall, Xiaotej, seated in the chief's position, is filled with righteous indignation, waving his hand with authority. Ensure that not a single Qingyang sect remnant escapes. This battle marks the first conflict after the establishment of the Zhenwu division. We must demonstrate its might. Understood. Not a single person from the Qingyang sect shall be spared. Yanshi and Qiangri bow deeply. their expressions serious. Deploying 2 grandmasters, dozens of grandmasters, and 1,000 heavy cavalry against the Qingyang sect is indeed akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Furthermore, the martial factions within the Changde governor's residence are united. They must be swiftly dealt with. Jingni, heed my command. Xia Tej then turns to Jingni, the sole woman among the Tianzi assassins of Annette, knowing she is no ordinary figure. Those who belittle her due to her gender shall undoubtedly meet with dire consequences. The subordinate respectfully replied, I am at your service. He immediately coordinated with the Dali Temple, the Jingzhou Prefecture, and the Jinyue. All individuals from the martial world who have committed crimes around the capital must be apprehended and brought to justice. With the 3 departments tracing the records back 3 years, I will allocate you 1,000 heavy cavalry. Any sect that acts in defiance of the Jinwu Division, resisting the law, shall have their gates trampled by our steeds. Severing their legacy, if necessary, the 6 sword servants may be at your disposal. Let them scour the martial forces surrounding the capital. Understood, I shall not fail the expectations placed upon me, the subordinate solemnly assured. Faced with the significant trust placed in him by Xia Tej, he resolved to fulfill his master's commands. Heeding the orders, Heibai Xianjian, the strongest among the assassins of the Luo network, gripped the Yu Wang 8 swords. With his black sword, he had avenged 136 lives, while the white sword had claimed 154 to repay debts of gratitude. The number of those wounded beneath his blade was beyond count. Xia Tej's piercing gaze fell upon Heibai Xianjian, revealing an unspoken admiration. This was the man who had once chased the infamous duo through several streets, his reputation formidable. Even Wei Zhuang had nearly met his end at Heibai Xuanjian's hands. I am at your command. Heibai Xianjian stepped forward, his demeanor grave, his expression as frigid as ice. Standing there, he resembled an unyielding mountain, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. You will lead the garrison in the capital, while the remaining 1,000 heavy cavalry will be under your command. Xia Tej ordered with unwavering authority. He was acutely aware of Heibai Xuanjian's prowess and loyalty, confident in his ability to shoulder this critical responsibility. Within the capital, any martial artist who disrupts the peace, engages in brawls, commits murder, or incites riots will be arrested and delivered to the Jinwu Division's prison. It is imperative to strictly adhere to the laws of the Great Xia, treating offenders with severity, swiftness, and rigor. Xia Tej's voice was cold and resolute, as if carrying the bite of a winter wind. He held no sympathy for those who abuse their martial prowess, wishing only to eradicate the nefarious atmosphere within the capital. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be executed on the spot. It is essential to completely cleanse the martial atmosphere of the capital. A chilling glint flickered in Xia Tej's eyes, his murderous intent unmasked. These lawless ruffians of the martial world had long been a source of his ire, and he yearned to eradicate them entirely to safeguard the peace and order of the capital. Understood. Heibai Xuanjian's eyes were devoid of emotion, his face expressionless, resembling a killing machine. The first fire of his tenure must strike fear into the hearts of the entire martial world, making them tremble at the mere mention of it. After receiving their orders, the group turned and departed. Xia Tej envisioned the martial world wailing in despair. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous sound of hooves approached from the direction of the Jinwu Division. The ground trembled beneath their feet. And as they looked up, they beheld thousands of cavalry at the end of the road. The 2 leading figures donned white Jinwu uniforms, followed by a multitude clad in various Jinwu attire. Behind them loomed the heavy cavalry, all clad in armor, their gleaming plates flashing with a dazzling brilliance. The sound of hooves resonated like thunder, advancing with an unstoppable momentum, raising a swirling cloud of dust that surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling dread and trepidation. In front of the army, a man clad in armor, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward and boldly inquired, "What army do you belong to? Why do you gather here in the capital?" "We are the Jinwu Division, acting under the command of Prince Xian to apprehend traitors. You are to vacate the area at once." Yan Jue, holding the Jinwu Division's insignia, cast a cold glance at the man. Upon hearing of Prince Xian's decree, the man dared not delay, promptly leading his group to clear a path for the Jinwu Division to exit the city. the Jinwu Division's forces surged forth like a tide of iron, resoundingly exiting the city gates and racing southward. As they sped along, the wind howled, and their imposing presence drew the attention of the townsfolk, who pondered the purpose of this elite force. Among the ranks, Yinjue rode a fine steed, his gaze steely, firmly grasping the reins, ever vigilant. Beside him, Qiangri, like a specter, remained silent, yet the aura emanating from him was chilling. They understood the gravity of their mission. They must swiftly capture the traitors to honor Prince Xian's trust. Within the imperial study, the eunuch Wei Yong slowly entered, bowing deeply before Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, the city gate officer reports. The elite forces of the Jinwu Division, leading over 1,000 heavy cavalry, are heading south to apprehend the wanted criminals. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia raised his head in disbelief, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Wei Yong, bellowing, "Where did this rebellious child acquire such troops? I had just arranged for him to assemble them during the morning court, and before long, heavy cavalry appeared. Does he truly believe me a fool? Conduct a thorough investigation at once. Immediately command the inner guards to scrutinize this matter. We must ascertain the source of these troops. The capital is a vital place, and he dares to conceal soldiers for what purpose? Does he intend to rebel?" Emperor Xia's wrath ignited. He slammed the table, his voice booming. Are these inner guards merely incompetent fools? How can such a multitude of soldiers remain hidden within the capital without a whisper of warning? What use do I have for them if they cannot even detect this? In the face of the emperor's furious tirade, Wei Yong stood trembling, afraid to utter a word, lest he invite undeserved calamity. Meanwhile, at the Qin Wang's residence, within the study, the Qin Wang sat in his grand chair, staring at the intelligence in hand, rendered speechless. Reflecting on his past encounters with Xia Tej, he found no resemblance to the man depicted in this report. For a moment, the Qin Wang could not discern truth from falsehood. He wondered whether the former Xia Tej was genuine or if this was the true face of the man. The once indifferent fifth brother, who had neglected state affairs, now revealed himself to be a meticulous strategist, concealing depths beyond comprehension. At that moment, the other princes received intelligence from their spies. After all, the establishment of the Jinwu Division had captured the attention of all powerful figures within the city. Every move was under the scrutiny of various factions. Chapter 7. A desire to become Qin Shi Huang. It appears that the fifth brother, who has masqueraded as a dandy for so long, can no longer maintain the facade. After all, who can truly remain indifferent to such a position? In the Qi Wang residence, the third prince, Qi Wang, gazed at the report from his subordinate, his expression grave as he sighed deeply. He simply could not fathom how Xia Tej had recruited such elite heavy cavalry, nor why there had been no whispers of this within the capital. Send orders to sift through a selection of individuals with clean backgrounds to attempt joining the Jinwu Division. The entire residence is to cooperate. Qi Wang understood that knowing both oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Xia Tej's rise posed a significant challenge to Qi Wang. It should be noted that both Prince Xian and Prince Qin were born of the Empress, legitimate heirs. Moreover, the bond between the two brothers was harmonious. Should they join forces, what chance would the other princes have? The responses from the various royal residences varied, with many lamenting Xia Tej's cunning. Having successfully evaded everyone's notice, they found themselves troubled by the emergence of this new adversary. In the study of a Xianwang residence, Xia Tej sat across from Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, how should the Jinwu Division proceed from here? Xia Tej rubbed his brow, for these matters truly exceeded his capacity. In his previous life on Earth, he had merely been an ordinary person, and his understanding of schemes and stratagems stemmed only from television dramas. Given the current situation, it resembled a scenario akin to the struggle for succession among the 9 princes. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, otherwise, even as an indifferent and carefree prince, he might not find peace. Reporting to Your Highness, with a multitude of skilled individuals in the Jinwu Division and the tens of thousands of spies from the Luo network, with Prince Xian's royal title overhead, the development of the Jinwu Division can proceed as Your Highness envisions. Zhao Gao busily brewed tea for Xia Tej, speaking gently. Xia Tej's gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Zhao Gao, a smile creeping upon his lips, that I have now officially entered the purview of the major forces within the capital, beginning to engage in the struggle for succession. And you, as the trusted minister of the first emperor, are among his most trusted and closest confidants. With your insight, there is likely no one else comparable. Now, with authority in hand, I aspire to emulate the first emperor, or even surpass him, to become a timeless emperor renowned throughout history. I wish to establish a complete empire where the script is unified. The roads are standardized and currency and measurements are consistent. I hope you will guide me in the future. Upon finishing his words, Xiaotej solemnly bowed deeply to Zhao Gao. Although Zhao Gao was one of the principal architects of the rapid downfall of the Qin Empire, his remarkable abilities cannot be overlooked. Rising from humble beginnings as a eunuch to reach the pinnacle of power, becoming a figure second only to the emperor, showcases his exceptional prowess. Hearing this, Zhao Gao rose, repeatedly expressing humility. "Your Highness, you flatter me. Please rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to aiding your Highness in ascending to the esteemed throne, unifying the nations, and achieving the status of a timeless emperor." Zhao Gao earnestly pledged to Xiaotej in the time of the Qin dynasty. Zhao Gao, despite his ambitions, could not be denied his talents. Without ability, even the grandest ambitions would yield naught but futility. Moreover, now, summoned by the system, Zhao Gao was a loyal servant, free from the concerns of treachery, allowing Xiaotej to place his complete trust in him. Upon realizing this, Xiaotej could not help but smile brightly. Having attained his current achievements in just a day, over time, all schemes and plots would merely be paper tigers. When the time comes for one to spread their wings fully, what difficulty lies in conquering the world? There is no need for excessive pressure. The Jinwu division still requires your diligent attention. In the meantime, let the undercover agents collect information on Buddhism, for our next step will be to take action against these self-proclaimed practitioners of the faith. For Xiaotej, the very notion of Buddhism is one of extreme aversion. With murderous intent brewing within him to TO him, Buddhism is a severe burden on the great Xia. It must be eradicated. Xiaotej harbors no prejudice towards matters of faith. Were they to act like some ascetic monks, sharing their meager offerings with the world, he would instead hold them in high regard. Yet, what of the current state of Buddhism? They engage not in productive labor, yet erect temples everywhere, amassing followers, encroaching upon fertile lands, and nurturing martial monks. In troubled times, they close their temple doors and retreat into the mountains. Yet in prosperous times, they fling open the gates and descend to amass wealth. Such a duality is utterly unattainable. The largest temple within the Great Xia, Qingyuan Temple, harbors over 10,000 martial monks and claims tens of thousands of acres of arable land. They contribute not to production. Rather, they exploit the villagers below, committing heinous crimes. How can such temples still be considered as practicing Buddhism? They have forsaken the Buddhist tenet of universal salvation. Seeing Xiaotej's ire, Zhao Gao quickly rose to respond. Indeed. Please rest assured, Your Highness, the Jinwu division possesses both the capability and confidence to fulfill all tasks. Zhao Gao could not help but lament Xiaotej's deep-seated bloodlust. He felt a pang of self-reproach, realizing that he might be too soft-hearted. The matter of eradicating Buddhism is fraught with implications, and the Buddhist influence is intricately woven. Within the Great Xia, there are countless temples numbering in the hundreds. Moreover, the famed Dalian Temple, regarded as the birthplace of all temples, looms beyond the borders, likely housing formidable masters. The three great nations regard it with profound trepidation. Once the Jinwu division takes action, Dalian Temple is unlikely to remain indifferent. It could very well be a case of pulling one thread and causing the entire fabric to unravel. Zhao Gao felt a headache coming on, for not only was his lord's desire for bloodshed intense, but his ambitions were also grandiose. The following day, Xiaotej awoke naturally, not needing to attend court. With Zhao Gao managing the Jinwu division, it was a rare moment of leisure. Under the attentive care of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, he washed and dressed before emerging from his chamber. System check-in. A day had passed, and the check-in count refreshes at dawn. Congratulations to the host for checking in and receiving 20 exquisite songstresses. System, quickly, Open the evaluation. I must give you a 5-star review, exclaimed Xiaotej, brimming with excitement and eager to express his gratitude to the system. This was an irresistible temptation, akin to testing a gourmand with delectable food. Who could resist such a lure? To present this challenge to officials, which official could withstand it? And now, the system felt like his sworn brother, deeply understanding the tedium of ancient life, and had specially bestowed upon him such a grand gift. Claim it quickly! With Xiaotej's command, a dazzling light flashed instantly. Soon after, 20 beautiful women clad in garments as light as gossamer appeared before him. Their graceful figures, concealed beneath sheer fabric, were tantalizingly visible, stirring the heart's desire. Each dancer possessed a unique charm and beauty, prompting one to imagine the enchanting spectacle they would create while performing their elegant dances. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the 20 dancers chorused in unison. Gently bowing, this scene was undoubtedly a visual feast, delighting the eyes. Xiaotej gazed at these lovely dancers, his heart swelling with joy. He hastily instructed Mei Jian to arrange suitable accommodations for them within the royal residence. Chapter 8. With nothing pressing today, shall we enjoy the tunes at the pleasure house? After arranging for the songstresses and finishing breakfast, Xiaotej sat at his writing desk, gazing out at the bright sunshine, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The Jinwu division was proceeding methodically with his orders, everything well within his grasp, requiring little of his concern. Besides his title as prince, he held no other official position, rendering his life somewhat monotonous and dull. Suddenly, recalling the songstresses he had just acquired, he felt a stir in his heart, but quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. Although he longed to indulge in gentle pleasures, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to do so in broad daylight. After all, one must maintain a certain image. Furthermore, such matters were best suited for the ambience of night. In light of this, perhaps it would be better to venture out today, simultaneously exploring the customs and culture of this ancient capital. Since he had no pressing matters, why not enjoy the tunes at the pleasure house? Exiting the palace gates, he chose to walk rather than take a carriage. Accompanied by Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu as they meandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of the capital, as they admired the scenery along the way, they immersed themselves in the vibrancy and splendor of the city. The streets were lined with shops, offering an array of dazzling goods that left one dazzled. The sunlight cast a radiant glow on the red brick walls and green tiles, bestowing a hazy beauty upon the entire capital. People thronged the streets, their faces alight with smiles, exuding vitality and vigor. "Let us go. This prince shall take you to enjoy a performance," Xiaotej exclaimed with enthusiasm as he headed towards the pleasure house. Eagerly anticipating an exhilarating show, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu exchanged glances, silently questioning whether they truly wished to go to Su Miaoga, the largest pleasure house in the capital. Though it was daytime, still attracted a fair number of idle young masters and others with nothing to do, including Xiaotej. Upon entering Su Miaoga, the proprietor hurriedly approached upon seeing them. "Your Highness, you have arrived so early today. Shall we proceed, as usual?" The familiar atmosphere left Xiaotej speechless, shaking his head as he replied while walking. "No need. Just bring some good food and drink, that I shall sit wherever I please." "That won't do. How can the presence of His Highness be relegated to the main hall?" the proprietor exclaimed, concerned that word might spread of their neglect towards the prince. "There's no need for fuss. I merely wish to take a casual stroll today." Xiaotej waved his hand, smiling as he added, "Just find a quiet corner. I prefer tranquility today." With that, Xiaotej made his way to a secluded corner and casually settled down. Others followed suit and took their seats. Before long, food and wine were served. As Xiaotej savored the delicacies, he surveyed his surroundings, inwardly marveling at Su Miaoga's exquisite decor, which offered a sense of comfort and ease. At that moment, a melodious tune wafted into Xiaotej's ears. Turning to look, he beheld a stunning woman in a flowing red gown seated at the center of the stage, gracefully playing the zither. Her fingers danced lightly across the strings, producing music that resonated with sorrow and longing, as if it could touch the softest parts of the human heart. Xiaotej paused his actions, quietly listening to the enchanting melodies. His gaze fixed on the woman in red. He noted her captivating figure and adept technique, every note exuding a unique charm. In that instant, Xiaotej deeply felt the lifestyle and artistic atmosphere of the ancients. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, indeed, the ancients knew how to enjoy life. This is the true essence of leisure. And oh wonder people flock to the pleasure house for various reasons. It truly is delightful. The zither sound resonated like a clear stream cascading over mountains, prompting whispers among the audience. Wow, this woman's zither skills are remarkable. It's like celestial music wafting down. Indeed, I am utterly enchanted. Where did this girl come from? Why have I never heard of her before? At this moment, Xiaotej noticed the crowd entranced by the beautiful music, and curiosity welled up within him. He gestured for a nearby attendant to approach, intentionally lowering his voice to inquire, "Who is the young lady playing the zither? Why have I never seen her before?" The attendant bowed respectfully, replying, "Your Highness, this lady is our newly hired signature zither player, named Luo Yao. Her skills are renowned throughout the capital and highly praised." Upon hearing this, Xiaotej nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Quite good that I'm very fond of her. Reward her with that." Mei Jian swiftly produced a silver note from her pocket, unhesitatingly handing it to the attendant, instructing him to pass it on to Luo Yao. Was only around noon that Xiaotej, still relishing the experience, exited Sun Yaoga with the four ladies. As they stepped onto the street, they heard a commotion erupting from a nearby tavern. With a crash, a man clad in black was hurled from the second floor of the tavern, crashing heavily to the ground. "The Sanjian sect is here. Those with no stake in this matter, retreat at once." A group of middle-aged men dressed in blue stood on the second floor, their expressions cold, with the leader looking down from above and speaking in a solemn voice. As the words fell, the leader's figure flickered, akin to an eagle swooping down from the second floor, landing steadily before forcefully stepping on the chest of the black-clad man, gazing down with a prideful sneer. "Han Chong, having killed our Sanjian sect's young master, do you still wish to flee? Today is your day of reckoning." This sudden turn of events caused a stir among the surrounding crowd, yet they dared not approach. Meanwhile, Xiaotej, passing by, was drawn by the commotion and stepped forward a few paces. "I only regret letting that beast die too swiftly. I should have tortured him more." With that, he declared. The figure cloaked in black rolled on the ground several times before suddenly springing up, a short sword appearing in his hand, aimed directly at the throat of the man in green. The latter deftly sidestepped, simultaneously grasping the black-clad man's wrist and twisting it with force, resulting in a sharp crack as the black-clad man's arm broke, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Xiaotej's expression turned grim. It was utterly unconscionable to commit murder in broad daylight within the bustling streets of the capital. This was akin to delivering a slap to the face of the great Xia dynasty, mercilessly trampling on the dignity of the court. Being in the capital, these martial artists dared to act with such impunity. One could only imagine the hardships faced by the common folk beyond its walls. At that moment, Xiaotej felt an immense relief at having established the Jinwu division. Once sufficient time had passed, and the division instilled fear in these rogue elements, they would naturally behave themselves. As for chivalrous heroes, they might exist, yet they would be but a rare few. For instance, in the grand scheme of the Jianghu, how many could truly be deemed as heroes? How many could there be in the entire Jianghu? Chapter 9. Brazen Audacity. Xiaotej's fury intensified, and he could no longer suppress the flames of rage within him. With a detached command, he ordered, "Sever their tendons and ligaments, leaving them alive to await the arrival of the Jinwu division." With this decree, Mei Jian immediately sprang into action, brandishing his blade as he approached the captured black-clad man. The green-clad individuals, initially attempting to struggle, found themselves utterly powerless against the masterful Mei Jian, unable to resist at all. Soon, anguish cries erupted as the tendons and ligaments of the black-clad man were severed one by one, blood staining the ground. Xiaotej stood to the side, his face darkened as he observed the unfolding scene, cold glimmers flashing in his eyes. He understood that only by enforcing such consequences could he ensure that those brazenly reckless individuals would pay the price, while also demonstrating his authority to the outside world. After completing the grim task, Mei Jian returned, his blade devoid of any bloodstains. This was hardly surprising. Among the group of green-clad men, only their leader possessed any notable martial prowess, while the others were at most of the 9th rank, far beneath Mei Jian's capabilities. The green-clad man on the ground wailed in agony, his eyes betraying profound fear. "Who are you? We bear no grudge against you. Why do you attack us?" The leader of the green-clad men questioned. Amidst his cries, "Ha!" Xia Tej scoffed, crouching beside the leader and meeting his gaze. "Oh, you know where you are. To commit murder in the capital and still dare to inquire about my identity? It seems you are accustomed to arrogance, having disregarded the authority of the court." Upon hearing this, the green-clad man seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Aren't matters of the Jianghu best left to the Jianghu? Is the court overreaching in its authority?" Xia Tej couldn't help but laugh in anger at the foolhardiness of such a life. There was no use in speaking further with him. It was only through bloodshed that he could quell this chaos. At that moment, the black-clad man trembled as he slowly rose from the ground, clutching his injured arm tightly, and with great difficulty approached Xia Tej, deeply bowing to express his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have long since met my demise." The black-clad man spoke sincerely. He continued to explain, "What you may not know is that this man is an elder of the Sanjian sect, here to hunt me down, acting on the orders of the sect's leader." The black-clad man recounted his ordeal. "Half a month ago, while passing by the Sanjian sect's territory, I inadvertently witnessed the heinous acts committed by the sect's young master. He engaged in despicable deeds, leaving me no choice but to act. Therefore, I decisively struck him down with my sword. However, this act provoked the sect's pursuit, forcing me to flee for my life." As he spoke, anger and anguish etched across his face. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "For years, the Sanjian sect has bullied the good and innocent, committing unspeakable atrocities that I could no longer stand by, which is why I chose to punish them. Yet, I never anticipated the Sanjian sect would be so arrogant as to send an elder after me. Had it not been for your assistance today, the consequences would have been dire." With that, the black-clad man bowed once more to Xia Tej in gratitude. Just then, the forces of the Jinwu division arrived, led by Heibai Xianjian. Upon seeing Xia Tej, Heibai Xianjian hastily stepped forward, bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to your highness." "The Xian Wang, we all pay our respects to your highness." The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise, quickly bowing and proclaiming loudly, "Commoners greet his highness, the Xian Wang." Han Chang was equally astonished, having never anticipated that this man was a royal prince of the current dynasty. Xia Tej waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for such formality. He then turned to the group of green-clad men. "Immediately send someone to escort these criminals to the Sanjian sect for investigation. Should the situation prove true, arrest all senior members of the Sanjian sect and execute them in front of their disciples." A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Tej's eyes as he spoke, his voice icy and resolute, brimming with the aura of impending violence. This moment, a singular thought consumed him. Better to wrong 1,000 than to let one escape. Upon hearing this, the green-clad man's face turned ashen. His body trembling uncontrollably, he gazed at Xia Tej in terror, pleading, "Spare me, your highness, spare me. I am merely following orders." However, Xia Tej showed no signs of mercy. His gaze remained as ruthless as ever. The Jinwu division members disregarded the green-clad man's pleas, respectfully acknowledging Xia Tej's command before swiftly escorting the criminals away. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, their voices resounding through the air. "His Highness, the Xian Wang, is wise." Xia Tej turned to Han Chang, smiling as he said, "I understand your intention to rid the people of harm, my brother Han, but in the future, should similar incidents arise, please trust the Jinwu division to handle them." Han Chang, filled with trepidation, replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall certainly remember." Xia Tej patted Han Chang's shoulder and then addressed the gathered onlookers, proclaiming, "Everyone, you have all witnessed today's events. The Sanjian sect has acted with unparalleled audacity, committing heinous acts in the heart of the capital. Such transgressions are unforgivable, and I shall not let them go unpunished. At the same time, I hope you all can place your trust in the court. It will provide a peaceful environment for your families, free from the disturbances of these Jianghu forces that, if such incidents occur again, I shall show no leniency. The crowd roared their approval, expressing their support for Xiaotej. Subsequently, he departed the scene, flanked by Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Upon returning to the royal residence, Zhao Gao promptly arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare a meal upon seeing Xiaotej's return. After relishing a feast meticulously crafted by chefs specializing in the 8 major culinary styles, Xiaotej and Zhao Gao proceeded to the study. How are the negotiations with the Jinyue, Dali Temple, and Jingzhou Prefecture progressing? Do I need to intervene? Xiaotej casually reclined in the grand chair, his gaze lazily fixed on Zhao Gao. Your Highness, Zhao Gao replied, the negotiations have been progressing quite smoothly. Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture are cooperating exceptionally well, and everything is proceeding according to plan. As for the Jinyue, Zhao Gao paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he continued. Jinyue Commander Chen Jiang initially intended to obstruct and resist, but after being severely injured by Jing and I, the situation became much more manageable. Hearing this, a faint smirk appeared on Xiaotej's lips, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. He had no fondness for individuals who were ambitious yet lacked substance, merely occupying a position without contributing meaningfully. The once proud personal guards of the emperor had fallen to such depths, and Xinjiang was undoubtedly to blame. The Jinyue now found itself in a precarious position, its power and status in an awkward limbo. They were neither able to compete with the top-tier forces, nor could they align with the lower-tier institutions, with no true experts overseeing them from above. The subordinates merely muddled through their duties, wasting their days. Such an organization was nothing short of a mere facade. Chapter 10. Interrogation. A spark ignited in Xiaotej's eyes as he suddenly recalled something. Turning to Zhao Gao and inquiring, if I were to suggest to my father that the Jinyue be incorporated into the Zhenwu division, do you believe he would agree? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Gao replied, it is likely that he would not, as the Zhenwu division has only just been established and has already displayed such significant capabilities. Moreover, Your Highness's heavy cavalry has been prominently showcased to the world, which might lead His Majesty to have certain thoughts. Furthermore, the Jinyue wields considerable authority. Although its strength may currently be lacking, its powers still hold weight. Therefore, if the Jinyue were to be handed over to Your Highness, it is probable that not only His Majesty, but the entire court would vehemently oppose it. Xiaotej nodded slightly, acknowledging Zhao Gao's perspective. He reflected inwardly that he had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation and recognized that such a move was not entirely necessary. The Zhenwu division still had numerous pressing affairs to address. Becoming entangled in the chaotic matters of the court would only create complications. Moreover, the timing was not yet right that, at present, he had not established a solid foundation within the court and could not rely solely on force to suppress others. The Xia Emperor would undoubtedly not acquiesce. Upon contemplating this matter, Xiaotej resolved to cease his internal conflict. If necessary, he would dismantle the current order and rebuild anew, as the adage goes, without destruction. There can be no construction. At that moment, Mei Jian hurriedly arrived to deliver news. Your Highness, an envoy from the imperial city has come to convey a message. His Majesty summons you to the palace. Zhao Gao's expression tightened as he turned to Xiaotej. His Majesty's summons at this hour must pertain to military affairs. Do you possess a strategy to address this? Your Highness? Xiaotej offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no cause for concern that I hold the imperial edict. All my actions are legitimate and compliant. What need is there for a strategy? Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, fell silent and turned to prepare the carriage. Xiaotej traveled to the imperial palace, and upon entering the hall, he knelt and paid his respects. The Summer Emperor, upon seeing this, smiled and inquired, the Zhenwu division has been quite active lately. Have you encountered any troubles? Rising to respond, Xiaotej replied, Your Majesty, I have established the Zhenwu division in accordance with the edict, and there are no troubles to report. I have heard that your cavalry is formidable. Is this true? The emperor continued. Some combat capabilities are hardly worth mentioning. But do you possess any undisclosed forces? Speak freely, and I shall grant you the means to bolster the great Xia. There are none, your majesty. I have only mustered 3,000 cavalry as per the edict. Upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor tightened his grip on the wolf-hair brush, his anger manifesting as a sardonic smile. Are you implying that the moment the edict was issued, 3,000 heavy cavalry were recruited? Your majesty is indeed insightful. Xia Tej replied calmly, maintaining an air of innocence. You think I am a fool? The Summer Emperor scoffed, a glint of derision in his eyes. In the capital, harboring 3,000 heavy cavalry, are you contemplating rebellion? Shall we stage a coup against the throne? I would not dare, your majesty, that I hope you will see clearly. Upon receiving the edict, 3,000 cavalry volunteered to join. Likely due to your esteemed wisdom and might. The Summer Emperor, somewhat exasperated by Xia Tej's shamelessness, waved his hand. Enough with the flattery. Regardless, harboring heavy troops is a grave offense. Given that this is your first transgression, I shall reduce your stipend by half for 6 months. Moreover, I will dispatch someone to investigate. Should any further troops be uncovered, you will bear the consequences. Unperturbed by this mild reprimand, Xia Tej remained indifferent. I have received word from the city gate sentry. What is the purpose of your Jinwu division's elite advancing southward? The Summer Emperor narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight flickering within, as if he could see through all deceit and disguise. His voice was deep and authoritative, instilling an invisible pressure. In the face of the Summer Emperor's inquiry, Xia Tej did not shy away from the truth, for the establishment of the Jinwu division was precisely to address this matter. Taking a deep breath and straightening his back, he resolutely replied, Your Majesty, the director of the Jinwu division leads his men south to apprehend over 1,000 notorious criminals associated with the Qingyang sect, intending to execute them publicly beyond the city walls to demonstrate the authority of our laws. Upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor momentarily appeared taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He raised his head and gazed deeply at Xia Tej, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes for Xia Tej's decisiveness and determination. At such a young age, you have mastered the art of governance. However, is targeting the Qingyang sect truly sufficient? The emperor's words carried a hint of skepticism, suggesting that merely punishing the Qingyang sect may not suffice. Xia Tej paused for a moment before slowly responding. Your Majesty, there are 2 directors leading this southern expedition. Point 1 is focused on the Qingyang sect, while the other is tasked with addressing the martial forces within Changde Prefecture. My command is to thoroughly cleanse Changde of all treacherous elements, sparing none. Xia Tej's words momentarily left the Summer Emperor in a state of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the newly established Jinwu division would possess such scale and initiative. His gaze returned to Xia Tej, revealing a complex array of emotions. It seems I have been overly cautious. I initially intended for the Jinwu division's establishment to be a test, yet you have delivered an unexpected lesson. Proceed with your plans. The persistent ailments of the great Xia have grown ever more numerous. It is time for sweeping reforms. A glint of resolve flashed in the Summer Emperor's eyes. Since ascending to the throne, he had witnessed a multitude of factions within the court, powerful families monopolizing resources, and martial forces acting with impunity, all while neighboring states eyed them covetously. The intricacies of these various powers made it nearly impossible to take decisive action. Rest assured, Your Majesty, as a prince of the great Xia, enjoying the privileges of the dynasty, I am duty-bound to eradicate these treacherous individuals. Hearing the emperor's words, Xia Tej solemnly affirmed, having previously indulged in the pleasures of brothels and shunned worldly affairs, he had embodied the essence of a dandy. Yet the Summer Emperor had remained steadfast, never allowing any troublesome incidents to arise. He had consistently shown him favor, providing wealth and resources without hesitation. You may leave now. I am weary. The Summer Emperor waved his hand, signaling the end of their audience. After respectfully bowing, Xia Tej turned and exited the imperial study. Upon leaving, the emperor's personal eunuch, Wei Yong, came to escort him out of the palace gates. Outside, Zhao Gao awaited in a magnificent white dragon carriage. Upon seeing Xia Tej emerge, Zhao Gao hurriedly approached him. "Your Highness, did the Emperor express any displeasure regarding military matters?" Xia Tej shook his head, indicating his thoughts as he pondered while boarding the carriage. Chapter 11. Qingyang Sect. As night fell, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the light of the stars and moon. Casting an oppressive darkness over the land in this inky night, an ancient and solemn edifice stood atop a mountain. The main hall of the Qingyang Sect, this moment. The hall was ablaze with light. Yet it was pervaded by an atmosphere of tension and fear. Numerous high-ranking members of the Qingyang Sect had convened, their faces etched with deep worry and unease, the head of the gathering. The sect leader, Chu Tianhe, gazed gravely at the assembly, expressing concern. "We have received word from our informants. The newly established Jinwu Division, comprising over 1,000 men, is advancing southward, likely targeting our Qingyang Sect. I acknowledge that my previous actions were rash and overly simplistic. I, Chu, sincerely apologize for involving you all in this predicament. Leader, now is not the time to dwell on past mistakes. We must devise a strategy to confront the imperial forces." An elderly man with silver hair and a vigorous demeanor interjected, his expression serious. In my opinion, we should send someone to scout the situation, ascertain the exact movements of the imperial forces, and simultaneously issue distress signals to other sects for assistance. This way, we can better prepare for the impending crisis. Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Indeed, leader, we cannot remain passive. That if we do not take action, we risk being annihilated by the imperial army." The speaker's face was fraught with anxiety and trepidation. Chu Tianhe slowly shook his head, a deep remorse flickering in his eyes. With a heavy heart, he spoke. "The newly formed Jinwu Division has set its sights on us, indicating they are well prepared. With our mere 1,000 members, we cannot withstand the might of the imperial forces. Moreover, other sects would never openly oppose the court, for that would mean declaring war against the entire dynasty. Thus, our only viable option is to relocate beyond the borders." This pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. They understood the truth in Chu Tianhe's words, yet the thought of abandoning their homeland, their familiar terrain, was a bitter pill to swallow. However, faced with the overwhelming strength of the Jinwu Division, they found themselves with no alternative. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of pressure and helplessness weighed heavily upon them. Chu Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, rising slowly to break the oppressive silence in the meeting room, his expression grave as he declared, "Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry and gather those willing to follow us into exile, that if there are those who refuse to leave their homes, we shall not force them. The sect will provide them with travel expenses to facilitate their escape." His words struck Chu Tianhe like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He had always been a spirited and self-assured leader, yet at this moment he felt like a defeated rooster, his former vigor utterly diminished. Suddenly, an individual rose within the meeting room, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor laced with mockery. "What a splendid performance! I never imagined that Leader Chu would be such a sentimental person. Alas, is it not a tad too late to contemplate fleeing now?" Chu Tianhe and the other elders regarded the speaker with disbelief. Chu Tianhe's eyes widened in fury, struggling to contain his wrath as he demanded, "Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? Have you betrayed the sect and allied yourself with the court?" Elder Zhang, wearing a playful expression, revealed a hint of disdain in his gaze and replied, "Betrayal? Alliance, Leader Chu. Your choice of words is rather imprecise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Zihan, a covert agent of the Jinwu Division. It is a pleasure to meet you all," as Zhang's words echoed through the chamber. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Fear gripped the assembly, for they had never anticipated that the court's machinations ran so deep, with every move under their control. Where could they possibly escape? It appears that the forces of the Jinwu Division have arrived. Chu Tianhe's complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of vitality, his hollow eyes fixed on Zhang Zihan, as if all his strength had been drained, leaving him deflated like a punctured balloon. He slowly spoke. "I am willing to take my own life here as an apology. May I ask if others could be spared?" Observing Chu Tianhe's current state, Zhang Zihan could not help but sigh inwardly. Pondering that had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the beginning, he continued, "Does the head of the Chu clan know how many have come with the Jinwu division on this southern expedition?" Chu Qianhe remained silent, prompting Zhang Zihan to elaborate. Two esteemed directors of the Jinwu division personally lead the charge, accompanied by dozens of thousands of households and 1,000 heavily armored cavalry clearing the way. Chu clan leader, do you truly believe they have come solely for your sake? After speaking, Zhang Zihan shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire conference room, the implication unmistakable, filled with grief and indignation. Chu Qianhe was acutely aware of the trust placed in him by the former clan leader, the admiration from his disciples, and the support from the elders, each sentiment deeply etched in his mind. Yet, due to his selfishness, the legacy of the Qingyang sect now stood on the brink of annihilation, leaving him overwhelmed with guilt and unable to face the former leader, who had entrusted him with such a significant responsibility. At that moment, a thunderous sound of hooves erupted from afar, echoing like a stampede of 1,000 horses, an imposing presence drawing closer from all directions. The noise intensified, as if countless iron cavalry were racing toward them. Instilling a sense of awe, suddenly, two figures clad in white Jinwu uniforms appeared in the hall, their expressions cold as they surveyed the assembly, resembling two frigid harbingers of death, sending chills down spines. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Zhang Zihan hurriedly bowed in respect, displaying a countenance of deference. The race spies pay their respects to the esteemed directors. His voice carried a tinge of reverence and trepidation. Clearly wary of the two figures before him, the crowd, witnessing this, was immediately engulfed by despair, their faces turning as pale as chalk, as if they had glimpsed their grim fate. They understood that once singled out by these enigmatic directors, evading retribution would be nearly impossible. Inri and Xiangri exchanged slight nods, then surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing their gaze upon Chu Qianhe. Humph. Inri could not suppress a cold snort, his eyes betraying disdain and scorn. A mere insect, having just stepped into the realm of mastery, dares to commit such a grave offense. Truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. His words dripped with mockery and contempt, as if Chu Qianhe were but a trivial insect easily crushed. Chu Qianhe gazed at the two inscrutable directors of the Jinwu division, despair flooding his heart. Chapter 12. Capture. As the elite forces of the Jinwu division burst through the doors, the sect that had thrived for over a century in Changde Prefecture faced its demise. On this day, the fate of the Qingyang sect would be irrevocably altered, with its past glories and honors dissolving into mere illusions. Act now. Apprehend all personnel and transport them to the capital. Awaiting the director's judgment, Inri commanded, his voice cold and resolute. His orders resounded like thunder in the air, his gaze steely and piercing, emanating an aura of undeniable authority. For these lawless sects, decisive action was imperative to uphold the laws and order of the court. The elite forces of the Jinwu division sprang into action, swiftly infiltrating every corner of the Qingyang sect. These elite warriors, with exceptional prowess and agility, descended like a pack of tigers, unstoppable in their advance. Under the leadership of several thousand and hundred households, the Jinwu elite showcased their formidable strength and remarkable combat skills. Although the elders of the Qingyang sect were powerful, they stood no chance against the Jinwu division. Utterly incapable of mounting any resistance, the elders fell one after another, easily defeated and captured. Chaos erupted within the Qingyang sect, the air filled with cries of battle and despair. The disciples, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions, desperately attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of the Jinwu division. Yet they soon realized that escape was futile. The Jinwu division had sealed off the entire Qingyang sect, forming an impregnable barrier. Chu Qianhe, fully aware of his inadequacy, made no attempt to resist. Faced with an enemy several times stronger than himself, any defiance would be in vain. As the battle concluded, over 1,000 individuals from the Qingyang sect were apprehended. In the training ground of the sect, these captives were gathered by the elite forces of the Jinwu division. Inri regarded the members of the Qingyang sect with a cold demeanor, his gaze revealing profound disdain. A swarm of insects. Were it not for Xiadij's orders, these individuals would not merit my personal attendance. A single 1,000 household could easily sweep the entirety of the Qingyang sect. He could not fathom the audacity of these insects. Utterly ignorant of their insignificance, he then turned to Changri. My task is complete. The director places great importance on this matter. I shall return post-haste. He entrusted Changri with the remaining elite and heavy cavalry to eradicate the treacherous martial artists within Changde Prefecture. Inri had no doubts regarding Changri's ability to fulfill the mission, for he was the most enigmatic figure in the original web, his strength shrouded in mystery. Changri, acknowledging with a nonchalant wave of his hand, signified his understanding. With his grandmaster-level cultivation, there was likely no second to him in all of Changde Prefecture, rendering any concern unwarranted. Inri nodded in approval and ordered the apprehended Qingyang sect members to be prepared for their journey to the capital. As fellow martial artists, the nighttime travel posed no hindrance. Thus, the once thriving Qingyang sect fell into utter desolation, the entire sect in disarray. Simultaneously, the martial forces throughout Changde Prefecture received news, realizing that the once glorious Qingyang sect had met its demise. Every disciple was taken, none left behind, all transported by the Jinwu division to the capital, awaiting judgment. Each faction was gripped by trepidation, fearing they might be the next target. The wolves have arrived. This thought surged through the minds of all, instilling an involuntary chill as they comprehended the court's serious intent. Inside the Changde Prefecture's government office, Changri led the elite forces of the Jinwu division to their base of operations, AS, the highest-ranking official present. It was only fitting that he presided over the proceedings. The deputy magistrate, the chief inspector, and numerous constables stood by, awaiting Changri's directives. The incident involving Chu Tianhe and the Qingyang sect had delivered a tremendous shock to the local governance, severely undermining the authority of the magistrate and the court. This left the officials of Changde Prefecture profoundly unsettled and on edge if swift and decisive action was not taken to restore the court's prestige. The incoming magistrate would face significant challenges in his endeavors. Director, according to the intelligence provided by the Wraith spies, we have acquired some crucial leads. Within Changde Prefecture, 136 martial artists have committed homicides, involving 28 sections. Additionally, 87 individuals have assaulted others without cause, and 34 are implicated in robbery and theft, involving 18 sect AS for the other roaming criminals. We require your orders to further investigate their specific locations. Outside, a hurried 1,000 household entered the main hall, clutching intelligence in hand. After saluting Changri, he eagerly reported the situation. Changri received the intelligence, scrutinizing it for an extended period. However, his expression did not betray the expected fury. For a top assassin, such events had long since dulled his senses. Now, he was merely following orders, setting down the intelligence. Changri raised his gaze to the 1,000 household before him, his expression devoid of emotion, and slowly articulated. Dispatch personnel to each sect to convey this information, demanding that they surrender the relevant individuals as listed. They are to deliver them to the government office by noon tomorrow. Should there be any resistance, escape, or defiance, the entire sect will be held accountable, and its leader shall be compelled to commit suicide as an apology. Upon hearing this, the 1,000 households and 100 households of the Jinwu division clasped their fists in salute. Accepting the mission, resolutely turning to depart with their subordinates, the deputy magistrate, chief inspector, and numerous constables were left in shock, their faces paling at the order. They had never anticipated that the Jinwu division would resort to such tyrannical measures. The deputy magistrate wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously approached, whispering, "Sir, might this course of action be too reckless? The longer the night drags on, should those martial sects unite, it could spell trouble." Changri merely cast a dismissive glance at him, uninterested in his concerns. In Changri's mind, issuing such an order was a means of compelling the martial sects to band together against the Jinwu division, thereby providing justification for a bloodbath, facilitating the execution of the director's command to thoroughly cleanse Changde Prefecture. They were merely a swarm of insects. Their numbers mattered little. The deaths of many would affect him not in the slightest. The deputy magistrate, seeing Changri's indifference, could only awkwardly smile and retreat. Under the night sky, within the largest sect in Changde Prefecture, the Lingjian sect, a voice resonated throughout the establishment. Where is the leader of the Lingjian sect? A commanding voice echoed across the Lingjian sect, that 1,000 household from the Zhenwu division, holding a missive, shouted at the entrance of the sect. Who dares to be so audacious as to act so recklessly here? The disciples of the sect rushed forth, bristling with urgency to confront the threat that moment. A middle-aged man clad in a green robe approached with a grave expression, and the disciples hastily parted to form a path. I am Ji Jian, the leader of the Lingjian sect. May I inquire who you are, and what brings you here at this late hour? Upon encountering a master, Ji Jian did not display any airs of superiority as the sect leader. Instead, he courteously inquired, Chapter 13, The Tyranny of Seizing the Sun. I am Gu Xiao, a 1,000-house officer under the esteemed director of the Zhenwu division, here to convey a missive on behalf of my superior. Gu Xiao cast a cold gaze upon Ji Jian and the others, his voice icy and devoid of warmth, emanating an aura of authority and indifference that instilled a palpable pressure among those present. The letter contained the names of individuals who had committed significant crimes within the Lingjian sect in recent years. The order from my superior is unequivocal. By noon tomorrow, the Lingjian sect must deliver those named in the letter to the magistrate's office in Changde Prefecture to await judgment. Failure to comply will bear dire consequences. Gu Xiao's tone was stern, leaving no room for negotiation, and a chill enveloped the assembly. Having stated his message, Gu Xiao stepped forward, meeting the gaze of every member of the Lingjian sect, and handed the letter to Ji Jian. The specifics can be thoroughly examined by Sect Master Ji. My words have concluded. I take my leave. Upon uttering these words, Gu Xiao turned without hesitation and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. His exit cast a heavy silence over the entire sect. Ji Jian clutched the letter, his countenance darkening, as he inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. The contents of the missive replayed in his mind. Should he fail to surrender the perpetrator, he would be held accountable alongside the sect. This sentiment weighed upon him like a heavy shackle, constricting his heart. Ji Jian could scarcely fathom the repercussions his sect would face if he were to deliver the offender to the court. After all, although these martial figures had committed transgressions, they were still part of the sect. Conversely, should he choose not to comply, how would he confront the wrath of the Zhenwu division? At this thought, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within Ji Jian, that he understood all too well that this incident had far exceeded his capacity to control, that he even began to regret allowing these martial figures to join the sect in the first place. Yet, with matters having reached this point, regret served no purpose. He had come to a stark realization regarding the tyranny of the court, silently cursing Chu Tianhe, the master of Qingyang's sect. Why could he not content himself within his own domain? Why provoke the court, endangering himself and implicating the entire martial community of Changde Prefecture? Some individuals remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their actions. Chu Tianhe was one such person, as were several other masters of martial factions within Changde Prefecture. Following the actions of the Zhenwu division, various factions within Changde began receiving missives from the Zhenwu division in sequence. There were many astute individuals, yet fools were equally present. Numerous fools, overestimating their strength, brazenly exclaimed, "Does this so-called director of seizing the sun take us for the court's hounds? Will we simply capture people at their behest?" Upon hearing such words, the 1,000-house and 100-house officers dispatched to deliver the missive swiftly dealt with them. By tomorrow noon, should even a single individual be absent, the high-ranking members of that sect shall accompany their leader to the netherworld, lest one suffer solitude on the journey. With a casual strike, the officer silenced the raucous master and, before departing, left behind a chilling warning. The sight of the headless corpse rendered the sect's members trembling with fear, fully aware that the officer's words were not to be taken lightly. If they failed to comply by the morrow, they would indeed face obliteration. In an instant, chaos engulfed Changde Prefecture as sect members scurried about, desperately seeking means of salvation. On the following day, after being attentively attended to by Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Xiatage completed his morning routine and prepared to sign in. System, sign in. Congratulations, host. You have received a purebred Siberian husky. Xiate's expression darkened upon this revelation. He had heard of the infamous reputation of huskies, accompanied by less than favorable traits. System, are you serious? What would I do with a husky? A well-behaved golden retriever would suffice. However, the system remained unresponsive. Though reluctant, he was compelled to proceed with the extraction. Dazzling beam of white light flashed, drawing the attention of all present, revealing a black and white husky standing there, its sideways glance seemingly appraising Xiaotej. Its eyes possessed a unique cerulean hue. Yet this striking color did not evoke warmth or friendliness. Rather, it exuded profound disdain. Xiaotej felt utterly helpless in response to the dog's demeanor, extending his hand without hesitation to swat at it, exclaiming loudly, "Get lost, you wretched dog!" To his astonishment, upon receiving the blow, the husky appeared to be activated by some unseen switch, its entire body springing into motion. It then lunged at Xiaotej, mouth agape, brandishing a drool-soaked tongue, intent on lavishing affection upon him. Observing the spectacle, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu could not contain their laughter, thoroughly entertained by this interaction between man and nature. Noticing their amusement, Xiaotej wore a helpless expression, rolling his eyes as he addressed them. "Enough watching, quickly, get this insufferable dog away from me." Upon hearing Xiaotej's command, the four women, snapped Guxiu replied with a smile. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. In the future, I hope for your continued cooperation to jointly uphold the peace of Changde Prefecture." The deputy magistrate of Changde nodded, turning to lead the constables away from the yamen. Chang Ri observed the deputy magistrate's departing figure, his expression remaining inscrutable. He then turned his gaze towards Guxiu, a flicker of trust and anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "As the most accomplished individual under my command, I entrust this matter to you, which gives me a sense of reassurance." Chang Ri spoke in a calm tone, fully aware of Guxiu's sufficient strength and experience to handle the situation. The rectification of the Jianghu in Changde Prefecture is a persistent endeavor that demands utmost caution. Now that the branch has been established, it must serve its purpose, Chang Ri continued to emphasize. Hoping Guxiu would grasp the significance and long-term nature of this task, in the future, once the position of the magistrate is stabilized, this branch will gradually expand throughout the southern regions. If the task is accomplished well, I will personally commend you to the magistrate, aiding your breakthrough to the Grand Master realm. Chang Ri's words brimmed with encouragement and promise. Upon hearing this, Guxiu felt a surge of excitement. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey towards breaking through to the Grand Master level, and now, with such an opportunity before him, exhilaration coursed through him. He immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, and solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, Guxiu shall not disappoint your trust. I will brave mountains and seas of fire, willing to face death 1,000 times." His eyes radiated determination and resolve. Swearing to complete the task, no one would obstruct his path to breaking through to the Grand Master realm. The transition from Master to Grand Master is akin to scaling the heavens, requiring not only the right techniques but also mental fortitude, innate talent, perseverance, and fortuitous circumstances. Each element is indispensable that a slight misstep can lead to vastly different outcomes. Once one breaks through to Grand Master, their true essence becomes unified, inexhaustible, and ever-flowing. Guxiu understood the tribulations that lay ahead, yet he brimmed with confidence in his own abilities and potential. Chang Ri nodded slightly, satisfied with Guxiu's demeanor. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, "Proceed. Focus on the current matters at hand. Before noon, you shall lead the remaining sects to the yamen, facilitating your future endeavors in Changde Prefecture." "Yes, I take my leave." Guxiu bowed and turned to prepare. As the official machinery of Changde Prefecture began to operate, various county offices received orders and promptly posted announcements. Outside the county office, the crowd buzzed with curiosity, citizens cautiously inquiring about the content of the notice. "Sir, what does the announcement say?" A herald, addressing the inquisitive crowd, proclaimed loudly, "His Royal Highness, Prince Xian Wang, has noted the rampant misdeeds of martial artists within Changde Prefecture and has dispatched the esteemed officials of the Jinwu Division to rectify injustices. Effective immediately, anyone who has suffered persecution by Jianghu individuals may register at the county office. If the claims are substantiated, the court will investigate thoroughly." Please spread the word and trust in the court. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a fervor akin to boiling water. They could see that moment. An elderly man clad in a black long robe, appearing haggard, perked up at the news, trembling as he approached and knelt. Fervently asking, "Sir, is this true? I have a grave matter to report." Recognizing the elderly man, the herald was familiar with his plight. 6 months prior, the man's beloved daughter had fallen victim to a vile perpetrator in their home. And upon learning of this tragedy, the elder had been devastated, powerless against the criminal. After reporting to the authorities, the county dispatched constables to apprehend the culprit, but their strength was inadequate to confront the perpetrator. The county magistrate escalated the matter to the Cheongda Prefecture Yamen, which in turn reported to the Jinhui. However, due to the distance and the fugitive nature of the criminal, compounded by the waning influence of the Jinhui in recent years, the case was indefinitely delayed. Now, with renewed hope on the horizon, how could the elder not be overwhelmed with emotion? Throughout the past 6 months, his daughter's visage had haunted him, and he had wept daily, lamenting his inability to take vengeance upon her tormentor. The herald, witnessing the elder's distress, stepped forward to assist him. "Please do not worry, Elder. His Royal Highness, Prince Xian Wang, is benevolent and will ensure this matter is thoroughly addressed. Quickly, rise and accompany me to the county office to register your case, so we may expedite the process of bringing the criminal to justice." The hearts of the people were stirred. The outrageous suffering of a young maiden ignited a collective fury among the crowd. As news spread like wildfire among the populace, it sparked a wave of excitement throughout Cheongda Prefecture, leaving many agitated and, of course, sending those guilty into a state of trepidation. Chapter 15. Unaware of their own fate. At the hour of the snake, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow, yet a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entrance of the Cheongda Prefecture Yamen. Numerous sects, fully aware of their inadequate strength, had already arrived, clutching the information contained in the missive. Silence reigned among the crowd, each individual bowing their heads, silently awaiting the verdict of the Jinwu Division. My sect's disciples, all 8, have gathered without exception. "Please give your orders, my lord." A sect leader stepped forward respectfully, gesturing towards the 8 pallid figures before him. A sycophantic smile gracing his lips, Ji Yuxiu nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction, casting a glance at his subordinates. He then waved his hand decisively, dismantled their cultivation, and detained them in the Yamen temporarily for unified processing. Afternoon, Ji Yuxiu's voice resonated firmly, echoing through the air. Upon hearing this, the 8 individuals were instantly engulfed in terror. After enduring arduous training to achieve their current level, the thought of having their powers stripped away was akin to a fate worse than death. They began to thrash and resist violently, attempting to break free from their restraints. However, against the elite soldiers of the Jinwu Division, their feeble struggles were as futile as a child's play. Without inquiry into right or wrong, they were met with immediate punishment. The cold ruthlessness of the Jinwu Division left all present trembling with fear. As time passed, more and more wrongdoers were brought forth, all facing a similar fate. The Jinwu Division's reputation loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating the breath of everyone in attendance. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays bathing the crowd, yet failing to dispel the dread and anxiety that gripped their hearts. At this moment, nearly 30% of those on the list had yet to arrive, hailing from over 20 sects. Gu Xiu stood at the forefront, surveying the vacant spots, and could not help but scoff coldly to himself, truly oblivious to their own demise. Just then, Chang Ri strode out from within the Yamen, his presence radiating authority. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Gu Xiu. "What is the situation? How many remain unaccounted for?" Chang Ri inquired in a low, grave tone. Hearing Chang Ri's question, Gu Xiu stepped forward promptly and replied respectfully. "Reporting to your excellency, nearly 30% of the individuals on the list are yet to arrive, including members from the Lingjian sect." "Humph!" Chang Ri scoffed disdainfully, a glimmer of scorn flashing in his eyes that he thought to himself. These individuals truly believe they can escape their fate, blinded by their own arrogance. Compile a list of the absent sections. According to orders, dispatch personnel to apprehend their leaders. Should they resist, eliminate their upper echelons, and dissolve the entire sect. Chang Ri issued his command decisively, his tone resolute and merciless. The elite soldiers of the Jinwu division sprang into action, their figures standing tall and proud, casting fiery gazes towards Chang Ri, ready to obey. Meanwhile, within the Lingjian sect, the sect leader, Ji Jian, wore a grim expression as he regarded the nearly 20 sect leaders and elders before him. "Gentlemen, what brings you to my Lingjian sect when you could be at your own?" In the crowd, glances were exchanged until one individual stepped forward, addressing Ji Jian. "Sect leader Ji, your Lingjian sect is the foremost sect in Chanda Prefecture. We implore you to take charge on our behalf. The court's actions are tyrannical and wanton. We wish to rally under the banner of the Lingjian sect and hope you will oversee the situation." Upon hearing this, Ji Jian could not help but smirk coldly, fixing his gaze on the speaker, rage welling within him. In times of peace, they had shown little regard for the commands of the Lingjian sect. Now, faced with peril, they sought to cling to him for salvation, as if such kindness could be expected. The lesson of Qingyang's sect's abrupt downfall still lingered, and Ji Jian dared not wager the lives of his entire sect. "Please return. The Lingjian sect is not a match for the court and will not defy them. Those who have committed offenses have been detained and must be handed over to the court immediately." The audacity of these insignificant individuals was simply laughable. Upon hearing Ji Jian's words, the crowd erupted in discontent. Without the Lingjian sect's backing, they were utterly powerless against the court. Voices clamored. The entire Lingjian sect became a cacophony of dissent. "Sect leader Ji, we cannot allow this. The court's intent is to sever the very soul of our sect. In the future, who will join our ranks? If this continues, the martial forces of Chanda Prefecture will dwindle. Indeed, sect leader Ji, please reconsider. We are numerous and might not be intimidated by them." Ji Jian's brow furrowed, glancing skyward, acutely aware that time was not on his side. "Silence!" Ji Jian's fierce shout resonated, exuding the pressure of a master, silencing the crowd instantly. "Please depart. The Lingjian sect will not involve itself in this matter." That moment, disregarding the crowd, he turned and prepared to lead the elder and the individuals on the list to the government office. Half a day had already been wasted, and if this continued, it would be too late. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what to do, merely looking at one another in silence, devoid of ideas. Just then, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed, like thunder striking in everyone's ears. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed guests? It has been quite a challenge for Gu to locate you all." The voice was cold and authoritative, imbued with an irresistible power. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Jian was taken aback and quickly turned to look. Approaching them was a group of elegantly attired individuals, the leader bearing a faint smile. Yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, as if he could see into the hearts of men. This individual was Gu Xiao, the messenger from the town military department the previous night. A weight settled in Ji Jian's heart, realizing that matters were about to become complicated. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and stepped forward respectfully to explain to Gu Xiao. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Sir Gu, I was delayed by a group of reckless individuals. The offenders have already been detained by my Lingjian sect and are prepared to be escorted to the government office to await your orders." As he spoke, Ji Jian cast a fierce glare at the surrounding sect members. The others, seeing this, exchanged furious glances, utterly unprepared for Ji Jian's betrayal that was so swift and decisive. Yet, what choice did they have? Self-preservation took precedence, and particularly since this matter concerned Ji Jian himself, they dared not treat it lightly. Ji Yuxiu's lips curled slightly, and after surveying the crowd, he turned his indifferent gaze back to Ji Jian. "You are being too harsh, Sect Master Ji. While I understand your intentions, I am bound by duty, and I hope you will accompany me to meet Lord C at a later time to heed his instructions." Upon hearing this, Ji Jian trembled involuntarily but still replied with a forced bravado, Of course. This matter is indeed my fault, and I hope Sir Gu will speak a few kind words on my behalf when the time comes." Gu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, signaling Ji Jian to step aside, then turned his attention to the audacious individuals before him. Chapter 16. Bloodshed. Sect Master Ji, would you mind if I were to eliminate a few individuals from your esteemed sect? Gu Xiao turned to Ji Jian, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intent. Upon hearing this, Ji Jian's face drained of color, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He hurried a step forward, lowering his head in obsequiousness, and said, "I do not mind at all, Sir Gu. If you require assistance, I am more than willing to lend a hand. I have long harbored disdain for these reckless individuals who dare to incite discord between our Lingjian sect and the court. Their crimes are heinous and deserving of death." After speaking, Ji Jian did not forget to shoot a venomous glare at the sect members, his eyes brimming with fury and contempt. However, the other sect members were engulfed in extreme panic, utterly unprepared for the court's ruthless resolve to eradicate them completely. Faced with such dire circumstances, they felt an overwhelming sense of despair and terror. Ji Xiao, upon hearing Ji Jian's words, revealed a faint smile that sent chills down the spines of those present. He waved his hand lightly, indicating that Ji Jian need not intervene. With a calm tone, he stated, "There is no need for you to act, Sect Master Ji. They are but mere ants." With that, he turned to the elite forces of the town military department behind him. His eyes flickering with indifference, he then casually commanded, "Proceed, leave none alive." This decree resonated like a death knell, instilling a palpable sense of dread among all present. As the command was given, the elite forces of the town military department swiftly drew their weapons and charged at the sect members. In an instant, cries of battle erupted, and blood soaked the ground. Ji Xiao stood by, passively observing the carnage, his expression devoid of emotion. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. These individuals were nothing more than a swarm of ants, unworthy of his direct involvement. The reality was indeed as he perceived. Given the intelligence of these reckless individuals, how formidable could their martial prowess be? Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge with the Lingjian sect. The town military department's overwhelming assault left Ji Jian trembling. Numerous masters, both innate and acquired, far exceeded the count of mere dozens. Such formidable strength filled Ji Jian with trepidation. Was this truly the might of the court? Or rather the strength of the so-called Prince Xian? A slight misstep could have spelled doom for the Lingjian sect. Before long, the town military department concluded the battle with an overwhelming force, leaving dismembered limbs and rivers of blood in their wake. Not a single high-ranking member from the sect survived. The elite forces of the town military department stood impassively, gazing at the scene of carnage. Resembling cold-blooded machines of death. "I must trouble Sect Master Ji to arrange for some individuals to clean up the site. I trust you will understand the necessity of this slaughter," Gu Xiao said, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips as he looked at Ji Jian, feigning regret. The members of the Lingjian sect remained in shock, their eyes betraying their fear as they stood frozen. "No problem. No problem at all. You have worked hard to rid my Changde prefecture of treacherous elements," Ji Jian responded, displaying remarkable composure, allowing Gu Xiao no grounds for criticism. Within the government office of Changde prefecture, the chief sat upright, his gaze stern as he listened to his subordinates report on their progress one by one. With each report presented and heard, his previously tense expression gradually softened, as if the weight on his heart was slowly lifting. Just then, hurried and forceful footsteps echoed, and Gu Xiao entered with his subordinates in tow. Upon entering the main hall, he immediately clasped his hands in salute to the chief. Then, with a bow, Gu Xiao reported loudly, "I report to you, my lord, that the remaining 59 traitors and their affiliated sect leaders, who conspired to openly oppose the court, have all been subdued and executed." After a brief pause, Gu Xiao continued, "However, there is one more matter to report. The sect master of Lingjian sect is currently outside, seeking an audience with you." The chief furrowed his brow upon hearing this, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes as he looked directly at Gu Xiao and asked, "You still have a survivor among your ranks? Why did you not eliminate them all?" Uprooting the problem. Faced with the chief's inquiry, Gu Xiao felt a tremor in his heart, but maintained his composure. Forcing himself to explain, "My lord, this individual is named Ji Jian, a most astute man. When my subordinates arrived, they found him entangled with a group of sect members, unable to reach the government office before noon. After careful consideration, I believed that he had managed the affairs of Changde Prefecture for many years and must be well acquainted with local matters. If we could bring him under our command, He could serve as a substantial asset to the town military department. Thus, I took the liberty of sparing his life and brought him here for your judgment, hoping for your forgiveness. With that, Gu Xiu bowed deeply once more, awaiting the chief's response. The chief regarded him with a neutral expression, neither pleased nor displeased, as he listened attentively to Gu Xiu's explanation. To him, a mere master was inconsequential, whether living or dead, as long as the mission for Duke Xiatage was completed on time. Allow him to enter, he commanded. Upon hearing this, one of the town military department personnel stepped back with a bow. Outside the government office of Changde Prefecture, Ji Jian anxiously awaited at the entrance, his fate hanging in the balance. During this anxious moment, he saw a figure in splendid attire emerge from the office. Gazing directly at him, "The director calls for you. Follow me," the individual stated succinctly before turning to re-enter, prompting Ji Jian to hurriedly follow. Deep within his heart, Ji Jian was overwhelmed with complex emotions towards the rumored director. Both profound respect and an uncontrollable curiosity surged within him. The elite forces of the town military department, who usually exuded an air of authority, spoke of this enigmatic director with utmost reverence, leading Ji Jian to speculate whether this individual was merely a formidable master. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the director's inscrutable depth, prompting him to tread cautiously. After all, since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had never encountered such a powerful and mysterious figure. As they drew near to the main hall, Ji Jian could see from a distance that a figure clad in white brocade sat upright at the head of the hall. This person emanated an imposing aura, commanding respect even from afar, allowing one to feel their powerful presence. Ji Yuxiu and other officers stood solemnly on either side, creating an environment where one could easily discern the prominent figure of the director of the town military department. With his heart racing, Ji Jian entered the main hall without hesitation, dropping to his knees and bowing deeply, proclaiming loudly, Chapter 17, The Authority of the Town Military Department. I, Ji Jian, Sectmaster of the Lingjian sect, pay my respects to the director of the town military department. The moment the words left his mouth, Ji Jian felt a piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, directed at him, pressing down with such force that it nearly rendered him breathless. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surged within him, as if his very existence was entirely in the hands of the other party. A mere thought from them could instantly reduce him to ashes. As time passed, second by second, the suffocating sense of oppression remained unabated. It was not until quite some time later that the esteemed director finally spoke, his voice resonating with authority. Stand and respond. The tone was both commanding and icy, imbued with an invisible pressure that left one reluctant to defy it. Upon hearing these words, Ji Jian felt a slight tremor course through his body before he gradually rose to his feet. Bowing his head, he dared not meet the other's gaze, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. "Pray, enlighten me," the director urged. "What value do you possess that would warrant my subordinate's protection of you?" Sitting regally upon an immense chair, Chang Ri's expression was as frigid as ice, fixated intently on Ji Jian. At that moment, Ji Jian felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being, causing cold sweat to uncontrollably trickle down his back once more. He understood all too well that failing to provide a satisfactory answer at this juncture would lead to a choice between life and death. Taking a deep breath, Ji Jian endeavored to compose himself and began, "To your excellency, I, Ji, am willing to lead over 1,000 loyal followers of my sect in service to the Jinwu division. Awaiting your commands." As he uttered these words, his heart leapt to his throat, uncertain whether this proposition would captivate the lofty figure before him. However, Chang Ri merely cast a disinterested glance at Ji Jian, seemingly unimpressed by his declaration. For Chang Ri, the mere 1,000 individuals of the sect held little significance. Although the Lingjian sect boasted over 1,000 members, the combined might of their postnatal and innate realms barely amounted to 20. Such strength was, frankly, quite mediocre. Ji Jian's heart sank at this revelation, yet he recognized that the current situation allowed no room for further contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, "Your Excellency, though our sect's power is limited, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the Jinwu division in the future." If you grant me a path to survival, I shall repay your kindness with utmost loyalty. Chang Ri remained silent, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as if deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. In that case, you shall serve under Gu Xiu henceforth. Once the Jinwu division establishes its branch in Changde, you may take on the role of 100 households. With a wave of his hand, Chang Ri dismissed Ji Jian. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve from a death sentence, Ji Jian was elated. He quickly bowed in gratitude, affirming that he would gladly accept even the position of 100 households. Understanding well the adage that one flourishes in the shade of great trees. Thank you for your grace, your excellency, that in the future, I shall follow your orders without hesitation, willing to face any peril. Chang Ri nodded indifferently, then turned his attention to Gu Xiu. I shall remain in Changde for 3 days. Within this time, all matters must be resolved. After 3 days, I will return to the capital to report. He continued, in the branch, you and your elite subordinates shall maintain order. Should you find yourself short-handed, request elite disciples from each major sect to assist you in your investigations. Those who refuse will be dealt with accordingly. Gu Xiu stepped forward once more, bowing deeply as he replied, Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will exert every effort to ensure that the affairs of Changde are managed to your satisfaction. Meanwhile, a series of events unfolded in the distant Changde, quietly echoing through the prosperous capital. With a resounding command from the formidable Xia Tej, the fierce and seasoned elite, led by Jing Yu, sprang into rapid action, like arrows released from a bow. Methodically and efficiently, they traversed the streets, executing a widespread operation to capture the criminals designated as targets. Following meticulously verified records in every corner of the capital, the citizens observed the Jinwu Division's elite escorting downcast criminals with solemn expressions and synchronized steps toward the mysterious and fearsome Jinwu Division's prison. These once dominant villains who had terrorized the populace were finally ensnared by the law, bringing a sense of relief and joy to the hearts of the common folk. Yet, in stark contrast to the tranquility felt by the citizens of the capital, a palpable sense of anxiety enveloped the martial artists roaming the outskirts. The entire martial world seemed shrouded in a thick haze of trepidation, leaving many feeling vulnerable. Approximately 70 kilometers southwest of the capital stood a majestic mountain range, piercing the clouds, resembling a slumbering dragon coiled upon the earth. Deep within these mountains stood the renowned Wujidian, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Xi'an. This moment, within the main hall of Wujidian, numerous high-ranking members convened to deliberate the court's recent aggressive actions. Reports indicated that the Jinwu Division had been established for merely a few days, yet the court had not dispatched any skilled personnel. The individuals within the Jinwu Division were solely the trusted confidants of Prince Xian Xiatej. Attempts by their members to infiltrate the Jinwu Division and the prince's residence had proven fruitless, akin to trying to breach an impenetrable fortress. Furthermore, the division was fortified with numerous experts, its defenses rivaling those of the imperial palace, rendering their infiltration efforts futile, resulting in the loss of several esteemed masters in the process. Curiously, in a single day, Prince Xian transformed from a carefree scion into the master of the Jinwu Division, commanding a retinue of formidable talents. Was this a manifestation of the Great Xia's profound heritage? Currently, the capital had only 3 locations devoid of Wujidian surveillance, 2 of which were the Jinwu Division and the prince's residence, with the third being the depths of the Great Xia imperial tombs. This Prince Xian bore an air of mystery. Present, they had identified one Grandmaster, a figure known as Jing Yu, serving as the director. According to the court structure, there were 4 directors, with 1 deputy director whose current capabilities remained unknown, likely comprising Grandmasters. Observing the prowess displayed by the masters under their command, it was evident that they numbered no less than 100. In the main hall, the hall master responsible for intelligence stood rigidly at the center, reporting gravely to the elders, guardians, and the hall master. Upon hearing the report, the assembly fell into a prolonged silence, rendered speechless, seemingly awestruck by the formidable strength of the Jinwu Division. Chapter 18. A Sense of Dread. A deathly silence enveloped the hall, permeating every corner, devoid of even the faintest sound of conversation. The only audible breaths were heavy and rapid, akin to the ominous rumble before tempest. The Jinwu division's reputation loomed like a towering mountain, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all present, rendering it difficult to breathe. What shall we do now? Suddenly, one individual in the hall appeared utterly despondent, muttering to himself. Though his voice was barely a whisper, it seemed to unlock the floodgates of chaos in an instant. The previously hushed hall erupted into a cacophony, boiling over like water reaching its boiling point. What formidable strength does the Jinwu division possess? How shall we withstand such might? One person exclaimed, his face etched with worry. The sect below have called for our assistance. Can we truly ignore their pleas? Another echoed anxiously. But we ourselves are barely afloat. How can we extend aid to others? Someone lamented helplessly. With so many grandmasters and experts within the Jinwu division, how can we secure our own survival against such overwhelming adversaries? Another cried out in terror. With our current strength, engaging the Jinwu division head-on would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone wall. Futile. The clamorous cries surged, each wave louder than the last. In that moment, the once solemn hall transformed into a bustling marketplace filled with discordant voices. Heated arguments, skeptical inquiries, and furious outbursts reverberated through the air, drowning out all reason. Anxiety, fear, and confusion were etched upon every face, as if the path ahead had been completely consumed by darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight. At this juncture, the hall master of Wajidian, seated at the head of the assembly, gradually regained his composure, lifting his previously bowed head. He surveyed the crowd. A flicker of irritation crossed his features. Enough, he thundered. Silence, all of you. With that furious proclamation, he rose abruptly, furrowing his brow, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly like a hawk scanning its surroundings. Instantly, the once raucous crowd fell silent, as if struck by a spell. The hall master inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and then spoke. We have not yet faced a crisis of survival, and the Jinwu division has not yet besieged us. Why are you all in such a state of panic? After a brief pause, he continued. According to the intelligence gathered, the recent actions of the Jinwu division were commanded by its leader, Xia Taish. Their objective is to coordinate with the Jinyui, the Dali Temple, and the Jingzuan government regarding the dossiers of individuals involved in martial arts crimes. Tracing back a full 3 years, at this juncture, the leader of the Wajidian narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly. However, our Wajidian has always abided by the law and never harbored intentions of rebellion. As long as we can strictly govern our disciples in the future, why should we fear? Despite the resolute tone of the Wajidian leader, those present were acutely aware that the days ahead would undoubtedly be far more arduous than before. After all, with a metaphorical guillotine hanging overhead, anyone would feel the prickling anxiety on their backs. Nevertheless, upon hearing the leader's words, the crowd felt somewhat reassured, yet their worries about the myriad challenges that lay ahead remained ever-present and unresolved. The sect comprised numerous members, a mix of individuals, and it was inevitable that some underlings would commit serious offenses, thus drawing the attention of the Jinwu division and making them targets for capture. However, this was not merely an issue concerning individual disciples. It also implicated the smaller sects affiliated with them. These smaller sects had always been dependent on the Wajidian, and if they were neglected at this juncture, how could the Wajidian expect to maintain the trust of the populace in the future? After all, without the support and resources from these smaller sects, from where would the Wajidian acquire the necessary fund for the daily expenses of its thousands of disciples? Furthermore, facing such a formidable force as the Jinwu division, what stance and strategies should the Wajidian adopt going forward? Each successive dilemma loomed like a heavy mountain upon the heart of the Wajidian leader at this moment, surveying the assembly in the Grand Hall. The Wajidian leader displayed a hint of helplessness and concern upon his face, slowly shaking his head. He spoke in a deep and resolute tone. Any disciple of our sect who has committed an offense must voluntarily report to the Jinwu division and seek leniency. He paused briefly, scanning the room before continuing. As for the families of these offending disciples, our sect will take care of them, ensuring their lives remain worry-free, thus alleviating everyone's concerns. After this declaration, the leader inhaled deeply, as if steeling his resolve. After some preparation, I shall personally represent the Wujidian in the capital, seeking an audience with the leader of the Zhenwu division to probe their intentions and plead for leniency towards our transgressors. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the crowd revealed a mix of complex emotions. It is essential to note that the Wujidian is one of the 10 major sects, personally overseen by a grandmaster. Once it was renowned, and wherever it went, people held it in great reverence. Even the fearsome Jinyue found themselves powerless in the face of the Wujidian. However, times have changed, and the current situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. The once mighty Wujidian now finds itself beholden to the whims of others, navigating life with trepidation, a reality that is indeed difficult to accept. Reflecting on the past, it is hard to forget the awe-inspiring presence the Wujidian commanded. Yet now, all of that has become mere smoke and shadows. Despite the deep-seated resentment and indignation within them, what could they do? The reality was laid bare before them, and they had no choice but to confront it. The other major sects, well aware of the court's profound influence, chose to distance themselves from the capital for self-preservation. Yet, the Wujidian could not afford such luxury, as it had been rooted here since its inception. With no means to evade the situation. Chapter 19. Chang Wei strikes fortune. In the capital, within the Xianwang mansion, Zhao Gao entered the main hall. He observed Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu watching with amused expressions as Chang Wei was engaged in a playful tussle with a husky. Xia Tej bellowed, "You insolent dog, this is the royal mansion. You cannot act so recklessly." Grasping the husky's head, he shook it back and forth. The husky, caught off guard, had no choice but to yield in defeat. After a while, panting heavily, Xia Tej released the husky and warned, "You wretched creature, if you dare to cross me again, I shall savor the taste of dog meat. Get away from me." The husky, upon hearing this, turned its head and shot Xia Tej a disdainful glance before bounding away. Zhao Gao, caught between laughter and exasperation, interrupted the scene. "Your Highness, the report from Changde has arrived. The situation there is stable, and they are expected to return to the capital in 3 days. Furthermore, the letter mentions that they intend to establish a Zhenwu division branch in Changde, led by a certain Gu Xiuchuan." He added, "Moreover, various sects from Changde will dispatch elite elders and disciples to assist the Zhenwu division in its management." Xia Tej, upon hearing this, pondered momentarily before approving the plan. The proposal was feasible. They would observe its effects for a while to see if the collaboration with sect personnel yielded any adverse outcomes. If successful, they could expand the branch in Changde to influence the surrounding cities and regions. The vast territory of the Great Xia makes it impractical for the Zhenwu division to achieve dominance solely relying on the network provided by system rewards. Currently, most of the undercover agents within the network remain embedded within various factions, with only a small portion surfacing to join the Zhenwu division, resulting in a shortage of manpower. Zhao Gao nodded, mentally noting this matter. After a pause, he produced a confidential document from his robes and, after some contemplation, stated, "Within the Wujidian, our undercover agents have reported that the Zhenwu division's overt strength has been ascertained. The leader of the Wujidian, aware of their inferiority, intend for the offending disciples to surrender to the court. He himself will soon travel to the capital to seek an audience with your Highness, hoping for a lenient disposition." Upon hearing this, Xia Tej chuckled softly and remarked to Zhao Gao, "The Wujidian, one of the 10 major sects, shows no desire to resist at all. This leader is quite the strategist, able to bend yet not break. A wise individual indeed. What a pity." Xia Tej frowned, sighing in resignation, as though a pent-up frustration lingered unexpressed. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Gao turned to Xia Tej, confused by sentiments that I initially intended to use them as an example, to strike down this so-called major sect, thereby establishing the Zhenwu division's renown overnight and asserting the court's authority. Yet I never anticipated the enemy's swift capitulation, making it difficult to eliminate them entirely. Targeting the Wujidian would undoubtedly be the most appropriate choice. Not to mention that the enigmatic and fearsome Heibai Xuanzhan had yet to be deployed, even with just the power of the Jingyu and the still undeployed Lu Jiannu alongside the elite forces of the Zhenwu division. Obliterating the Wujidian overnight would be effortlessly manageable. When that moment arrives, the Jinwu Division's fearsome reputation would undoubtedly sweep across every corner and faction within the Great Xia like a tempest. In the future, should any treacherous individuals dare to stir trouble or commit crimes, they would have to carefully reconsider the sharpness of the Jinwu Division's blade. Observing the look of regret on Xia Tai's face, Zhao Gao could not help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. After a moment of contemplation, sincerity glimmered in his eyes as he slowly spoke. "Your Highness, since we cannot eradicate them completely, why not consider bringing the Wujidian under our control? Let them guard a certain prefecture or province, taking full responsibility for the stability of that region. Meanwhile, we could dispatch spies to monitor them in the shadows. Should we discover any signs of defiance or collusion with malevolent forces, we can then strike decisively to this point." Zhao Gao paused slightly before adding, "This way, we can effectively alleviate the pressing manpower shortages of the Jinwu Division while simultaneously testing the viability of this approach." Upon hearing Zhao Gao's proposal, Xia Tai shot him a peculiar glance. Realizing that such matters were best left to the professionals, after a moment of thought, he commanded, "In that case, there is no need to wait for him to come to me. Instruct the Lu Jiannu to convey my edict and summon the leader of the Wujidian to the capital at once." "Understood," Zhao Gao replied, bowing before turning to carry out the order. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Minister of Revenue, Minister Cai Zhichuan and Minister of Justice Wang Hui gathered, their expressions heavy with concern. According to intelligence reports, a certain Jing Yu, the director of the Jinwu Division, was currently purging some unruly martial artists in the vicinity of the capital. News had arrived from the Wujidian that their leader intended to submit to the Jinwu Division, urging his errant disciples to confess to the court. If this were to happen, it is feared that no martial artist in the vicinity of the capital would dare defy the court thereafter. Following this incident, the Jinwu Division would firmly establish its foothold, leading to inevitable calamity. Minister Cai Zhichuan examined the information in his hands, expressing his worries to Minister Wang Hui. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, Minister Cai Zhichuan's gaze gradually hardened, revealing a steely resolve as he declared, "Death. This Jingyu must die. Once she is gone, the Jinwu Division's might will dissipate, and the martial artists around the capital will no longer hold it in awe. Should a high-ranking official of the Jinwu Division meet an untimely demise before achieving their goals, the authority of Xia Tai within the court will inevitably crumble to that time, should Xia Tai wish to further develop the town martial division. It would undoubtedly become an exceedingly arduous endeavor. What are your thoughts, Brother Wang?" Cai Zhichuan cast his gaze towards Wang Hui, awaiting his response. Minister of Justice Cai Zhichuan and Minister of Revenue Wang Hui both hailed from the illustrious Cai and Wang families, respectively, which are among the four great families. These venerable families have existed for a considerable duration, tracing their lineage back to the era preceding the establishment of the Great Xia, with profound heritage and disciples scattered across the realm. Through the recommendation system of the Great Xia, countless officials over the years have been associated with the four great families, to the extent that it poses a threat to the court. Were it not for the potential existence of formidable masters within the royal family, the four great families might have long since exhibited restlessness, and the Great Xia would be on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui lifted his gaze to meet Cai Zhichuan's, fully aware that Cai's words bore a kernel of truth. Presently, this method is indeed the simplest. However, according to reports, the chief of the division is a formidable master of the highest rank. To contend with such a powerful adversary, it is imperative to report to the family, allowing the elders to be dispatched. Yet, each master of this caliber represents the family's foundation. They would hardly act recklessly. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it would be catastrophic for the family. Wang Hui hesitated, realizing that any mishap would be a burden beyond his capacity to bear. After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally spoke. "Ultimately, this matter must be decided by the family. Shortly, I shall provide a detailed report to them regarding the situation, and as for how to handle this affair specifically, I shall leave it entirely to their discretion." Cai Zhichuan, upon hearing this, felt a pang of dissatisfaction within, yet he refrained from pressing further. He understood well that if the town martial division were to grow continuously stronger, it would be far from advantageous for any family. As for why they did not simply eliminate Xia Tej to prevent future troubles, the reasons are indeed complex. First and foremost, Xia Tej is a prince of the great Xia, born of the current empress, and one of Emperor Xia's most favored children. Should Xia Tej meet with an untimely demise, the court's authority would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow, I could see that point, no matter how deep they had to dig or how much they had to sacrifice. The court would spare no effort to capture the assailant. Consequently, both parties would find themselves in a relentless struggle, leading ultimately to the ruin of families and a situation where the losses far outweigh the gains. Moreover, Xia Tej is perpetually accompanied by a deputy chief of the town marshal division. While his true strength remains unclear, one can surmise that his capabilities are not to be underestimated, given his high position. In such a scenario, should one rashly take action against Xia Tej, success would be elusive, and it could bring about catastrophic consequences for both himself and his family. Given the gravity of the situation, we must act decisively. We must report the situation to the family without delay. Once we receive explicit instructions, we shall arrange for the masters of both sides to personally lead a simultaneous strike, ensuring absolute success in dismantling the current state of the town marshal division. Cai Jichuan's expression turned serious, his tone resolute, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Hui, as if seeking to discern the outcome of their discussion through him. Indeed, time is of the essence. A swift decision is imperative. Should the forces surrounding the capital stabilize and form an unbreakable alliance, even the assassination of Jing and I would likely yield minimal impact on the town marshal division. Thus, we must act before the situation solidifies completely. Wang Hui, fully aware of the stakes involved, nodded gravely after hearing Cai Jichuan's words. He understood the importance of discerning priorities in matters of such significance. His mind is clear as a mirror. Once they reached a consensus, Wang Hui rose abruptly, clasped his hands in salute to Cai Jichuan, and declared, "There is no time to waste. I shall return to report at once." This matter is of utmost importance. The sooner our family is informed and prepared, the greater our chances of success. With that, he turned and strode away, his figure swiftly vanishing beyond the door. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their clandestine discussion, intelligence regarding their conversation, as if endowed with wings, swiftly made its way to the desks of Emperor Xia and Xia Tej. Though the specifics of their discourse remained unknown, the tense and mysterious atmosphere undoubtedly hinted at malevolent undertones. Within the resplendent imperial palace, Emperor Xia sat upon the dragon throne, his expression grave as he scrutinized the intelligence presented by the inner guards regarding the two's clandestine meeting. His gaze was deep and piercing, as if he could see through the thin paper to the vast conspiracy concealed within. For the ruler of the realm, the four great families have always been a focus of his vigilant scrutiny. Particularly, the influential Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui, both high-ranking officials, wield significant power. Consequently, any shifts in their affairs are subjected to the meticulous monitoring of the inner guards. All information, even the most minute actions, is promptly reported to the emperor. As seconds trickled by, Emperor Xia remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere within the palace palpable. Finally, after prolonged contemplation, he slowly raised his head, a subtle yet discernible cold smile flitting across his otherwise impassive face. He turned his gaze towards Wei Yong, standing nearby, and inquired with a low, authoritative voice, "What do you believe is the purpose of their cautious and secretive discussion?" Upon hearing the emperor's question, Wei Yong felt a tightening in his chest, hastily stepping forward to bow respectfully and reply, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this matter may be related to the town marshal division." He cautiously lifted his gaze, carefully observing the emperor's expression for any sign of reaction, continuing, "Given the town marshal division's recent activities and the stabilization of forces around the capital, it is likely that they are anxious about its growing strength." "Umph." Emperor Xia scoffed, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint, fully aware of the methods employed by the two. Indeed, their tactics mirror those of the former Jinyue. Merely a series of cliché maneuvers involving suppression, consolidation, and assassination, utterly devoid of innovation. With a disdainful countenance, Emperor Xia remarked, his hawk-like eyes glinting coldly as they fixed upon the empty space before him, as though he could pierce through the palace walls to discern the faces of those who dared to defy his will. Since no one wishes to bear the burden of such a formidable mountain looming above them, I shall resolutely establish this mountain in place that they think that the town marshal division will fade into obscurity like the Jinui of yore. They are sorely mistaken. With a sudden slam of his palm against the dragon desk, the documents and ink upon the table quivered in response, and his heavy, authoritative voice echoed throughout the imperial study like a clap of thunder. At that moment, an intangible yet immensely powerful imperial pressure surged forth from Emperor Xia, sweeping towards the kneeling Wei Yong below like a torrent. This pressure felt almost tangible, leaving Wei Yong gasping for breath. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splashing onto the cold floor, disappearing in an instant. Keep a close watch on the town marshal division's every move, should an urgent situation arise. The inner guards must be prepared to intervene. Furthermore, if Old Fifth has any requests, as long as they are not excessively unreasonable, do your utmost to accommodate him. I grant him the authority to take necessary actions at critical moments. Emperor Xia enunciated each word with deliberate weight, as if each syllable struck like a hammer upon Wei Yong's heart. By the way, have we uncovered any leads regarding the individuals under Old Fifth? Where did all these skilled fighters come from? In response, Wei Yong, trembling, reported, Your Majesty, there is no trace of the Prince of Xian's associates. They seem to have appeared out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia waved his hand impassively, signaling for him to withdraw. Wei Yong, filled with trepidation after answering the emperor's inquiry, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency regarding the gravity of the situation. Thus, he dared not linger, bowing deeply before hastily departing. Upon exiting the imperial study, Wei Yong hurriedly made his way to the Xianwang mansion to personally convey the emperor's orders. Chapter 21. A Summons. In stark contrast to the bustling and clamorous scenes of the day, where throngs of people come and go, the Wujidian at this moment seemed shrouded in a mysterious silence. During the daylight, this place thrived with vibrant energy, as people busily traversed the halls or gathered in small groups to engage in lively conversation. Yet now, as night fell, the entire Wujidian lay desolate. The stillness so profound that even the faintest whisper could be heard, creating an atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine in the vast emptiness of the central hall. The master of Wujidian stood with his sword in hand, a serious expression crossing his face as he scanned his surroundings. His steps appeared restless as he paced back and forth within the hall. Suddenly, the master halted, raising his voice. Since you have arrived, why conceal yourself? Why not reveal yourself for an audience? I, Xia, believe I have never offended you in any manner. As the words fell from his lips, 6 shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, silently materialized within the grand hall. Their forms flickered with an ethereal quality. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the Lord of the Wujidian in a circle. The Lord, upon taking a closer look, could not help but inwardly lament. Each of the 6 was a master of the highest caliber, and one among them was even on par with himself. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, the Lord's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He understood well that even if he summoned everyone in the hall at this moment, it would likely prove futile. After all, mobilizing 6 grandmasters at once was an unprecedented display of power in his memory. No faction boasted such strength. Noticing that the 6 did not immediately strike, the Lord hesitated briefly before breaking the silence, inquiring, Might I ask, esteemed guests, what brings you here? Should you require my assistance, I shall do my utmost to oblige. In response, the leader of the 6, Zhen Gang, regarded the Lord's demeanor with a flicker of disdain. A true assassin, he had always viewed combat as an integral part of existence and had never known the trepidation of retreating before a battle or speaking of surrender. At that moment, the Wujidian Lord, upon hearing these words, felt a slight tremor run through him, his face betraying a hint of panic. The messenger continued, On the orders of His Highness Prince Xian, we have come to convey his will. His Highness commands you to proceed to the royal residence at once. The Lord of Wujidian was taken aback by this proclamation, a wave of shock washing over him, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his brow. He silently rejoiced that he had not acted impulsively against the Zhenwu division earlier. Otherwise, given the strength of Wujidian, it would have been nearly impossible to escape annihilation. To his astonishment, Prince Xian possessed such powerful, yet concealed experts at his disposal. Reflecting on the past, the Wujidian had once prided itself on being one of the 10 great sects of the Daxia kingdom. Indulging in arrogance and disdain for others that, in retrospect, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Akin to a clown performing a farce that a humble subject, shall obey the royal decree. I will set forth with you all at once. The Lord of Wujidian hastily bowed in deference. The 6 remained silent. As elite assassins, they were not given to idle chatter, their thoughts consumed by how best to eliminate their target. Witnessing their cold demeanor, an ominous feeling began to rise within the Lord. It was clear that Zayatij had deliberately sent the 6 to deliver this message as a means of intimidation. After all, he was merely a sect leader, not an external threat like the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The distance from Wujidian to the capital was approximately 70 kilometers, yet for these 7 top-tier experts, it was but a fleeting moment's journey. Before long, they arrived at the royal residence within the capital, in the magnificent royal palace. The setting sun filtered through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Zayatij had just seen off Wei Yong, the messenger, and was leisurely seated in a grand chair, surrounded by 4 enchanting maidens resembling celestial beings. Mei Lan, Zhu, and Jayud ate tea this moment. Zayatij sat across from Zhao Gao, with an exquisitely crafted chessboard laid out before them, black and white pieces leaping at their fingertips, as if enacting a silent war. However, it was not long before Zayatij realized his position was growing increasingly precarious. Zhao Gao was pressing him relentlessly, and his pieces were gradually cornered. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Turning to look, Zayatij saw 6 figures clad in dark attire, wielding long swords, approaching briskly. Noticing this, a smirk curled at the corner of Zayatij's mouth, and without hesitation, he tossed a chess piece onto the board, producing a crisp sound. This action elicited muffled laughter from the 4 maidens, their bell-like giggles echoing in the room, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. The 6 sword servants arrived before the Lord, bowing in unison to Zayatij and Zhao Gao, their movements fluid and graceful. The foremost among them raised his head, his expression composed and respectful, stating, "Your Highness, the Lord of Wujidian has been awaiting your presence for quite some time." "Oh, let him enter." Zayatij waved his hand dismissively, his gaze never straying from the chessboard. Shortly thereafter, the Lord of Wujidian strode into the main hall with measured steps. His eyes swept the room and quickly fell upon Zayatij, who sat regally in the main seat. Zayatij was adorned in an opulent robe. Standing tall like a pine, a faint smile gracing his lips, his deep-set eyes sparkling like stars. Though it was their first encounter, the Lord recognized Zayatij at once, thanks to the portraits of him owned by Wujidian and his understanding of the prince's status. The Lord, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Summer Ji, a humble subject, paying my respects to His Highness Prince Xian. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is a great honor to meet you today." "You flatter me, Lord. I have heard of Wujidian's formidable strength as one of the 10 great sects of Daxia. And indeed, it is no exaggeration," Zayatij replied with a faint smile, his keen gaze appraising the Lord of Wujidian before him. "Ha ha! I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Lord Summer. I recall my youthful days spent in the pleasure quarters, where I often heard tales of your legendary exploits and remarkable feats from the storytellers." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Lord of Wujidian's face turned awkward, and he forced a smile, shaking his head repeatedly. "Your Highness, please do not mock me. Those were merely the reckless actions of my youth, spurred by ignorance and arrogance. With the passage of time and the trials of life, I have come to realize the vastness of the world and the depth of human talent. I was once like a frog in a well, blissfully unaware of my own limitations." Chapter 22. The Assimilation of Wujidian. Upon hearing this, Zayatij shook his head gently, and his expression shifted to one of solemnity, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the Lord. Speaking in a low voice, "Enough of the pleasantries. Lord Summer, do you know why you have been summoned here?" At this, Summer Ji promptly cupped his fists and bowed deeply, responding with utmost respect. "I beseech your Highness to enlighten me." I truly do not know. Zayatage narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly stating, Today, in the Wajidian, you expressly mentioned your desire to meet with me. Yet, I've been waiting in the royal residence for quite some time, only to find that you did not appear. In my frustration, I had no choice but to send someone to invite you personally. Zayatage's simple words struck the Lord of Wajidian like a thunderclap. Exploding in his mind with shocking clarity, he was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. It was important to note that during the meeting held that very afternoon, every individual present was a core member of Wajidian. All were fiercely loyal, having devoted themselves to the sect since their youth. Now, Zayatage had brazenly revealed that among these trusted comrades lay a spy dispatched by the court. A profound sense of dread enveloped the Lord. Like an invisible net ensnaring him tightly, he felt a chilling wave sweep through him as sweat beaded on his brow. After expending such tremendous resources to place a hidden agent, the fact that this secret was laid bare by Zayatage so casually sent a surge of intense fear and unease coursing through him. He knew that today, he might not escape this royal residence unscathed. This thought crystallized in his mind. The Lord of Wajidian trembled violently, as if he were a flickering candle in the wind. Seconds turned into minutes, and, after what felt like an eternity, he suddenly awoke from his stupor, performing an exceedingly formal bow to Zayatage. I am truly deserving of death. I have caused you the trouble of sending someone to invite me. I implore your highness to forgive my transgressions. As he spoke, his forehead struck the ground heavily. Producing a sharp sound, he quickly added, May I ask your highness what important directives you have? Whatever task you assign. I assure you that I will mobilize the entire sect to fulfill it, leaving no room for disappointment. Hearing this, Zayatage was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the Lord of Wajidian, seemingly unprepared for such a swift and decisive response. Truly a clever man, he recognized that events had spiraled beyond redemption, and thus he made the unambiguous choice to surrender. Zayatage leisurely lifted the teacup at his side, taking a delicate sip, and then turned his gaze to the still kneeling Lord of Wajidian. Speaking in a tone as calm as water, from this day forth, Wajidian shall officially fall under the command of the Jinwu Division, stationed in the Qingzhou Prefecture outside the capital, tasked with the thorough eradication of the malevolent and treacherous villains lurking beneath the soil of this Qingzhou. One must also exert every effort to uphold the martial order throughout the province, ensuring its enduring stability and tranquility. As he uttered these words, Zayatage sat regally, his stern countenance taut, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon the master of Wuji Hall below, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul through his very eyes. Finally, Zayatage parted his lips, slowly inquiring, Might I ask, Master Xia, do you possess sufficient confidence to accomplish this task? His voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure that commanded attention. No sooner had he finished speaking than the master of Wuji Hall visibly trembled. Yet without hesitation, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Proclaiming with conviction, indeed, without a moment's contemplation, he delivered his resolute answer. Subsequently, with a solemn expression, he earnestly assured Zayatage, Rest assured, Your Highness, even if this endeavor demands the utmost sacrifice from the disciples of Wuji Hall, fighting until the last man, we shall not betray the trust and instructions you have bestowed upon us. His words radiated an unwavering determination akin to one willing to face death without flinching. Upon hearing this, Zayate's lips curled into a faint smile, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he signaled for the other to relax. He then spoke softly. Once you depart, you shall embody the reputation of my Jinwu Division. Given the current strength of Wuji Hall, maintaining order in this modest Qingzhou should be more than manageable. Moreover, as Qingzhou is not far from the capital, should any insurmountable difficulties arise, you may easily dispatch someone to request assistance from the court. However, as he reached this point, Zayate's tone suddenly grew more grave, and his eyes sharpened. Remember, do not practice duplicity. Do not engage in underhanded tactics. Should I discover anyone daring enough to feign loyalty while plotting treachery, then the lineage of Wuji Hall shall be severed without the slightest hesitation. Understood. The master of Wuji Hall replied promptly. You may leave. Once your sex matters conclude, coordinate with Zhao Gao for specifics. Henceforth report all matters, great and small, to Zhao Gao. Yes, I shall bear this in mind. With that, he slowly rose and departed. Watching the master of Wuji Hall fade into the distance, Xia Tej gradually turned his gaze toward Zhao Gao, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke in a measured tone. Though this individual is undoubtedly intelligent and astute, he shall require close scrutiny moving forward. After all, unforeseen circumstances abound. We must not let our guard down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao quickly responded with respect. I shall follow your orders. Subsequently, Xia Tej thoughtfully added, additionally, we must convey special instructions to Jingni, ensuring she exercises utmost caution and vigilance. We cannot allow a moment's negligence to lead to grave mistakes. Remember, even a 1,000-mile embankment can be breached by an anthole. A single misstep could lead to the loss of all our efforts. Xia Tej could not help but recall the recent edict issued by the emperor, his mind swirling with contemplation. Just moments prior, Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui had concluded a clandestine meeting, only for the emperor to send Wei Yong with this perplexing directive. It was clear to him that this matter was inextricably linked to himself. Given their positions, Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui might not dare to act openly against him. Hence, the most likely instigators would be the recently active Jingni and her entourage. Zhao Gao nodded, acutely aware that since the founding of the Zhenwu division, both Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui had consistently opposed it. Now, witnessing the division's burgeoning strength, they were undoubtedly discontent with this prevailing situation. The next day, in the early morning, Xia Tej exclaimed with excitement. System sign-in, eagerly anticipating the surprises of the day. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and acquiring a mystical beast, the White Tiger. As the system's notification chimed, Xia Tej's heart raced. Silver Gradient. The term instantly surfaced in his mind. A person who had traversed from the modern world, Xia Tej was well aware of the enchanting allure and adorable appearance of the Silver Gradient cat. In his past life, whenever he beheld the majestic tiger, an overwhelming longing filled his heart. Yearning for the day, he could approach them up close and caress their soft fur, relishing the joy of petting a cat. Little did he expect that today, his dreams would manifest into reality. System, extract the reward. Xia Tej commanded eagerly. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped him, reminiscent of when he summoned the husky. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent white tiger materialized before him. Its appearance bore resemblance to the traditional tiger, yet its entire body was adorned with a striking pattern of black and white fur, resembling a meticulously crafted ink painting. Breathtakingly beautiful, its large head exuded an aura of authority, and its sharp fangs instilled fear. The robust limbs seemed to harbor boundless strength, while its wide and powerful paws resembled enormous fans, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, echoing around them. Its piercing eyes sparkled with a chilling light, as if they could see through all things. Simultaneously, they radiated a commanding presence that inspired reverence. That moment, an overwhelming sense of intimidation struck Xia Tej, compelling him to hold his breath and stand frozen. When he finally regained his composure, he could no longer suppress his excitement and instinctively stepped forward, eager to engage in the boundless joy of petting the tiger. Just then, the previously tranquil white tiger seemed to sense Xia Tej's approach, slowly extending its massive head and affectionately nudging against him. Seeing the tiger prepare to lick him in a gesture of affection, Xia Tej quickly intervened. With its multitude of barbed spines, a single lick could potentially leave Xia Tej grievously injured. Standing before the grounded white tiger, which was nearly level with him, Xia Tej could not resist reaching out to stroke its head. A thought crossed his mind. This creature was certainly superior to that foolish husky. After some playful antics with the white tiger, Zhao Gao entered the main hall. Your Highness, a letter from Yanzadai has arrived. They, along with the members of Qingyang sect, are en route to the capital. Shall we escort them directly to the execution grounds for trial? Escort them to the execution grounds, Xia Tej replied after a moment of contemplation. Instruct Heibai Xuanzhan to dispatch heavy cavalry and the elite of the Zhenwu division to maintain order, ensuring no disturbances arise. After a brief pause, he continued, once the clock strikes noon, do not delay further. execute the death penalty immediately. Furthermore, permit the citizens of the city to come and witness the event. The rationale behind such meticulous planning and tireless efforts to transport numerous significant criminals of Qingyang sect back to the capital was to seize the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to those in the martial world, broadly disseminating and promoting the laws and regulations of the state. Through this approach, the court aimed to unequivocally express its resolve to quell martial forces with lethal force, vowing to err on the side of caution rather than allow any conspirators against court officials to escape unscathed. This also served to placate the emotions of officials within the court. If the likes of Qingyang sect could easily eliminate the families of officials, then these officials would undoubtedly live in constant fear. And how could the policies of the court be effectively conveyed and implemented? Upon receiving a clear directive, Zhao Gao respectfully bowed and turned to depart, his steps steady as he prepared to relay the message. Just as he was about to exit, his curiosity got the better of him, and he cast a lingering glance at the imposing and formidable white tiger. Observing this, Xia Te shook his head with a smile. Turning to the elegant Mei Jian beside him, calmly instructing, "Please arrange for the personnel at the residence to designate a garden area for this white tiger. From this day forth, this magnificent creature shall be a member of our princely estate." It should be noted that the garden area of a princely residence would undoubtedly be expansive, with lush greenery resembling large green umbrellas shielding against the blazing sun. Clear streams flowed gently, akin to silver ribbons winding across the land. A sight to behold. Such a charming environment was undoubtedly ideal for nurturing a rare and majestic beast like the white tiger. In contrast, that husky seemed far less demanding. Regardless of one's location, the mere existence of a sanctuary to shield from the tempest and rain is sufficient. Upon hearing the command from Xia Te, Mei Jian promptly bowed slightly, signifying her acquiescence. In truth, faced with such an enchanting and captivating white tiger, it is not only Mei Jian who would find it nearly impossible to resist its allure. Any individual would likely succumb to its charm. Therefore, when it came to arranging a comfortable abode for the white tiger, Mei Jian had already formulated plans in her heart, determined to exert her utmost efforts to ensure that the creature would encounter not even the slightest discomfort. Simultaneously, in the ancestral lands of the Kai and Wang families, swift messengers arrived at their respective domains, bearing letters penned by Kai Zhichuan and Wang Hui. During the morning assembly, the elders convened to seize the opportunity to deliberate upon the contents of the letters received. Among them was an elderly elder, his hair white as snow, yet his spirit remarkably vigorous. After a moment of solemn contemplation upon reading Kai Zhichuan's letter, he raised his gaze to the assembly and began to speak deliberately. Years ago, the Jinyui had fallen into decline, and now, despite the court's unyielding ambitions, they merely alter their stratagems. They have established a new institution, the Zhenwu Division. Kai Zhichuan's correspondence indicates that there may be several grandmasters within this division, necessitating support from our family's Point 1 confirmed grandmaster is currently purging unstable forces surrounding the capital. Once this task is accomplished, the court shall no longer pose a threat from the rear. Thus, he seeks assistance from our clan, hoping we can dispatch an elder to eliminate this individual, thereby undermining the court's authority. The letter also proposes that this operation be a joint endeavor between my Kai family and the Wang family. What are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing these words, the once solemn assembly erupted into a cacophony of voices, akin to the detonation of a heavy bomb. Members engaged in fervent whispers, each contributing their opinions as heated debates ignited. The clamor reverberated throughout the hall, rendering one's ears buzzing. Strangely, the assembly exhibited a remarkable consensus regarding the need to suppress the court and the Zhenwu Division, with no dissent whatsoever. However, when it came to determining who would undertake this perilous mission, differences of opinion sprouted like mushrooms after rain. While the unity of a family is intrinsically linked to its future prosperity or downfall, even amidst familial flourishing, certain elders were loath to stand idly by as their own branches faced gradual decline. Every grandmaster represents the deep-rooted foundation upon which each branch relies for survival. Should any suffer an unfortunate fate, it would undoubtedly inflict devastating repercussions upon that lineage, potentially leading to its irrevocable decline. Moreover, Even within the realm of grandmasters, there exist four distinct tiers: initial, mid, late, and peak stages. The disparity in strength between these phases is akin to heaven and earth. No one would dare to guarantee their invincibility or immunity from peril at that moment. The patriarch of the Kai family, seated in the main position, could no longer contain his simmering ire. His brow furrowed, and his countenance darkened as if it could drip water. With a face like frost, his gaze was piercing as he surveyed the animated crowd below, who continued their incessant bickering, their faces flushed with fervor that a flicker of irritable frustration and profound helplessness crossed his eyes. These individuals appeared tireless, their discourse rising and falling without any sign of abatement. At this juncture, the patriarch, who had remained silent until now, could no longer endure the chaos. With a furrowed brow and a somber expression, he thundered, "Enough!" This exclamation reverberated like thunder in a clear sky, instantly silencing the tumultuous assembly. All eyes turned in unison towards the patriarch, awaiting his forthcoming directives. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. "Since this matter has been proposed by our main branch, it is only fitting that we provide the Grand Master required for this operation. Each of the other branches shall dispatch one master to assist. This mission will be led by our Grand Master, who will proceed to the capital to execute this formidable task." At this point, the patriarch's gaze grew increasingly resolute, and he raised his chin slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Yet his tone remained grave and authoritative. Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into a momentary silence, followed by a chorus of nods in agreement. After all, for a family, grandmasters are far too precious to lose lightly. In contrast, while masters are indeed significant assets, they are relatively numerous, and it is hardly a burden for each branch to contribute one. Furthermore, the challenge of advancing from master to grandmaster is akin to scaling the heavens. On average, among 10 masters, there may not even be one who successfully breaks through. Thus, there were no objections to such an arrangement. Observing that no further dissent arose, the patriarch nodded in satisfaction. He then rose abruptly, raising his voice. "Well then, this meeting adjourns. Each branch should promptly finalize the list of participants for the operation upon returning, and do not delay." With that, the patriarch turned and exited the assembly hall, leaving the members to engage in hushed discussions regarding the specifics. Almost simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the Wang family. However, unlike the previous gathering, the Grand Master dispatched by the Wang family hailed from the branch associated with the Minister of Justice outside the capital. A grand procession made its way toward the city. Leading the way was an individual on horseback, his gaze indifferent and fixed ahead. Following closely behind were elite guards clad in brocade, brandishing sharp swords, escorting a notorious criminal from Qinjiangmen. Behind them trailed heavily armored cavalry, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred any approach. Yan glanced at the outline of the capital that had begun to materialize, paying no heed to the lifeless figures of the Qinjiangmen prisoners behind him. That moment, a flurry of hoofbeats echoed from a distance that a messenger, bearing a bamboo tube, rode swiftly towards him. Upon reaching Yan, the messenger reined in his horse, dismounted with haste, knelt on one knee, and respectfully saluted, then announced loudly, "I report to you, my lord, that the emperor has sent word commanding us to proceed to the execution ground outside the capital, where the notorious criminal shall be executed at noon." Yan, after hearing the messenger's report, merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating his awareness of the situation. He then waved his whip gently, signaling the procession to continue. The entire entourage resumed its march, imbued with an air of grim determination as they advanced steadily toward the execution ground outside the capital. Within the Wang residence, Zhao Gao had long prepared the White Dragon ceremonial carriage, awaiting Xia Tej. The downfall of Qinjiangmen marked the inaugural appearance of the Zhenwu division. Although Xia Tej did not relish such spectacles, as the chief of the Zhenwu division, it was inevitable that he would face similar scenes in the future, and it was wiser to confront them sooner rather than later. Accompanied by 4 women, Xia Tej elegantly ascended the carriage, setting forth toward the execution ground outside the city as the carriage traversed the roads of the capital. Passers-by recognized the opulence of the vehicle and understood that its owner was none other than His Royal Highness, Prince Xian. No one dared to cast envious glances at the execution ground beyond the city. Heibai Xianjian led his elite forces and heavy cavalry, having arrived early to maintain order at the scene. This was the first time in recent years that so many individuals faced execution simultaneously for such a severe case. The Minister of Justice felt compelled to take charge. Furthermore, under the pressure of Xia Tej, he proceeded to the imperial city to consult with the emperor on the appropriateness of the verdict. Upon learning that all decisions were primarily based on the opinions of Prince Xian, he finally accepted the order to personally head to the execution ground, with over 1,000 individuals facing execution. The Minister of Justice, as the highest judicial officer, could not afford to treat the matter lightly. Observing the Jinwu Division personnel maintaining vigilance and order at the scene, he could not help but mutter curses under his breath, deeming them a bunch of madmen. Having served as the Minister of Justice for many years, he had never witnessed such widespread repercussions. Even if a clan were to be exterminated, why expend so much effort to bring them to the capital? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his duties. A dignified prince was not someone he could speak ill of behind closed doors. That moment, on the straight road leading to the execution ground, a carriage entirely adorned in white suddenly appeared. Realizing that Xia Tej had personally arrived, the Minister of Justice hastily ceased his work, leading the officials to join the Jinwu Division in waiting. Even with his high status, the Minister of Justice dared not treat a prince with anything less than respect. As the scene unfolded outside the execution ground, a lavish carriage exuding a faint fragrance came to a gradual stop. The doors opened gently, revealing the imposing figure of Xia Tej, who, with Zhao Gao's careful assistance, gracefully descended from the carriage, clad in resplendent white brocade, intricately embroidered with cloud motifs, and cinched at the waist with a gem-studded belt. He exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. That moment, the Minister of Justice, accompanied by numerous officials, had long awaited this arrival. Standing in perfect unison beside the carriage, each wore a serious and respectful demeanor. As soon as the Minister of Justice spotted Xia Tej alighting from the carriage, he dared not display any hint of negligence, but he swiftly led the officials forward, and in a synchronized motion, cupped his fists in salute and proclaimed loudly, "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, Prince Xian." The voice resounded powerfully, echoing throughout the courtroom. Xia Tej's gaze swept over the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he strode confidently forward. Upon reaching the Minister of Justice, he slightly bowed, courteously clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor humble and polite, as he spoke softly. "Minister of Justice, you are indeed overly courteous. I have come today to express my deep gratitude to you." He then raised his head, his eyes sincere as he continued, "Regarding the matter of the Jinwu Division, it has truly required your diligence and that of your esteemed colleagues in the Ministry of Justice, causing you considerable inconvenience." Having said this, Xia Tej once again nodded deeply to the minister and all present, conveying his appreciation and respect. The Minister of Justice hurriedly returned the gesture, responding with palpable trepidation. "Your Highness, you flatter us. Judging cases and administering justice is our solemn duty. How could we dare to consider it a trouble? Moreover, the audacity of Chu Tianhe from Qingyang's sect, who so ruthlessly exterminated the entire family of the governor of Changde, has already become the talk of the town, widely known to all. From both a moral and legal standpoint, this case must be dealt with severely. Should we impose merely a light punishment, the news would spread, leaving us officials with no assurance of safety in the future." Xia Tej smiled and nodded at these words, then turned to Heibai Xianjian, instructing, "Ensure the safety around the courtroom. We must not be careless and allow anyone to exploit any gaps. It is better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. No one can guarantee that there won't be reckless individuals attempting to disrupt the proceedings." Heibai Xianjian, arms crossed and eyes resolute, nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will ensure the courtroom is entirely secure." His tall and upright figure resembled an imposing fortress, steadfast and unyielding. Every line of his being exuded strength and resilience. evoking both respect and a sense of security. In terms of prowess, Heibai Xianjian undoubtedly ranked among the elite in the entire Jinwu division. Perhaps only Zhao Gao could rival him. He was like a fierce tiger lurking in the shadows. And once he struck, he would do so with unstoppable force. With him stationed here, any possible contingency would be effortlessly managed, akin to a reliable anchor amidst a tempest. Upon hearing these words, the Minister of Justice directed his gaze towards the enigmatic Heibai Xianjian. Noticing his profound aura, which revealed no hint of his true strength, that he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the Jinwu division was a gathering of exceptional talents. Just then, a faint sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing a massive procession gradually entering their field of vision. The formation undulated like a dragon, vast and seemingly endless. Leading the charge was Yan Ri, accompanied by his subordinates and numerous elites from Qingyang sect. Having journeyed day and night, finally arriving at the capital in the blink of an eye, Yan Ri and his entourage stood before them. The members of the Jinwu division swiftly dismounted, their movements synchronized, and then clasped their fists in respect, stating, "We report to your highness. We have returned after capturing the notorious criminals of Qingyang sect as per your orders, and we are here to deliver our report." Upon hearing this, Xia Tej nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His voice, warm and magnetic, resonated. "The journey must have been arduous, and you have certainly faced numerous challenges. That it is commendable that you have successfully completed your mission and returned." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the returning officers, filled with appreciation. Then, with a serious expression, Xia Tej turned to Heibai Xianjian, calmly issuing a directive. "Send someone to bring the criminals of Qingyang sect into the courtroom." Awaiting sentencing by the Ministry of Justice, Heibai Xianjian, standing nearby, responded promptly, "As you command." In the courtroom, the members of the Jinwu division moved with the precision of emotionless machines, swiftly springing into action, observing the Qingyang sect members, who were wailing and desperately pleading for mercy. The elite forces of the Jinwu division remained indifferent, strictly adhering to orders, showcasing remarkable discipline and execution. Xia Tej's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, slowly surveyed the group of heinous criminals before him. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly, instantly capturing Xia Tej's attention, despite his tattered clothing, which bore the scars of countless fierce battles and brutal torment. This individual appeared remarkably unperturbed. Astonishingly, even in such dire circumstances, his countenance betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, he faced the impending calamity of life and death with calm acceptance, as if he had long since transcended the vicissitudes of existence. This composed demeanor sharply contrasted with the surrounding members of Qingyang sect, who were in a state of panic and disarray. Some were pale, trembling uncontrollably. Others had closed their eyes, murmuring prayers for divine intervention. And some had collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Recognizing this, Xia Tej could easily ascertain that this individual was indeed Chu Tianhe, the leader of Qingyang sect, the sole master-level expert of the sect. He must have transcended the fear of death to possess such unwavering resolve. Xia Tej couldn't help but shake his head gently. Internally sighing, he understood that Chu Tianhe was indeed an exceptional figure, willing to sacrifice his entire sect for the sake of his own selfish desires. Chapter 26. The Unexpected Turn. Upon reflection, it was evident that Chu Tianhe was a rare talent. If not, how could the former leader of Qingyang sect have entrusted the position of sect master to an outsider with no blood relation? Ultimately, it was his extraordinary gifts that inspired such faith, with hopes that he would lead Qingyang sect towards glory and prosperity. Alas, all had now turned to dust. Moments later, as preparations concluded, the Minister of Justice approached respectfully to report. "Your Highness, the time is nearly upon us. Would it be appropriate to commence? I am merely here as an observer. The specifics must be presided over by the Ministry of Justice, so there is no need to concern yourself with me." Xia Tej replied, waving his hand to indicate that the Ministry of Justice should take the lead. "Please, Your Highness, take the esteemed position." The Minister of Justice persisted, emphasizing that rank dictated respect, and that he and Xia Tej held equal status, as both were of the third rank. However, Xia Tej possessed a noble title, a princely stature, and presently, in the absence of a crown prince, he stood as one beneath the heavens, yet above all others. Moreover, he was the offspring of the reigning empress. With legitimate claims to the throne, and, given his current standing, it was highly probable he would ascend to the position of crown prince and wield supreme authority. Previously, when Xia Tej had remained inconspicuous, a lack of respect might have been overlooked, but now, holding significant power and commanding a host of elites, he was undeniably in a league of his own among the royal sons. Xia Tej sighed helplessly at this insistence, stating earnestly, "Let us not dwell on this. It is indeed the duty of the Ministry of Justice to preside. Please proceed." The Minister of Justice, recognizing the truth in Xia Tej's words, dared not press further, fearing overstepping, and could only bow respectfully before turning to fulfill his duties. Within the courtroom, on an expansive platform, the members of Qingyang's sect knelt in a daze, lined up in perfect order that a glance revealed them to be like soulless beings. Devoid of the energy to resist the elevated platform, the Minister of Justice, flanked by his colleagues, presided over the proceedings, while Xia Tej sat nearby as an observer. Below the platform, over 1,000 heavily armored cavalrymen stood guard, encircling the courtroom. The elite forces of the Zhenwu Division continuously scanned the agitated crowd of onlookers, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Among them, the spectators buzzed with excitement, marveling at this grand and unprecedented execution scene. The Minister of Justice narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly assessing Xia Tej. Upon receiving a subtle nod from the latter, his demeanor transformed, suddenly invigorated. The previously relaxed expression tightened, and his hawk-like gaze fixated upon the bound criminals below. "Bring forth the criminal Chu Tianhe of Qingyang's sect." As the resounding shout echoed through the air, several heavily armored knights, wielding sharp sabers, marched forward with a synchronized and powerful gait. With practiced precision, they swiftly encircled Chu Tianhe, escorting him to the center of the execution ground in a tight formation. However, amid such a tense situation, Chu Tianhe appeared remarkably calm and composed, his eyes revealing not a trace of fear. This scene prompted Xia Tej, who watched coldly from the side, to inwardly marvel. This individual is truly an extraordinary figure, though it is unfortunate that he has strayed so far from the righteous path. In the 6th year of the Xinwu era, Chu Tianhe and his brother, Chu Tianxiong, committed heinous murders in Chanda Prefecture, evading the long arm of the law after spilling copious amounts of blood. According to the law, his brother, Chu Tianxiong, had already been sentenced to death by hanging. The chief minister of the Dali Temple, his face as dark as water, solemnly and authoritatively recited the crimes of Chu Tianhe from days gone by. In the 24th year of the Xinwu era, consumed by resentment over his brother's death, Chu Tianhe, in a fit of madness, led a band of nefarious rogues from the Qingyang sect to unleash a bloody massacre upon the entire family of the prefect of Changde. His methods were exceedingly cruel, rendering him one of the most egregious criminals. Such deeds are intolerable in the eyes of heaven. At this juncture, the chief minister of the Dali Temple slammed down on the judgment block, his eyes wide with fury, as he sternly admonished Chu Tianhe. "Do you acknowledge the multitude of sins described above?" A profound silence enveloped the courtroom, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting Chu Tianhe's response. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the chief minister's voice filled with wrath and authority reverberating through the air. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhe numbly nodded, offering no defense whatsoever. Along the way, he pondered the gravity of the situation, fully aware that this incident was a meticulously orchestrated plan by the court to serve as a warning to others. The court was indifferent to who the principal offender was and who the accomplices were. Their only concern was the lives of over 1,000 individuals from the Qingyang sect. After all, the annihilation of an entire family was a matter of grave notoriety, especially considering that the victims were high-ranking officials of the court. Should they spare these 1,000 lives, it would undoubtedly trigger a series of unpredictable repercussions. With no objections, the Qingyang sect had openly plotted against the court officials, brazenly trampling upon the court's dignity. and according to the law, all must be executed. With a commanding shout, the chief minister's expression remained as cold as ice, his eyes devoid of emotion. However, the so-called adherence to the law was merely a reflection of Xiao Tai's personal code of conduct. Execute, fearing that prolonged deliberation might lead to unforeseen complications. The chief minister decisively cast down his command token, signaling the executioners to proceed without delay. In that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A commotion arose from the crowd, and soon a group of individuals cloaked in black robes, brandishing curved blades, appeared like phantoms. The leader, a towering figure with piercing eyes like an eagle, calmly regarded the chief minister of the Dali Temple atop the platform and spoke in a measured tone. The great Xia dynasty is exceedingly tyrannical. Over 1,000 innocent lives are to be taken at a whim. Do you truly regard human life as mere chaff? His voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the execution ground, causing the eardrums of those present to reverberate. At this sight, Xiao Tai's spirits were instantly lifted. He had initially anticipated a mundane execution, yet he was met with an unforeseen surprise. What audacious knaves dare to speak so boldly here? The chief minister of the Dali Temple immediately rose, glaring at the group of black-robed figures below, and shouted with indignation. "Humph!" The leading figure in black let out a disdainful snort and replied nonchalantly, "Our divine sect has always acted in such a manner. We shall oversee all that we find intolerable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tai smirked. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such an arrogant individual, but he had some recollection of the divine sect. During the time of the Net of Justice, intelligence had been gathered regarding this organization. IT was known to be a group that existed outside the three major dynasties, with a doctrine aimed at overthrowing and subverting them to establish a so-called utopia. They had remained active within the territory of the Great Shang dynasty, with limited contact with the Great Xia. Chapter 27. The Divine Sect. Without a doubt, they were a band of brainwashed lunatics. Their leader was an enigma. No one knew their identity, gender, or level of power. Even the spies planted by the Net of Justice had never laid eyes upon the leader, making them exceedingly mysterious. 11 years prior, the Great Xia, Great Shang, and Great Zhou had reached a consensus and jointly dispatched their strongest to eradicate the divine sect, each royal family sending forth a grandmaster to lead the charge. It was expected to be an easy victory, with 3 grandmasters alongside dozens of masters and hundreds of innate and acquired experts. However, to their astonishment, the battle ended in mutual destruction. In that brutal conflict, many elders from the divine sects left and right protectors fell in battle, while the protectors themselves suffered severe injuries, hanging by a thread. Just as the 3 grandmaster representatives of the 3 dynasties were poised to deliver a fatal blow to the 2 ringleaders, a figure suddenly appeared like a specter. This individual was none other than the leader of the divine sect. With a mere flick of their sleeve, they effortlessly dispatched the 3 grandmasters on the spot, rescuing the left and right protectors. Following this battle, the divine sect's notoriety soared, while the 3 dynasties suffered significant losses. Though not crippling, it was a painful blow nonetheless. The reputation of the divine sect spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the Huaxia continent. People were filled with reverence for this mysterious and powerful organization, with some even venerating it as a divine entity. The leader of the divine sect became the focus of public attention, with numerous speculations regarding their strength. Many suspected that this leader had likely transcended the grandmaster level, reaching an unprecedented height. Since then, the divine sect capitalized on their momentum, proclaiming possession of miraculous methods that could aid individuals in attaining immortality. In no time, news of this spread like wildfire, attracting countless martial arts experts and heroes from all corners who came rushing to join, willingly offering their services to the divine sect. Thus, the influence of the divine sect grew ever stronger, gradually evolving into a formidable force that could not be ignored on the Huaxia continent. At this moment, upon hearing the term divine sect within the territory of the Great Xia, the chief minister of the Dali Temple could not help but tremble. Turning to Xiao Tai, who bore a smile and showed no signs of concern, he felt a surge of relief. As a high-ranking official, the chief minister had had numerous dealings with the divine sect and was well aware that they were a group of lunatics. However, with a formidable backing at his side, he felt emboldened. The divine sect? Merely a band of underground rats, daring to appear openly within the territory of the great Xia, utterly oblivious to their own demise. It must be said that confidence can indeed cause one to forget their own limitations. With Xiatage providing support from behind, the chief minister of the Dali Temple felt invigorated and unleashed a barrage of ridicule towards the divine sect. You corrupt officials, do not overstep your bounds. Today, our divine sect shall surely take your worthless life. The leader of the black-robed figures, upon hearing these words, erupted with rage, his eyes bulging like copper bells, his face flushed crimson, veins protruding from his forehead. In his mind, the divine sect was akin to his rebirth parents, sacred and inviolable, and could not be insulted by others. With a swift motion, the leader swung his arm, charging forward like a bolt of lightning towards the chief minister of the Dali Temple atop the platform. The distance between them was merely a few dozen paces, a trivial feat for one who had already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the chief minister, who was filled with dread, instinctively sidestepping, while the officials of the Dali Temple scattered in panic. Upon receiving their orders, the subordinates sprang into action, each one charging towards their designated targets like hungry wolves or fierce tigers. The spectators below, witnessing this turn of events, were thrown into a state of terror, screaming as they fled in all directions. In an instant, the once bustling execution ground descended into chaos, with people shoving and trampling one another, creating a scene of utter disarray. One could only lament that watching a spectacle could lead to disaster. Yet the heavily armored knights responsible for maintaining order did not rashly intervene. They remained steadfast in their positions, vigilant as ever. Masters of the battlefield, their expertise lay in charging into combat and confronting enemies head-on. This close-quarters entanglement was not their domain. Amidst the turmoil, Xiatage, who had remained seated atop the platform, casually raised a hand, waving it with nonchalance. In an instant, a shadow darted forth from beside him, the fearsome He Bai Xianjian. Simultaneously, the elite warriors of the Zhenwu division sprang into action, moving with lightning speed towards their respective targets. In mere moments, the members of the divine sect found themselves utterly powerless. He Bai Xianjian reached out with one hand, gripping the leader's neck tightly, halting his entire form in place. The leader, held aloft by He Bai Xianjian, wore a look of terror, disbelief etched on his face as he muttered in a daze, "How is this possible? How can this be?" He Bai Xianjian paid no heed to his words, efficiently bringing him before Xiatage, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Your Highness, how shall we deal with these members of the divine sect?" Xiatage wore a look of disinterest, having expected to catch a great fish, only to find this instead. How to address it? After a moment's contemplation, Xiatage decided, "Then let us deal with it thoroughly." He promptly patted the Dali Siqing, who was lurking nearby. "Get up and handle the case." Still sleeping? When asked why he did not interrogate the suspect, Xiatage deemed it unnecessary, recognizing the lack of intelligence in the individual, who was merely a pawn, obediently following orders. Ultimately, it was a lapse in intelligence. Who could have known that the court had deployed so many experts on site? Otherwise, the execution might not have proceeded smoothly at all. He instructed He Bai Xianjian to apprehend the members of the divine sect, inserting them into the queue, positioning them by the Chu Tianhe for companionship along the way. After a brief pause, the Dali Siqing steadied himself, returned to his seat of authority, brandishing his command token, and gazed down at the crowd awaiting execution. Impatient, he flung the token, shouting, "Execute!" The executioner responded to the command, raising his great blade, which fell with a decisive halt, marking the end. That a head rolled away, eyes suddenly wide open, staring ahead. Heavily armored soldiers advanced to drag the bodies away, followed promptly by the next in line for execution. This cycle repeated, and after dozens of rounds, the executioner's blade had dulled before the task was complete. Throughout the process, the air was filled with wails of despair, cries for mercy, and shouts of injustice. Xiatage departed after witnessing 2 rounds. He had no desire to remain idle while observing beheadings. Such morbid entertainment held no allure for him. Chapter 28. The Evening Banquet. Within the Wangfu, Xia Tej prepared to host a banquet for the esteemed masters of the Zhenwu division, the principal reason being that the 20 songstresses who had signed and had yet to make their appearance. Prolonging this would not bode well. Perhaps due to past experiences, he found little joy in visiting entertainment venues alone. Without companions, he could never truly revel in the festivities. This sentiment might also be intricately linked to Xia Tei's unique past. Once, when he ventured alone into the dazzling nightlife, despite being surrounded by a bustling atmosphere, he felt a profound sense of ennui. After all, without a kindred spirit by his side, no amount of indulgent revelry could ignite genuine excitement. Now, accompanied by a loyal entourage and beautiful songstresses, he could not only infuse the evening with joy and harmony, but also find solace in their melodious voices and graceful dances, soothing the frights he had endured during the day. Reflecting on this, Xia Tej decisively summoned Zhao Gao, instructing, promptly command the 8 esteemed chefs of the household to exert their utmost skill, ensuring a feast that is a feast for the senses. So that tonight's banquet delights all guests. The characters summoned by the system were flesh and blood individuals, not mere automatons. Xia Tej could not allow his loyal followers to feel slighted, even though they were diligent and uncomplaining. He could not bear to oppress them like a slave master. With Xia Tei's command, the entire Wangfu sprang into action as maids, chefs, and songstresses began their preparations in the imperial study. After an extended session reviewing memorials, Emperor Xia paused with fatigue, raising his gaze toward Wei Yong, casually inquiring, "What do you suppose my 5th son, that filial progeny, is currently engaged in? I heard he faced an ambush from the divine sect at the execution site. Haven't those lunatics always had their sights set on the great Zhou? Why have they suddenly come to stir trouble in our great Xia?" With 3 questions posed, Wei Yong, albeit somewhat speechless, reported earnestly, "Your Majesty, according to reports from on-site personnel, 17 members of the divine sect attempted to intercept the execution. The leader was apprehended in a single move by a director of the Zhenwu division, causing no uproar. The internal guard within Great Xia had not noticed these several individuals, suggesting they must have stealthily arrived here. Their specific intentions are still under investigation and remain unknown." After a brief pause, Wei Yong continued, "As for Prince Xian, I am still unaware that a few days ago, all the guards, maids, and chefs from Prince Xian's residence were dismissed and replaced. The internal guard within the prince's estate were also expelled. And we have received no further information that I have recruited a new batch of internal guards. But all efforts have proven futile. The entire Wangfu is filled with Prince Xian's diehard loyalists. My attempts to bribe a maid with substantial sums have all ended in failure." "Oomph." The emperor could not help but emit a cold snort. He turned with a smile, chiding, "This ungrateful son certainly excels at winning hearts. I wonder where these people come from." As he spoke, the emperor's gaze deepened, contemplating unknown thoughts. Not wishing to dwell further, he waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Since we know nothing, I might as well pay a personal visit to see what this ungrateful son is up to. Prepare the carriage." Yes, that night, a bright and luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool glow that illuminated the entire Xian Wangfu. I could see this moment. The estate was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Each person diligently fulfilling their duties, with chefs and maids busily engaged. The evening banquet was meticulously arranged, leaving no room for complaint. In the main hall, as Xia Tej confidently stepped into the central chamber and elegantly took his seat, the other high-ranking officials of the Zhenwu division followed suit, each assuming their respective positions. "Let the song banquet commence," Xia Tej ordered with a smile, his voice not loud yet crystal clear to all present. He then called out, "Bring forth the fine wines and delicacies." The maids, who had awaited this command at the door for quite some time, immediately filed in. They carefully presented exquisite wine vessels and aromatic dishes. Meticulously arranging the sumptuous fare upon the table, as the guests observed, they raised their cups in a toast to one another. However, the atmosphere was not particularly lively. Perhaps this was due to the fact that all present were assassins, leaving everyone but Xia Tej with inscrutable expressions. Meanwhile, Xia Tej maintained an air of delight, engaging in conversation with Zhao Gao, though his gaze occasionally darted toward the entrance, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. Before long, a guard hurried in, kneeling on one knee, respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, Prince Qin has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xia Tai's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a barely perceptible grin. He mused inwardly. These two truly share a remarkable intuition. They have both converged on the same thought. He promptly instructed, "Quickly, invite him in." As soon as he finished speaking, a robust and dignified man strode in with great strides. This man was none other than Prince Qin. Attired in resplendent robes that accentuated his extraordinary demeanor, as he entered, Prince Qin jestingly remarked, "Fifth brother, this is rather ungracious of you. I thought to check on you after the divine sex attack. Yet here you are hosting such a grand banquet without inviting me. Know that I have never missed a single one of your feasts." Xia Tai responded with a wry smile, feigning contrition. The speaker was Prince Qin, Xia Beixian, who shared the same mother as Xia Tai, both born of the illustrious empress, holding a status of unparalleled nobility. The bond between Xia Tai and Xia Beixian had always been profound, marked by a lack of rivalry for the supreme imperial power that could lead to fraternal conflict. Xia Beixian chuckled, shaking his head, gesturing towards Xia Tai, and took a step forward into the room. However, a hand suddenly reached out, gripping him firmly, halting his advance. Xia Beixian turned in confusion to see that it was none other than Xia Tai, who had just been apologizing. He looked at Xia Tai. Bewildered by this unexpected gesture, Xia Tai spoke in a mysterious tone, "Elder brother, do not be hasty. Another person is about to arrive. Let's wait here for a moment." Seeing Xia Tai's enigmatic demeanor sparked Xia Beixian's curiosity. Who could possess such clout that they could compel two influential princes to willingly stand by in anticipation? As Xia Beixian pondered this, a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 29, The Emperor's Arrival. Before even a cup of tea had passed, the two brothers heard a resounding and solemn announcement from outside. "His Majesty has arrived." The voice echoed like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility of the courtyard. As the words faded, Emperor Xia, accompanied by Wei Yong, cautiously entered the Xian Wangfu. The emperor walked steadily, his keen and penetrating gaze surveying the surroundings, as if he sought to absorb every detail of the Xian Wangfu's interior. Clearly, he was filled with curiosity and a desire to investigate the recent changes that had transpired within the estate. Eager to uncover the reasons behind Xia Tai's sweeping purge, the brothers, who had long awaited this moment, swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to Father Emperor." Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their demeanor was imbued with the utmost respect, epitomizing the elegance befitting royal offspring. Accompanying Emperor Xia was Wei Yong, who slightly bowed and nodded towards the two brothers as a gesture of greeting. The emperor, wearing a gentle smile, waved his arm lightly, his gaze warm as he regarded the harmonious and amicable pair before him. "It seems you both were well aware of my arrival." Emperor Xia exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his words exuding a touch of familiarity and amiability. He then turned to Summer Beixian, teasingly remarking, "Beixian, when did you begin to associate with this wayward son all day long?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xia Tai couldn't help but smirk slightly, secretly grumbling, "Ha! Calling me a wayward son every day. You should be careful." Yet, despite such musings, deep within Xia Tai's heart lay a profound respect and affection for his father, the emperor. After all, the carefree and liberated life he enjoyed was entirely reliant on Emperor Xia's unreserved love and protection. "Father, you have no idea how ungracious that fifth brother of mine is. The moment I heard about the attack on the execution grounds by those cultists today, I was quite anxious and hurried over to offer some solace to him. Who would have thought? In my rush, I arrived only to discover that he was hosting a grand feast at home, and he hadn't even sent someone to notify me." As he spoke, a look of irritation crossed Summer Beixian's face as he pointed an accusing finger at Xia Tai, appearing as though Xia Tai had deliberately slighted him, which made Xia Tai roll his eyes in exasperation, his expression a tapestry of annoyance. The emperor, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Xia Tai. Noticing the helpless yet bemused expression on Xia Tai's face, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! It seems to confirm the old adage that it is better to arrive late than to arrive poorly. Today, father and son must thoroughly examine what this wayward son has prepared, hidden away and reluctant to reveal." At the emperor's words, Xia Tej felt he had no choice but to step forward and invite Emperor Xia to the main hall for the feast, respectfully stating, "Father, please this way. Today my Wangfu has spared no effort in preparing this banquet, and I assure you it will be to your satisfaction." He hurried ahead to lead the emperor to tea that moment. Outside the main hall, a multitude of directors from the town martial division awaited in unison behind Zhao Gao. Respectfully welcoming the emperor's arrival, as the crowd drew near, the directors dared not show any negligence, all kneeling and collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." In an instant, the atmosphere became solemn and dignified. Exemplifying royal authority, the emperor's piercing gaze scrutinized those before him, his interest in Zhao Gao markedly high. However, due to the limited intelligence at his disposal, he only knew that this individual was the chief steward of the Wangfu, a deputy leader of the town martial division, and someone deeply trusted by Xia Tej. Beyond that, he knew little else. The emperor raised his hand slightly, his expression calm as he spoke, "Please rise, there is no need for such formalities." Upon finishing, he turned to Xia Tej and casually inquired, "I presume these are all your most trusted officials from the town martial division?" Without much contemplation, Xia Tej promptly replied, "Indeed, father," sensing a slight shift in the atmosphere. Xia Tej hastily attempted to change the subject and quickly invited the emperor to take his seat at the main table, respectfully saying, "Please, father, have a seat." Originally, Xia Tej had anticipated a delightful evening of relaxation. But contrary to his expectations, he felt no sense of ease or joy at this moment. Once the emperor had settled into his seat, it was evident that he had no intention of letting Xia Tej off the hook so easily. After a brief pause, the emperor fixed his gaze back on Xia Tej, his tone still casual, "Given that they are all important officials of the court, do you not intend to introduce them to me? Must you keep them hidden away?" Indeed, the deputy leaders and directors of the town martial division were all high-ranking officials, yet the emperor had not personally met them. It was absurd that none had come to the palace to report their duties after being appointed. Realizing he could not evade this, Xia Tej acknowledged the necessity of the introduction and lifted his gaze to Zhao Gao. Understanding the cue, Zhao Gao stood up and declared, "Your humble servant, Zhao Gao, deputy leader of the town martial division, pays his respects to your majesty." The others quickly followed suit. "Your humble servant, Heibai Xuanzhan, director of the town martial division, pays his respects to your majesty." "Your humble servant." Jing Yu, director of the town martial division, pays his respects to your majesty. "Your humble servant." Yin Ri, director of the town martial division, pays his respects to your majesty. "Your humble servants, the guards of the Wangfu." Zhen Gang, Duan Shui, Wan Shun, Wang Liang, and Mia Hun, pay their respects to your majesty. Observing these elite members of Xia Tej's entourage, the emperor inquired, "Why is one director missing?" "Father, another director is currently on a mission in Changde and has yet to return to the capital." The emperor nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Nearby, Wei Yong observed the gathering with a serious expression, scrutinizing the attendees. Meanwhile, Summer Beixian remained unfazed, indulging in the feast before him. Utterly unconcerned with the proceedings, he was engrossed in the delectable dishes, treating the meal as if it were the most exquisite banquet he had ever experienced. Chapter 30. Envy Xia Tej every day. Noticing the two brothers absorbed in their meal, the emperor couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger himself. Without hesitation, he set aside his reservations and, under Wei Yong's attentive care, began to feast heartily. As he lifted a morsel to his mouth, the flavors ignited his senses, and he savored the dish with delight. Just as he was about to voice his praise, he saw Xia Tej clap his hands. The emperor, slightly puzzled, observed as a group of enchanting songstresses draped in colorful silk entered the grand hall, moving gracefully like celestial beings. Each of them possessed exquisite beauty, slender waists, and light steps, exuding an alluring charm with every gesture. Both the emperor and Summer Beixian were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a breathtaking performance. In contrast, the directors of the town martial division, such as Heibai Xuanzhan, remained composed. After a brief glance at the lively scene, they quickly returned their attention elsewhere, for those of their caliber were singularly focused on the pursuit of martial excellence. As the saying goes, with no thoughts of women in their hearts, The sword is drawn with divine precision. Only by casting aside distractions could one cultivate their martial prowess to its zenith. Meanwhile, Xiaotej, having thoroughly enjoyed his meal, reclined comfortably in his seat. The four beauties, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, approached him gracefully, diligently attending to his needs. With a smile, Xiaotej surveyed the gathering, appearing at ease like a tea that moment. He cleared his throat and called out. Let the performance begin. With his command, the dancers nodded to the musicians nearby. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, flowing like a gentle stream. The dancers moved gracefully, their forms reminiscent of flowers swaying in the wind and butterflies dancing through the air. Each movement exuding elegance and charm, captivating all who beheld them. The colorful silks fluttered in harmony with the music, as if countless butterflies were joining the dance, their movements light and ethereal, the melody flowing like water while the dance seemed to take place in a mountain glen. As the music intensified, the dancers pivoted on their right foot, their long sleeves billowing gracefully, their bodies twisting and turning faster and faster. Suddenly, they leapt from the ground, their delicate hands sending forth ribbons that fluttered like celestial beings. As the dance concluded, the enchanting and picturesque performance lingered in the minds of the audience, gradually pulling them from their reverie. They could see this moment. Summer Beixian was the first to rise, his face alight with excitement, clapping enthusiastically and exclaiming, "Wonderful! Truly splendid! I never expected to witness such an extraordinary performance here at my brother's residence. It is truly an eye-opener." He then eagerly added, "In my opinion, this performance surpasses the new musician from the Sumyaoga." It seems that Xiaotej, in his usual understated manner, had indeed outdone himself. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Xia could not help but cast a fleeting glance of disapproval at Xia Beixian, before turning his gaze toward Xiaotej. There he beheld Xiaotej reclining comfortably upon the long, jade-like legs of Mei Jian, a look of utter satisfaction and languor gracing his countenance. Mei Jian gently massaged his shoulders and head, while the other three individuals, holding an array of exquisite fruits, carefully fed them into Xiaotej's mouth. This scene undoubtedly elicited a sense of envy in the hearts of onlookers. Even Emperor Xia himself could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. Logically, as the supreme ruler of the great Xia dynasty, he possessed unparalleled power, and such indulgences ought to be his by right. Yet the harsh reality was that he was inundated with mountains of memorials to review daily, alongside countless state affairs demanding his attention. Since ascending to the throne, Emperor Xia prided himself on being diligent and devoted, striving to be a wise and enlightened monarch. However, witnessing the carefree demeanor of Xiaotej now stirred feelings of discontent within him. He surveyed the lavish array of delicacies before him, then glanced at the enchanting songstresses with their melodious voices, ultimately resting his gaze upon the four exquisite women akin to flowers beside Xiaotej. At that moment, Emperor Xia's expression darkened, his face turning ashen, veins bulging upon his forehead. He had long heard rumors of Xiaotej's infatuation with the brothels, but he had dismissed it as a mere self-deprecating strategy. However, witnessing the scene firsthand, he began to question if this was indeed the true nature of his rebellious son. Just then, Xiaotej languidly spat out a grape seed, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Elder brother, you are far too courteous. If you enjoy this place, do come often. It can be rather dull when I am alone. Having someone to share in the merriment makes it all the more delightful." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia seethed inwardly. While he toiled endlessly, these two brothers reveled in pleasure, truly outrageous. Before Xia Beixian could respond, Emperor Xia could no longer contain his disdain, letting out a cold snort and reprimanding. "Oomph, do you think your elder brother is like you, wallowing in decadence all day, parading about like a debauched nobleman? What a disgrace!" Noticing Emperor Xia's furious expression, Xiaotej, who had momentarily forgotten to extend an invitation to the emperor, hurriedly apologized. "Oh dear, I am remiss for not inviting father to join us. Please forgive my oversight. Father, you must come often so we can share in these joyous moments together." The emperor's previously dark demeanor lightened slightly, though he still shot a fierce glare at Xiaotej, scolding, "You worthless wretch, all you know is to indulge in pleasure." Yet Xiaotej seemed unfazed, breaking into a carefree grin, responding with a nonchalant attitude. Father, do not be angry. Life is fleeting, like a fleeting shadow. Why must one always live so laboriously? Seizing joy in the present is what makes life worthwhile. Furthermore, my carefree existence is intended to alleviate your burdens and enrich your happiness. You toil daily with state affairs. It is only right that you take some time to unwind, no? At this juncture, Xia Beixian chimed in to support Xia Tai's father. Do not blame the fifth brother. He has recently achieved great merit for our court, significantly enhancing our dynasty's prestige. It is only natural for him to reward himself now. Upon hearing Xia Beixuan's words, Emperor Xia initially huffed in discontent. Yet he soon cast another glance at Xia Tai. This time his gaze less piercing, and his expression softened considerably. Chapter 31. The Might of the Su Enwang Mansion. We must attend to serious matters. Isn't the Town Marshal Division known for suppressing the rivers and lakes? Let your subordinates thoroughly investigate this so-called divine sect and attempt to discern its true nature. The event for a decade ago continued to be a sore spot for the court. Dozens of masters perished abroad, representing a significant loss for the dynasty. Emperor Xia's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as he spoke sternly to Xia Tai. Before Xia Tai could respond, Xia Beixian interjected, disrupting, Father, that divine sect is brimming with formidable experts. Even the three great dynasties have suffered losses at their hands. Now, sending the fifth brother to investigate would be akin to pushing him into a fire pit. Humph. What do you understand? Emperor Xia scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe the court is powerless against them? A decade ago, we merely underestimated the strength of their leader, a master above the grandmaster level. Once we ascertain this, the various dynasties will dispatch their elite to ensure he has no means of escape. Seeing this, Xia Tai smiled at Xia Beixian, signaling him not to worry. Xia Tai had always found Xia Beixian to be quite amiable. Devoid of the typical fraternal rivalry seen among royal siblings. Perhaps it was due to both being born of the Empress Yan's lineage. Their personalities were rather carefree, lacking the gravitas expected of princes. Hence, they were able to unite, a testament to the adage that like attracts like. Father, regarding the divine sect, the spies within the Town Marshal Division have also reported. While the sect can be extinguished, the leader remains elusive. Thus, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Currently, no one knows the true identity of the leader. Any of the grandmasters from the three great dynasties could potentially be the leader of the divine sect. After hearing this, Emperor Xia fell silent for a moment, then gradually nodded. In truth, he had also speculated on this possibility, though it remained merely a conjecture. Deep down, he was reluctant to believe such a scenario could unfold. After all, if the leader of the divine sect were indeed from one of the three great dynasties, the implications for the entire dynasty would be catastrophic, a grievous wound to its very foundation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Emperor Xia felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Waving his hand dismissively, he stated, Enough, enough. Let us set aside the matter of the divine sect for now and deliberate further in the future. For today, this shall suffice. I am weary. With the emperor's authoritative voice resonating, the entire hall fell into a solemn silence. Xia Tai, Xia Beixian, and the members of the Town Marshal Division rose respectfully, united in their declaration. We bid farewell to your majesty. As Emperor Xia's imposing figure gradually faded from view, Xia Beixian, resembling a cunning fox, swiftly approached Xia Tai, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face as he inquired, Fifth brother, how does elder brother treat you? However, Xia Tai merely cast a disinterested glance at Xia Beixian, responding without hesitation, not particularly well. Understanding his elder brother's temperament, Xia Tai immediately grasped Xia Beixuan's ulterior motives. As expected, upon hearing this response, Xia Beixuan's expression morphed into one of resignation. Shaking his fist in mock anger, he exclaimed, What do you mean? Not particularly well. Fifth brother, we must seriously discuss this matter. The dishes prepared by your chefs are simply exquisite. They have spoiled my palate. Quickly, grant me a few chefs to take back to my residence for enjoyment. Faced with Xia Beixuan's unreasonable demands, Xia Tai did not hesitate, resolutely replying, No, absolutely not. You must understand. These 8 chefs are my prized treasures, the key to savoring such exquisite cuisine. Not a single one can be spared. Seeing Xia Tai's unwavering stance, Xia Beixian continued to press. "Fifth brother, please do me this favor. I truly require these chefs." But Xia Tai remained unmoved. Taking a deep breath, he firmly stated, "Elder brother, there is no room for negotiation regarding the chefs. However, if you desire, you may send your chefs to my residence for an exchange of culinary skills." With that, Xia Tai turned his back on Xia Beixian's woeful gaze, resolutely striding away, leaving Xia Beixian standing there, gnashing his teeth in frustration, utterly helpless in the imperial study. "What is the situation? Can you discern any clues?" Emperor Xia slightly narrowed his eyes, languidly leaning against the resplendent, intricately carved dragon throne, his gaze, deep as the ocean, fixed intently upon Wei Yong, who stood respectfully before him, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he bowed deeply. Responding earnestly, "Your Majesty, the Su Inwang Mansion is indeed a treasure trove of talent." After a brief pause, Wei Yong inhaled deeply and continued, "Upon entering the mansion's grand hall, I was immediately met with a formidable aura. A quick assessment revealed that all present were masters at the grandmaster level. Such a formidable assembly is truly astonishing and hard to believe. I even questioned whether my senses were deceiving me." As we reached this juncture, Wei Yong could not help but shake his head, his expression replete with disbelief. Moreover, among them, there was one whose prowess was inscrutable. When the old servant exchanged a glance with this individual, he was utterly unable to discern their depth of skill. The old servant surmised that this person had likely attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Not only that, but the security within the Xianwang Mansion was astoundingly stringent. The guards surrounded the area in layers, coordinating with one another, leaving virtually no blind spots. That IT was not merely a challenge for ordinary individuals. Even top-tier experts would find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate unnoticed. Even more astonishingly, all four maidens within the mansion possessed mastery at the Grand Master level. As the personal eunuch of the Summer Emperor, Wei Yong, who was ever by his side, naturally possessed extraordinary abilities and exceptional qualities. Not only was he highly skilled in martial arts and astute in thought, but he was also unwaveringly loyal to the Summer Emperor. It is no exaggeration to assert that if one were to inquire who among the entire Xia dynasty was the most trusted by the Summer Emperor, Wei Yong would undoubtedly claim that title without contest. Therefore, the Summer Emperor harbored no doubts regarding the information relayed by Wei Yong. Instead, he was overwhelmed with astonishment and shock. The Summer Emperor could hardly fathom the origins of such formidable individuals, nor how Xia Tai had managed to cultivate such fiercely loyal experts. Much like the 3,000 heavy cavalry, they managed to elude the Imperial Guards and remain hidden until now. One must understand that Grandmasters are not as common as cabbages on the streets. Each one is a rare powerhouse. Even within the royal lineage, there may be but a handful of Grandmasters. However, that is achieved through the collective strength of the entire dynasty and the guidance of even more powerful figures. What then was Xia Tai relying on? His dalliance in brothels? His leisurely demeanor? Or perhaps his lazy disposition? The Summer Emperor could only sigh in exasperation. Chapter 32. The Journey of the Jinwu Division. The next day. Within the Xianwang Mansion, system sign-in. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, receiving RMB 10 million. Is the system malfunctioning? Xia Tai was utterly bewildered. Is this even compatible with the operations of the wealthy system? After some contemplation, Xia Tai decided to set aside his objections. Modern paper currency was something that could not be replicated in this era. It could serve as a currency for internal circulation within the Jinwu Division. In the future, as more locals joined the Jinwu Division, reward and punishment measures would undoubtedly need to be enforced. The system rewarded paper notes ranging from 1 yuan to 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 yuan, which could be fully utilized for the reforms of the Jinwu Division. Subsequently, Xia Tai cast aside the million yuan from his mind, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. The future reforms of the Jinwu Division would only be considered after its growth and expansion. For now, the only local power within the Jinwu Division was merely the Wuji Hall. Once it gradually strengthened, they could then contemplate distributing currency as rewards to meritorious individuals for internal circulation within the Jinwu Division. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Xiaotej found himself at a loss for what to do. In a fit of boredom, he resolutely decided to personally visit the Zhenwu division that on one hand, since assuming his position, he had only briefly visited once on the day of his appointment. On the other hand, he felt it necessary to check on the progress of the ongoing pursuit of the Jingyu. After all, as the leader of the Zhenwu division, if he acted like a careless overseer, indifferent to all affairs, how could he effectively govern this vast territory in the future? Must he continue to let things drift? If he did not seize the opportunity to learn how to properly handle various intricate governmental affairs, who would the common folk rely on for their livelihoods? How could their quality of life be assured? Ultimately, Xiaotej was still deeply influenced by his memories from his past life. No matter how he turned it, he could not bring himself to act as a foolish and tyrannical ruler. One must recognize that if he were truly ruthless, with a formidable system as his solid backing, even the most wanton and brutal actions would likely leave this splendid realm as stable and immovable as Mount Tai. However, discussing such matters now seemed somewhat distant and unattainable. After all, at this moment, even the position of crown prince felt beyond his reach. Until he truly grew and strengthened, all grandiose declarations would merely be empty talk, susceptible to unforeseen changes and crises at any moment. This time, within the Zhenwu division, the crowd bustled and thrived, a veritable hive of activity. In recent days, as Heibai Xuanzhan and Jingyu commenced their operations, they had successfully apprehended a large number of lawbreakers. Among them were those who, believing they had solid backing, audaciously shouted provocations at the Zhenwu division, while others, fully aware of their lack of escape, cried out in despair, claiming their innocence. And still others, simply lacking in intelligence, recklessly hurled insults at the Zhenwu division. The myriad faces of humanity are diverse, unless one waits until a critical moment arrives. One can never truly witness the myriad expressions of these individuals. However, it is certain that what awaits these arrogant and overbearing individuals will be the merciless sanctions of the harsh laws of the Xia dynasty, which they have never personally experienced. At this moment, within the grand and solemn hall, Xiaotej sat calmly and confidently in the main seat, while Heibai Xuanzhan, Yanshi, and Zhao Gao stood respectfully beside him, ever ready to heed his commands, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Jingyu was absent due to her execution of a mission. There was no alternative. After all, the forces surrounding the capital were exceedingly intricate, necessitating the presence of Jingyu, a grandmaster, to maintain order. Seeing that Jingyu had not yet arrived, Xiaotej recalled the inexplicable edict from the Summer Emperor the previous day. He could not help but feel a twinge of concern. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate to place such a heavy responsibility on a woman like Jingyu. Although the 6 sword servants were available for deployment during this crucial period, their primary duty was to ensure the safety of the Wang mansion, and they might not arrive in time during critical moments. After some contemplation, Xiaotej turned to Yanshi, instructing, "The matter concerning Jingyu pertains to the security of the court's rear. Heibai Xuanzhan must remain stationed in the capital and cannot leave at will. You must exert yourself for a few more days, bringing some elite personnel to surround Jingyu, to guard against any audacious acts by unscrupulous individuals." There was no choice. The available manpower was simply too limited. The full strength of the 6 sword servants, when united, could achieve maximum efficacy. Once separated, they would be at a disadvantage. Jingyu would not return from Changde Mansion for another day. Such a significant upheaval in Changde Mansion required an important figure to stabilize the situation. Heibai Xuanzhan needed to oversee the security of the capital and could not depart. Zhao Gao was responsible for all matters within the Zhenwu division, as well as attending to affairs in the Xianwang mansion, and he could not leave either. Moreover, Xiaotej's safety required Zhao Gao to serve as his personal guard, considering his martial prowess was not to be understated. Currently, it seemed that only Yanshi, who had just returned from his mission, had no specific responsibilities. Understood. Yanshi responded without hesitation. For him, the matters in Changde Mansion were entirely outside his purview. With Chu Tian's capabilities, he was simply unworthy of Yanshi's intervention. The actions of his subordinates were more than sufficient. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter anyone worthy of his full might. Xiaotej then turned to Zhao Gao. Regarding the matters of Buddhism, a plan must be formulated. Once the situation with Jingyu is resolved, the Jinwu division must consider taking action. Intelligence on the foreign Great Thunder Sound Temple must be gathered to ascertain whether the Buddhism within Xia has any ties to it. One must prepare for the worst. The Jinwu division's strength could adequately contend with ITDAS for whether the Great Thunder Sound Temple harbors any Grand Masters. There was no need for concern. If the heavens were to fall, there would still be a tall figure to bear the burden. This prince does not believe that the foundation of Xia would allow such an entity to enter openly. Xiatage regarded the so-called Great Thunder Sound Temple with utter disdain. Even if the Jinwu division could not prevail, was there not still the Xia dynasty? Ultimately, Xiatage was serving the Xia dynasty. Could those elders and ancestors truly allow him to act wantonly within Xia? Furthermore, the system was his greatest support. It was entirely possible that a Grand Master level figure might emerge from it at the right moment. Zhao Gao nodded gravely in response. The Great Thunder Sound Temple's dominance abroad, which instilled fear in the three major dynasties, was certainly not as simple as Xiatage suggested, and caution was warranted. Chapter 33. Fortune. Just as Xiatage had orderly arranged all affairs, and before he could leave his seat, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Shortly thereafter, a guard approached with a respectful demeanor to report, "Esteemed Lord, the master of Wuji Hall is currently seeking an audience with you." Upon hearing this news, a flicker of curiosity and interest ignited on Xiatage's previously calm face. The master of Wuji Hall has truly arrived at an opportune time. In the grand hall, Xiatage sat regally upon his elevated throne. Behind him, four enchanting women, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, stood gracefully, resembling four exquisite landscapes that on either side of the hall sat Zhao Gao and Yan Ri, two of his most capable subordinates, their expressions solemn and their postures formal. Before long, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, drawing nearer. Under the guidance of an elite from the Jinwu division, the master of the Wujidian, Xia Ji, strode into the imposing hall. Upon catching sight of Xiatage seated above, a glimmer of reverence flickered in Xia Ji's eyes that he immediately approached with haste, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "Xia Ji pays his respects to your highness, the Xian Wang, and to the two esteemed gentlemen." His voice resonated with vigor. Xiatage raised a hand slightly, signaling him to rise, and directly inquired, "How have the affairs of the sect been arranged? Are there any difficulties?" Straightening up, Xia Ji clasped his hands in front of him, his demeanor grave as he replied, "In response to your highness, the matters of the sect have been meticulously organized. All the thousands of disciples of Wujidian are unconditionally willing to heed your highness's command, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Even if we must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, we shall not retreat a single step." Upon finishing, Xia Ji fixed his unwavering gaze upon Xiatage, as if to convey his steadfast determination through his eyes. Hearing this, Xiatage nodded with satisfaction, a hint of admiration gleaming in his profound gaze, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Clearly, he found great solace in Xia Ji's forthright response and the loyalty he displayed. After all, while there may be many clever individuals, those as astute as Xia Ji are indeed rare. Let Zhao Gao arrange matters for you shortly. The personnel of the Jinwu division must have a unified appearance in the future. We cannot allow the current disarray to persist. Remember, you represent the dignity of the court when you step outside, and individuals of questionable character must not be rotated into the Jinwu division. Should any abuses of power or deceit against the populace come to light, we shall show no mercy upon verification. The principle of collective punishment must be enforced. If one errs, all shall bear the consequences. With each additional word from Xiatage, Xia Ji's complexion paled further. With 3,000 to 4,000 disciples and elders within Wujidian, it is impossible for Xia Ji to be aware of every disciple's character. Internally lamenting, Xia Ji realized that to preserve his own life and ensure the longevity of Wujidian, harsh measures would be essential in these chaotic times. Strict regulations and ruthless methods would serve as the best restraints. Yes, I will certainly remember this. Upon my return, I shall ensure its implementation. Without fail to uphold the court's authority, Xia Ji did not dare to linger or entertain further thoughts. He quickly assented, the essence of this world. After all, is a relentless struggle for survival, or perhaps the nature of every world is one of the strong devouring the weak. Being weak is a sin in itself. Life and death are often dictated by the whims of others. There is no room to ponder trivial matters. Observing this, Xia Tej refrained from further discourse, turning to Zhao Gao to indicate that he should escort Xia Ji to make arrangements for his prompt assumption of duties. Ultimately, the pressing issue was the lack of manpower. Without a steadfast anchor, it would be challenging to navigate through the 10 major sects and stabilize the entire Great Xia. Currently, progress must be gradual, even though no individual sect poses a threat to the Jinwu division. Should they unite, it would indeed become quite troublesome. Zhao Gao nodded in understanding. Approaching Xia Ji with an undeniable tone, I kindly request that Master Xia accompany me. Xia Ji, not daring to delay, promptly followed suit. After their departure, Yin Ri also bowed to Xia Tej in farewell, hastily setting off to summon elite forces in search of the elusive Jing and I. Thus, the Grand Hall was left with only Xia Tej and the 4 women, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Meanwhile, nestled amidst the majestic and undulating mountains beyond the borders, a mysterious and ancient religious order quietly resided. This place was entirely isolated from the outside world, surrounded by dense forests and perilous peaks. Unless guided by an insider, even the most seasoned explorers would be unable to locate this hidden sanctuary. Within the religious order stood a magnificent hall, resplendent in gold and opulence, embodying the authority and prestige of the sect. At this moment, within the hall, the left and right protectors of the order knelt on one knee, their faces awash with fervor and reverence, their gazes fixed upon the shadowy figure cloaked in a long black robe before them. The right protector respectfully spoke. I report to the esteemed leader. We have just received news that Gu Feng has perished in the Great Xia, and none who accompanied him have survived. Upon hearing this, the individual referred to as the leader remained remarkably composed. Displaying no signs of disturbance, he merely nodded slightly and replied in a calm tone, I had anticipated such an outcome. When I dispatched Gu Feng to the Great Xia on his mission, I never expected him to return alive. The right protector was momentarily taken aback. A hint of confusion crossing his features, he understood that although the sect was populated with numerous formidable individuals, each master at the late stage of their cultivation was a rarity. The leader, having observed the right protector's puzzled expression, chose not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, the leader closed his eyes and continued. Just days ago, the fortune of the Great Xia has inexplicably surged, rising like a torrential flood, unstoppable in its momentum. Since the establishment of the 3 great dynasties, never has there been such a cataclysmic shift. If allowed to develop unchecked, it will inevitably become a dire threat to our sect. The left and right protectors exchanged alarmed glances, each discerning deep worry and unease in the other's eyes. Although the concept of fortune is ethereal and intangible, the leader, being a supreme master, held a great apprehension regarding this matter, fully aware of its implications. Before either protector could voice their inquiries, the leader proceeded. From this day forth, we shall mobilize the entire sect to gather all intelligence regarding the Great Xia, particularly focusing on the newly established Jinwu division and the renowned Xian Wang. As he spoke, a sharp glimmer flashed in the leader's eyes, as if capable of piercing through all mists and discerning hidden truths. After a moment of contemplation, the leader decided to add, one of you must personally travel to the Great Xia to oversee the situation. However, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in direct confrontation with the Jinwu division. Especially be wary of that Xia Tej. Should you encounter him, make sure to evade swiftly. The leader's tone was unusually grave, carrying an air of warning. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. The weight of the leader's final words struck the 2 protectors profoundly. Yes, we shall remember this, they replied in unison, bowing and pledging solemnly. Fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation that allowed for no oversight. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Minister of Revenue in the capital, the Minister and the Minister of Justice awaited respectfully outside the main hall. Shortly thereafter, the side door swung open, and upon spotting the visitors, the steward hurried to greet them. Having met with the clan elder, the master could not come out to welcome you. I hope the elder will not take offense. With that, the steward led them into the main hall. The individual referred to as the clan elder displayed no signs of displeasure. Given the magnitude of the matter at hand, caution was warranted. As the sound of footsteps grew nearer, the two ministers straightened their attire and hastened to greet Kai Jichuan. Wang Hui pays respects to the clan elder. Do not stand on ceremony. Let us discuss matters within the hall. The two ministers, exuding an aura of authority, proceeded directly into the main hall. Inside, the two clan elders from their respective families occupied the principal seats, while the two ministers took their places at the lower end. How was the preparation proceeding? Have we clarified the specifics of their strength? A deep and commanding voice resonated from the main seat. The clan elder from the Kai family, being the principal lineage and the one who raised the matter, naturally took the lead. Upon being addressed, Kai Jichuan dared not show any delay, promptly responding with utmost respect. In reply to the clan elder, the individual in question is currently not in the capital, but has embarked on an important mission. However, our infiltrators have been meticulously monitoring his movements, and any news will be relayed immediately. As for the true strength of the head of the Jinwu division, it remains unclear at this time. So far, no one has managed to compel him to reveal his full capabilities. Kai Jichuan paused briefly before continuing. In the vicinity of the capital, amidst the various martial factions, this head of the Jinwu division has only shown his hand once. On that occasion, with a single strike, he effortlessly dispatched a formidable opponent who had already reached the late stage of mastery. As Kai Jichuan spoke, he took a deep breath and continued. Moreover, an astonishing event transpired yesterday. Another formidable expert, possessing the mastery of the late Grandmaster level and hailing from mysterious foreign sect, was unable to withstand even a single strike before another director of the Zenwusi, and was swiftly captured alive. At this juncture, Kai Jichuan's expression grew increasingly grave, and he solemnly remarked, "Considering all these circumstances, I boldly speculate that all four directors of the Zenwusi are likely superlative beings who have ascended to the Grandmaster realm." Upon hearing these words, the faces of the two clan elders instantly transformed into expressions of profound gravity. They understood that such power would not falter, even when compared to the deeply rooted and time-honored great families. Furthermore, this operation was to take place on foreign territory, and the hidden risks and perils were almost unimaginable. A slight misstep could not only jeopardize the mission, but also plunge the entire clan into an abyss from which there would be no return. Contemplating this, the two elders could not help but furrow their brows, sinking into deep thought. Observing the two elders remaining silent for an extended period, the atmosphere in the main hall became thick with tension as everyone dared not utter a single sound. At this moment, Kai Jichuan felt a tinge of regret. Should this operation falter, he would find himself in an irretrievable abyss. After a brief pause, Elder Kai turned to Kai Jichuan and inquired, "Is there currently a plan?" The clan elder replied, 50 miles east of the capital lies the necessary route for the director of the Zenwusi's return to the capital. Lush forests line the roadside, providing natural ambush spots. Our two factions can conceal themselves therein and execute a pincer attack. Upon hearing this, Elder Kai turned to Elder Wang, seeking his opinion. "What do you think, Brother Wang? Is this plan feasible? What plans could there be for assassination? No one can guarantee absolute success. It is worth a try. This location allows for both offense and defense that if things turn dire, retreat is still an option." As Elder Kai sought counsel, Elder Wang also shared his thoughts. Realizing there were no better alternatives, the assassination could only be executed outside the capital, and the farther, the better. Otherwise, if the Zenwusi caught wind of any disturbance and dispatched reinforcements, the dynamics of attack and defense would instantly reverse. If that is the case, let us proceed with this plan and immediately gather our forces to rendezvous outside the capital. Elder Kai decisively approved this course of action, recognizing that the more one deliberates, the greater the likelihood of error. Indeed, everyone responded in unison and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the news of the Kai and Wang clans assembling their forces 50 miles outside the capital reached Xiatage. In the study of the Xianwang residents, Xiatage and Zhao Gao exchanged knowing smiles as they perused the intelligence in their hands. When the clan elders of the Kai and Wang families arrived in the capital, Xia Tej had felt a twinge of confusion regarding their purpose, but it was now evident they were targeting the Zhenwusi, or rather, the Jingyu. This was the terrifying aspect of the net. Spies lurked everywhere. Had the clan elders of the Kai and Wang families arrived alone, their intentions might have remained obscure. However, with the spies' reports laid bare before them, they were firmly positioned in an advantageous stance. It could only be said that the Kai and Wang families had not anticipated the presence of Zhenwusi spies within their own ranks. Finally, they had the opportunity to establish their reputation by eliminating a grandmaster. A desire long unfulfilled. Now, we have two, Xia Tej remarked with an involuntary smile as he gazed at the intelligence in his hands. Zhao Gao cast a peculiar glance at Xia Tej, realizing why he had been lamenting the surrender of the Wajidian. The pieces were falling into place. Shall we devise a countermeasure now? Zhao Gao inquired. What is there to research? The Kai family has already elucidated their deployment locations. First we block, then we encircle and annihilate them. With that, Xia Tej emphatically pointed at the map. Your Highness, allow me to undertake this journey to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Gao, witnessing Xia Tej's determination, volunteered himself. Primarily, Zhao Gao was curious to witness the true prowess of a grandmaster in this realm. Xia Tej waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed, and no need for such extravagance. Let the six-sword servant handle this. There is no need for total annihilation. Allowing one or two individuals from each family to escape will suffice. Chapter 35. The Assassination. East of the capital, on vast stretches of land, stood the imposing mansion of the Liu family. This estate sprawled across a generous expanse, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, showcasing the family's former glory. However, at this moment, the once mighty Liu family was shrouded in ominous clouds. Within the resplendent hall, the members of the Liu family were eerily silent, huddled together, their bodies trembling incessantly. Their faces were ashen, eyes filled with terror, as if they were confronting something profoundly dreadful. Throughout the courtyard of the Liu family, a group of uninvited guests clad in splendid garments rampaged with impunity. The steps of these richly dressed individuals were hurried and rough, leaving chaos in their wake. The Liu family could only watch in horror as these intruders wreaked havoc, their anger suppressed by fear. In the main hall, Jingyu sat elegantly in the seat of honor, her graceful figure exuding an air of nobility. Her exquisitely beautiful visage appeared as if meticulously sculpted, flawless in every aspect, yet her expression was devoid of any superfluous emotion. Cold as ice, Jingyu's stunning eyes scanned the Liu family members below, and with a delicate parting of her crimson lips, she spoke with an undeniable authority. Speak, everyone, where is Liu Dongdong? Her voice, though soft, carried an air of imperiousness that brooked no dissent. There was no use in hiding. Even if we had to dig 3 feet into the Liu family's grounds, the Zhenwusi would spare no effort. Jingyu's words swept through the hearts of all present like a chilling wind. Strangely enough, the individual named Liu Dongdong had found his name appearing in the testimonies of the Dali Temple, the Jinyui, and the Jinghuoyan's offices, and not just once. In various cases, whether they involve heinous crimes such as robbery and murder or minor offenses like petty theft. The figure of this individual seemed to pervade every instance. Sometimes he was the mastermind, at other times a mere accomplice, but his presence was inescapable in every scenario. The local populace bore the brunt of his misdeeds and harbored a deep-seated resentment toward him. Jingyu's personal involvement in this matter seemed excessive, but it could only be said that the Liu family was unfortunate to find themselves in her path on her return to the capital. Among the crowd, some hesitated, for Liu Dongdong was the beloved son of the current head of the Liu family. To reveal his whereabouts in front of her now would complicate their lives in the future. However, remaining silent was not a viable option either. Liu family head, I shall ask once more. Do you truly not know where he is? Seeing no progress after a lengthy silence, Jingyu's expression darkened, and her eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. She had been away from the capital for several days, intending to expedite her return to handle pressing matters, only to be delayed here. I do not know. Though the Liu family head was terrified, he mustered the courage to shake his head resolutely. While he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the person before him, The thought of surrendering his kin so easily left him feeling reluctant. However, the Liu family head's response clearly infuriated Jingyu. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, emanating a terrifying aura belonging to a grandmaster. This potent force surged like a raging tide, enveloping the entire hall and leaving everyone gasping for breath. Without hesitation, Jingyu raised her hand and struck down at the Liu family head. The wind from her palm roared with a thunderous force. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Liu family head sought to evade. But it was already too late. In his wide-eyed horror and disbelief, the palm struck him with great force. With a resounding crash, the Liu family head was unable to withstand even a single blow, spewing blood and collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his body crashing backward into a chair, shattering it to pieces. The remaining members of the Liu family, witnessing their head's tragic demise, turned pale with fright. Their terror now impossible to conceal. Weak in the knees, they fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, fearful of becoming the next victims. I could see that moment. An elderly man with white hair trembled as he stood up from the crowd. His face was as pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet he forced himself to speak despite his fear. "Great One, please quell your anger. Liu Dongdong is currently hiding within the Liu family's secret chamber. This old man is willing to personally lead you there." Upon hearing this, Jingyu scoffed coldly, her face contorted with disdain. "A bunch of worthless wretches." With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the old man to lead the way. In no time, Liu Dongdong was captured. Jingyu, already weary of him, struck a blow that rendered him unconscious before instructing her subordinates to take him away, intending to confine him in the Zenwusi's prison upon their return to the capital. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, Jingyu commanded, "Return to the capital." Shortly thereafter, the procession reached a fork in the road, a crucial point on Jingyu's path to the capital. At the confluence of three grand avenues lies a location of significant geographical importance. Flanking the roads, an endless expanse of dense forest stretches forth, with lush foliage intertwining to form a verdant barrier. Viewed from a distance, the woodland resembles a vast labyrinth, deep and tranquil, invoking an impression of unfathomable depths. Standing silently, it exudes an aura of mystery and danger that sends shivers down one's spine. A subtle hint of murderous intent seems to emanate from the depths of the woods, like an invisible force enveloping the entire area. As the crowd gathers, Jing Yan's sharp gaze discreetly glances toward Yen Ri, who is concealed within the ranks. Yen Ri subtly nods, a slight motion that instantly conveys understanding to Jing Yan. Just as they are about to proceed, a sudden gust of wind howls through the trees, shaking the branches violently and producing a cacophony reminiscent of countless malevolent spirits whispering in their ears. In an instant, the sound of arrows slicing through the air resonates, and a torrential rain of arrows is unleashed from both sides of the forest. The arrows streak across the sky like meteors, bearing down upon the crowd with ferocious momentum. Among them, two arrows stand out for their exceptional power and blinding speed. Hurtling directly towards Jing Yan in the face of this unforeseen assault, Jing Yan's lips curl slightly, revealing a disdainful smirk. With a flick of her wrist, her sword is unsheathed in a flash of cold light. She darts aside effortlessly, evading the other incoming arrows, and deftly intercepts the two lethal projectiles aimed at her. The sharp sounds of collision resonate as the arrowheads clatter to the ground. Concurrently, Jing Yan calls out with commanding authority, "Enemy attack. Prepare for battle." Her voice booms like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the forest. Upon hearing her cry, the elite forces of the Zhenwu Division react with trained precision. They swiftly draw their long knives, engaging in a dazzling display as they deflect the relentless barrage of arrows. The clanging of metal fills the air, sparks flying in every direction. Chapter 36. Assassination and Counterattack. Within the forest, the leading enemy, realizing the futility of their arrow assault, knows they can no longer afford to delay. With a decisive wave of his hand, he leads his men into a fierce charge. Observing this, Jing Yan's smile deepens. Kai family, Wang family, what audacity! Openly assassinating high-ranking officials of the court. Hearing Jing Yan's words, The elder of the Kai clan and the elder of the Wang clan feel a chill run down their spines. An ominous premonition flooding their minds. They exchange glances, their eyes reflecting mutual shock and apprehension. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts race through their minds. This is bad. Was the court's action premeditated? We must have fallen into a trap. The elder of the Kai clan murmurs, his voice trembling involuntarily. The elder of the Wang clan's expression darkens, as if drenched in water, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it! There must be a traitor within our ranks. As this realization dawns upon them, a shiver runs down their spines, leaving them feeling icy all over like tea that moment. Yen Ri, who had been lurking in the crowd, finally reveals himself, appearing beside Jing Yin like a wraith. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Jing Yin, his gaze is as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the two elders of the Kai and Wang families. He coldly utters, "There is no need for idle chatter with them. It is imperative we take their heads back to report to His Highness." The Kai and Wang elders shudder at Yen Ri's sudden appearance, their expressions transforming into grave seriousness, especially as they sense the formidable aura emanating from him. A profound fear wells up within them. This individual is indeed a formidable opponent, and it seems escaping unscathed today will be a Herculean task. The elder of the Kai clan silently laments. The elder of the Wang clan's face pales, his countenance grim. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, both seasoned veterans understand that it is crucial not to panic in such moments. They exchange a knowing glance, nodding in silent agreement, preparing to retreat swiftly before their enemies can fully encircle them. However, just as they turn to flee, they suddenly sense a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent looming behind them. Turning around, they see 6 figures materializing like phantoms, each wielding a gleaming sword, their cold, indifferent gazes fixed upon the two elders. The Kai and Wang elders gasp in shock, realizing the gravity of their predicament. These 6 individuals appeared so abruptly that they had not sensed a trace of their approach. Judging by their years of experience, they discern that these 6 are undoubtedly masters of unfathomable prowess. At this moment, the atmosphere grows suffocating, as if dark clouds loom overhead, casting a shadow over the entire scene. The elders of the Kai and Wang families exchange a glance, each seeing the depths of despair reflected in the other's eyes. In this dire situation, it seems there is no escape. Just then, Yen Ri's voice pierces the tension. Attack! Before the command is even fully uttered, he has already raised his shimmering blade, charging fiercely toward the elders of the Kai and Wang families. The sharp sword energy cuts through the air like a lightning bolt, imbued with relentless intent to kill. Seeing this unfolding scene, Jing Yin does not hesitate to follow Yen Ri's lead, rushing toward the elder of the Kai family. Her form is agile, akin to a specter, as her sword dances through the air, generating gusts of fierce wind. Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family is left to face the 6 sword slaves, known for their impeccable teamwork. The 6 sword slaves swiftly position themselves, encircling the elder of the Wang family, each employing their unique sword techniques in perfect harmony, forming an unstoppable force. The surrounding crowd, undeterred, erupts with battle cries that shake the heavens. Soldiers clash with soldiers, generals with generals, each displaying their prowess. The elite warriors accompanying the Kai and Wang families realize that their chances of survival are slim, but the instinct to survive drives them into a frenzy, launching themselves at the Zhenwu division with reckless abandon. Yet the disparity in strength proves insurmountable. Yen Ri is a peak master, while Jing Yin is a mid-tier master, although the elder of the Kai family also possesses mid-tier mastery. Under the combined assault of Yen Ri and Jing Yin, he soon finds himself overwhelmed, struggling to keep up in mere moments. The elder of the Kai family sustains multiple injuries, his techniques growing increasingly erratic, ultimately succumbing to the might of Yen Ri and Jing Yin on the other side. The elder of the Wang family fares no better, facing the exquisite offensive maneuvers of the 6 sword slaves. Even with all his might, he finds it impossible to withstand their powerful onslaught. The breathtaking battle among the masters reaches its climax. The elders of the Kai and Wang families are left severely wounded and devoid of any fighting capability. The supporters of the 2 families, witnessing the dire turn of events, scatter in all directions, attempting to escape this hellish battlefield. However, their hopes are naive, confronted with the numerous, well-trained elites of the Jinwu division. Their flight is utterly futile at this moment. The six sword slaves, known for their ruthlessness, strike without hesitation. They weave through the crowd like wraiths, their blades glinting ominously, each swing carrying a lethal threat. The skilled warriors of the Kai and Wang families find themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Like fragile ants, they are utterly incapable of resisting the ferocity of the six sword slaves. Blades flash, and one by one, the skilled fighters fall victim to merciless backstabs, blood splattering and staining the ground beneath them. Yet, amid this bloody massacre, not all meet such a grim fate. Perhaps for some unknown reason, the Jinwu division intentionally allows a few fortunate souls to escape. As the dust settles, the battlefield is littered with the fallen. A scene too gruesome to behold. Meanwhile, Jing Yin and Yen Ri, victors of this battle, stand at ease, observing the carnage before them with detached composure. Particularly, Yen Ri's expression is as cold as ice, his gaze fixed intently upon the nearly lifeless forms of the Kai and Wang elders. After a moment of silence, Yen Ri turns to Jing Yin and solemnly inquires, "What shall be done with these two? Shall we execute them on the spot, or spare their lives to present to the Lord for judgment?" "Leave it to the Lord's discretion." Upon hearing this, Yen Ri nods in agreement, marking the conclusion of the task assigned to him by Xia Tej. At this moment, in the capital, the Minister of Revenue, Cai Jichuan, and the Minister of Justice, Wang Hui, pace anxiously within their grand hall, frequently glancing toward the door, awaiting news of victory. Yet what awaits them is a thunderclap of misfortune. Chapter 37, A Show of Force. Outside the Ministry of Revenue, an urgent and chaotic sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Suddenly, a guard clad in armor burst into the courtyard, his expression one of sheer panic. Cai Jichuan, who was poised to reprimand the guard for his reckless behavior, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him upon witnessing the guard's terrified, breathless demeanor. The guard gasped for air, struggling to convey his words. "My lord, grave news. The two elders have been escorted back to the capital by the town military division. They have likely already reached the division's headquarters." This revelation struck Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui like a thunderbolt, darkening their vision and leaving them momentarily paralyzed, their faces drained of color. Cai Jichuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched the guard's shoulder, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is this true? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Were there any other clan members who managed to escape?" The guard swallowed hard, striving to steady his breath before respectfully replying, "My lord, I indeed witnessed the scene as I returned to the city. As for whether anyone else managed to escape, that remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Cai Jichuan and Wang Hui felt as if all strength had been drained from their bodies. Collapsing limply into their chairs, their eyes became vacant, staring blankly ahead, their minds a void. The loss of two powerful grandmasters and nearly 10 masters in this operation was a staggering blow beyond their imagination. For both their families, the Kai and Wang clans, this was an unbearable weight that a decade prior, during the height of the Daxia dynasty's strength, even the loss of a single grandmaster had plunged the entire dynasty into deep sorrow. A grief that lingered for an extended period that it was evident that, compared to the dynasty, the Kai and Wang families were already at a disadvantage in power. Facing such a crisis, it was no exaggeration to say that this incident was a devastating blow to their clans. A wound that could cripple their vitality. Particularly for Wang Hui, the Minister of Justice, this was an undeniable setback. With the demise of the Grandmaster from the Wang family branch, the branch's previously held influence evaporated in an instant, leaving them to face a fate of gradual decline and obscurity. As time passed silently, Cai Jichuan was the first to regain his composure from the shock. With a grave expression, he turned urgently to the family steward and instructively commanded, "Immediately relay this news to the family," urging them to devise a strategy in response. At this moment, Cai Jichuan realized that he alone lacked the power to resolve such a formidable dilemma. The only recourse was to rely on the vast family influence behind him, hoping they could devise a solution to turn the tide. Moreover, Cai Jichuan was acutely aware of his limited authority regarding the life and death of an elder. especially one from the main branch. Such a significant decision required deliberation among the family leaders. Kai Jichuan's words acted like a hammer, jolting Wang Hui back into the harsh reality. Wang Hui trembled slightly, laboriously pushing himself to stand in that instant. He had no time to bid farewell to Kai Jichuan. He turned and hurriedly departed the Kai residence, racing back to his own family to inform them of this earth-shattering event. Within the town military division's headquarters, Xiang Tej and Zhao Gao arrived promptly upon receiving the intelligence. Although Xiang Tej was a prince, he had yet to encounter a grandmaster in this world, and his curiosity was piqued, mirrored by Zhao Gao's own intrigue. Shortly thereafter, a group of figures appeared at the end of the distant road. Leading them were Jing Yu and Yan Ri, escorting two individuals as they approached slowly. Xiang Tej and Zhao Gao remained still, patiently awaiting the formation's arrival. A.S. Jing Yu, Yan Ri, and the town military division personnel drew near. They halted in unison, clasping their fists in salute, and addressed Xiang Tej. "Your Highness, the Grand Masters of the Kai and Wang families have been captured alive. We await your orders." Upon hearing this news, a look of delight spread across Xiang Tej's face, prompting him to exclaim, "Excellent!" Zhao Gao echoed, "Indeed, truly remarkable." Laughter erupted as Xiang Tej joyfully commended, "Your efforts have greatly enhanced the reputation of the town military division." With a wave of his hand, Jing Yu instructed, "Bring forth the Kai and Wang individuals." As soon as he finished speaking, the two captives were unceremoniously thrown before them. Observing this, Jing Yu approached Xiang Tej respectfully, bowing slightly as he inquired, "Your Highness, how shall we dispose of these two? Should we escort them for thorough interrogation? Perhaps we can extract some useful intelligence." Xiang Tej, stepping forward, crouched down to scrutinize the two captives. They appeared haggard and dejected, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, lacking any distinctive markings or aura. After a prolonged examination, he shook his head, clearly losing interest in them. Interrogation? No need for that. They likely know no more than what the town military division is already aware of. Rising to his feet, Xiang Tej gazed towards the grand entrance of the town military division, casually surveying the surroundings until his gaze settled on the towering flagpole. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Strip them of their cultivation and hang them from the flagpole. One on each side, Xiang Tej commanded nonchalantly. "Feed them a thin gruel daily. Don't let them die too easily. Let everyone witness the dire fate that befalls those who dare to offend the authority of the town military division." Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Kai family, who had been feigning unconsciousness, could no longer maintain their charade. In unison, they opened their eyes wide, glaring at Xiang Tej as they erupted in furious rebuke. "You insolent wretch! How dare you humiliate us thus?" The Kai elder's eyes bulged, his face flushed with rage as he bellowed at Xiang Tej. The other, equally indignant, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You may kill or torture us as you wish, but your humiliation is utterly intolerable." Their vehement outcry resonated throughout the vicinity, as if they aimed to unleash all their pent-up fury. However, before their voices could travel far, Jing Yu, already impatient, let out a cold snort and swiftly struck out with a palm. The force of his blow surged through the air, striking the two men with ferocity. They emitted muffled groans, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing violently to the ground. Rendered unconscious, Xiang Tej stood impassively, observing the unfolding scene with an expression devoid of emotion, but a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of his lips. He harbored no sympathy for those who flouted the law and endangered their lives. In his view, such nefarious individuals deserve to be punished with ruthless severity. Otherwise, they would only inflict harm upon more innocent lives. Moreover, the audacity of these two to openly assassinate Xiang Tej's subordinates was an affront to his authority that could not be tolerated. At this moment, Xiang Tej slowly turned, directing his gaze towards the two figures suspended high on the flagpole, swaying precariously like candles in the wind, their clothing tattered and in disarray. Xiang Tej understood that once this news spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. Within half an hour, a storm would sweep across the entire Daxia dynasty, potentially reaching beyond its borders. The reputation of the town military division needed such incidents to be established and solidified. From this day forth, those with nefarious intentions would have to contemplate whether they could withstand the wrath of the town military division before attempting any wrongdoing. In the Imperial Study, Emperor Xia paused his review of official documents, attentively listening to Wei Yong's report. Your Majesty, 50 miles east of the capital, the town military division was attacked by the elders of the Kai and Wang families. Thanks to prior intelligence, the town military division laid a trap and captured the 2 grandmasters alive. While the rest were slain, the 2 elders have been ordered by His Highness to have their cultivation stripped and be hung from the flagpole at the headquarters. Wei Yong meticulously reported the matter to Emperor Xia in its entirety. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell into a contemplative silence. The 5 sons of your had matured into figures he could scarcely recognize. During the banquet, although Wei Yong sensed the presence of these grandmasters, he could not shake a lingering doubt that it became apparent that, from the confidential reports to the successful capture of Prince Kai and his accomplices, Xia Tej had silently developed to such formidable heights. In the emperor's heart, a quiet lament arose. Given the current circumstances, Xia Tej was undoubtedly the best candidate for the crown prince. His character was mature, his methods resolute, and his talents exceptional, meeting all requisite conditions. The only shortcoming perhaps lay in the lack of substantial support from officials and military generals within the court. However, as Xia Tej was born of the Yin family, he inherently possessed an extraordinarily noble status. It is worth noting that many of the ministers within the court were former students or associates of the Yin family. Therefore, the emperor was not overly concerned about this aspect, contemplating further. The emperor's mind birthed a thought. After all, the position of crown prince had remained vacant for many years, rendering the court increasingly unstable. Yet, just as this notion surfaced, he quickly shook his head, deeming the time not yet ripe. As the sovereign, the emperor understood better than anyone the immense power he wielded. To casually elevate a prince to the position of crown prince would create a chasm of disparity. Once crowned, the prince's authority would expand significantly, allowing him to command all forces within the dynasty, save for those stronger than the grandmasters. Faced with such overwhelming temptation of power, one lacking in resolve could easily lose themselves. This, without a doubt, would spell disaster for both the nation and the court. As the news spread like wildfire, the world was set ablaze with shock. Countless factions trembled in fear. Over the years, aside from the grandmaster who perished in the siege against the divine sect, only 2 grandmasters had met their end in the past decade. Now, with the efforts of the Jinwu division alone, rendering 2 grandmasters powerless was tantamount to death. In no time, the Kai family found themselves in the spotlight, with numerous larger factions eyeing them with ill intentions. At that moment, within the solemn and majestic main hall of the Kai ancestral grounds, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Numerous figures sat in their places, each face etched with gravity, as if shrouded in a thick mist of foreboding. The silence in the hall was profound, with even the faintest sound of falling pin resonating clearly, since receiving the urgent report. Everyone remained as statues, time seemingly frozen in that moment. It must be acknowledged that the loss of a grandmaster and several masters was undeniably a severe blow to the Kai family. Although within such a vast family system, masters were not absolute pillars. Each one had been meticulously cultivated with substantial family resources that in the outside world, a mere master could reign supreme over a territory, asserting dominance without question. Even within the Kai family, these masters undeniably belonged to the upper echelon of power. After a prolonged silence, the family patriarch slowly lifted his head. His deep-set eyes scanned the gathered individuals. And after a deep breath, he broke the suffocating stillness. Ladies and gentlemen, given the current situation, the question of whether to rescue or not has lost its practical significance. The most pressing issue at hand is what measures we should adopt to minimize the damage this incident inflicts upon our family. Pausing briefly, the patriarch continued, "The fall of a grandmaster is a grievous wound to our Kai family. Consequently, other lurking factions will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike, having long held us in their sights, poised to take advantage of our misfortune." Chapter 39. Xian Yaozi. Although the patriarch's cultivation level had been rendered null by the Jinwu division, would failing to send aid not dishearten the family's members? If internal morale faltered, true calamity would ensue. At this juncture, a voice interrupted the patriarch, plunging the room back into silence. As the patriarch of the Kai clan, he had naturally considered the pros and cons of a rescue. However, the disparity between investment and return was too great, and the risks were formidable. The current Kai family could not afford to gamble with a Grandmaster's life. If the Jinwu division could seize once, they could seize again. Moreover, even selecting candidates for rescue would lead to heated debates, with various branches reluctant to contribute personnel. Should the main branch suffer another Grandmaster's loss, it would be tantamount to relinquishing their position. One could only say that the Jinwu division's actions were indeed despicable, leaving the family in a predicament regardless of the choice to rescue or not. The matter of rescue could wait for another day. For now, it was imperative for everyone to contribute their strength to stabilize the turbulent situation within the Kai family. They must not grant their adversaries an opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. The patriarch, feeling helpless, acknowledged that the Grandmaster who had fallen was a member of the main branch, which had suffered the greatest loss in this incident. The Kai family had a vast reach, requiring ample manpower, which was an unavoidable predicament that in the past, they could rely on their former prestige, and none dared to covet the Kai family. However, now that they had sustained significant losses, those who perceived themselves as capable might seize the chance to meddle. Within the Wuji Hall, Xia Ji sat in a daze, cradling the intelligence he had just received. The Jinwu division had captured 2 rebellious Grandmasters just outside the capital. What an extraordinary turn of events. These were Grandmasters, 4 factions like the Kai and Wang families. Xia Ji, as the spokesperson for Wuji Hall, one of the top 10 sects of the Great Xia, was well acquainted with their significance. Yet, despite Wuji Hall's formidable reputation, it still faced an insurmountable chasm in strength compared to the Kai family. If one were to phrase it favorably, Wuji Hall ranked among the top 10 sects of the Great Xia. However, if one were to speak plainly, it merely held the lowest position in the hierarchy. Compared to the Kai and Wang families, who had endured for millennia, the difference was stark, yet times had changed. Now, Wuji Hall stood firmly behind the indomitable Jinwu division. Xia Ji understood that this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for Wuji Hall's ascendance. With this realization, Xia Ji, previously lost in shock, suddenly regained his focus, his eyes gleaming as he radiated an unprecedented vitality. The following morning, at the Xianwang Manor, Xiaotage had just finished his breakfast. System sign-in. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving Xian Yaozi. Name, Xian Yaozi. Realm, Peak Grandmaster. Wow, finally today reward ISNT an animal. The husky and the white tiger rolled their eyes. Peak Grandmaster. On par with Zhao Gao. Xiaotage instantly beamed with joy. System, summon Xian Yaozi. Xiaotage was naturally familiar with Xian Yaozi, the leader of the Xian Yao sect. Among the most enigmatic individuals in the entire Tianlong world, his legends circulated widely even without his appearance. Several of Xian Yaozi's disciples were pivotal throughout the Tianlong narrative, with their techniques akin to extraordinary feats. Another flash of white light illuminated the room, and a middle-aged man clad in a white robe appeared before Xiaotage. His handsome features and ethereal demeanor evoked an immediate sense of fondness. Xian Yaozi gracefully performed a bow. Xian Yaozi pays his respects to His Highness. Seeing this, Xiaotage smiled, relieved that the personnel shortage he had fretted over yesterday had been resolved. Haha, Xian Yaozi, please rise. I shall trouble you greatly from this day forth. With the Jinwu division in need of a deputy chief, you shall temporarily take on this role. Yes, I shall heed your Highness's command. Just then, Zhao Gao entered, and upon noticing the newly arrived middle-aged man in white robes, his expression instantly turned grave as he sensed the man as cultivation level. Zhao Gao, you've arrived just in time. This is the new deputy chief of the Jinwu division, Xian Yaozi. You will submit your report to the Ministry of Personnel for official appointment shortly. Turning to introduce Zhao Gao to Xian Yaozi, Xiaotage remarked, "This is Zhao Gao, also the deputy chief of the Jinwu division, as well as the chief steward of the Wang Manor. You two should become well acquainted from now on." The two exchanged glances and nodded. As powerful individuals, they naturally sensed each other's realms. Just yesterday, the prince had been concerned about manpower shortages, and today, with Xian Yaozi's arrival, it felt like a fish in water, given the current lawlessness of the aristocracy. Their rampant actions and the blatant assassination attempts on senior officials of the Jinwu division. If no sanctions were imposed, their arrogance would only escalate. Xia Tej turned to Xian Yaozi, feeling somewhat apologetic, yet recognizing the urgency of the situation. I fear you must personally undertake this task. Xia Tej could not help but let out a sigh. Being tasked with a mission upon arrival was indeed a matter of necessity. Zhao Gao, with his multiple roles, was further burdened with ensuring Xia Tej's safety and could not spare himself. While the other department heads lacked the authority to intimidate effectively, the current situation was plainly evident. Only Zayozi was the indisputable candidate to accomplish this task. I implore your highness to issue the command. Zayozi bowed respectfully, earnestly seeking permission. Witnessing this, Xia Tej abandoned any pretense and decisively commanded. The Kai and Wang families have audaciously attempted to assassinate the head of the town military division. This matter must not be brushed aside lightly. This time, when visiting the Kai and Wang clans, it is imperative that we demand they surrender the mastermind behind this conspiracy and compensate with 10 million taels of silver. As he spoke, Xia Tej could not help but inwardly lament, feeling somewhat helpless. Although the sum of 20 million taels appeared relatively modest, it was in reality a considerable amount. It is essential to understand that the total annual tax revenue of the entire Great Xia Kingdom barely approaches 20 million. Presently, the town military division is planning to establish branches across various regions, and the required funding is by no means a trifling sum. If relying solely on Xia Tej, even with 10 of him, it would be an insurmountable challenge to amass such a fortune. The forces capable of effortlessly producing such wealth within the Great Xia territory could be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, the Kai and Wang families were among them. As time-honored aristocratic families with profound heritage, a mere 10 million taels of silver would be manageable for them with a little effort. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness. Zayozi showed no signs of concern for his own safety and immediately accepted Xia Tej's orders. Given Zayozi's prowess, traversing the 4 great families posed no issue whatsoever. Among the 4 great families, there were no formidable masters above the Grand Master rank. Otherwise, they would not be confined within a single nation. Based on Xia Tej's speculation, the royal family surely possessed individuals beyond the Grand Master level, and it was highly likely that the leader of the divine sect did as well. Chapter 40. A Person and an Object. After Zayozi departed, Xia Tej found himself momentarily at leisure. The town military division was now on a steady course, with Zhao Gao continuing the surveillance. The establishment of branches would have to wait due to a lack of funds and personnel. The subsequent matters concerning the Kai and Wang families were also entrusted to Zayozi for resolution. The issues related to Buddhism were not to be resolved in a day. Just yesterday, they had visited the town military division. For the time being, Xia Tej found himself at a loss for activities that a stroll in the garden. Why not? Without hesitation, Xia Tej made his way to the garden in search of the white tiger. As he approached the pond, a familiar scent suddenly reached the keen nose of the white tiger. In an instant, the white tiger sprang forth from the flowers like a bolt of lightning. The massive tiger head was held high, its eyes unmistakably radiating uncontainable joy. Creatures like the white tiger, though perhaps not possessing intellect to rival that of humans, were certainly not far behind. At this moment, upon seeing Xia Tej, the white tiger appeared particularly elated, cautiously extending its head to rub against Xia Tej, expressing affection and dependence in its own unique manner. Just then, a husky unexpectedly darted out from somewhere, adopting a foolish stance as it glared at the white tiger, seemingly ready to engage in battle at any moment. Seeing this, Xia Tej hurriedly restrained the idiot, fearing the husky might impulsively charge at the white tiger. The white tiger gazed at the foolish creature with slight perplexity, gently placing a paw upon the husky, promptly pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Observing this scene, Xia Tej could only chuckle in exasperation. Given the husky's temperament, it had always considered itself the king of the hill. A little reprimand was much needed to prevent future tales of the arrogance of the dogs within the prince's residence. After being chastised by the white tiger, the husky obediently lay flat on the ground, panting with its tongue out, entirely devoid of its earlier bravado, leaving Xia Tej speechless. To call it a dimwit would be an understatement. With the strength of the white tiger, rivaling that of a grandmaster, the husky stood no chance unless its cousin, the howling celestial dog, were present. Otherwise, one swipe from the white tiger would likely leave nothing but bones. Within the palace, having just received a report from the Minister of Personnel, Emperor Xia regarded the list in his hand with a puzzled expression. Deputy Chief of the Town Military Division, Zai Yaozi. Who is this person? The Emperor cast a questioning glance at Wei Yong. Wei Yong, feeling awkward, could only lower his head and reply. I am unaware. Perhaps he is a hidden card of His Highness, the Prince, much like the previous members of the Town Military Division. Upon hearing this, the Emperor shot Wei Yong a glare, helplessly tossing the list toward him. Investigate thoroughly. Discover what else this rebellious son is concealing. Yes, Wei Yong promptly complied. The position of Deputy Chief of the Town Military Division is a third-rank official role, requiring the Emperor's approval for formal appointment, as the Minister of Personnel lacks the authority. How could the Emperor not inquire about this suddenly emerged powerhouse? Kai Clan's ancestral grounds, within the main hall. Discussions were still underway regarding the repercussions of the assassination attempt. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in white robes suddenly appeared in the grand hall. The attendees gasped and rose in alarm, their expressions grave as they gazed at the figure before them. The words "Master" echoed in their minds. Realizing the formidable presence before them, they instinctively sensed that the visitor meant no good. Just as the head of the Kai clan was about to speak, a powerful aura erupted from the rear of the Kai ancestral grounds, racing towards them. In an instant, a youthful, white-haired elder materialized in the grand hall, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the newcomer, the members of the Kai clan were taken aback and hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the elder clan leader. The elder, however, paid them no heed, continuing to focus on the middle-aged man, his expression growing increasingly solemn. After a moment, the elder slowly spoke. May I inquire who you are, and have we, the Kai clan, offended you in any way? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, wore a smile. His demeanor relaxed as he replied, I am Zai Yaozi, Deputy Chief of the Town Military Division of Great Xia, and I have come to seek a person and an object. Upon hearing Zai Yaozi's words, the crowd felt as though they had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Only the elder clan leader, unaware of the situation, looked at the others in confusion, since breaking through to the peak of the Grandmaster level over a decade ago. The elder clan leader had relinquished the position of clan leader to retreat into the ancestral grounds, aiming to break through the Grandmaster realm and bolster the Kai clan as foundation. For many years, regardless of what transpired, the elder had never stepped outside the ancestral grounds. Now, sensing the aura of a peak Grandmaster, he realized that the Kai clan had no one capable of contending with this individual. Prompting his emergence, the peak of the Grandmaster realm was no longer something other Grandmasters could rival. Previously, the peak Grandmaster realm was also referred to as the semi-divine realm, having half-stepped into another level. Seeing the elder clan leader's confusion, the current clan leader stepped forward to recount the events that led to this moment from beginning to end. Zai Yaozi quietly observed the individuals present, not interrupting in the slightest. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the elder clan leader cast a complex glance at the current clan leader and Zai Yaozi, and he found it hard to comprehend why they would dare to offend a division with a peak Grandmaster presiding over it. He also struggled to fathom why he had never heard of such a young peak Grandmaster before. The elder clan leader let out a soft sigh, lamenting the intricacies of the situation. May I inquire, what exactly is this person and this object? One person. Minister of Revenue Kai Jichuan. One object. 15 million taels of silver. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the members of the Kai clan collectively gasped. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before the elder clan leader could speak, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Silence. The elder clan leader bellowed, and the hall instantly fell silent. He then turned to the clan leader, inquiring about his opinion. 15 million is not a difficult sum for the Kai clan, which controls the salt fields of Great Xia. The only thing they could not accept was the Minister of Revenue Kai Jichuan. In their efforts to support Kai Jichuan's rise to the position of Minister of Revenue, the Kai clan had relinquished untold profits to the royal family. Now, to hand him over felt akin to carving flesh from their own body. The clan leader, noticing the elder's questioning gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Should he agree to Zayozi's demands, the main branch's position might be in jeopardy. Yet observing the current situation, it was clear that refusal would not yield any peace. Witnessing the clan leader's prolonged silence, the elder let out a disappointed sigh. He then turned to Zayozi, responding helplessly, "Sir, if we surrender this person and this object, can we consider the grievances between the Kai clan and the town military division settled?" "Of course," Zayozi replied with a smile, affirmatively. Chapter 41. Elder Wang. Then it is settled. Kai Jichuan conspired to harm an important minister of the court. The Kai clan has no objections to handing him over to the town military division. As for the 15 million taels of silver, let it be seen as the Kai clan's apology to His Highness, the Prince. After stating this, the elder clan leader seemed to age a few years. Zayozi, upon hearing this, regarded the elder with a serious expression, silently admiring his decisiveness and efficiency. "With that, I shall take my leave. I trust the elder will uphold his word. Within 3 days, a person and an item must be delivered to the Wuxi Yamen of our town. I trust you will take this to heart." The old clan leader nodded earnestly at Zayozi, affirming the statement. After witnessing his commitment, Zayozi nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the Kai residence, heading towards the Wang family. The Kai and Wang families were separated by a considerable distance, a full 300 miles. Even with Zayozi's leisurely pace, this journey took nearly an hour. As dusk approached, the autumn sun began its descent in the west, casting its golden rays over the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, adding a splendid hue to the magnificent estate. Within the ancestral grounds, people came and went. The busy members of the Wang clan gradually returned to the residence after a long day. The incident concerning the clan elder seemed to have been forgotten, and the entire ancestral grounds remained filled with joy. Inside a more imposing hall within the ancestral grounds, the Wang family's decision-makers were engaged in discussions about the aftermath of the assassination. Much like the Kai family, it is all Wang Hui's fault for believing the Kai family's deceitful words, leading the clan into such a passive predicament. What are we to do now? The clan elder is still hanging from the flagpole at the entrance of the Wuxi Yamen, as these words were spoken. A heavy silence enveloped the room. This matter had etched itself like a mark of shame upon the Wang family's record. The attendees averted their gazes from the issue. The disgrace was laid bare before them, leaving no room for evasion. "Perhaps I should offer a clear path for you all?" At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within the hall. The crowd was taken aback and turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld a middle-aged man smiling at the Wang family members. Seeing this, the crowd frowned, unaware of when this individual had arrived. Realizing this, they instinctively surrounded Zayozi, as if facing a formidable enemy. It appeared that the Wang family's hospitality was not as commendable as that of the Kai family. Unfazed by the encirclement, Zayozi gestured at the crowd, inquiring, "Might I ask who you are and what brings you to the Wang family?" The clan leader, approaching cautiously as though facing a grave threat, asked Zayozi, deputy chief of Wuxi Yamen. "Zayozi has come to the Wang family to collect a debt." Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, Zayozi felt compelled to introduce himself once more. "Collect a debt. The Wuxi Yamen has killed our clan elder, and yet you dare come to demand payment. You must be exceedingly arrogant." Before the clan leader could respond, one individual in the hall could no longer contain himself and interjected with a question. Hearing this, Zayozi frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. With a swift motion, he extended his arm, channeling his internal energy, and a forceful pull ensued, drawing the speaker towards him in an instant, grasping the individual by the neck. Zayozi looked down at the struggling figure and scoffed, "Ugly, weak, and impolite. You deserve to die." Without allowing anyone a moment to react, he tightened his grip, crushing the person's throat in one swift motion. The ground was left with a lifeless body, eyes wide open in death. Witnessing the demise of a fellow clansman, the Wang clan leader stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A master of the Grandmaster level had been rendered powerless, crushed like an ant in the hands of this man. What kind of power does he possess? The clan leader was filled with trepidation towards Zayozi. Although the clan leader himself could slay this individual, he could never do so with such ease. As they beheld the lifeless form of a clan elder before them, the others instinctively recoiled in fear. abandoning their earlier bravado. If a grandmaster could be so easily dispatched, what were they in comparison? Witnessing this spectacle, Zayozi felt even greater disdain that a family devoid of spirit is doomed to wither. Upon hearing Zayozi's mockery, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. This was sheer bullying. What is the purpose of your visit? The clan leader realized that he could no longer allow Zayozi to continue in this manner and promptly inquired, "What do you want?" "It is quite simple. The Minister of Justice, Wang Hui, 20 million taels of silver." Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer afford to be intimidated by Zayozi and erupted into chaos. "Impossible. You are being far too unreasonable. We, the Wang family, will not agree to either of your demands. We would rather perish together." Indeed, once their own interests were at stake, they overcame their fear of death. "Your demands are indeed overly burdensome." The clan leader found himself trapped in a dilemma. Whether to agree or not was a quandary. Agreeing would surely meet with disapproval from the clan members, while refusing meant they were no match for the individual before them. Zayozi's patience began to wane, and he had little desire to continue debating with the Wang clan members. There are two options. Either hand over the person and the money, or I shall take your heads in exchange. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression darkened, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, an elderly voice broke through the tension. "Your murderous intent is excessive." Zayozi immediately recognized the voice, lamenting that indeed each of the four great families possessed a peak grandmaster, the elder of the Wang family. Upon seeing this individual, Zayozi inquired with curiosity, "It seems you have met with the previous clan leader of the Kai family. May I ask how the Kai family has chosen to act in this matter?" The old man, with calm and unwavering eyes, gazed steadily at Zayozi, not sparing a glance at the other members of the Wang family. "The Kai family is wise. They will hand over both the person and the money." The elder nodded, expressing no doubt in Zayozi's words. "What of the Wang family's choice?" Hearing this, the elder sighed, scanning the room filled with Wang family members with a resigned expression, and replied, "The Wang family desires peace, much like the Kai family. However, as you have stated, a family without spirit cannot endure. I cannot stand idly by while you commit murder in our ancestral grounds. Otherwise, the clan will be left in disarray. I hope you can understand." Upon hearing this, Zayozi regarded the elder with appreciation. Had the elder not appeared, Zayozi's intimidation would have left the others too fearful to act. At that point, if news spread that a man in white had entered the Wang family's ancestral grounds and slaughtered a clan elder before departing, no one would have dared to intervene. The Wang family's millennia of reputation and honor would be obliterated. Chapter 42. The Clash of Peak Grandmasters. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would agree. "Speak," Zayozi responded with curiosity. "Let us duel outside the estate. If you win, you shall receive what you seek, and the Wang family will ensure that their members avoid the Wuxi Yamen for the next 10 years. If you lose, please return the way you came, and the grievances between the Wuxi Yamen and the Wang family will be settled." Upon hearing this, Zayozi couldn't help but admire the elder's cunning if the elder were to win. The series of repercussions brought by the Wuxi Yamen would dissipate, and the Wang family's prestige would soar to new heights. The unity of the Wang family would reach unprecedented levels. If the elder were to lose, it would merely entail a financial loss, with the clan members using the shame to motivate themselves. The strength of a peak grandmaster would undoubtedly be displayed, sufficient to deter any miscreants. After a moment's contemplation, Zayozi nodded in agreement. "Very well. Please lead the way." With that, the elder set off towards the outside, with Zayozi closely following. The remaining members of the Wang family hurriedly trailed behind to witness the duel. Most had never seen a confrontation between peak grandmasters in their lives. 10 miles outside the estate, in a vast expanse of wilderness, the two stood facing each other. The wind howled, causing their garments to flutter dramatically. Zayozi and the Wang elder locked eyes, both wearing expressions of solemnity, their gazes filled with boundless battle intent. As time passed, neither moved. Instead, their respective auras intensified, growing stronger by the moment. Even the clouds above were dispersed by their overwhelming presence. The spectators, witnessing this, hastily retreated a distance, their eyes fixed on the duel unfolding before them, As the two figures continued to amplify their momentum, the Wong clan leader, a grandmaster in his own right, felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had considered himself a formidable contender at the late grandmaster stage, believing the difference with a peak grandmaster to be negligible. Yet, witnessing the stark disparity before him, he felt a profound sense of despair. The explosive aura drew the attention of more and more onlookers. Those who consider themselves capable were unwilling to miss this battle and rushed towards the scene. "What say you to a single strike?" "Very well." At the very moment the words fell from his lips, the elder's once unrestrained and formidable aura, which had been radiating outward, abruptly converged as if drawn by some mysterious force. In the blink of an eye, that overwhelming momentum receded into the elder's being, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. The elder transformed into a statue, steadfast as a mountain, exuding an air of profound heaviness and unity. In stark contrast, however, was the figure of Zayozi, who defied this retreat. Not only did he show no inclination to diminish his own aura, but he also intensified its release. In an instant, an ethereal essence surged forth from Zayozi like a tumultuous tide, saturating the entire battlefield. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder's expression grew grim. Yet, faced with the unfolding circumstances, he could not afford even a moment's hesitation. He promptly summoned the entirety of his primordial essence, gathering it into his right hand. Suddenly, a finger shot out, pointing directly at Zayozi's position. In that instant, a dazzling golden light, infused with an immense primordial force, streaked towards Zayozi like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky. In the face of such a fierce assault, Zayozi remained unfazed, his form instantly shattered into countless phantoms, dispersing in all directions. Within a mere breath, he had completely vanished from sight, successfully evading the elder's formidable strike. As the golden light, brimming with primordial essence, gradually dissipated, Zayozi reappeared within the observer's view. However, the dynamics of the battlefield had dramatically shifted. Due to Zayozi's increasingly potent ethereal presence, the elder found himself enshrouded, as though trapped within an endless fog. Unable to extricate himself, gazing at the scene before him, the elder could not help but let out a wry smile, a pained expression crossing his face. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and spoke slowly. "You have won. My lord, whatever you desire, my Wong family shall provide in full shortly. From this day forth, any member of the Wong clan who encounters a member of the Jinwu division shall retreat 100 paces." After uttering these words, the elder appeared to age significantly. His previously upright posture, now slightly bent. Is but a matter of mutual restraint and conflict. Otherwise, the outcome remains uncertain. Every individual who reaches the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage is a paragon of talent, unparalleled in their gifts. No one dares claim invincibility within the Grandmaster realm, not even Zayozi. In his youth, the elder himself had roamed the martial world with unparalleled dominance. With the outcome decided, the Wong clan would honor their promise and swiftly gather the necessary funds to send to the capital. "I beseech you, my lord, to wait a few days." Zayozi nodded, harboring no doubts regarding the elder's words. A promise from a peak grandmaster would not be taken lightly, for otherwise he could not have reached such heights. Observers outside the battlefield were left bewildered by the conclusion of the combat. Those lacking in cultivation could scarcely comprehend the events that had transpired. The patriarch of the Wong clan remained lost in thought, being a late-stage Grand Master himself, just a step away from the pinnacle. Yet, he had long struggled to find his path. Now, the clash between the two seemed to ignite a beacon of hope in the darkness, illuminating his direction. However, while the direction was clear, the path must be traversed alone. No one could assist him. Only when he discovered his own way could he hope to attain the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Yet, articulating this step is far easier said than done. The journey of martial arts is fraught with challenges. How many who consider themselves exceptionally gifted find it difficult to transcend the innate realm? How many late-stage grandmasters remain stuck at this juncture, unable to fulfill their desires even in old age? Words are futile. Upon witnessing the end of the battle, the patriarch of the Wong clan interrupted his reverie and approached with urgency. As he drew near, he noticed the elder's grave demeanor, Causing his heart to tighten, he then heard the elder command. Wang Hui is suspected of plotting to murder the director of the Jinwu Division. His crimes are egregious. Take him into custody and deliver him to the Jinwu Division for judgment. Furthermore, prepare 20 million taels of silver as reparations. From this day forth, my Wang clan shall retreat 100 paces upon encountering the Jinwu Division. Should anyone disobey, they shall be expelled from the Wang family. The elder's pronouncement struck the patriarch of the Wang clan like a thunderclap, leaving him incredulous. This would be a devastating blow to the Wang family. In this assassination attempt, they had already lost 2 grandmasters. 20 million taels of silver would require the sale of countless properties to accumulate. As the battle concluded, news spread like wildfire throughout the realm of Daxia. The elder patriarch of the Wang clan, at the pinnacle of the grandmaster stage, had been defeated outside the ancestral grounds by a middle-aged man in white robes. This individual was suspected to be the deputy director of the Jinwu Division, who had yet to make an appearance. In an instant, the world was abuzz. Numerous factions had never anticipated that such a formidable grandmaster would exist within the Jinwu Division. Consequently, the prestige of the Jinwu Division soared to unprecedented heights, and the name Xia Tai Ge became synonymous with greatness among the major powers. Within the capital, at the Qin Wang residence, Qin Wang Xia Beixian sat in a study, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the intelligence report in his hands. No one could discern his thoughts. After a moment, Xia Beixian lifted his head with a bitter expression, gazing at Steward Wang beside him, and sighed helplessly. My 5th brother is now akin to a crown prince. His camp is filled with experts, and it seems we, his brothers, can no longer shake his position. It appears that I am destined to be nothing more than a leisurely prince for the rest of my life. Xia Beixian chuckled self-deprecatingly, his demeanor deflated as he looked at his outstretched hands, as if yearning to grasp the power and glory that were slipping away. At that moment, he appeared exceedingly vulnerable and helpless. Devoid of the usual authority and confidence of a prince, Steward Wang observed all of this with deep concern and empathy. He was acutely aware of his lord's ambition and understood the pain and struggle the current situation inflicted upon him. Though he longed to offer words of comfort, he found that any expression of sentiment would seem utterly inadequate at this moment. Steward Wang opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he ultimately could not articulate a single complete sentence. It must be noted that despite the profound brotherly bond between Xia Beixian and his 5th brother Xia Tai Ge, the lofty imperial throne remained the focal point of attention for all in the realm. In the face of such immense temptation, how many could genuinely maintain equanimity? Moreover, for someone like Xia Beixian, who harbored grand ambitions, the desire to wield supreme authority and reign over all was an insatiable longing deeply embedded within. Everyone dreams of taking turns to sit on the emperor's throne, but now it seems that this aspiration is drifting further from Xia Beixian's reach. Meanwhile, within the inner palace, in Yong'an Palace, the revered lady Yin reclined languidly on her bed, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. In her hand, she held the information just delivered by her personal maid, allowing her to remain informed of the world's affairs without stepping beyond the palace gates. As she intently scrutinized the report, Lady Yin sighed softly. Her concern was not for Xia Tai Ge, but rather for Xia Beixian. Though she had spent many years in the palace, her only offspring were Xia Tai Ge and Xia Beixian, each a piece of her heart. This incident would undoubtedly weigh heavily on Xia Beixian. Though he was older than Xia Tai Ge, being surpassed by his younger brother must be a source of disappointment. What is the reaction of the Qin Wang? Lady Yin inquired casually of her personal maid. Replying to the Empress, the Qin Wang's residence remains unchanged. However, His Highness the Qin Wang muttered a few words to himself. The specifics are unknown. Can we ascertain the origin of the sudden emergence of experts under the banner of the Qian Wang? There is currently no information available. All the spies from the Qian Wang's residence have been cleared out. The Emperor has also instructed the internal guards to investigate, but it seems equally futile. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin chuckled lightly, her eyes gazing intently into the distance, lost in thought. The sudden appearance of so many experts, including grandmasters and those at the pinnacle of the grandmaster stage, felt surreal. Given the present configuration of the Jinwu Division, it seemed that even the royal family lacked such depth. Lady Yin reflected for a moment, then lightly waved her hand. There is no need for further investigation. Since the Xian Wang has chosen to trust them, what use is there in continuing? Understood. The maid bowed in acknowledgement. Remaining silent, as the news spread, countless eyes in the capital turned towards the Jinwu division, observing its every move. Outside the Jinwu division, the elders of the Kai and Wang families continued to sway with the flag in the wind. Many factions had never anticipated that such a multitude of experts would reside within a mere court office. With the Jinwu division standing alone, it had rendered the Kai family and the Wang family incapable of raising their heads. Within the Xian Wang's residence, in the study, Xia Taigu and Zhao Gao sat opposite each other. Your Highness, Zhaozi has sent word that the members of the Kai family will deliver the silver within 3 days. The two families owe a total of 35 million taels of silver. Zhao Gao stared at the silver amount, convinced he must have misread it. Upon careful confirmation, I was taken aback to discover that the middle-aged gentleman in the white robe, a colleague of mine, was indeed so considerate. Hearing the mention of such copious silver, Xiatage hastily inquired, "Why is there so much silver?" "Your Highness," came the reply, "the Kai family contributed 15 million taels, while the Wang family provided 20 million taels." The message from Zhaozi conveyed that the Wang family, intending to resist, demanded a greater share. As Zhao Gao spoke, he handed over the intelligence he held. What an astonishing revelation! Initially, I thought 20 million taels would be a challenge, yet now it seems we are nearly doubling that amount. As Xiatage perused the report, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the smallness of his previous aspirations. 35 million taels of silver. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through Xiatage. Though the funds had yet to arrive, he was already contemplating how to allocate them. Firstly, the salaries of those in the Jinwu division and the 3,000 heavy cavalry must be disbursed without fail. Secondly, the establishment of branches of the Jinwu division across various regions could also be prioritized. When the Jinwu division was founded, the system rewarded it with 30,000 sets of uniforms. Considering the 30,000 personnel, the monthly salaries would amount to a staggering sum. After a considerable time, Xiatage finally regained his composure from the shock of 35 million taels of silver. What plans did Kai Jichuan and Wang Hui have for their fates? Xiatage suddenly recalled that along with the silver, Kai Jichuan and Wang Hui were also involved. Your Highness, came the response, Kai Jichuan and Wang Hui, having resigned from their official posts, are now of no use. They may be dealt with as you see fit. When Kai Jichuan and Wang Hui initially attained the position of minister, their respective families had made significant sacrifices. The Kai and Wang families, having operated for generations, could only compel the court to yield through wealth, provisions, salt, and horses that, in summary, the four prominent families possess what the court lacks. Their existence firmly controls a vast array of industries in the Great Xia. If they are of no use, then let them be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. How delightful it would be to have the Ministry of Justice scrutinize their former ministerial actions. Observing the cunning Xiatage, Zhao Gao promptly agreed. Before departing, he heard Xiatage continue to instruct. The positions of Minister of Revenue and Minister of Justice must be closely monitored. Deploy spies to ensure these roles remain untainted by familial connections. Strive to select individuals of impeccable character. Yes, Zhao Gao nodded in response. In the future, to completely dismantle the monopoly of the noble families, the more individuals of integrity, the better. Chapter 44. The Zhanlu Sword. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiatage called out his mind. System sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the Rendao Sword Zhanlu. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, dazzling and enchanting. When the brilliance faded, a sword of pure dark hue, unblemished and without a trace, appeared in Xiatage's hand. Xiatage squinted slightly, faintly sensing a thread of joy emanating from the sword's body in his past life. The Zhanlu sword was renowned. Forged by the illustrious swordsmith Oyezi during the spring and autumn period, it ranks as the foremost among the 5 legendary sword. It is said that the Zhanlu sword is revered as the sword of benevolence. When it was presented to King Fuchai of Wu, it departed on its own accord due to the king's tyranny, flying gracefully to the side of the enlightened king of Chu that moment. Holding the Zhanlu sword, Xiatage examined it from left to right. turning it over with care. The blade, as dark as ink, shimmered with a mysterious sheen. The hilt was exquisitely carved, with smooth, flowing lines, while the tip was incredibly sharp, radiating a cold light. Such a flawless sword could hardly fail to captivate anyone, despite Xia Tei's current martial prowess being somewhat lacking. Who among the spirited youth has not harbored grand dreams of traversing the world with a sword in hand? In a moment of inspiration, Xia Tei involuntarily performed a beautiful sword flourish, his movements graceful and fluid, before deftly securing the Zhanlu sword at his waist. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into an unparalleled master. After breakfast, Zhao Gao arrived. "Your Highness, the Grand Master Qiangri will return to the capital today from Chengde Prefecture." Xia Tei nodded in acknowledgement. The situation in Chengde Prefecture had gradually stabilized. Having a Grand Master stationed there seemed somewhat superfluous. His return was timely, providing additional manpower for the upcoming tasks. "Prepare the carriage. I shall make a visit to the palace." "Yes," Zhao Gao replied, turning to make the necessary arrangements. Upon arriving at the imperial city, the morning court was still in session, so Xia Tei chose to visit Yong'an Palace to pay his respects to Lady Yin. Outside Yong'an Palace, the morning training had concluded. Lady Yin, dressed in resplendent court attire, languidly reclined on a couch, delicately toying with a jade rui, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Her beautiful features bore traces of fatigue and boredom, clearly indicating that nothing in this grand palace piqued her interest. Just then, a palace maid rushed in, bowing before reporting, "Your Highness, Prince Xian has arrived." Upon hearing this news, the previously dull look in Lady Yan's eyes instantly brightened, as if infused with newfound vitality. She quickly straightened up, her face blossoming into a joyful smile, and urgently instructed, "Quickly announce him." Shortly thereafter, Xia Tei entered Yong'an Palace with measured strides. The moment he stepped through the palace doors, he spotted Lady Yin sitting there, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. Encountering her tender gaze, Xia Tei felt a warm surge in his heart and hastened a steps forward, respectfully greeting her. "Your humble son pays his respects to Mother." "Rise." However, Lady Yin, with a hint of lament, continued, "You have not visited your mother for so many days, yet now you remember her." With that, she sighed softly, a glimmer of sorrow evident in her eyes. Hearing this, Xia Tei felt somewhat awkward. After all, he was not the original Xia Tei. From the memories of his predecessor, he could clearly sense Lady Yan's deep affection for him. For many years, the former Xia Tei had not merely been concealing his true self. He had genuinely lived as a prodigal. Yet throughout those years, Lady Yan's love for him had never waned. In fact, she seemed to favor him even more than his elder brother, Xia Beixian. People often say that commoners dote on their youngest sons, while royal families favor their eldest sons. But in Xia Tei's case, the opposite was true. Left with no choice, Xia Tei mustered the courage to force an explanation. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully stated, "Mother, you have truly misunderstood your son. Recently, I've been preoccupied with establishing the Zhenwu division, and a myriad of complex tasks have been pouring in, leaving me utterly swamped. I implore you to be magnanimous and not to hold it against me." After saying this, Xia Tei cast a pleading glance at Lady Yin, then earnestly assured her, "From now on, I shall make it a point to visit you more often, as long as you do not find my presence bothersome." Upon hearing this, Lady Yin arched her elegant brow and shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Busy with affairs? Just you. Spare me the flattery. Do not think I am unaware. Whenever you can slack off, you never exert yourself even a little. Not to mention, the Zhenwu division has only been established for a few days. Under such busy circumstances, you have only visited twice." Observing Lady Yan's attitude, Xia Tei swiftly approached her with a playful grin, attempting to curry favor. "Mother, you truly know your son well. I'm undoubtedly the most filial son to you in all the world." However, Lady Yin was not swayed by his charm and directly challenged him. "Oh, is that so? Then do enlighten me as to where all those experts in the Zhenwu division came from." Caught off guard by her question, Xia Tei's expression faltered, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. After all, matters concerning the system must never be disclosed to outsiders. He could only chuckle and say, "Mother, The individuals in the Jinwu division are all those with lofty aspirations and fervent passion. Upon hearing that I intend to rectify the martial world, they came flocking to offer their allegiance. Watching Xia Tej weave such a convincing tale, Lady Yin could not help but roll her eyes again, inwardly pondering that this fellow was speaking nothing but lies. Enough. You came to the palace to see your father, the emperor. Are you wasting time here with your mother while morning court is still in session? Lady Yin glared at Xia Tej, eager to see how he would explain himself. Mother, you truly misunderstand your son. This visit to see father is secondary. My primary purpose is to pay my respects to you. Xia Tej chuckled awkwardly as he attempted to clarify to Lady Yin. Humph. Lady Yin snorted in dissatisfaction, clearly unimpressed by his excuse. Go on. The warning bell is already rung. I believe your father has concluded morning court. Matters of importance await. Ensure you visit your mother more often in the future. Xia Tej, still trying to explain himself, was cut off by Lady Yan's dismissive wave. Left with no choice, he could only bow respectfully and depart. Do not worry, mother. I shall make it a point to visit you more often. Your son takes his leave. Exiting Yong'an Palace, he strode down the grand avenue of the imperial city towards the imperial study. Along the way, wherever Xia Tej went, respectful greetings followed him. One cannot help but marvel at the allure of power in ancient times. Chapter 45. Audience with Emperor Xia. Inside the imperial study, having just concluded morning court, Emperor Xia had just settled into his seat when Wei Yong approached to report, Your Majesty, Prince Xian requests an audience. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Xia exhibited a hint of surprise. What business could this rebellious son have in coming here today? Summon him? Yes. As Xia Tej stepped into the imperial study, he beheld the weary visage of Emperor Xia seated upon the dragon throne. Observing this, Xia Tej approached with measured steps and paid his respects. Your son greets you, Father Emperor, and wishes you well. Rise, commanded Emperor Xia, lifting his gaze to quietly regard Xia Tej. What brings you to the palace today? Is there something amiss? The emperor was acutely aware of Xia Tej's disposition. He would not venture into the palace without cause, especially at such an early hour. Father Emperor, you flatter me. It has been many days since I last laid eyes upon you, and I find myself quite nostalgic. I have come solely to pay my respects. Emperor Xia regarded the shameless Xia Tej before him with a silent incredulity. In days gone by, he would scarcely come even when summoned by imperial decree. Now, to hear him speak such earnest nonsense was indicative of his growing audacity. Since you claim no pressing matters, refrain from speaking further. To these words, Xia Tej's expression faltered, his face stiffening. Realizing that paternal affection could not penetrate the emperor's heart, he could only offer a forced smile and respond, Father Emperor, your wisdom is unmatched. There are indeed 2 minor matters to discuss. Humph. Emperor Xia scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Tej. I had thought your filial piety had increased, but it appears you remain unchanged. Speak plainly. Yes, Father Emperor, your discernment is sharp. The town martial division is steadily finding its footing, and I have 2 plans for its next objectives. This is of great significance. And I have come to report to you. Elucidate further. Intrigued, Emperor Xia observed as Xia Tej adopted a serious demeanor. He was well aware of the town martial division's strength. If Xia Tej deemed this matter significant, it undoubtedly posed a pressing issue. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to personally seek audience at the palace. Xia Tej paused briefly, organizing his thoughts before speaking earnestly. First, the town martial division seeks to establish branches within the 430 prefectures across the 23 provinces, ensuring that each prefecture is equipped with a local division. Once these branches are constructed, all martial disciples within the Great Xia will be registered and subject to the division's command. Secondly, seizing the opportunity of this registration, we shall assess the influence of the Buddhist sects within the Great Xia, distinguishing between true and false Buddhas. Subsequently, all false temples shall be disbanded on the spot, with their fertile lands and wealth confiscated to alleviate the pressures on our Great Xia. Currently, numerous temples harbor martial monks, indiscriminately amassing followers while encroaching upon fertile lands. Some of the larger temples possess thousands of acres, severely hindering the development of the Great Xia. Moreover, some individuals, in an attempt to evade conscription, choose to join the Buddhist order. Should this continue, the threats posed by the Buddhist sects will only accumulate. Seeing Emperor Xia remain silent, Xia Tej pressed on, unveiling the festering wounds of the great Xia. The time had come to address the chronic afflictions plaguing the empire. If left unchecked, the great Xia would gradually fade away. The Buddhist sects, aristocratic families, and martial factions were all burdens upon the great Xia. Only by progressively lightening these loads could the empire hope to unify the land of Huaxia. Otherwise, the great Xia would inevitably slip into the annals of history. Upon hearing Xia Tej's words, Emperor Xia let out a resigned sigh. That this what you refer to as two minor matters. They hardly seem minor. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor's dragon robe shimmered under the flickering candlelight. Yet the authoritative countenance that usually commanded respect was now marked by worry and contemplation. Emperor Xia understood that the great Xia had long been ailing, struggling to rise, despite his fervent desire for reform. He recognized that enacting genuine change would not be a simple endeavor. After all, this vast empire resembled a colossal vessel navigating turbulent waters. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe across the realm. Which of the three great dynasties could escape the myriad issues plaguing their lands? Especially with the current system of recommending officials, which fundamentally dictated the existing intricate situation, it acted as an invisible cage, binding the populace tightly within. Although this method might temporarily suppress the uprisings of the lower class, the threats posed by the aristocratic families lurking in the shadows grew ever more severe. Yet, ambition lay in wait like a pack of predators concealed in darkness. Once the moment was ripe, their aspirations would erupt like a volcano. Who, then, would willingly remain subservient to another? Thus, Emperor Xia remained absorbed in thought for a protracted duration, before finally lifting his gaze to Xia Tej, who stood below. After a brief pause, he spoke wearily. This plan could indeed set off a chain reaction. You must understand that should we proceed with this initiative, chaos will inevitably ensue throughout the great Xia. At this point, Emperor Xia could not suppress a sigh, continuing, when that time comes, our great Xia will become the focal point of various factions' assaults. A single miscalculation could lead our dynasty to the brink of ruin. Not to mention the foreign threats posed by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Even the 10 major sects of the Great Xia are not as feeble as you might presume. The Infinite Palace is merely an exception. The strength of the other sects is not as weak as you imagine. Furthermore, 2 major dynasties and several smaller states might seize the opportunity to intervene amidst this upheaval. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Xia laid bare the potential consequences he foresaw without reservation. However, faced with this cascade of daunting scenarios, Xia Tej exhibited remarkable composure, his countenance betraying no trace of concern. He understood that the establishment of the town martial division's branches was not a goal that could be achieved effortlessly in a short time. As time progressed, Xia Tej's strength would undoubtedly continue to grow, becoming formidable enough to disregard any adversaries. Xia Tej bowed slightly, clasping his hands before Emperor Xia with solemnity. Rest assured, Father Emperor, I am well aware of the intricacies involved. As the saying goes, no destruction, no construction. Only through destruction can one build anew. Even in the unfortunate event of failure, our royal family could simply start afresh. However, if we can steadily advance our reforms step by step, then in due time, the great Xia will surely possess the potential to dominate the land of Huaxia. At this juncture, Xia Tej's gaze burned with fervor as he looked toward Emperor Xia. Continuing passionately, in that case, does our royal family lack the courage to take a leap of faith? Father Emperor, have you never yearned to be that illustrious sovereign, unifying the land of Huaxia throughout the ages? Upon hearing Xia Tej's impassioned rhetoric, Emperor Xia couldn't help but roll his eyes, yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered within his depths. Chapter 46. A Decision. Emperor Xia was acutely aware that the great Xia now stood at a critical juncture. There was a time when he harbored grand ambitions, wishing to enact sweeping reforms to breathe new life into the empire. However, each time he was on the verge of making a definitive decision, a tide of hesitation and worry would surge within him, preventing him from taking that crucial step. The matter Xia Tej raised struck the emperor's heart like a hammer, each question resonating within him. In truth, these concerns had long been etched into his mind, haunting him day and night. Although the current situation may appear stable, a long-term perspective reveals that the challenges Xia Tej spoke of were indeed the formidable trials that the great Xia would inevitably face in the future. If neither of us acts, shall we truly leave all of this for the next emperor to resolve? The Emperor Xia murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a palpable sense of helplessness and anxiety. As his thoughts delved deeper, a torrent of potential events and their ensuing chain reactions began to surge in his mind, each one meticulously analyzed and contemplated. At this moment, it appeared that the time for the Emperor Xia to make a decisive choice had indeed arrived. After all, in recent times, numerous enigmatic masters had emerged under Xia Tej's command, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the great Xia dynasty. In the eyes of the emperor, the power wielded by Xia Tej was already formidable, arguably rivaling the profound foundation that the great Xia dynasty had accumulated over the years. Admittedly, if one were to pinpoint a deficiency, it might lie in the relatively scarce number of top-tier combatants, those formidable beings above the Grand Master level. Nevertheless, the unprecedented favorable circumstances at present provided the emperor with ample confidence and courage to initiate this transformation. Observing the emperor lost in thought, Xia Tej wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from uttering a single sound, allowing the emperor ample time for contemplation. Meanwhile, Wei Yong, standing beside Xia Tej, exhibited an even greater degree of caution. His gaze was lowered, fixated on the tip of his nose as if it were the center of the universe. Simultaneously, his breathing became exceedingly faint, fearing even the slightest disturbance. At that moment, Wei Yong wished fervently to become invisible, striving to diminish his presence, silently praying not to attract the attention of the two esteemed figures before him. Thus, an extraordinary and serene atmosphere enveloped the imperial study. Time passed, second by second, and after a full half-hour, this suffocating silence persisted. However, just as the two believed this state would endure indefinitely, the Emperor Xia gradually emerged from his profound reverie. When he lifted his head once more, the worries and hesitations that had previously clouded his eyes had vanished without a trace. In their stead was an unwavering brilliance, a resolute determination that exuded an indomitable spirit. The Emperor spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Proceed without hesitation. What assistance does the court require?" With that, his steadfast gaze pierced through Xia Tej like twin torches. For the emperor, making such a decision was akin to embarking on a heart-stopping gamble. Should he succeed, the entire great Xia dynasty would shed its burdens and stride forth with renewed vigor, seizing fresh opportunities for development. Yet, should he fail, the fate awaiting the great Xia dynasty would likely be one of gradual decline, perhaps even the specter of annihilation. However, Xia Tej harbored no such concerns. He possessed absolute confidence in himself, or rather, in the system. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed, detected the host's ambition for supremacy, issuing a task. Task issued. Govern the Eastern Palace. Task description. The first step of a long journey begins with the Crown Prince. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xia Tej paused, dismissing it without a response, his eyes instead revealing an unprecedented ambition. "I report to Father Emperor. I desire the position of Crown Prince." Wei Yong, standing nearby, lowered his head even further upon hearing this proclamation. "Is this something I can even hear?" Wei Yong glanced at the door of the imperial study, increasingly nostalgic for the world outside. The Emperor Xia, however, displayed no reaction, as if he had anticipated such a development. From the current perspective, Xia Tej was indeed the best candidate. There was no need to worry about him becoming arrogant after obtaining the privileges of the great Xia's foundation, given the current strength of the great Xia's foundation. It was uncertain whether it could rival the power of the Zhenwu division. The emperor was also perplexed as to where these masters under Xia Tej had come from. Very well, tomorrow's court assembly shall proceed with the conferral. The ancestor worship ceremony can follow later. Xia Tej was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the emperor to be so supportive. According to protocol, the conferral of a crown prince was a momentous affair, a grand event for the nation. Yet at this moment, the emperor chose to simplify matters, conferring the title first and holding the ceremony later. The level of support was undeniably significant. "Thank you, Father Emperor." Xia Tai's voice trembled slightly as he gazed wide-eyed at the exalted figure of his father, who had always placed his trust in him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words to express his deep gratitude. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the position of crown prince. Nevertheless, throughout, the Emperor Xia's attitude toward Xia Tej remained unwavering and consistent, his trust akin to the warm sun in winter. The emperor nodded slightly, his stern visage betraying no hint of emotion, as if the matter of establishing a crown prince was merely a trivial task for him. He then slowly turned to Wei Yong, whose head was nearly touching the ground, and commanded in an authoritative tone, "Quickly fetch the bamboo slips. Immediately inscribe the edict for the crown prince's conferral and seal it with my imperial seal." Wei Yong dared not hesitate or slacken his pace, promptly bowing in affirmation before hurriedly dashing off to execute the emperor's order. Watching Wei Yong's retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Xia Tej. The unfolding events at this moment left him with an almost dreamlike sensation. In just a few short days since acquiring that mysterious system, was he truly about to be conferred as the crown prince? With this thought, Xia Tej steadied himself, stepping forward to offer counsel. "Father Emperor, I believe there is no need for such haste." Before Xia Tej could finish a statement, the emperor casually waved his hand, interrupting with a dismissive expression. "No matter. This is an inevitable matter, whether it happens sooner or later. What difference does it make?" Chapter 47. Eastern Emperor Tai. Moments later, Wei Yong hurried back, his demeanor anxious. Clutching a stack of bamboo slips, as if borne by the wind, taking a few deep breaths to steady his frayed nerves, he cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed to imprint the edict for the crown prince's conferral immediately?" "Imprint," the emperor replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving the clear directive, Wei Yong dared not delay, swiftly gathering the necessary tools for the imprinting, dedicating himself fully to the task at hand. His hands deftly maneuvered the carving knife, each motion precise and powerful. As seconds ticked by, under the watchful gaze of both, the imprinting was completed without incident. Wei Yong carefully lifted the freshly inscribed bamboo slip and briskly approached the emperor, presenting it with utmost reverence. The emperor, a man of decisive action, having given his consent, did not dwell further on the matter. He promptly produced the emblem of imperial authority and decisively pressed it down. A crisp sound resonated as the seal firmly landed on the bamboo slip. Almost simultaneously with the seal's descent, the system's notification chimed at the perfect moment. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task." Upon hearing this, Xia Tej did not rush to inspect the rewards. Instead, he solemnly bowed deeply to the emperor, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful for your support, Father Emperor." The emperor, witnessing this, smiled and gestured for Xia Tej to rise, then spoke earnestly and sincerely. "Both of us, father and son, strive for the prosperity of the great Xia dynasty. There is no need for gratitude. In the days to come, pursue your ambitions without fear of unfounded concerns about overshadowing your sovereign. I pledge to you here and now, regardless of your actions in the future, I shall not turn against you. Let us clarify matters between us, so you need not harbor any worries. Once this endeavor begins, there is no turning back. I hope you understand." The emperor's heartfelt words profoundly moved Xia Tej. He felt no apprehension regarding the emperor's assurances. With the passage of time, Xia Tej would only grow stronger. When the time came, even a rebellion would be easily within his grasp, devoid of difficulty. Yet at this moment, the emperor had considered every aspect, eliminating all potential risks, and bestowed upon Xia Tej his unyielding trust. This was entirely uncharacteristic of an emperor's conduct. Seeing this, Xia Tej hastily pledged, "Rest assured, Father Emperor, no matter how powerful I may become in the future, I shall never rebel." Hearing Xia Tej's vow, the emperor's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath to compose himself. Observing Xia Tej revert to his usual whimsical demeanor, the emperor felt increasingly exasperated. "You may leave. Do not be absent from tomorrow's court assembly. I shall command your brothers to attend as well, to publicly announce the conferral of the crown prince. thereby quelling any aspirations they may harbor. Yes, I thank you, Father Emperor. I take my leave. Having completed the formalities, Xia Tej turned and departed. Within the capital, those illustrious and deeply rooted formidable factions, akin to astute hunting hounds, caught a whiff of an unusual scent upon hearing that Xia Tej had gained an audience with the emperor. Their hearts trembled in unison, and they instinctively directed their scrutinizing gazes towards the solemn and majestic imperial palace. These powerful factions were always keenly attuned to courtly affairs, and no whisper of change could escape their notice. Yet, the matter of Xia Tej's entrance into the palace appeared shrouded in a veil of mystery, rendering the truth elusive, despite their relentless efforts and diverse means to glean insights from within the palace. They found themselves thwarted. The gravity of this event was simply too significant. The once reliable channels of intelligence had, at this moment, proven utterly ineffective. After all, how could such a pivotal and confidential discussion be easily divulged? Thus, all that these factions could ascertain was that Xia Tej lingered for several hours in the emperor's study. As for what transpired during that lengthy interval, they were akin to blind men groping an elephant, piecing together a vague outline from mere speculation. Concerning the specific contents of the discourse, they were left utterly in the dark, as if it were a secret deeply concealed in shadows beyond their reach. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Xia Tej wasted no time and promptly activated the system to discover his rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of establishing the Crown Prince. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Dong Huang Tai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 801 soldiers of the Eastern Palace's elite battalion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,500 soldiers of the Eastern Palace's Mo Dao army. Xia Tej paid little heed to the types of troops, his gaze fixated intently on Dong Huang Tai. An idea suddenly sparked in Xia Tej's mind. Without hesitation, he invoked the system, summoning Dong Huang Tai. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, and a man clad in a black robe and wearing a dark mask appeared before Xia Tej. Name: Dong Huang Tai, E-Power. Earthly immortal realm. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Xia Tej sighed inwardly, realizing the impressive stature of this individual. It would indeed be rather implausible if he were merely at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. As Dong Huang Tai steadied himself, he offered a slight nod in greeting to Xia Tej. I pay my respects to your highness. I pay my respects to his excellency, Dong Huang. While Dong Huang Tai was unwaveringly loyal to Xia Tej, the latter still held him in high regard. With your arrival, I can now relinquish my position as the chief of the Jinwu Division. Tomorrow, during the morning court, accompany me to the throne and assume the role of chief. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai did not decline, promptly nodding in agreement. This arrangement was quite fitting, as it was reasonable for the chief of the Jinwu Division to be an earthly immortal, while the two vice-chiefs were Grand Master peak experts. Observing this, Xia Tej hastily instructed someone to summon Zhao Gao. While waiting, he also examined the other two rewards, whether the elite battalion or the Mo Dao army. Xia Tej was quite familiar with both. These two military formations left a significant mark in the annals of Chinese history. The elite battalion, comprised of 800 soldiers, was renowned under the leadership of Gao Shun, who was famed for his invincibility in battle. However, after Gao Shun was executed for refusing to surrender, the battalion gradually faded from the pages of history. The Mo Dao army, consisting of 2,500 soldiers, wielded their distinctive weapons and donned heavy armor. It was said that a single strike could cleave horse and rider asunder. In the year 757 BC, during the Battle of Xiangji Temple, they reportedly slew over 60,000 enemies in a mere span from noon to dusk. After reviewing the introductions, Xia Tej summoned both military formations to the training grounds of the Jinwu Division, placing them on standby until tomorrow's decree, where they would serve at the Eastern Palace. Chapter 48, Earthly Immortal Realm. Before long, Zhao Gao hurriedly arrived. As he stepped into the main hall, his attention was immediately captured by the figure beside Xia Tej. This individual, cloaked in a black robe and shrouded in mystery, wore a mask as dark as ink obscuring his features from view. Zhao Gao's heart raced with surprise as he quickly employed his techniques to sense the aura around the figure. To his astonishment, no matter how he probed, he could not detect the slightest fluctuation of energy, as though this person were an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. However, upon a closer inspection, he sensed that the reality was far from so simple. Despite the black robe and mask, an unmistakable aura radiated from the individual, compelling attention wherever he stood. It was an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked. Recognizing that this situation was anything but ordinary, Zhao Gao ceased his thoughts and hurriedly approached Xia Tej, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness summoned me. May I inquire about your commands?" Xia Tej, smiling upon Zhao Gao's arrival, introduced him to Dong Huangtai. "Tomorrow, I shall abdicate my position as chief of the Zhenwu division, and this individual will be my successor. You and Zaiyozi are to cooperate closely with him moving forward." Zhao Gao was taken aback and quickly assented, then turned to bow to Dong Huangtai. "I pay my respects to the chief." Dong Huangtai nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Before Zhao Gao could speak again, Xia Tej continued. "Today, instruct the household staff to prepare for tomorrow's transition to the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, you shall temporarily assume the role of the Grand Minister of the Eastern Palace." Zhao Gao was jolted by this news. Unable to comprehend how Xia Tej had suddenly ascended to the position of Crown Prince. Although bewildered, Zhao Gao dared not delay. "Yes, I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled." Xia Tej nodded, harboring no concerns about Zhao Gao's capabilities. Once inside the palace, Zhao Gao would undoubtedly thrive, having served the ancestor dragon for decades. Any misunderstandings would soon dissipate. If all went according to plan, Zhao Gao would likely become Xia Tej's chief eunuch in the future. Oh, and there are over 3,000 soldiers added to the Zhenwu division, who will become the Eastern Palace's elite guards. You shall oversee their arrangement and ensure they take charge of the Eastern Palace tomorrow. There shall be no existing guards remaining. Xia Tej recalled the elite battalion and Mo Dao army just rewarded by the system and swiftly conveyed this to Zhao Gao. Yes, the information presented to Zhao Gao felt overwhelming. Had he not been informed earlier that he would communicate with Emperor Xia regarding future plans, how had he suddenly become the crown prince? Zhao Gao found himself utterly perplexed. After instructing Zhao Gao, Xia Tej, filled with curiosity, led Dong Huangtai towards the serene and elegant study. Along the way, Xia Tej's gaze frequently drifted towards the enigmatic Dong Huangtai, harboring a deep curiosity reminiscent of his previous life spent watching Qin's moon. The study was imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood, and the shelves were lined with ancient tomes and classics. Xia Tej and Dong Huangtai sat opposite each other at an antique desk. After a moment of silence, Xia Tej finally spoke. "Dong Huang, I have always been intrigued by the earthly, immortal realm. What precisely constitutes this realm? How does it compare to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm?" Dong Huangtai nodded slightly, his expression serious as he replied, "In response to your highness, the earthly immortal realm transcends the realm of mortals. Upon entering this realm, one no longer relies on grains for sustenance. Rather, one merely needs to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body to meet one's energy consumption needs." After a brief pause, Dong Huangtai continued, "As for the difference between the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm and the earthly immortal realm, it is a chasm of unfathomable depth. One could say that there exists an insurmountable divide between the two. One represents the pinnacle of the mundane world, while the other is an extraordinary realm beyond. Those who do not reach the earthly immortal realm, regardless of their formidable strength, remain mere mortals. Even those with prodigious talent and diligent cultivation can expect a lifespan of only a few decades at most. In contrast, every earthly immortal possesses a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, truly embodying the essence of immortality. 8,000 years. Upon hearing this, Xia Tej's previously calm eyes erupted with two brilliant rays of light. Akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, in his mind, the simple phrase "long life" consumed all other thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. The pursuit of immortality, a goal sought after by countless individuals throughout history, now appeared irresistibly alluring, stirring Xia Tej's very core. Throughout his life, The throne had symbolized the pinnacle of power for Xiao Tej. Yet at this moment, in comparison to the allure of immortality, even the exalted throne seemed to pale in significance. Since time immemorial, how many royal kin, esteemed officials, and ordinary citizens have not harbored dreams of eternal life? After calming his tumultuous emotions, Xiao Tej eagerly pressed Dong Huang Tai Yi. How does one attain the earthly immortal realm? Dong Huang Tai Yi, perceiving Xiao Tej's excitement, did not withhold his response. Your Highness, achieving the earthly immortal realm is exceedingly difficult. When I descended, I sensed that there were only 9 individuals in this world who have attained the earthly immortal realm. Currently, 9 is the absolute limit. Unless someone perishes, no new earthly immortal will be born. The limit. The words of Dong Huang Tai Yi shattered Xiao Taiji's long-held perceptions in Xiao Taiji's understanding. The realm of terrestrial immortals could be transcended naturally, under the right circumstances after a grandmaster had reached their zenith. Yet now, Dong Huang Tai Yi revealed to him that the terrestrial immortal realm had limited quotas. Xiao Taigu furrowed his brow, lamenting both the daunting challenge of reaching the terrestrial immortal state and the unexpected multitude of powerful beings surpassing grandmasters in this world. These individuals could very well pose a significant obstacle to the unification of the Huaxia continent by the Great Xia dynasty. Moments later, as if struck by a realization, Xiao Taigu hastily inquired of Dong Huang Tai Yi, "Are you among these 9? Dong Huang Tai Yi shook his head, stating that upon his descent, he felt no constraints from this realm. Among the 9, he was not included. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taigu seemed to glimpse an opportunity. Dong Huang Tai Yi's words likely indicated that Zhao Gao and Xiao Yaozi were also not bound by the restrictions of this realm. The Zhenwu division might soon gain 2 additional formidable terrestrial immortals. Chapter 49. The position of the Eastern Palace. On the following morning before dawn, the entire Xianwang Fu was ablaze with lights. The palace bustled with activity. Under the attentive care of the 4 maidens, Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu, Xiao Taigu took half a day to don his ceremonial robes. He felt a deep sense of helplessness, unable to comprehend why ancient attire was so intricately cumbersome. After consuming a modest breakfast, Xiao Taigu prepared to set off for the imperial city. As he exited the palace gates, he saw that Dong Huang Tai Yi had been waiting for a considerable time. Having taken Zhao Gao's place at the carriage, the 2 set off together for court. Zhao Gao did not accompany them, as matters within the palace were numerous, requiring his oversight. Moreover, with Dong Huang Tai Yi present, there was no need for Zhao Gao to concern himself with safety. Before long, the 2 arrived at the imperial city in a fragrant white dragon carriage. Outside the gates, a throng of ministers had gathered. Having arrived early to await their arrival, all eyes turned towards the noble white dragon carriage, and shared understanding passed among them. This carriage belonged to none other than His Highness, the Xianwang. Upon witnessing this, the ministers dared not delay, immediately forming 2 lines, bowing their heads in respectful anticipation of the Xianwang's approach. Inside the carriage, Xiao Taigu chuckled lightly at the sight before him. He vaguely recalled that his previous visit had not garnered such treatment. Indeed, human nature is realistic. Strength commands respect. As the waiting ministers saw Xiao Taigu disembark from the carriage, they quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. Eager to establish familiarity, "We have met His Highness, the Xianwang." Upon this, Xiao Taigu raised his gaze and surveyed the crowd. Each individual bowed in deference. He nodded slightly and said, "You may all rise." As the saying goes, while I may not remember who has bowed to me, I will certainly recall those who have not. For now, all seemed well. There were no troublemakers. Shortly after Xiao Taiji's arrival, he noticed Lin Dongshi's carriage leisurely making its way towards the imperial city. The ministers promptly positioned themselves once more, ready to greet their superior. "We have met the Prime Minister," amidst the chorus of reverence. Lin Dongshi, supported by attendants, descended from the carriage. After surveying the surroundings, he returned the gesture with a polite nod. He then turned to Xiao Taigu, who reciprocated the courtesy. After all, when the Zhenwu division was established, Xiao Taigu had to rely on Lin Dongshi's goodwill. Lin Dongshi felt an inexplicable sense that today's court assembly was rather extraordinary. Even Xiao Taigu, who usually eschewed early mornings, had arrived at the imperial city well ahead of time. Not long after, Lin Dongshi's suspicions were confirmed. Other princes' carriages gradually appeared at the city gates. Lin Dongshi's mind raced, contemplating all the possible outcomes. Recalling Xia Taiji's lengthy audience with the emperor yesterday, a disbelieving conjecture emerged in his mind. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Xia Taigu, his expression growing more serious. As the princes arrived, the ministers sprang into action. Those of lower rank hastily approached to pay their respects. The contrast with Xia Taiji's first visit to the imperial city was stark. However, it was not surprising. At that time, Xia Taiji's reputation was already well established. Xia Taigu approached Xiaobei Xian and formally bowed. "I have met my elder brother." Upon hearing this, Xiaobei Xian's expression grew complex. Ever since receiving the imperial edict to attend court today, he felt an ominous premonition that I have met my fifth brother. The two exchanged glances, saying little more. The other princes turned their gazes to Xia Taigu, though they did not dwell on it. Elder brother, fifth brother. The cordial greetings among the brothers were devoid of malice. After all, they were all princes, and such decorum was to be expected. Xia Taigu and Xiaobei Xian exchanged polite replies. As time passed, the court assembly commenced, and Xia Taigu led Dong Huang Tai Yi towards the Qinzheng Hall. The ministers cast curious glances at Dong Huang Tai Yi, who stood beside Xia Taigu. The hour had arrived, and the officials entered the court. Amidst the loud call to order, the assembly began. Yet unlike previous occasions, Wei Yong, standing next to the Xia Emperor, did not call for order. If there are matters to present, speak. This unusual scene caused the grand hall to gradually fall silent, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the Xia Emperor. His Highness, the Xian Wang Xia Taigu, approaches to receive the decree. At Wei Yong's command, Xia Taigu stepped forward, kneeling on both knees. The ministers in the hall exchanged puzzled glances, looking up at Wei Yong on the high platform. Under the collective gaze, Wei Yong held forth a bamboo scroll. At this sight, Lin Dongshi's heart trembled, his earlier suspicions becoming ever clearer. Such a scroll was typically sealed for the anointment of a crown prince. Its presentation to Xia Taigu made the outcome painfully evident. The expressions of the other princes beside Xia Taigu turned increasingly grim. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the fifth prince, Xia Taigu, is recognized as the heir to the great Xia royal lineage. By divine will, I hereby solemnly comply with the initial decree, observing the ceremonial rites, and in accordance with public sentiment, I respectfully announce to heaven and earth, the ancestral temple, and the state. I bestow upon him the imperial seal, appoint him as crown prince, and officially establish him in the Eastern Palace, to preserve the dynasty for millennia and to nurture the hearts of the four seas. Thus it is decreed. Upon hearing the imperial edict, Xia Taigu solemnly bowed, extending his hands to receive the decree. Thus, before the tale of the 9 dragons vying for the throne had even begun, it had already reached its conclusion in the midst of the ministers' complex gazes. Xia Taigu accepted the decree, standing at the forefront of the officials. Observing this, none dared to voice dissent, and they all bowed to Xia Taigu. We have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Please rise. Xia Taigu casually scanned the room and spoke in a calm tone. At this moment, the Xia Emperor, seated upon the throne, beamed with satisfaction as he observed the proceedings. After yesterday's secretive investigation between father and son, the Xia Emperor realized that only by making Xia Taigu the Crown Prince could the great Xia hope for territorial expansion in the future. The other princes were all content to maintain their territories, but lacked the ambition for expansion. It could only be said that the waters of the Huaxia continent ran deep beyond their grasp. If there are matters to present, speak. If not, you may withdraw from court. Hearing this, Xia Taigu stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, I have matters to present. Your humble servant has now been made Crown Prince, and with the ensuing responsibilities, I may inevitably neglect the Zhenwu Division. Therefore, I wish to resign from my position as the head of the Zhenwu Division, and I hope your Majesty will grant this request. The Xia Emperor gazed at Xia Taigu in bewilderment, having not anticipated such a statement. Below, some princes and ministers suddenly gleamed with excitement. They understood the immense power wielded by the Zhenwu Division. They all perceived this as an opportunity. If they could seize control of the Zhenwu division, the future would be theirs. Of course, only fools would entertain such thoughts, while the wise remained unaffected, regardless of the allure of the Zhenwu division. The Xia Emperor, seated high above, surveyed the myriad expressions below. Greed, excitement, indifference, and myriad other emotions were on display. Chapter 50. The new head of the Zhenwu division. The Xia Emperor understood Xia Taiji's character and knew he would not act recklessly in this regard. Thus he readily agreed. Granted, you have a candidate in mind for the next head. Your Majesty, I have already brought the candidate for the next head. His name is Dong Huang Tai Yi, and he is currently waiting outside to be summoned. Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor regarded Xia Taigu intently before slowly acquiescing. Beside him, Wei Yong, seeing the Xia Emperor's consent, immediately proclaimed, "Summon Dong Huang Tai Yi to the court." With that command, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask slowly entered the hall. Calm and composed, he navigated through the gazes of the ministers and approached, nodding in acknowledgement towards Xia Taigu. As Wei Yong beheld Dong Huang Tai Yi, he suddenly felt an inexplicable tremor run through him, as if a great terror were slowly encroaching upon him. Meanwhile, deep within the royal mausoleum, a pair of ancient, murky eyes opened, casting their gaze toward the grand hall, seemingly disregarding any obstacles in between. Sensing something, Dong Huang Tai Yi chose to ignore it. On the platform, the Xia Emperor noticed Wei Yong's odd demeanor and turned to Xia Taigu. Xia Taigu signaled and softly called out, "Dong Huang." At this, Dong Huang Tai Yi slowly directed his gaze toward the Xia Emperor, giving a slight nod and salute. "I have met the Emperor of the Great Xia." The Xia Emperor, sensing that Dong Huang Tai Yi was different from the others, did not dwell on it, merely frowning in acknowledgement before speaking. "Since the Crown Prince has earnestly recommended you, the position of head of the Zhenwu division will henceforth be entrusted to you. I hope you will assist the Crown Prince diligently in the future." The ministers and princes present were left in disbelief at this absurd turn of events. To so casually bestow a third-rank official position upon a stranger one has never met is undoubtedly absurd. This singular event, along with all that has transpired today, evokes a surreal sense of unreality. The position that concerns the very foundation of a nation is so effortlessly conferred, with ceremonies and sacrifices hastily annulled, which only adds to the absurdity. In the midst of this bizarre scene, those within the hall, baffled by the circumstances, dared not speak out, and thus the entire chamber fell into an eerie silence. Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded slightly, responding in a calm manner. "I hope the Emperor of Xia need not worry. It is merely my duty." With the appointment of the head of the Zhenwu division confirmed, the morning court resumed its usual proceedings. Throughout the morning court, Xia Tej, though somewhat perplexed, managed to endure until its conclusion. Upon exiting the Jinzheng Hall, he was approached by a palace maid. "Your Highness, the Empress summons you." Upon hearing this, Xia Tej gestured for Dong Huang Tai Yi to leave first, then followed the maid to Yong'an Palace alone. As he stepped into Yong'an Palace, Xia Tej saw Yanshi engrossed in a book, nodding and shaking her head intermittently. Observing this, Xia Tej bowed respectfully, saying, "I come to pay my respects to Mother." "Rise, come closer and see if there is someone to your liking," Yanshi replied without lifting her head. Xia Tej, puzzled, approached to take a look. The book was filled with vivid depictions of various enchanting ladies, with annotations detailing their family backgrounds. "Mother, what is this?" Xia Tej inquired carefully. "I am selecting a consort for you. Is it not obvious?" Yanshi replied casually, still absorbed in her reading. "A consort? Mother, is it not a bit too hasty?" Xia Tej exclaimed, astonished that merely hours after being named Crown Prince, he was already to choose a bride. "This is your father's command, and after discussing it with you yesterday, I have come to deliberate on your marriage." Yanshi continued, her gaze stern. "Once a consort is chosen, you can settle down, rather than spending your days wandering through the pleasure quarters." As she spoke, she glared at Xia Tej, evidently displeased with his frequent visits to such establishments. Xia Tej, feeling helpless, could only respond with a feigned smile. "I ask that Mother take charge of this matter." Regarding the selection of a consort, Xia Tej held no opposition in his heart. refraining from uttering foolish notions of marital freedom. The ladies presented in Yen Shi's book were undoubtedly daughters of prestigious families, with assured refinement in knowledge, intelligence, and upbringing, unlike in his previous life, where he had been captivated by a portrayal of a woman unafraid of power, prompting him to contemplate marrying a peasant girl, an idea that had utterly shattered his worldview. It is not that peasant women are inferior. Rather, the disparity in their social standings would inevitably lead to an insurmountable gap in conversation and understanding. Since you have entrusted this to me, you must bear the consequences if you are unsatisfied later. Do you understand? With mother's discerning eye, how could I possibly be dissatisfied? Xia Tej flattered Yen Shi with a playful demeanor. How about this one? Lining, the granddaughter of the chief minister, is as beautiful as a flower, possessing both grace and talent. What do you think? In truth, Yen Shi had already settled on a candidate in her mind. The first point of consideration was to exclude those from the four prominent families and any disloyal to the throne. After sifting through the candidates, it became clear that Lining was the most suitable choice. Lin Dongshi, her grandfather, holds the esteemed position of the top civil official, untainted by greed for power, and remains unconnected to the four families. Let mother decide. There's no need to inquire about my opinion. Upon seeing Lin Ying's portrait, Xia Tei's eyes lit up, feeling quite satisfied. Then it shall be decided by mother. Please summon her to the palace this afternoon for a proper meeting, Yen Shi declared. Raising her gaze to study Xia Tej intently as Xia Tej felt a slight unease under her scrutiny, he finally spoke. Now that you have emerged as crown prince, it is wise to set aside the matter of vying for the throne for the time being. Your elder brother may feel a sense of loss. Be mindful when you see him in the future. Both you and your elder brother are dear to me, and I do not wish to see you two at odds. With the situation now established, I will soon suggest to your father that your elder brother be sent to his fief, away from the capital. Xia Tej, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet seeing Yen Shi's seriousness, he straightened up and promised. Rest assured, mother, I harbor no resentment towards my elder brother. My ascension to crown prince today is merely the outcome of an agreement between my father and me. My elder brother and his companions were never destined for the position of crown prince. I have never viewed them as rivals. You need not worry. I shall never resort to treachery against my brothers to secure my position. Thus, it is unnecessary to send my elder brother away from the capital, causing him to suffer in his fief, nor should you endure the pain of longing. Xia Tej gently reassured Yen Shi, earnestly pledging his commitment. Chapter 51. The Elder Within the Imperial Tomb. One can only say that the throne stirs the heart. Had Xia Tej not obtained the system, he might have acted as Yen Shi suggested, wielding the authority of the crown prince to eliminate his fellow princes. However, with Xia Tei's current strength, he is destined to become the eternal emperor unifying the land of Huaxia, leaving him no inclination to engage in petty rivalries. Upon hearing this, Yen Shi seemed to reassess Xia Tej, lifting her gaze to scrutinize him deeply before nodding slowly. Very well. You may go. I understand you have much to attend to today, so I will not keep you. I take my leave. Xia Tej bowed respectfully before turning to exit Yong'an Palace. Simultaneously, having just returned to the imperial study, Emperor Xia received a mysterious summons, hurriedly rising to follow Wei Yong toward the imperial tomb of Xia. Outside the tomb, Wei Yong awaited, while Emperor Xia navigated through layers of guardians to reach the innermost depths. There, an elderly man sat cross-legged with eyes gently closed upon the arrival of Emperor Xia. The elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing intently at the emperor. I have met the ancestor. Even as Emperor Xia, he bowed deeply to the elder. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and spoke in a measured tone. During this morning's court, a figure clad in black robes appeared. From whence does this person hail? Surprised by the inquiry, Emperor Xia had anticipated this sudden summons to be about some significant matter, only to find it related to the newly appointed head of the Zhenwu division. This person is a retainer of my unworthy fifth son. As for his origins, I cannot say at present. The elder's expression shifted, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. A retainer. Your fifth son indeed possesses remarkable abilities. The elder appeared somewhat self-deprecating. Uncertain, Emperor Xia gazed at the elder with confusion. This individual is of the land immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. To be classified as a peak grandmaster would have seemed somewhat acceptable, given that several had already emerged. Yet now the elder claimed this person was of the land immortal realm, a notion that felt utterly implausible. In Emperor Xia's understanding, those of the land immortal realm were invariably formidable sovereigns, and it was inconceivable that such an individual would serve under a mere prince. Reflecting on the events of the morning court, Emperor Xia stood in bewilderment for a lengthy moment, unable to shake his astonishment. Ahem, the elder lightly coughed to draw Emperor Xia's attention back, prompting him to inquire hastily, "How is this possible? How could a powerhouse of the land immortal realm serve another?" The elder shook his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Emperor Xia. During the morning court, I observed that mysterious figure did not harbor ill intentions. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for Xia. In the future, we shall proceed with caution. Hearing the elder's words, Emperor Xia wished to inquire further, but found the elder had already closed his eyes again. With no choice but to abandon his questions, Emperor Xia left the depths of the tomb. Burdened with thoughts, meanwhile, a multitude of princes returned to their residences, lost in a haze of despair. Emotions swirled within their hearts: disappointment, regret, unwillingness, and fear, all negative feelings converging at this moment. Inside the residence of the third prince. Upon seeing the third prince return in a daze, the steward hurriedly approached and asked, "Your Highness, what was the matter during the morning court summoned by His Majesty?" Hearing this, the third prince merely lifted his eyelids wearily to glance at the steward. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, he gently shook his head, his lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately no words emerged. The third prince was consumed by confusion and disbelief, struggling to comprehend why his fifth brother, whose Jinwu division had only recently been established, was so swiftly granted the title of crown prince. It was known that the Jinwu division was a place filled with talent and skilled individuals. Now, with the supreme authority of the crown prince, the fates of all the princes lay entirely in the hands of Xia Tej. As this realization struck, a chill coursed from the soles of his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being, and a wave of despair welled up within him, that he feared that Xia Tej might, driven by past grievances or the desire to solidify his position as crown prince, take ruthless action against the other princes. This concern weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a colossal mountain that rendered him breathless. The current king of Qi no longer possessed the grace of his former self. In this moment, he was disinclined to engage with the multitude of ministers who had sought his favor. The ambition to unseat a crown prince while maintaining the dignity of a prince himself was no simple endeavor. At the very least, the king of Qi believed it was beyond his capabilities. Observing the king's demeanor, the steward dared not utter another word, instead remaining close by, ready to heed his commands at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the Eastern Palace, Gao Shan led the 800 elite troops of the Xianzani, who had just arrived to relieve the guarding forces of the Eastern Palace. Subsequently, servants, guards, cooks, and singers from the former residence of the king of Xian began to relocate to the Eastern Palace. Instantly, the atmosphere within the Eastern Palace transformed into a vibrant and bustling scene. Everyone busied themselves according to their respective duties, executing their tasks with remarkable organization. It wasn't long before the Eastern Palace regained its orderly state. Just as tranquility settled in, the figure of Xia Tej appeared at the entrance of the Eastern Palace. With a composed gait and an imposing presence, each step he took exuded an intangible authority. Wherever he went, the soldiers of the Xianzani respectfully knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Xia Tej, intrigued, surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the Eastern Palace. The vast expanse of the Eastern Palace was grander than the residence of the king of Xian by several folds. Even if the entire Xianzani were to be deployed within its confines, it would still appear ample. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Eastern Palace sensed Xia Tej's arrival and hurriedly rushed out to greet him. In unison, they knelt in a row, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The resounding and harmonious voices echoed through the air above the Eastern Palace. Upon witnessing this, Xia Tej could not help but display a gentle smile, waving his hand and softly stating, "Rise, everyone. We are all comrades here, and such formalities are unnecessary in the future." in Xia Tai's view. While these rituals held significance, excessive frequency would only foster a sense of estrangement and constraint. Upon hearing this, the four ladies, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, giggled as they approached. Your Highness, as this is your first time presiding over the Eastern Palace, certain customary practices must be observed. Otherwise, if word gets out, others might say we lack decorum and respect. Following this, the four shared another round of light-hearted laughter, their voices ringing like silver bells, adding a touch of liveliness and ease to the otherwise solemn atmosphere. In response, Xia Tai cast an exasperated glance at the four ladies, preparing to issue instructions. Let us get ready to visit the Zhenwu Division's office. Chapter 52. The next steps for the Zhenwu Division. Within the training grounds of the Zhenwu Division, all personnel stationed in the capital had gathered on the elevated platform. Zhao Gao and Zai Yozi stood on either side, with the other division heads lined up behind them. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the platform, startling the assembly. Noticing this, Zhao Gao promptly led everyone in a bow, exclaiming, "We have seen the division leader." The elite members of the Zhenwu Division echoed the salute, their voices resonating like thunder. This display was not merely a sign of respect for the division leader's position, but also an expression of reverence for his formidable prowess as an earthly immortal. On the platform, Dong Huang Tai surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze, nodding in satisfaction at the state of the Zhenwu Division, recognizing that those present were indeed elite warriors. Dispense with the formalities. From now on, everything shall proceed as before. Dong Huang Tai offered no rousing speeches, merely stating these few words with indifference. Understood. The assembly replied without hesitation, their eyes ablaze with admiration for Dong Huang Tai. The presence of an earthly immortal was itself a source of inspiration. Even without uttering a word, disperse, division heads, proceed to the main hall. His Highness is awaiting you. With that, Dong Huang Tai vanished from the platform. Zhao Gao and the others, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed suit to the main hall. The numerous elite of the Zhenwu Division, led by their respective captains, returned to their posts in an orderly fashion. The morale of the entire Zhenwu Division soared to its peak. In the main hall, Xia Tai occupied the seat of honor, with the four ladies, Mei Lan, Zhu and Zhu, standing behind him, pouring tea and offering refreshments. Moments later, Dong Huang Tai's figure appeared within the grand hall, his gaze settling upon Xia Tai as he nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Tai couldn't help but feel envious of Dong Huang Tai's elusive nature. Yet regrettably, the system had yet to reward him with items to enhance his cultivation, leaving him rather helpless, for reasons unknown. Despite diligent efforts in his previous life, his progress had been disappointingly slow, still grappling with the sixth-tier realm. Thankfully, Xia Tai had not yet been called upon to take action, rendering the matter less concerning. After a brief moment, Zhao Gao and the others arrived in the main hall. Upon seeing Xia Tai, they hastily bowed, exclaiming, "We have seen His Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Tai waved his hand casually, signaling for them to rise. He then turned his attention to Changri, stating, "Your journey to Changde Prefecture has been arduous. You have my gratitude." In response, Changri offered a modest gesture, replying, "It was no trouble at all. It is merely my duty." Xia Tai nodded, appreciating that those rewarded by the system were entirely aligned with his perspective. This alleviated his concerns significantly. With the senior personnel of the Zhenwu Division assembled, it marked the most complete gathering since its inception. Xia Tai, with a glint in his eyes, surveyed his formidable subordinates, feeling a swell of confidence within him. After suppressing his emotions, he promptly commanded, "Now that the Zhenwu Division is on the right track, further development is imperative. Once the silver from the Kai and Wang families arrives, we shall immediately establish branches of the Zhenwu Division, centered in the capital and gradually extending outward to ensure that every prefecture has a branch to oversee. The size of each branch shall be determined by the strength of the respective prefecture. Should there be a shortage of manpower, we shall conscript from the martial arts sects, employing covert spies to monitor closely. Should any collusion arise, we shall act with thunderous resolve to eradicate them. However, it is crucial that regardless of how many martial artists we recruit, every branch must have personnel from the original Zhenwu Division." Pausing for a moment, Xia Tej took a sip of tea before continuing. The second matter concerns the Buddhist sections. According to the intelligence gathered by our spies, the influence of the Buddhist sects within the Great Xia has severely hindered the development of its populace. If we are to unify the Huaxia continent, we cannot afford to neglect our population. When establishing the branches of the Zhenwu division, we must clearly distinguish between true and false Buddhists within the Great Xia. Our next step must involve striking at the very heart of the Buddhist sections. All false temples must be dismantled, and the martial monks within dispatched to engage in labor, such as mining and land cultivation. All lands and riches belonging to these temples shall be confiscated. The majority of these martial monks joined the Buddhist sect to evade military service. Thus, they shall all be assigned to mining. No individual from the temple shall be permitted to enlist or enter official service, nor shall their families be considered. Not a single one shall be spared. All shall be dispatched. Xia Tej's anger intensified as he spoke. Harboring no fondness for the individuals of the Buddhist sects, wishing only to eradicate them entirely. Observing Xia Tej's fury, the assembly promptly pledged their support. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness, the Zhenwu division possesses both the capability and confidence to fulfill the task. Dong Huangtai nodded slightly in agreement. Sharing Xia Tej's disdain for the Buddhist sections, he recognized the challenges ahead, yet they were not insurmountable, with a decisive strike against the leading Buddhist sects within the Great Xia. The remaining minor factions could be dealt with in due time. Previously, the only concern had been the formidable Delay Yin Temple located beyond the borders. However, with Dong Huangtai's arrival, such worries were rendered trivial. Satisfied, Xia Tej nodded approvingly and continued. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the two foreign dynasties, including that meddlesome divine sect. We must not afford our enemies a single opportunity to exploit. The 4 major families within our domain and the 10 prominent sects must also remain vigilant. Particularly, the 10 sects require heightened scrutiny from our spies, who must relay information promptly. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted as the attendees, all powerful figures beyond the Grand Master level, acknowledged Xia Tej's directives. The weight of the tasks at hand was considerable, and Xia Tej contemplated the need for support. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a token and tossed it to Dong Huangtai. This is the Crown Prince's order. It grants the bearer the authority to summon Grand Masters and those of lesser rank from within the depths of the Great Xia. Should the need arise, you may use this token to access the royal tombs of the Great Xia. Although the Zhenwu division appeared to have many experts, Xia Tej's ambitions had outgrown its current capacity. Presently, they were short-staffed and needed to draw from the reserves of the Great Xia. Dong Huangtai solemnly accepted the token, nodding in acknowledgement towards Xia Tej. Chapter 53. BNK. After the conclusion of the Zhenwu ceremony, Xia Tej and the 4 maidens, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, returned to the Eastern Palace in their white dragon carriage. Zhao Gao did not accompany them, for with the Eastern Emperor Tai currently in the capital, there was no need to worry about Xia Tej's safety. Zhao Gao remained within the Zhenwu ceremony to discuss the details of future plans. Inside the Eastern Palace, Xia Tej suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. He promptly focused his thoughts and intoned. System check-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and acquiring the physician BNK. The name of BNK was well known to Xia Tej, being the founder of ancient medicine and the pioneer of the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. His renown echoed in the hearts of all who pursued the healing arts. A flash of white light manifested, revealing an elderly man leaning on a cane before him. Upon seeing this, Xia Tej bowed deeply in respect, exclaiming, "I have the honor to meet you, Master BNK." BNK was not his true name, but rather a title of respect. "Greetings, Your Highness." Although advanced in years, BNK appeared remarkably spirited. "Would you be willing to help propagate the medical arts in this realm?" Xia Tej was acutely aware of the shortcomings of ancient medical knowledge. In this era of tragically low life expectancy, medical advancement was urgently needed. BNK, filled with joy, readily accepted. The promotion of medical knowledge was indeed his greatest aspiration, and with Xia Tej's assistance, the task would be significantly easier. In that case, I would trouble you to stay temporarily at the Eastern Palace until my disciples and the Academy are fully prepared for your teachings. Within the Eastern Palace, abundant medical texts awaited, and knowing the master's love for learning, Xiaotej encouraged him to peruse them at his leisure. Hearing this, Bian Ke bowed deeply again, sincerely expressing his gratitude. I thank you. Your Highness, Xiaotej quickly rose to assist Bian Ke, turning to gesture to Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to ensure the master was comfortably settled. The maidens complied and escorted Bian Ke to the guest quarters. With Bian Ke's presence, Xiaotej felt a great sense of reassurance in a prominent mansion within the capital. An extraordinary scene was unfolding in the rear courtyard. A group of individuals awaited with palpable tension. Leading them was Lin Dongsher himself, adorned in splendid official robes, his demeanor serious yet tinged with an inscrutable depth. Beside him stood his family and numerous female relatives. Before them, a eunuch held a roll of bright yellow silk, intricately embroidered, bearing the Empress's decree. By the decree of heaven, the Empress proclaims, it has come to my attention that Lin's daughter, Lin Ying, is graceful and poised, wise and discerning, naturally beautiful, and extraordinarily talented. I am most pleased and hereby summon her to the palace. There shall be no mistakes. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch's high-pitched voice reverberated through the courtyard, and upon hearing this, the hearts of all present tightened in unison. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence as the family exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as to why the Empress had issued such a sudden command. Amidst this silence, the Prime Minister Lin Dongsher maintained his composure. With a slight furrow of his brow, his profound gaze flickered, seemingly contemplating the underlying significance. Lin Ying, the cherished granddaughter of the Lin family, was equally perplexed. She looked up at her grandfather, Lin Dongsher, who subtly nodded, as if to provide her with some indication. The astute Lin Ying quickly grasped her grandfather's intent. Her previously anxious heart gradually calming. Did I, the humble servant Lin Ying, accept the decree? Lin Ying stepped forward respectfully and performed a formal bow. Lin Dongsher smiled and courteously addressed the eunuch, saying, I appreciate your efforts in coming here. My good sir, the eunuch promptly replied with a smile. You honor me, Minister Lin. This is but my duty. Having delivered the decree, he handed the document to Lin Ying. Although the Prime Minister's family was of high rank, the leading civil official of the Grand Xia dynasty could not afford to act with arrogance. I hope the young lady will prepare herself promptly, so we may proceed to meet Her Majesty the Empress. The eunuch said in a sharp voice, Indeed. Please allow me a moment. Good sir. Lin Ying nodded gracefully and offered a polite bow. After receiving a reassuring glance from Lin Dongsher, she stepped lightly towards the inner chamber. Upon entering, she observed her grandfather's tightly furrowed brow and the weight of concern etched upon his face. His gaze landed on Lin Ying with a hint of resignation as he slowly inquired, Do you have any idea why the Empress has summoned you to the palace today? Lin Ying nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her beautiful eyes as a general hypothesis formed in her mind. I suspect it may pertain to His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Dongsher nodded gently, stroking his beard as he continued. Now that the Crown Prince's position is established, it is likely that the Empress wishes to select a suitable candidate for the Crown Princess. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying's exquisite visage blossomed into a gentle smile. That I understand. Grandfather, I would gladly accept this marriage proposal, for I see no reason to decline, to become the legitimate Crown Princess, with the prospect of one day ascending to the role of Empress. How could I possibly refuse such an opportunity? Seeing Lin Ying's agreement, Lin Dongsher felt a sense of relief and nodded. Given Lin Dongsher's high standing, the possibility of his granddaughter being designated as Crown Princess was not without implications of a warning from the Xia Emperor. That aside, you should prepare quickly. We wouldn't want to keep the Empress waiting. Lin Dongsher's demeanor turned serious as he gently waved his hand, his gaze shifting to his graceful granddaughter, Lin Ying, as he earnestly advised her. In a heartbeat, the news of the Empress summoning Lin Ying, the daughter of the Prime Minister, to the palace spread through the capital like wildfire. People whispered and speculated, pondering the deeper meanings behind this decree. With the Crown Prince's position freshly established, and Lin Ying being summoned at such a pivotal moment, many surmised that the Empress was meticulously selecting a Crown Princess for the Crown Prince. After all, becoming the Crown Princess could potentially lead to the exalted title of empress, a temptation few could resist. In the past, the Yin family had basked in glory, their doors bustling with visitors and wielding immense power. Every family yearned to seize this opportunity to elevate themselves and align with the imperial family. Thus, officials throughout the capital strained their ingenuity, seeking to leverage their connections to secure a spot for their daughters on the prestigious shortlist. They spared no effort or expense, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope for their families. However, these officials were unaware that despite the multitude of names on the list, the Empress and the Xia Emperor had already settled upon their favored candidate. What appeared to be a grand selection process for the crown princess was perhaps, from the outset, destined to be a feudal charade. Chapter 54, Barriers. In the Eastern Palace, just past midday, Xiao Tej had just finished his lunch when he noticed the steward from the Qin prince's residence requesting an audience outside. Xiao Tej felt a tinge of confusion but decided to meet with the steward. Familiar with the steward, Xiao Tej had often frequented the Qin princess residence. Thus he was not a stranger. Upon Xiao Tej's invitation, Steward Wang entered the palace and immediately bowed deeply. "I have the honor to meet His Highness the Crown Prince." "Rise," Xiao Tej commanded. "What brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Steward Wang stood up and respectfully replied, "I come by the command of the Qin prince to present an invitation to your highness." Xiao Tej, slightly puzzled, gestured for Mei Jian to accept the invitation. Understanding the cue, Mei Jian stepped forward to receive the invitation from the steward's hands. Upon opening the invitation, Xiao Tej read, "To His Highness the Crown Prince, I humbly invite you to Su Miaoga at the hour of you today, where I shall prepare a modest banquet to await your esteemed presence." Xiao Tej furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before setting the invitation aside. Though it was merely an invitation, he sensed an underlying distance from Xia Beixian within its wording. This was a sentiment Xiao Tej wished to avoid. While he had recently been appointed crown prince, it was all in service of the greater development of the Xia dynasty. Xiao Tej had never contemplated wielding his newfound status to look down upon Xia Beixian. He lifted his gaze to the steward, who awaited his response, and declared, "Inform my elder brother that I shall certainly attend the banquet at the hour of you." "Yes." The steward bowed and departed. Observing the steward's retreating figure, Xiao Tej turned to Mei Jian and softly instructed, "Please inquire whether my elder brother has visited our mother to pay his respects after my departure today." Mei Jian nodded in understanding and promptly left to make the inquiry. Feeling isolated, Xiao Tej could not help but reflect, having just ascended to the role of crown prince, and yet his own blood brother had already begun to distance himself. What would happen once he assumed full authority? Would there still be someone to converse with at his side? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Within the Qin prince's residence, Qin Wang Xia Beixian sat solemnly in the grand hall, his eyes closed, occasionally furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, he heard hurried footsteps, and Steward Wang rushed in to report, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has responded. He will certainly attend the banquet at the hour of you today." Upon hearing the response from Steward Wang, Xia Beixian seemed to release a sigh of relief and promptly inquired, "Have the remaining individuals been duly notified?" "Your Highness, not a single person is absent. All have promised to attend the banquet punctually," Steward Wang replied respectfully. Nodding at his words, Xia Beixian then turned to Steward Wang, instructing, "You must pay close attention to Su Miao Pavilion. Be sure that no errors occur. Ensure that all skilled individuals from the residence are dispatched for vigilance. If manpower is insufficient, wield my token to summon experts from the Yin family, ensuring that nothing goes amiss." A twinge of worry lingered in Xia Beixian's heart. Should Xiao Tej encounter an assassination attempt at the banquet, it would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River, with no hope of cleansing the blame. Regardless of the river's presence, there would inevitably be those who would seek to frame him. Aware of the stakes involved, Steward Wang solemnly nodded and accepted the token. Although there were indeed many skilled individuals within the Wang residence, ensuring absolute safety remained a formidable challenge. Within the East Palace, Xiao Tej held the plum sword in hand, reflecting on Xia Beixian's itinerary for the day, feeling a tumult of emotions. According to the spies from the Jinwu division, before noon, Xiao Beixian had gone to Yong'an Palace to pay his respects to the Yin family. After partaking in lunch at Yong'an Palace, he returned to his residence, Shortly thereafter, he sent the steward of the Qin Wangfu to the East Palace with an invitation. It was hard to believe that the Yin family was not involved in this affair. Clearly, despite Xia Tai's solemn promises to the Yin family that morning, they still harbored concerns. With a helpless sigh, Xia Tai felt a swell of frustration. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, opting not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, in Yong'an Palace, Lin Ying had just arrived under the guidance of the eunuch announcing the edict. Upon entering Yong'an Palace, she beheld a figure seated in the main position, exuding an air of nobility, who was smiling warmly at her. Not daring to be remiss, Lin Ying promptly knelt and performed a deep bow, addressing the Yin family. I, Lin Ying, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress, upon witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction, her eyes filled with increasing admiration. Please rise. At the command, Lin Ying stood gracefully, her gaze discreetly surveying the interior of Yong'an Palace. Noticing that, apart from the Empress and maidservants, no other officials or ladies were present, Lin Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Observing Lin Ying's poised and elegant demeanor, the Empress could not help but genuinely praise. Such beauty is truly remarkable. Her comportment is dignified and fitting, a paragon of a noble lady. It is evident that the Lin family possesses an admirable family culture. Upon receiving the Empress's unabashed compliments, Lin Ying's face blossomed with a perfectly measured smile as she slightly bowed. Responding softly, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from a valley. The Empress, her face radiant with a gentle smile, looked at Lin Ying and inquired softly, "Do you know why I have specially summoned you to the palace today?" Lin Ying lifted her head to meet the Empress's gaze, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes as she sincerely replied, "Your Majesty, I do have a few speculations regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, the Empress understood immediately and, without further preamble, asked directly, "In that case, what are your thoughts?" Typically, for the daughters of high-ranking ministers, the prospect of marrying into the royal family and becoming a crown princess would be a tremendous honor. However, this matter was far from simple. After all, Lin Ying was the granddaughter of Lin Dongsher, the current prime minister, whose position was both influential and powerful. If Lin Ying were to truly become the crown princess, and Lin Dongsher remained in his esteemed position, it would pose a significant risk to the entire court. This was precisely the situation the current emperor wished to avoid. Thus, the summoning of Lin Ying to the palace coincided with Lin Dongsher's decision. Hence, the Empress posed this question, "Your Majesty, I leave the decision to you." Lin Ying bowed respectfully to these words. The Empress could not help but smile gently, her gaze toward Lin Ying growing increasingly affable. Subsequently, the Empress instructed the maidservants, "Bring forth my blue jade hairpin as a gift for Lin Ying." As soon as she finished speaking, a maid appeared, holding a jade plate adorned with a translucent hairpin. Observing this, Lin Ying did not decline, graciously thanking the Empress. "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty." The Empress continued to smile warmly, her appreciative gaze fixed on Lin Ying. Chapter 55. The Banquet. Approaching the hour of you. Within Su Miao Pavilion, as the host Xiao Beixian had arrived early, meticulously inspecting the pavilion to ensure everything was secure. As time passed, more and more guests gradually made their appearance. After finishing his duties, Xiao Beixian stepped forward to greet them. Just as he reached the entrance of Su Miao Pavilion, an extravagant carriage came to a halt. Recognizing the driver, Xiao Beixian immediately discerned who had arrived. With the driver's assistance, a figure descended from the carriage, and upon looking up, Xiao Beixian saw that he was waiting outside. The visitor adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to Xiao Beixian, exclaiming, "Greetings, brother." The newcomer was none other than the fourth prince, Han Wang Xian'anchu. The mother of Han Wang was a concubine in the imperial harem. Although her rank was not high, she certainly held some sway within the palace. Seeing this, Xiao Beixian stepped forward, extending a courteous gesture. "There's no need for such formality. Fourth brother, please come inside and make yourself comfortable. I still have guests to attend to, so I shan't keep you long. Brother, you are busy. Do not concern yourself with me." Xian'anchu nodded in understanding, then followed the attendants into Su Miao Pavilion. With the arrival of Han Wang Xia Nanchu, it seemed to trigger a cascade of arrivals, as the invited guests began to come in succession. Xia Beixian cordially welcomed each one, directing them to take their seats inside. At this point, only one guest remained unaccounted for, the newly appointed crown prince. Xia Beixian stood outside Su Miao Pavilion, feeling a twinge of impatience. Frequently glancing in the direction of the East Palace, shortly thereafter, a wave of relief washed over him. He spotted a carriage, entirely white. Making its way from the East Palace, in front of the carriage trotted a magnificent beast, exuding an imposing presence. Without needing to think further, the entire capital knew that this carriage belonged to the renowned crown prince. It was primarily the carriage's opulence that attracted attention. Upon witnessing this, Xia Beixian adjusted his attire and stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting the arrival. Before long, the white dragon carriage gradually came to a stop at the door of Su Miao Pavilion. Xia Tej, supported by the four maidens Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, gracefully descended from the carriage. As soon as he stepped down, he noticed Xia Beixian had evidently been waiting for quite some time. Before Xia Beixian could greet him, Xia Tej quickly interjected with a teasing remark. "Brother, this isn't like you. Usually so stingy, yet today you appear quite generous. Renting Su Miao Pavilion for a day must cost a pretty penny." At this, Xia Beixian felt an inexplicable sense of relief as he realized Xia Tej was still the same as always. Rolling his eyes in response, he helplessly replied, "Of course, now that my brother has become the crown prince, it is only fitting for me to curry favor. Indeed, perhaps in the future, you could promote me to a high-ranking official." "Go away." The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, their brief banter dissipating the tension between them. "Let us go. All the other guests have arrived. Now we only await your esteemed presence, Crown Prince." "Ah, indeed, the Crown Prince always makes his entrance last," Xia Beixian jested while gesturing for him to enter. Xia Tej, with a resigned expression, glanced sideways at him and followed Xia Beixian into the pavilion, with the four maidens trailing closely behind. Inside Su Miao Pavilion, the atmosphere was tense, with not a single guest engaging in conversation. Each sat before the banquet table, eyes closed, lost in thought, their expressions grave. The moment Xia Tej stepped into Su Miao Pavilion, all present opened their eyes, swiftly rising to their feet, nodding in greeting, "Your Highness." The Crown Prince. In this setting, there was a clear hierarchy. The Crown Prince was paramount, and the ministers were subject to his authority. Upon entering, Xia Tej surveyed the room, instantly grasping the situation. He turned to Xia Beixian with a wry smile. It was evident that today was a family gathering. Indeed, all the guests present were imperial princes. The second prince, Chu Wang, the third prince, Qi Wang, the fourth prince, Han Wang, and the sixth prince, Zhao Wang, were all assembled. Counting Xia Beixian and Xia Tej, there were a total of 6 guests within Su Miao Pavilion. Upon hearing the term family gathering, the princes felt a wave of sentiment wash over them, and they inexplicably relaxed. Turning to Xia Beixian, Xia Tej shot him a glare and then inquired, "Since it is a family gathering, have we invited His Majesty?" Xia Beixian sheepishly chuckled, avoiding a response. In the hall, there were 6 seats, with only the main seat and the secondary seat remaining. Xia Beixian gestured towards the main seat, smiling as he said to Xia Tej, "Please, Crown Prince, take your seat." Hearing this, Xia Tej made no attempt to decline. It was only fitting for him to occupy the main seat. In this context, no one would dare to sit in the main position while Xia Tej was present. Once Xia Tej took his seat, the other princes finally settled down. The Great Xia was fundamentally different from the Great Shang and Great Zhou. In the Great Xia, once one became the crown prince, their power escalated significantly beyond mere titles. This was the reason why the Xia Emperor had yet to formally establish a crown prince. Unlike the Great Shang and Great Zhou, where the title of crown prince held little real power compared to the princes. In the Great Xia, the crown prince's authority was markedly enhanced. After everyone had taken their seats, Xia Beixian promptly announced, "Let the banquet commence." As the resounding cheer echoed, the atmosphere within Su Miao Pavilion became extraordinarily lively. Steward Wang from the Qin Wangfu led a group of maids, all clad in matching attire, who entered in an orderly fashion, their steps light and synchronized, they gracefully carried trays of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses, and meticulously arranged them upon the tables for the guests. Tea that moment. Luo Yao, the newly appointed signature musician of Su Miao Pavilion, made her elegant entrance, dressed in a simple yet exquisite white gown. She resembled a celestial being descended to earth, captivating all with her beauty. Luo Yao gently took her seat to the side, gracefully extending her delicate hand to pluck the strings of her instrument. And enchanting melodies instantly flowed forth. The music, at times melodious and lingering like the gentle flow of mountain streams, and at other moments spirited and vigorous, resonated like a stampede of galloping horses, immersing the audience in a state of rapture. Xiaotej slightly lifted his head, his gaze resting upon Luo Yao, whom he had generously rewarded only days prior. In that brief time, her aura had transformed, exuding an ethereal quality that was strikingly refined. Xiaotej listened quietly to the poignant strains of her music, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. As the enchanting melodies filled the air, he cautiously sampled the lavish feast before him. Alas, it remained as unpalatable as ever. Xiaotej shook his head in resignation, taking only a few bites before losing interest. If the culinary offerings could not satisfy his palate, he would turn to fine wine instead. With this thought, he lifted his exquisite wine goblet and proclaimed, "Today, it is indeed a rare occasion for so many brothers to gather here. Let us raise our cups and drink heartily." The princes responded in unison, raising their goblets high in a gesture of respect towards Xiaotej. After downing a cup, the initially restrained atmosphere gradually transformed into one of exuberance. As the host, Xia Beixian was the first to act decisively, raising his goblet towards Xiaotej and promptly draining it in one go. Chapter 56. The Emperor's Law. Xiaotej displayed a remarkably generous demeanor in response, fully embracing the convivial spirit of the gathering. After all, how could one shy away from the revelry of wine? With Xia Beixian initiating the toast, other princes followed suit, each taking turns to raise their goblets in tribute to Xiaotej. Faced with each prince who approached to toast, Xiaotej maintained a warm smile, exhibiting impeccable courtesy without a trace of the arrogance one might expect from a crown prince. Time flowed gently, and after a while, the goblets were repeatedly raised and lowered, creating a rhythm of camaraderie. Gradually, the ambience within the grand hall became increasingly vibrant, filled with laughter and merriment. It was then that the hesitant Qi Wang, Xia Chuzhou, finally resolved to speak. After taking a deep breath, emboldened by the wine, he solemnly raised his goblet towards Xiaotej and declared, "Your Highness, I have grown weary with age and find it no longer suitable to remain in the capital for long. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to retire to my fief." Upon hearing this, Xiaotej's expression remained as calm as still waters, betraying no hint of emotion. He slowly lifted his own goblet, remaining silent for a moment before drinking deeply. He then turned to the steward of the Qin Wangfu, who was still dutifully attending to them, and casually instructed, "Have the musicians cease her playing and take her leave to rest." At these words, the steward turned to glance at the Qin Wang, and upon receiving a slight nod, hurriedly set about fulfilling the request. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The princes, witnessing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Irritated by Xia Chuzhou's audacity, from his seat of prominence, Xiaotej let out a quiet sigh. His gaze swept across the room, and upon noticing that only a few princes remained, he candidly remarked, "I cannot bring myself to harm my own brothers. Though it is often said that one must be ruthless to secure the throne, I possess unwavering confidence in my position. I do not believe that a few princes can pose a threat to my claim. From the very beginning, I have never regarded you as rivals. The depths of the waters in the Huaxia continent are far beyond your comprehension. As for the crown prince position, or rather, the title of the Emperor of Daxia, there is no alternative to me. Rest assured, I am not so petty as to consider inflicting harm upon you." As Xiaotej spoke, he observed the expressions of the princes. This entire scheme, orchestrated by Xia Beixian, undoubtedly bore the influence of the Yin family. Their primary concern was likely to prevent me from solidifying my imperial power at the expense of my own brethren. It is best to clarify matters now to avoid future complications. The princes were about to voice their thoughts when Xiao Tej interrupted them again, stating, "In the future, feel free to continue as before. Whether forming alliances or gathering factions, I shall remain indifferent. Even rebellion will go unnoticed as long as you succeed. Should you fail, I will still grant you mercy." Xiao Tej's confidence in his own strength was palpable. In fact, he secretly hoped that these princes would rebel. Such actions would provide him with a legitimate reason to cleanse the court of lingering nobles and replace them with fresh blood. In that case, the Daxia dynasty would only grow stronger, allowing its citizens to enjoy a better life. However, the princes present were taken aback by his words, rendered speechless and unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Xiao Beixian, observing the increasingly tense atmosphere, attempted to alleviate it by stating, "As members of the Daxia royal family, we shall ensure that no harm comes to one another." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tej sighed in exasperation. He was not joking. With Xiao Tej's forthright words, the intoxication of the gathered nobles began to fade, leaving them alert and apprehensive. They exchanged glances and raised their goblets, standing to toast Xiao Tej. "Your Highness, your integrity is commendable." Seeing this, Xiao Tej smiled faintly, raising his own goblet. After surveying the room, he half-jokingly remarked, "I hope that the next banquet I attend is truly a simple gathering, devoid of any further complications." Upon hearing this, Xiao Beishuan's face flushed slightly, and he shot a playful glare at Xiao Tej. The other princes, without further comment, raised their heads and downed the contents of their goblets. Thus, this banquet, laden with tension and dramatic twists, finally drew to a close, and the guests departed Su Miao Pavilion in a hush, each harboring their own thoughts. The following day, in the East Palace, Xiao Tej rose from his slumber as the sun neared its zenith. The first order of business was to check in. System sign in. "Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the Emperor's Law." The Emperor's Law is an exclusive technique for the Emperor. It binds the nation's fortune, consolidating the imperial dynasty's destiny within oneself. When the dynasty flourishes, the host shall reign supreme, unmatched by any. When the dynasty falls, the host shall perish and not enter the cycle of reincarnation, as long as the dynasty endures. The host shall be immune to all calamities, achieving immortality. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tej felt a surge of emotion. It had not been easy, but he had finally unlocked the technique. He eagerly wished to shed his previous identity as a novice. However, moments passed without any action from the system. Xiao Tej attempted again. "System, learn the Emperor's Law." Still, there was no response. Just as he was about to try a third time, the system finally interjected, "Please read the introduction to the technique carefully." "Thank you." Hastily, Xiao Tej reopened the description. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "System, since I will eventually ascend the throne, it would be wise to start learning now." Xiao Tej waited expectantly, but the system remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. What was the point of signing in if he could not cultivate? It felt like a waste of time. Having just become the crown prince, did he really intend to approach Emperor Xia and say, "For the sake of unifying the continent, I humbly request your abdication"? Surely, even if his father were the most benevolent of rulers, he would not hesitate to send Xiao Tej, the novice, flying out of the palace with a single slap. Xiao Tej felt an inexplicable discomfort brewing within him, a surge of frustration that he longed to vent. Just then, a black and white dog sauntered past Xiao Tej's chamber, rolling its eyes in a humorous manner. Xiao Tej felt a spark of inspiration and approached the Siberian husky. One could only remark that while both were black and white, the status of the husky was decidedly inferior. Chapter 57. The Apology from the Two Families of the Kai Wang. As noon approached, outside the capital, a magnificent procession resembling a dragon could be seen winding its way towards the city. It was an impressive sight that demanded attention. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the banners of the two families of Kai Wang flying high, unmistakably the convoy delivering silver to the Zhenwu division as compensation. The two families were set to pay a total of 35 million taels, equivalent to nearly 300,000 pounds. In ancient times, the transportation costs alone would be a significant expense as they traveled. The long journey inevitably attracted the attention of bandits, who could not resist their greed and resorted to desperate measures. Along the way, the two families' entourage had undoubtedly faced countless encounters with robbers and bandits. Not to mention the arduous task of raising silver. Even the Kai and Wang families incurred significant costs to barely assemble the required amount. As they approached the city gate, the crowd finally caught a glimpse of the true form of the convoy. From beneath the tarpaulin of the horse-drawn carts, one could faintly discern neatly arranged boxes inside. The seemingly endless procession of vehicles began to draw the attention of increasingly powerful factions, under the watchful eyes of the various forces in the capital. The carts belonging to the Kai and Wang families, after passing through the city gates, headed straight for the Jinwu Division's office. Upon reaching the capital, the Grandmasters leading the Kai and Wang families could finally afford to relax their vigilance, albeit slightly. After all, wealth can entice the heart, and with such a vast sum of silver, should the news leak, it was inevitable that some Grandmasters would be tempted. Fortunately, although there had been minor inconveniences along the way, none were of grave concern. Inside the Jinwu Division, Dong Huangtai did not make an appearance. While Zhao Gao was preoccupied with matters of the Eastern Palace at this moment, only Zai Yozi and a few department heads were present. The Grandmasters escorting the silver for the Kai and Wang families were quite familiar with the mysterious deputy chief of the Jinwu Division. Upon their arrival at the Jinwu Division's office, they found Zai Yozi had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing this, the two hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects, Your Excellency." Though they were not under Zai Yozi's command, respect for the strong was paramount. In response, Zai Yozi merely nodded indifferently. The two then continued. This time, the two families have transported a total of 35 million taels of silver, and we hope Your Excellency will send someone to facilitate the handover. The mastermind behind the assassination of your esteemed chief has also been brought along. We ask for Your Excellency's judgment. At this point, both felt a twinge of anxiety, as the person who had been targeted was still beside Zai Yozi, coldly scrutinizing them. Hearing this, Jing Yi showed little reaction, simply snorting coldly before ignoring them further. From his seat, Zai Yozi observed the scene before him and could not help but shake his head with a smile. He then turned his gaze toward Jing Yi and said, "In that case, I shall leave these two in your hands, although His Highness intends to hand them over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. As long as they remain alive, that will suffice." Upon hearing this, Jing Yi was instantly delighted, stepping forward to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Yozi nodded and then addressed Heibai Xianjian, instructing, "You shall oversee the counting of the silver." "Yes." Heibai Xianjian nodded in agreement, saying nothing further before turning to leave. Instantly, the entire Jinwu Division became bustling with activity. 35 million taels of silver is an immense quantity. At this moment, the lead of the convoy had already entered the Jinwu Division's gates, while the tail remained outside the capital. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of the delivery. Within the Jinwu Division, the only space capable of accommodating the silver was the open training ground. Fortunately, they had summoned 2,500 soldiers from the Mo Dao army just yesterday to assist in the moving of boxes and counting of the wealth, making them the most suitable choice. Outside the imperial study, Xiatage was waiting. Having just finished dealing with the husky, Xiatage had received news of the arrival of the silver from the Kai and Wang families. After some contemplation, he decided to visit the imperial study to request a decree. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Xia was, as usual, engrossed in reviewing memorials. Wei Yong approached to report, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince seeks an audience." "Admit him." "Yes." Upon receiving the summons, Xiatage stepped forward to enter the imperial study, only to turn and find Wei Yong standing motionless at the door. Xiatage, perplexed by this, turned and inquired, "Why are you not coming in?" "Wait a ban. What are you doing out here?" "Your Highness, I am merely guarding the door for you. Should you require anything, simply let me know, and this old servant will be informed." Xiatage, feeling somewhat bewildered by this response, chose not to dwell on it and entered alone. I pay my respects to father. What is it? The emperor did not even look up. Observing this, Xiaotej pouted and spoke, I have come specifically to request a decree from father. In response, the emperor did not inquire further, but simply replied indifferently, write it yourself. Is that appropriate? Xiaotej inwardly grumbled. Yet, seeing that the emperor showed no intention of engaging with him, he could only step forward and take the brush himself. Beginning to write, be why the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Jinwu division is of utmost importance to the fate of the Daxia kingdom and must be developed and strengthened. Therefore, branches shall be established in each province. And local authorities must fully cooperate with the establishment of the Jinwu division's branches without obstruction. Thus decreed, as it was his first time writing such a decree, Xiaotej felt somewhat unaccustomed. He took the time to carefully examine it before nodding in satisfaction. Father, please affix the imperial seal. The emperor glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead and do it yourself, Xiaotej. Taken aback by the emperor's response, thought to himself that while it was a sign of trust, was it perhaps a bit too much? What if the decree contained a succession proclamation? Xiaotej could not help but ponder. Without further hesitation, he took the jade seal and pressed it onto the decree. Once completed, the emperor had also finished reviewing the memorials in hand, setting down the brush to look at Xiaotej. Saying mildly, congratulations on your recent wealth, in response, Xiaotej smiled shyly. It's not much, just enough to establish the Jinwu division's branches. Not much? That's enough to rival the imperial treasury's income for a year. The emperor retorted with a hint of annoyance. As he reflected on this, the emperor felt some admiration for Xiaotej's generosity. To offer up tens of millions of taels of silver for the establishment of government offices spoke volumes of his patriotic spirit, which touched the emperor somewhat. In the future, should he need to issue decrees, he would do so himself. The emperor was inclined to compensate. Hearing this, Xiaotej recalled the edict he had signed earlier that day while observing the emperor lost in his own emotions. Feeling somewhat conflicted, after a moment's hesitation, Xiaotej cautiously proposed, why not have father transfer the throne to me first? The emperor's expression darkened at this, regarding the impudent young man before him with a mixture of disbelief and irritation. Reminding himself that this was indeed his own flesh and blood, as expected, this rascal, despite becoming the crown prince, had not changed in the slightest. Get lost. All right. Xiaotej chuckled sheepishly and turned to leave with the decree. Outside, upon hearing Xiaotej's words, Wei Yong silently celebrated his wise choice to remain outside. He could not afford to provoke this living tyrant and could only avoid him. Chapter 58. Three-Pronged Approach. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Xiaotej handed the decree to Zhao Gao, leaving the specifics to him. With the Jinwu division well staffed, Xiaotej no longer needed to worry. Seeing this, Zhao Gao nodded and accepted the decree with both hands. He then turned to present the gathered intelligence to Xiaotej, saying, Your Highness, with the recommendation of Lin Shoufu, the positions of Minister of Revenue and Minister of Justice have been settled. The recommended individuals are all reputable and capable. Hearing this, Xiaotej examined the intelligence closely, silently praising his future father-in-law's keen insight. Before conflict erupted, Lin Dongsher had managed to avoid officials connected to the four great families based on subtle clues, proving himself worthy of his position as the head of the cabinet. All right, let us proceed as planned. Xiaotej nodded and casually set the intelligence aside. Understood, Zhao Gao replied before turning to leave. With financial concerns lifted, the establishment of the Jinwu division's branches could now be prioritized. During the hour with the efforts of over 2,000 soldiers from the Mo Dao army, the silver delivered by the Kai and Wang families was finally counted. This astonishing scene left the entire capital in awe. The horse-drawn carts laden with silver had taken over 2 hours just to pass through the city gates. Ordinary citizens were unaware of what the carts carried, but the major factions within the capital were well aware. Consequently, countless gazes were directed towards the Jinwu division. This marked the first time the court had extracted such a substantial amount from the four great families. Such a monumental victory propelled the Jinwu division to unprecedented heights. The newly appointed chief, Dong Huangtai, had also become the most enigmatic figure in the eyes of many factions, an individual of little renown. who managed to overshadow two deputy chiefs of the Jinwu division and ascended to the position of chief without any notable skills, was hard to believe. Unfortunately, Dong Huang Tai's whereabouts were unpredictable, making it difficult even for the two deputy chiefs to meet with him. Within the main hall of the Jinwu division, Zhao Gao and Zaiyozi presided over the proceedings, discussing the establishment of the division's branches alongside four department heads. Both Zhao Gao and Zaiyozi were astute individuals. One had risen to power as a eunuch, while the other had created numerous martial arts manuals that dominated the martial world, clearly not fools. From his position, Zhao Gao surveyed the assembly before speaking first. His Highness suggests establishing Jinwu division branches centered around the capital and gradually radiating outward. While this plan is prudent, its effectiveness is rather slow. He continued, in my view, we should set up a stronghold in the north, while establishing another in the south, thereby facilitating a dual expansion that could save us at least half the time. Of course, once we have sufficient experts, we could expand in 3 or 4 directions. After finishing, Zhao Gao looked at the others, awaiting their opinions. Seeing that no one spoke up, Yanri coldly interjected, this plan is too slow. I believe we should directly coerce the 10 major sects, similar to the Wajidian, which would expedite the process. Hearing this, Zhao Gao initially wished to dismiss Yanri, but upon seeing the murderous intent emanating from him, he feared that Yanri might act foolishly and jeopardize their plans. Absolutely not. This plan has far-reaching consequences. The 10 major sects are not all like Wajidian, and such an approach could easily drive the sects to oppose the court. In the present day, the affairs of the town military division suppression of Buddhism remain unfinished, leaving no surplus manpower to contend with the chaos. Upon hearing this, Yanri's expression remained impassive, yet the murderous intent in his eyes swiftly receded. For an assassin, such a scenario has always been a fervent desire. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, the heart yearns for bloodshed. Observing this, Zhao Gao ceased his engagement and turned to Zaiyozi, inquiring for his opinion. Brother Xiaoyao, what do you think? Very well. After pondering for a brief moment, Zaiyozi decisively nodded in agreement that I shall personally lead a team to the Southern Town Military Division stronghold. Let Yanri accompany me. Furthermore, did not the prince provide a token? I believe we can surely requisition a peak grandmaster from the royal family to establish a new stronghold in the west. With you, Brother Zhao Gao, stationed in the capital, these 3 points will correspond with one another, thereby expediting our efforts. Agreed, Zhao Gao affirmed, expressing strong concurrence with Zaiyozi's suggestion, with Dong Huang Tai currently overseeing the capital. The strong members of the royal family now have little to occupy themselves with. It would be far more advantageous to deploy them to make use of their talents, as the town military division is established. These royal figures will gradually find themselves without a place to exert their skills. Each day, the royal family continues to provide them with rare treasures for cultivation. Under such circumstances, let us finalize this matter. Please estimate the silver we need to transport and make immediate arrangements for transport. Within the town military division, 3,000 heavy cavalry stand by as escorts, ensuring safe passage against any bandit threats along the way. Dong Huang Tai, indifferent to these trivialities, left the decisions to Zhao Gao and Zaiyozi, who promptly confirmed the plan. Given the long journey and the considerable number of participants, transporting silver certainly poses a challenge. While Zaiyozi will oversee the route, there is bound to be some foolhardy individual along the way, which is unavoidable. Among the 4 directors of the town military division, Yanri will accompany Zaiyozi, along with 1,100 subordinates from Yanri's ranks. After all, once the town military division is established, manpower will be essential for its governance. With matters settled, Zhao Gao set off towards the royal mausoleum to requisition skilled individuals. The day prior, after receiving the token from Dong Huang Tai, Zhao Gao was entrusted with it, as Dong Huang had no interest in the token whatsoever. Upon nearing the mausoleum, Zhao Gao was immediately intercepted by the guard stationed there, as access is strictly forbidden. Unfazed by the prohibition, Zhao Gao presented the token and proclaimed, Zhao Gao, Deputy Master of the Town Military Division, here on the Prince's orders to requisition personnel from the Royal Mausoleum. At that moment, within the depths of the mausoleum, an elder, upon hearing the term town military division, opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward Zhao Gao, who held the token. Since Dong Wang Tai's unprecedented emergence as the commander of the town military division, the elder had gained a comprehensive understanding of its structure. The deeper he delved, the more astonished he became. Even as a terrestrial immortal, he found the configuration of the town military division quite remarkable. Both Zhao Gao and Zhe Yozi, despite their youth, had already attained the peak of Grandmaster status, which left the elder utterly astounded. Achieving the peak of Grandmaster is a significant milestone, typically reached only after decades of cultivation and insight. The fact that these two had arrived at such a level at a young age is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 59. Jian Zhou Huang. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Gao felt an inexplicable wave of dread wash over him, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. Struggling to steady his nerves, he deeply bowed towards the mausoleum. Respect for the powerful, especially those stronger than oneself, is of utmost importance. Observing Zhao Gao's display of respect, the elder withdrew his penetrating gaze and slowly closed his eyes. The guards at the entrance, sensing the change in atmosphere, refrained from causing any further hindrance. After carefully examining the token, they granted Zhao Gao entry. The following day, in the early morning, Zaitage had just risen and was preparing for breakfast when, to his surprise, Dong Wang Tai appeared suddenly. Upon noticing this, Zaitage took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. He looked at Dong Wang Tai with a hint of annoyance and remarked, "Could you not announce your arrival next time? Being a terrestrial immortal is quite the feat, isn't it?" Unfazed by the remark, Dong Wang Tai, hidden behind his mask, revealed a hint of apology in his eyes. "What brings you to disturb me so early in the day?" "Your Highness, I observed the celestial phenomena last night and discovered that the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple have united in an attempt to counteract the subsequent plans of the Great Xia." Dong Wang Tai's expression remained inscrutable, merely nodding at Zaiatage's words. Upon hearing this, Zaiatage furrowed his brow, perplexed at how the Divine Sect, known for its disruptive influence, could form an alliance with the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Sensing Zaiatage's confusion, Dong Wang Tai stepped forward to elucidate. Fortune! Zaiatage's bewilderment deepened. "Your Highness, the leader of the Divine Sect, like myself, has some knowledge of celestial phenomena. Since your arrival, the fortune of the Great Xia has surged, surpassing that of the Great Shang and Great Zhou combined. Following your decision regarding the Buddhist matter yesterday, the fortune of the Great Thunder Sound Temple has plummeted. Thus, it is only logical for the leader of the Divine Sect to proactively unite with the Great Thunder Sound Temple to face the Great Xia." Dong Wang Tai's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability, which left Zaiatage feeling slightly dizzy. Indeed, the rise in fortune for the Great Xia posed the greatest obstacle for the leader of the Divine Sect's ambitions to overthrow the three major dynasties. And the same holds true for the Great Thunder Sound Temple. While the Divine Sect recognizes the Great Xia as its most significant impediment, it finds itself unable to counteract it. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," and the Great Thunder Sound Temple is not an enemy of the Divine Sect. On the contrary, fundamentally, both factions engage in similar undertakings. "What purpose do you have in seeking me out?" Zaiatage suddenly inquired, regarding Dong Wang Tai with curiosity. This. Dong Wang Tai fell silent for a moment before eventually speaking. "Such significant matters are best brought to your attention. Furthermore, I suspect that the primary target of the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple may very well be you." With that, an uncomfortable silence ensued. While other factions may hesitate to attempt an assassination against the current prince, the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple would not shy away from such audacity. After a moment, Zaiatage suddenly recalled something and turned to Dong Wang Tai with a question. "Does the leader of the Divine Sect know of your existence?" Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Tai shook his head slowly, indicating ignorance of the matter. With this revelation, Zaiatage felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Dong Wang Tai's strength remains concealed, everything can be negotiated, even if the information were to leak. The leader of the Divine Sect might find it hard to believe that a terrestrial immortal has suddenly appeared. It can only be said that the might of the system is unfathomable. Feeling at ease, Xiatage casually asked, "Do you have any insight into whether the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple might attempt an assassination?" In response, Dong Wang Tai fell silent once more. And after a brief pause, he shook his head again. "I cannot predict such matters concerning your highness. I believe the leader of the Divine Sect is merely speculating based on the recent rise of the town military division, which ultimately leads back to you. Indeed, the most significant change for the Great Xia recently has been the emergence of the town military division, which is spearheaded by Xiatage himself." Xiatage nodded, realizing there was no need to fret over this matter. For with Dong Wang Tai around, there was little to worry about. "In that case, would you care to stay for breakfast?" "I do not consume grains." Upon finishing his statement, Dong Wang Tai's figure gradually faded away. Observing the elegant departure of Dong Wang Tai, who transcended the mundane, Xiatage could not help but grimace at the sight of the food before him, which suddenly lost its appeal. "System sign in." "Congratulations, host. You have signed in and obtained Jianjiu Huang." "Name: Jianjiu Huang. Strength: Peak Grandmaster." Upon viewing the system's introduction, Xiatage's heart soared with delight upon acquiring yet another Peak Grandmaster. System summon. Eagerly, Xiatage awaited the results, as a flash of white light enveloped the space. A figure appeared, whose disheveled appearance could hardly be described as presentable. Jianjiu Huang, in Xiatage's estimation, was the ideal candidate for the role of his charioteer. Yet at this moment, he felt a tinge of helplessness, for his demeanor simply did not match the elegance of the white dragon carriage. After gathering his composure, Jianjiu Huang noticed Xiatage's scrutinizing gaze and quickly offered a broad grin, bowing deeply. "I have the honor of meeting your highness." As Jianjiu Huang flashed a toothy smile, the two missing front teeth instantly caught Xiatage's attention. Xiatage, exasperated, held his forehead with one hand while gesturing dismissively with the other. "No need for formality. I have gained Old Huang, and it feels as though I have found my element." Pausing momentarily, Xiatage seemed to recall something and raised his head to jest with Jianjiu Huang. "Old Huang, do not go about making a grand entrance with life or death stakes to welcome the prince into the world of martial arts. I have no desire to step into that realm. My only limitation is my lack of cultivation. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Jianjiu Huang grinned sheepishly, scratching his head and chuckling. "Indeed, indeed. Rest assured, your highness, I will keep in mind your humble cultivation." Xiatage, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, shot Jianjiu Huang an incredulous look. "Quickly change into some proper attire. I shall take you to the pleasure district for some entertainment, as a gesture of welcome." Upon hearing this, Jianjiu Huang's eyes instantly brightened, gazing at Xiatai Ge as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Observing this, Mei Lan Juju, standing beside Xiatai Ge, erupted into peals of laughter. Hearing the laughter behind him, Xiatai Ge turned his head and raised his chin in acknowledgement. Jianjiu understood and stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Hero Huang, please accompany me to get dressed and change your clothes." Of course, of course." Jianjiu Huang cheerfully followed Mei Jian to the side courtyard to change attire. Xiatai Ge watched their retreating figures, knowing that Jianjiu Huang's frivolity was merely superficial. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness in his heart. Perhaps it was the indelible impression left by Jianjiu Huang in a past life that made it difficult for him to shift perspectives now. Chapter 60. Assassination. In Su Miao Pavilion, the same old place, the same old position, the same old rules. Jianjiu Huang and Xiatai Ge sat side by side, while Mei Lan Juju remained in the Eastern Palace, not accompanying them. Upon entering Su Miao Pavilion, Xiatai Ge immediately noticed that Jianjiu Huang had not blinked once, his wide eyes fixated on the graceful dancers on stage. He occasionally grumbled that Xiatai Ge was seated too far from the action. Before long, as the performance concluded, Jianjiu Huang reluctantly withdrew his gaze, only to find Xiatai Ge glaring at him with fierce intensity. In response, the previously serious expression on Jianjiu Huang's face instantly transformed into a fawning smile, as he hurriedly said to Xiatai Ge, "Your Highness, please enjoy some tea. This is the finest pre-rain Longjing, and these exquisite pastries were specially prepared for you. Please indulge." He bowed, extending the teacup and plate of pastries with a look full of obsequiousness. Xiao Tai Gu regarded this comical scene with exasperation, shaking his head helplessly before gradually turning his gaze back to the stage. There, the newly appointed Golden Plate Qin Master, Luo Yao, gracefully approached the center of the stage in her flowing light blue dress. Her figure delicate and ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended to that moment. Their eyes inadvertently met, and in a fleeting exchange, Luo Yao slightly nodded in respect towards Xiao Tai Gu, just as he prepared to smile in acknowledgement. A teasing voice interrupted him from his side. Hee, Your Highness, look at this woman. Her elegance rivals that of an orchid in a secluded valley, and her beauty is truly breathtaking. She is the epitome of natural grace. In my opinion, such a beauty is perfectly matched with Your Highness, Jianzhu Huang remarked, winking mischievously, his face adorned with an impish grin. Xiao Tai Ji's brows twitched in irritation as he realized bringing Jianzhu Huang along today had been a grave mistake. Be quiet, speak another word, and you shall find yourself forever barred from this place. Without even glancing at Jianzhu Huang, Xiao Taiga knew that at this moment, the man was undoubtedly wearing that infuriatingly amusing expression again. On stage, Luo Yao remained oblivious to the playful banter between the two, her focus unwavering as she took her seat before the Guqin. With a gentle lift of her hand, a cascade of melodious notes flowed from the strings like a babbling brook. Instantly, the entire hall seemed enveloped in a magical aura, transforming into a realm of tranquility and peace. The music soared and ebbed, sometimes grand like towering mountains, and at other times delicate like a gentle stream. Though Jianzhu Huang had intended to offer an explanation, the moment the enchanting melody reached his ears, he promptly fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. Xiao Taigu too became entranced. His eyes softly closed as he savored the emotional resonance of each note. For a time, both were immersed in this unparalleled musical realm, forgetting the chaos of the world around them, as the piece concluded. They slowly returned to their senses. With Luo Yao exiting the stage, the remaining performances in Su Miao Pavilion paled in comparison. After spending several hours within, the two finally decided to take their leave. In the carriage, Jianzhu Huang, while driving, continued to discuss the piece performed by Luo Yao, much to Xiao Tai Ji's annoyance. The latter, unwilling to engage, allowed Jianzhu Huang to buzz around him like a persistent fly. After a moment, Jianzhu Huang's voice gradually quieted, as did the occasional shouts from the street outside. Xiao Taigu sensed that something was amiss. Outside the carriage, Jianzhu Huang scanned the surrounding buildings with a grave expression. Oh no, Your Highness, we might be in trouble. Inside the carriage, Xiao Taigu rolled his eyes at Jianzhu Huang's incessant teasing. Stop the carriage. Though Jianzhu Huang was puzzled, he complied and brought the carriage to a slow halt. As the carriage came to a stop, Xiao Taigu opened the door and stepped down. Although he sensed no immediate danger, he understood the gravity of the situation and called out, "Come out." Hiding in the shadows will not uphold the reputation of the divine cult or the Great Thunder Sound Temple. As soon as he spoke, figures clad in black suddenly appeared atop the surrounding buildings. Encircling the two of them, "Long time no see, Your Highness." One of them bowed respectfully, greeting Xiao Taigu. Jianzhu Huang, witnessing this, cursed the displeasing music from earlier under his breath, his heart tightening as he instinctively shielded Xiao Taigu. Wary of the encroaching figures, how audacious! The Jinwu division has not sought trouble with the divine cult, yet the divine cult dares to come for the crown prince. Xiao Taigu, appearing unfazed, addressed the encircled individuals. I hope Your Highness can forgive us. At the behest of our leader, we are here to take your life. The divine cult members responded courteously, seemingly indifferent to the adversarial nature of their interaction. Xiao Taigu chuckled softly, casting a glance at the speaker. If I am not mistaken, you and your companions are the left and right protectors saved by the leader of the divine cult 10 years ago. Are you not? Your Highness's intelligence is indeed renowned. I am honored. The two bald monks beside him must be the experts sent by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I presume. Umitba, this humble monk greets the crown prince of Great Xia. Your Highness's composure is truly a rarity. However, I wonder if the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the divine cult will feel the sting of losing 4 peak masters among you. Having identified their ranks, Xiao Taigu turned to Jianzhu Huang and said, So, How about 1 against 8? Do you have confidence? Hearing this, Jianzhou Huang wore a bitter smile, panic rising within him. Your Highness, have you been concealing your strength? To which Xia Taigu shot him an incredulous glare. Concealing my strength? I have no need to. With no time for further conversation, Xia Taigu ordered, everyone, strip away your cultivation. The Jinwu division will take you in for questioning. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his command. Even Jianzhou Huang looked utterly baffled at Xia Taiji's words. Yes, but at that moment, a faint voice boomed like thunder in their ears. Everyone turned in shock towards the source of the voice, only to see a figure in a black robe hovering in midair, gazing down at them. The sight sent waves of shock through the crowd, rendering them speechless and stripped of their earlier bravado. Chapter 61. The Power of Dong Huang Tai, Earthly Immortal Realm. An exclamation escaped one of the 8, prompting all to raise their heads in horror to behold Dong Huang Tai suspended above them. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they seemed to witness the most unfathomable spectacle. How could such a legendary figure heed the command of a mere prince? That thought flickered through each mind, leaving disbelief in its wake. Yet, the reality before them was undeniable. Among the 8 Grand Masters present, either members of the divine cult or from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, their understanding of cultivation realms surpassed that of ordinary folk. Thus, witnessing Dong Huang Tai demonstrate the prowess of the earthly immortal realm enveloped them in profound despair. They fully comprehended the terrors of such power, a force beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Not even 8 grandmasters could hope to withstand it. Even if doubled at that moment, Dong Huang Tai, standing tall in midair, emanated an aura of cold indifference and authority, with a casual wave of his hand. 8 streams of potent spiritual energy surged forth, each racing toward a different target among the 8. In an instant, the divine energies encircled the members of the divine cult and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A cacophony of screams and wails erupted around them. Those once lofty and formidable grandmasters now appeared utterly beleaguered. Their cries, though pained, resonated louder than the average person's. Xia Taigu stood firm, observing the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor. Dong Huang Tai effortlessly seized control of the situation, a display of might that ignited a yearning within Xia Taigu. After a considerable time, Xia Taigu finally regained his bearings. He turned to find Jianzhou Huang still in a state of shock, evidently struggling to process the earlier events. Xia Taigu gave him a light pat, exclaiming, "Hey, it's time to come back to reality." Jianzhou Huang was suddenly jolted awake, as if emerging from a dream, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. With a grave expression filled with respect, he bowed deeply to Dong Huang Tai. Observing this, Dong Huang Tai nodded silently. Moments later, the head of the Jinwu division, Jing Yu, arrived in haste with his entourage. "Your Highness, Division Chief." Jing Yu respectfully saluted the two, awaiting further instructions. In midair, Dong Huang Tai slowly descended. Looking at Jing Yu and commanding, imprison these individuals in the Jinwu division's judicial prison for future interrogation. Yes, at this moment, the 8 individuals lying on the ground had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The agony of having their cultivation abilities severed was beyond human endurance. Decades of painstaking effort were obliterated in an instant. No one could withstand such a blow. Watching the assassins who had attempted to take his life, Xia Tej could not help but shake his head that a master at the pinnacle of their craft is a revered guest in any faction, even regarded as an ancestor of the sect. Yet now, they had been reduced to the status of a hunted dog. This stark contrast stemmed from his own choices. Some sought stability, while others pursued breakthroughs. Paths diverged, and a master aspiring to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals would find such powerful factions to be their greatest allies. It could only be said that risk accompanies opportunity. For the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the failure of this assassination was undoubtedly a significant loss. For Pinnacle Masters, even within the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, were few and far between. As Jingyu took the assailants away, the assassination incident concluded with the failure of both the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Unbeknownst to them, Dong Huang Tai had already vanished from sight. Only Xia Tej and the now disoriented Jianzhou Huang remained. He has gone. The coachman, the prince has arrived. as the white dragon carriage reached the East Palace. Xiaotej noticed that Wei Yong, the emperor's personal eunuch, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon disembarking, Xiaotej saw Wei Yong hastily approach to pay his respects that I have seen the crown prince. By the emperor's command, I summon you to the palace. Realizing the matter was likely related to the assassination, Xiaotej responded, "Let us go, Wei Di." In the imperial study, the emperor scrutinized Xiaotej for a considerable time before speaking. "Do you know which faction orchestrated the assassination? The Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Xiaotej disclosed the information candidly. Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed in confusion in his understanding. These two factions had no prior entanglements. How could the Great Thunder Sound Temple ally with the Divine Sect to provoke the Great Xia? The emperor was baffled. Noting the emperor's perplexity, Xiaotej offered an explanation. The leader of the Divine Sect has some knowledge of astrological arts. The recent plans of the Great Xia have caused a decline in the Buddhist fortune, thus revealing clues leading to an alliance between the two sects, which culminated in the assassination attempt against the emperor of the Great Xia. He was somewhat familiar with the concept of fortune, and upon hearing Xiaotej's explanation, he grasped the situation. Did the assassins manage to escape? The emperor inquired, pausing thoughtfully. The Four Masters and Four Pinnacle Masters have all had their cultivation abilities stripped and are imprisoned within the Jinwu Division's judicial prison. Awaiting future interrogation, the emperor was taken aback. Such a configuration was something even the royal family could not muster. 8 masters represented an immensely formidable force. With such a powerful assembly, sweeping through the entire martial world of the Great Xia would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. However, unexpectedly, these 8 masters had fallen in the capital of the Great Xia. Time seemed to freeze, and after a lengthy silence, the emperor slowly regained his composure, his profound gaze fixated on Xiaotej. As if attempting to peer through his eyes to discern the truth, it appears that the head of the Jinwu Division must have intervened. The emperor's voice carried a hint of astonishment and uncertainty. After all, in the emperor's perception, it was hard to imagine anyone capable of defeating 8 masters other than Dong Huangtai. Although the strength of the Jinwu Division was indeed formidable, just yesterday, Zai Yozi had departed from the capital. Given the current circumstances, even if the entire might of the Jinwu Division were mobilized, it would be difficult to contain these 8 masters. Hearing the emperor's speculation, Xiaotej had no intention of concealing the truth. "Your Majesty is wise. It was indeed the head of the Jinwu Division who acted." With this confirmation, a myriad of emotions surged within the emperor. He had always found it perplexing how Xiaotej managed to recruit a superpower like Dong Huangtai, a terrestrial immortal, to his side, ensuring unwavering loyalty. Terrestrial immortals were rare as phoenix feathers in the land of Huaxia. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, looking down upon the masses, such extraordinary figures would hardly willingly submit to anyone else's command. This question lingered in the emperor's mind like an enigma that refused to dissipate. Chapter 62. A new task from the system. 10 years ago, during the siege against the Divine Sect, the left and right protectors who were rescued by the leader of the Divine Sect are now imprisoned within the Jinwu Division's judicial prison. Does Your Majesty wish to interrogate them? Xiaotej recalled the loss of several masters during the 3rd Dynasty's assault on the Divine Sect a decade ago, although that battle was a mutual devastation. In reality, the leading master from the 3 dynasties had perished on the battlefield, leaving an indelible scar on the Great Xia. No, since they've already been captured, it makes no difference whether in the Jinwu Division or the Dali Temple. The emperor waved his hand, dismissing Xiaotej's suggestion. The Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple had suffered significant losses, making them vulnerable. How do you intend to proceed? Upon hearing this, Xiaotej shook his head, opting not to press the advantage. Instead, he believed it wise to adhere to the original plan. With the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple in a weakened state, now is not the time for recklessness, but rather to enhance defenses to prevent retaliatory actions from them. The emperor nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Xiaotej's words that it was evidently impractical to make a rash move against the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, as it would serve no purpose other than venting frustrations. The Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple were not adversaries to be resolved in a day. Only after stabilizing the Great Xia could a confrontation with the divine sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple be considered? How do you plan to handle the Eight Masters? The Emperor was particularly concerned about the Eight Masters. Interrogate them, spare one life, strip their cultivation, and return them to the divine sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Xiate's approach was rather ruthless. A master. Losing their cultivation was akin to death. The disparity between a master and a mortal was insurmountable. By returning them to their original factions, not only would it disrupt their morale, but it would also establish the authority of the Zhenwu division. What is there to lose? After a long scrutiny, the Emperor finally nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the assassination of the 8 individuals. However, Xiate's demeanor as a crown prince was indeed rather carefree. It was said that today, the master and servant duo spent an entire day at Zumiaog, emerging only when they were still reluctant to leave. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Now that he had become the crown prince, it was time to engage with state affairs if he were to ascend to the throne without a firm grasp of governance. The subject of the great Xia would surely suffer. The emperor earnestly advised Xiatej. Although somewhat perplexed, Xiatej nodded in compliance. Yes, I shall obey. Participating in court meetings was an essential experience for Xiatej. Although he had the system backing him, it was still crucial to understand some fundamental issues. Enough, there are many matters to attend to today. You should return and rest early. The emperor wearily waved his hand. Addressing Xiatej, the affairs of a nation were numerous. Although the cabinet assisted in alleviating his burdens, many decisive matters awaited the emperor's personal judgment. Upon hearing this, Xiatej ceased to intrude further and turned to leave. I take my leave. By the time Xiatej returned to the East Palace, evening had already set in. Zhao Gao and Jian Zhihuang were waiting within. Xiatej stepped into the main hall. He found the two seated across from each other. Upon seeing Xiatej, they immediately rose to greet him. Your Highness, Your Highness. Xiatej nodded in response, casually saying, just in time, let us dine together. Yes, at the dinner. Jian Zhihuang experienced a truly unique culinary delight. The exquisite delicacies prompted him to devour his meal voraciously, unable to restrain himself. So engrossed was he in the feast that he scarcely managed to utter a word of praise. Observing this, Xiatej rolled his eyes in disdain. Ultimately, the East Palace offered superior treatment. Having spent an entire day as a coachman, he had not accomplished a single hour of legitimate work, indulging instead in music and gourmet food. Watching Jian Zhihuang eat with such enthusiasm, Xiatej couldn't help but partake a bit more himself. After the meal, Xiatej and Zhao Gao settled into the study. The two sat facing each other. With Zhao Gao brewing tea while awaiting Xiatej to speak that a few days ago, I mentioned taking over the position of the Jinyui. The situation was not suitable then. Is it appropriate now? Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding, task issued. Please accept the responsibilities of the Jinyui and restore its former glory. Task description. Supervise the officials, execute first and report later, with imperial authority granted. Currently, the Jinyui exists in name only, with court officials unregulated and acting with impunity. Please restore the new glory of the Jinyui and cleanse the court. As Xiatej heard the system's prompt tone, he quickly opened the system interface. Upon seeing the task details, a smile crept onto his face, and he secretly marveled at how the system's intentions aligned perfectly with his own. With the system's support, Xiatej felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Your Highness, the Zhenwu division has now resumed its normal trajectory and can certainly allocate personnel to monitor the court, he assured. Rest assured. Your Highness, since the establishment of the Zhenwu division, we have already gathered incriminating evidence against officials of all ranks within the Great Xia realm, ready to act at any moment. Xiatej nodded in response. He was not particularly worried about personnel, as the rewards from the system upon task completion were likely related to the Jinyui. His only concern was whether the Great Xia would advance too hastily. On one hand, the martial world was preparing for sweeping reforms. On the other, the court was bound to become turbulent. Xiatej feared that a series of inexplicable chain reactions might erupt between the martial world and the court. The court was replete with wealth and power, while the martial world boasted numerous skilled practitioners. Should both sides be driven to a deadlock, The lack of effective oversight would inevitably raise concerns about their potential alliance against the court. If that were to happen, the Great Xia would be plunged into chaos. Moreover, the presence of the God Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, both led by formidable land deities, loomed ominously nearby. Yet reason compelled Xia Tej to trust that following the system would be the right path. In that moment, he began to feel conflicted. Beside him, Zhao Gao silently refrained from interrupting, occasionally refilling Xia Tej's tea. After a brief period of inner turmoil, Xia Tej resolutely steeled himself. What is there to fear? If it comes to worst, we can engage in mutual destruction and rebuild from the ashes. Xia Tej's audacity to embrace a reckless attitude did not imply that the God Sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the powerful court families, or the martial sects shared the same willingness to face ruin alongside him. Upon reflection, he realized he had quite a few adversaries. Observing Xia Tej's determination, Zhao Gao stood and proclaimed, "Rest assured, Your Highness, the Jinwu Division possesses the capability to confront the chaos, even if it means standing against the entire continent." At this statement, Xia Tej recognized the unwavering loyalty of those summoned by the system. He gestured for Zhao Gao to take a seat and speak further. Confronting the entire continent is somewhat exaggerated. Xia Tej chuckled and replied to Zhao Gao, "Let us discuss all matters after tomorrow's court assembly." Understood. Chapter 63. The morning court. The next day, within the Hall of Governance, the civil and military officials of the Great Xia gathered in unison. Xia Tej occupied the foremost position among them. Everyone stood in their designated spots, awaiting the commencement of the morning session. After a brief moment, as the officials paid their respects, Wei Yong proclaimed loudly, "If there are matters to address, please speak. If not, you may retire." Thus, the morning court officially began. Xia Tej quietly observed without uttering a word, attentively listening to the affairs of state for the first time. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Minister of Works Zhang Jun stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Works has conveyed news regarding the drought in the north. TO undertake extensive water conservancy repairs. It is estimated that a total of 3 million taels of silver will be required to avert the crisis of drought. For ancient dynasties, natural disasters were invariably unavoidable. Agricultural yields were already meager. After deducting the tribute to the court, there was scarcely enough to feed a family. Yet when calamity struck, one could only imagine how many would perish from starvation. For the common people, favorable weather was their greatest wish. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Xia furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Li Xiu. Given the significant implications for the livelihoods of countless subjects, the Emperor took this matter very seriously. "Minister Li, is the treasury sufficiently stocked?" "Your Majesty," Li replied, "during the southern deluge, the previous Minister of Revenue, Kai Zhichuan, allocated over 10 million taels of silver for disaster relief. At present, the treasury holds less than 10 million taels." The Emperor felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This was a perennial issue. Despite considerable tax revenues, each year, substantial allocations for disaster relief drained the treasury. This vicious cycle had persisted for over a year. Although the treasury was lacking, water conservancy was imperative and could not be delayed. Allocate 3 million taels to the Ministry of Works. The urgency of this water conservancy issue cannot be overstated. Understood. Minister of Revenue Li Xiu bowed in acquiescence. "Minister Zhang, you will take full responsibility for this matter, ensuring that every tael is spent wisely." "Yes." Minister of Works Zhang Jun bowed in agreement. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Minister of Personnel Wu Tao stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Speak." "Your Majesty, the governors of Yongning Prefecture have mysteriously disappeared on 3 occasions. I implore Your Majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly." With that, Wu Tao advanced and handed a detailed memorial to Wei Yong. The Emperor frowned as he accepted the memorial, his anger seemingly bubbling beneath the surface. Each morning, the court session was inundated with various issues, incessantly troubling the Emperor to the point of exasperation. With a resounding clap, the Emperor slammed the memorial shut. "Where is Chen Jiang, the commander of the Jinyu?" The Emperor's stern voice reverberated throughout the Hall of Governance. As his words fell, Chen Jiang, trembling, stepped forward with his head bowed in respect. Chunjiang pays his respects to your majesty. Seeing Chunjiang before him, the emperor could not help but shake his head. With the rise of the inner guards, the emperor's attention toward the Jinyui had waned. Yet at this moment, Chunjiang still bore the responsibility of overseeing the Great Xia. The shocking events in Yongning Prefecture could not absolve him of accountability. What exactly transpired in Yongning Prefecture? Has there been any investigation? Listening to the emperor's inquiries, Chunjiang trembled with apprehension, and he knew well that the Ministry of Personnel had submitted multiple reports regarding this matter. However, Chunjiang had maintained a lackadaisical attitude, taking a one-day-at-a-time approach, thereby neglecting to take this issue seriously. Now, however, this matter had been brought into the open, and evading responsibility would no longer be so simple. With a guilty expression, Chunjiang lowered his head and cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, the Jinyui is currently conducting an intensive investigation into the Yongning Prefecture case, but we have yet to receive any concrete results back in the capital." After speaking, Chunjiang dared not exhale, fearful of inciting the emperor's wrath further. Humph. An investigation. The emperor's eyes widened in anger, his cold gaze piercing through Chunjiang like a sword, as if striving to see through him. It has been over 3 months since the first official took charge. Have you truly failed to produce any semblance of a credible investigation in all this time? As he spoke, the emperor's voice grew increasingly low and severe, filled with an oppressive force. Isn't the Jinyui renowned for monitoring officials? How is it that, in the face of such a trivial case, you have become utterly incompetent? What purpose does it serve for me to support such a group? Is your so-called oversight merely a fade? As the emperor's agitation intensified, his words fell like a tempest, each syllable resonating heavily in the hearts of those present. Xia Tej, standing to the side, quietly observed this dramatic scene, shaking his head inwardly. In his view, the various ills plaguing the court had become deeply entrenched. Without comprehensive reform, the situation would likely spiral beyond repair. With this thought, Xia Tei's resolve to pursue court reforms only strengthened. "Your Highness," hearing his name, Xia Tej lifted his gaze to find the emperor's intense gaze fixed upon him. "Father," Xia Tej returned the bow. "May I entrust this matter to the Zhenwu division?" "Certainly." "How long will it take?" "One day." At this proclamation, an uproar erupted within the court, with many officials deeming Xia Tei's assertion to be outrageous. "1 day? How could that be possible? It takes more than a day just to travel from Yongning Prefecture to the capital. Does the Crown Prince truly dare to say such things? Perhaps he doesn't even know where Yongning Prefecture is, yet makes such a promise." In an instant, the court erupted into a cacophony, officials whispering among themselves, the clamor echoing throughout the hall as chaos ensued. Silence. At that moment, the emperor's furious roar reverberated like thunder, piercing through the din and causing everyone to wince. His voice, laden with authority and ire, echoed in every corner of the court, instantaneously halting the uproar, the noise gradually subsiding until one could hear a pin drop. The emperor furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze fixed on Xia Tej as he solemnly inquired, "Your Highness, is this matter true?" The emperor's eyes glimmered like cold lightning, piercing directly into Xia Tej. Unfazed by the emperor's scrutiny, Xia Tej met his gaze unwaveringly and nodded decisively. Indeed, his tone was resolute as steel, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing Xia Tej's unwavering response, the emperor paused momentarily, yet quickly regained his composure. After a long, scrutinizing look at Xia Tej, he slowly declared, "Very well, then it shall be 1 day." Observing the court officials once more whispering amongst themselves, Wei Yong raised his voice, proclaiming, "If there are matters to report, please speak. If not, you may retire." Chapter 64. The Jinyui. After the court session concluded, the ministers dispersed, and the solemn atmosphere of the imperial hall gradually faded away. However, contrary to what many had anticipated, Xia Tej did not hasten to attend to matters in Yongning Prefecture. Instead, he turned and strode purposefully towards the imperial study. Along the way, his expression was contemplative, as if he were pondering something of great significance. Upon entering the imperial study, the sight before him momentarily took him aback. There, the summer emperor, unusually, was not seated at his desk engrossed in reviewing a mountain of memorials. Rather, he reclined leisurely in his chair, gently cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, quietly awaiting his arrival. "Greetings, Father Emperor." Xia Tej did not delay. As soon as he stepped into the study, he bowed respectfully to the Summer Emperor. At this moment, the Summer Emperor merely lifted his gaze slightly to glance at his son, and with that single look he perceived that Xia Tej had come with a purpose. "Enough. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The Summer Emperor set down his teacup and waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to the eunuch Wei Yong, who was standing nearby, and instructed, "Wei Yong, prepare a seat for the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this, Wei Yong sprang into action, swiftly retrieving a beautifully carved stool from a corner and carefully placing it behind Xia Tej, while respectfully saying, "Your Highness, please take a seat," acknowledging with a slight nod of gratitude. Xia Tej settled down. Once he was comfortably seated, the Summer Emperor directly inquired, "Speak, what brings you to me this time?" "Your Majesty, during this morning's court session, I personally witnessed the lax oversight in the court. Those officials act solely according to their whims, engaging in reckless behavior, having long forgotten the principles and ethics they vowed to uphold when they embarked on their official careers." Xia Tej's face was filled with indignation as he continued with righteous fervor. "Upon witnessing such circumstances, my patriotic fervor surged within me like an uncontrollable blaze." At this, the Summer Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, could not help but furrow his brow, lightly scoffing, "Enough with the flowery, bureaucratic language. You are already the Crown Prince. Must you still speak and act in such a frivolous manner?" With that, the Summer Emperor shot a glare at Xia Tej. Feeling somewhat abashed, Xia Tej offered a sheepish smile, but quickly regained his composure, diving straight into the matter at hand. "I have come to present an important proposal to your Majesty. I wish to assume command of the Jinyue and conduct thorough surveillance of all officials in the court." Xia Tej's tone was resolute and unwavering, showing no signs of hesitation. Upon hearing this, the Summer Emperor's expression turned perplexed as he queried, "You wish to take over the Jinyue?" "Not to take over. Your Majesty, I intend to disband the existing Jinyue entirely and establish a new intelligence agency, one that will instill fear in the hearts of all officials," Xia Tej stated earnestly. "The current personnel of the Jinyue, from the commander to the ordinary guards, are deeply entrenched in corruption beyond redemption. Therefore, it would be far more efficient to dissolve it outright, rather than sifting through to determine who is worthy and who is not, which would only complicate matters." "Elaborate." The Summer Emperor nodded, not dismissing the idea outright. "Your Majesty, I wish to leverage this newly formed agency to initiate significant reforms within the Great Xia, utilizing the Jinyue's authority to eradicate corruption, to thoroughly root out treachery and remove national traitors." As Xia Tej spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the Summer Emperor, and seeing no immediate objection, he pressed on, "Currently, the oversight within the Great Xia is woefully inadequate, allowing officials to act with impunity within their jurisdictions, paying lip service while undermining the court's authority. If this persists, the court's grip over the provinces will inevitably weaken, leading to rebellion. This morning, I was alarmed to learn that the treasury holds less than 10 million taels of silver. How could our national treasury be outstripped by the funds within the Eastern Palace? What does that say about the court's prestige? Ultimately, it is a reflection of your Majesty's leniency. If you were to acquiesce to my proposal, I promise to replenish the treasury with 20 million taels of silver within 7 days. If not, I am prepared to personally finance this amount." Intrigued, the Summer Emperor regarded Xia Tej with curiosity and asked, "What sort of agency are you proposing?" "Your Majesty, the new agency will also be called the Jinyue, endowed with the authority to inspect officials, with the power to act first and report later. Sanctioned by imperial decree." The Summer Emperor furrowed his brow, gazing deeply at Xia Tej, and after a moment he spoke. "Such an arrangement would grant the Jinyue excessive power. Father, in tumultuous times, stringent measures are necessary. For significant reform, one cannot be overly cautious." Xia Tej implored, "I trust that your Majesty will uphold our prior agreement." The Summer Emperor found himself at a crossroads, concerned that the Jinyue's vast authority might encroach upon imperial power. "In truth, There have been instances where the Jinyui operated above the emperor's authority. However, Xiaotege need not concern himself. Under his command, the Jinyui would forever serve as a blade against adversaries, never to turn against its own. As the Summer Emperor pondered, he lifted his gaze to meet Xiaotege's confident demeanor. The Crown Prince's current appearance mirrored that of his past insistence on the Crown Prince title, full of assurance. At that moment, the Summer Emperor realized he should not hinder their shared ambition for united Huaxia. After a moment's reflection, the Summer Emperor finally declared, "I consent to this matter." Xiaotege's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. "Thank you, Father Emperor. I shall not disappoint you." He then turned to Wei Yong, instructing Wei Yong swiftly draft the edict. Wei Yong, who had been bowing his head, promptly replied, "Yes, I shall do so immediately." This prompted the Summer Emperor to shoot an exasperated glare at Wei Yong. The eunuch internally lamented, fearing that soon the Crown Prince's authority would eclipse that of the Summer Emperor, leaving him caught between two powerful figures. Not forget to include the Terms Act first. Report later, Imperial Sanction. Once the edict was prepared, it was to be delivered immediately to the Jinyui headquarters, commanding its dissolution on the spot. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle it," Wei Yong assured with a nervous smile. At the moment the imperial seal was pressed onto the document, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task." Xiaotege did not rush to check, but instead bowed to the Summer Emperor, saying, "Father, I shall take my leave now." With that, Xiaotege turned to depart. Within the Eastern Palace, he eagerly opened the system to review his rewards. Chapter 65. Jinyui Grand Package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of commanding the Jinyui. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Jinyui Grand Package, System Enhanced Version. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Jinyui Commander Jiang Wan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4 commanders of the Jinyui. Qinglong, Baihu Zhuke Xuanwu. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50,000 members of the Jinyui. Regarding the system's rewards, Xiaotege remained unfazed, reasonably anticipating these outcomes. System sign in the haste of this morning's court session. Xiaotege suddenly recalled he had yet to sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving potato seeds. The system summoned Jinyui Commander Jiang Wan and the 4 commanders of Qinglong. Summon 5,000 members of the Jinyui to the Zhenwu Division. Summoning 50,000 individuals at once would be excessive. Such numbers were not immediately necessary. A flash of white light enveloped him. And suddenly 5 figures clad in flying fish robes, brandishing embroidered spring blades, appeared before Xiaotege's name. Jiang Wan, Strength. Pinnacle Grand Master. Name, Qinglong Strength. Late Grand Master. Name, Baihu Strength. Late Grand Master. Name, Zhuke Strength. Mid Grand Master. Name, Xuanwu Strength. Mid Grand Master. Your subordinates greet Your Highness. The 5, regaining their composure, all cupped their fists in salute. Xiaotege nodded with a smile, saying, "Time is of the essence, and our tasks are pressing. So let us not engage in unnecessary pleasantries. The former Jinyui has just been ordered to dissolve. You may proceed directly to take over. Furthermore, with this royal token, go to the Zhenwu Division and seek out Deputy Chief Zhao Gao. In the future, the Zhenwu Division and the Jinyui will share intelligence." As he spoke, Xiaotege handed the royal token and memorial to Jiang Wan, continuing, regarding the matters of Yongning Prefecture, let the Zhenwu Division assist. You will personally report on this matter during tomorrow's court session. Also, at the establishment of the Jinyui, I promised my father that I would replenish the treasury with 20 million taels of silver within 7 days. This task will be managed by the Jinyui. In the Zhenwu Division, there is evidence of corruption among officials in the capital. Assess the situation and lead your men to seize their assets. Contributing to the treasury. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan committed the tasks to memory, nodding earnestly at Xiaotege. Understood. You may rest assured, Your Highness, I will not disappoint you. Seizing assets was indeed the forte of the Jinyui. And Xiaotege had no worries on that front. For the Jinyui, the repercussions would not merely affect a single family. 20 million taels of silver was but a trivial matter. Doubling that amount would pose no challenge. Xiaotege nodded, recognizing that the 5 in front of him were far more knowledgeable about court affairs, and if that is the case, I grant you the authority to act as you see fit. Go forth? Yes. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Luan was taken aback, and after a brief moment of surprise, he clasped his hands in salute and turned to lead the four individuals away, just as Xia Tej summoned the Jinyui. A decree from the Xia emperor reverberated throughout the entire officialdom of the great Xia capital. By heavenly mandate, the emperor proclaimed, the Jinyui has become utterly corrupt, failing in its oversight, plagued by personnel misconduct, and is beyond redemption. Henceforth, I order the immediate dissolution of the current Jinyui personnel. Furthermore, I command the Crown Prince to reorganize the Jinyui, empowering it to supervise all officials, with the authority to execute first and report later, as sanctioned by imperial decree. Thus, it is commanded. Upon the issuance of this decree, the officials with ulterior motives in the capital were instantly filled with unease, had it not been for Wei Yong personally delivering the edict. They might have even doubted its authenticity. What did execute first and report later mean? Was it truly permissible to write such a decree? If a life were lost, could the evidence be manipulated at will? A heavy cloud of dread loomed over all officials in the capital, instilling fear in their hearts. Moreover, who could deny the Crown Prince's murderous intent? The memory of the 1,000 lives lost at Qingyang Gate was still fresh. The blood from the last beheading at the execution ground outside the city remained a stark reminder. As the saying goes, a new official brings 3 fires. Now, no one among the officials in the city knew where Xia Tei's first strike would fall. When the Jinwu division was established, the officials had some understanding due to its well-known purpose. But what of now? Was the case of Yongning Prefecture alone worthy of re-establishing a Jinyui? The deeper implications eluded many officials, or perhaps they were unwilling to contemplate them. At this moment, some astute officials began to conceal their tracks, tucking in their tails, while others remained foolishly indifferent. In the capital, the Jinyui's office was now desolate. A scene of utter desolation. Inside the Grand Hall, the former Jinyui commander, Chun Jiang, appeared as pale as a ghost, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, as if he had lost his soul, slumped alone on a cold chair. Beside him, there was no one. Those subordinates who once surrounded him had long since vanished. A.S. and master of the realm. He might have commanded storms elsewhere, but here in the capital, where dragons lay hidden and tigers crouched, a single master was insufficient. As the former commander of the Jinyui, Chun Jiang harbored grand ambitions. Yet after repeated setbacks, he gradually let go of his aspirations if the leader was in such a state. It was easy to imagine the entire Jinyui had been similarly affected, falling into decline and despondency. When Xia Tej founded the Jinwu division and learned of this situation, he was filled with confusion and perplexity. Logically speaking, how could a position as crucial as the commander of the Jinyui, tasked with overseeing the civil and military officials, be entrusted to someone of mere master rank? At the very least, it should be governed by a powerful grandmaster. However, after much contemplation, Xia Tej arrived at the only seemingly reasonable explanation. Perhaps even the current sovereign, the Xia emperor himself, had never placed high expectations on the Jinyui, nor anticipated any remarkable performance from them. It was highly likely that the Jinyui was merely a FAAD of a spy agency, intended to intimidate the ministers and maintain the appearance of order. As for its true role and influence, it was probably far less significant than people imagined. At this moment, Jiang Luan had arrived with the 4 dragon envoys and numerous Jinyui members. Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Jiang looked up to see a person of remarkable presence accompanied by a group clad in flying fish attire. Realizing this, Chun Jiang rose despondently and addressed Jiang Luan. You must be the one sent by the Crown Prince to take over the Jinyui. Now, all personnel in the Jinyui have been dismissed, and aside from personal belongings, everything else remains untouched. The intelligence and evidence collected by the Jinyui over the years are neatly stored in the secret chamber, without a single item missing. I hope you will examine them. If there are no issues, I shall take my leave. After uttering these words, Chun Jiang's expression grew even more forlorn. After all, this was the place where his dreams began, now swept aside, leaving a sense of blockage in his heart. Chapter 66. The Duke of Lu's Mansion. Jiang Luan nodded in response to Chun Jiang. No need for inspection. You may leave now. Jiang Luan held no interest in what Chun Jiang had mentioned. In terms of intelligence, none could compare to the Jinwu division, not even the inner guards secretly established by the Xia Emperor. As for funding, there was no shortage of that either. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiang offered a fist salute and turned to leave, his demeanor heavy with disappointment. After his departure, Jiang Wan sat in the main seat, his expression impassive as he gazed at the numerous subordinates clad in genie attire before him. With a new official comes the burning of 3 fires. This first fire he intended to ignite with great fervor. Jiang Wan's gaze was piercing as he surveyed everyone present. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. His Highness mentioned needing 20 million taels within 7 days, but my standard is 30 million taels. The documents before you represent dozens of corrupt officials in the capital, from dukes and ministers down to 6th-rank officials. Regardless of who it is, tigers must be struck and flies must be swatted. Starting tonight, all Jinyu personnel will mobilize. The 4 dragon envoys will each lead a team to raid the homes of the implicated officials. Before tomorrow's morning court session, I hope you can bring good news to both me and His Highness. Understood. We shall not disappoint you or His Highness. The 4 dragon envoys responded in unison, clasping their hands. On the very first day of the Jinyui's establishment, Jiang Wan naturally hoped to achieve impressive results, signaling to the world that the previously corrupt Jinyui was no more. Within the Eastern Palace, when Xia Tej found himself with some leisure, he recalled the potatoes he had obtained through signing in. In modern times, it may be but an ordinary potato, yet in this ancient era of low agricultural yield, the potato was a remedy capable of alleviating the famine of the people. The sooner it could be cultivated, the sooner it could benefit the citizens of the Great Xia. Thus, Xia Tej ordered someone to summon Zhao Gao to the Jinwu division, deeming it most suitable to entrust this matter to him. Not long after sending someone to summon him, Zhao Gao appeared, looking hasty and worn from travel, arriving at the door of the Eastern Palace. Upon stepping into the hall, he did not even have time to pay his respects to Xia Tej, who waved a hand to interrupt him, signaling that there was no need for such formalities. I have summoned you in haste because there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your full attention, Xia Tej said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, replying, I am at your Highness's command. Xia Tej nodded, pointing to the object on the ground with utmost seriousness. This item pertains to the livelihood of the great Xia people for generations and carries great significance. Immediately send someone to seek out experts in agriculture and designate a fertile plot of land outside the city for its cultivation. During the planning period, all information must remain confidential, and the personnel must be closely monitored. Additionally, station 1,000 Mo Dao troops within the vicinity. No one is to approach. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's expression grew solemn, instantly grasping the importance of this matter, and he promptly cupped his hands in agreement. Yes, I will ensure this is remembered. The matter of potatoes was critical. Xia Tej could not guarantee that the system would allow for another opportunity to sign in, so caution was warranted. Moreover, the Mo Dao troops had no other tasks apart from daily training, so their presence outside the city would provide better protection for the potatoes. As Zhao Gao was about to leave, Xia Tej added with some concern. Furthermore, while the planting personnel will be under closed management, their emotions must be taken into account. Promises can be made that successful cultivation will lead to promotions and titles from the court. Often, issues arise from seemingly insignificant individuals. I cannot afford to be careless. Understood, I will bear this in mind. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Zhao Gao replied, taking Xia Tej's repeated reminders to heart, placing this matter as his top priority, not daring to be negligent. This night fell, outside the Duke of Lu's mansion. Qing Long led his subordinates, including various ranks of Jinyu, surrounding the entire estate in layers, leaving no corner untouched. Outside the main gate, Qing Long stood beneath the plaque of the Duke of Lu's mansion, gazing up at this renowned estate in the Great Xia, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Break the door, Qing Long commanded. Immediately, a subordinate stepped forward, channeling his energy and delivering a powerful kick, resulting in a resounding crash as the door shattered into pieces. The deafening sound of the door breaking instantly startled everyone within the Duke of Lu's mansion. Qing Long stood outside, observing the wreckage, and with a casual wave of his hand, his subordinates surged in, confronting the guards of the mansion who had hurriedly arrived. Who dares to be so audacious at the Duke of Lu's mansion? The steward of the mansion shouted at the Jinui. Upon hearing this, the Jinui remained silent, yet their movements were remarkably synchronized in a swift motion. Over 100 men simultaneously drew their embroidered spring knives, their actions clean and precise, perfectly coordinated in an instant. The sharp and resonant sound of blades being drawn echoed throughout the mansion like a thunderclap, causing the guards to turn pale and instinctively retreat. Amidst the chaos, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the rear of the Jinui ranks. The Duke of Lu's mansion? I fear that after tonight, there shall be no more Duke of Lu. This sudden proclamation shattered the tranquility that once enveloped the courtyard, causing the hearts of all present to tighten with alarm. The steward of the Duke's residence instinctively turned towards the source of the unexpected sound. To his astonishment, the originally menacing Jin Yi stood aside with great deference, parting to create a pathway. Following this, a tall figure radiating authority emerged slowly from the crowd. Upon witnessing this scene, the steward immediately grasped the situation. This commanding presence must be the leader of the unwelcome guests. He then addressed Qin Long with a raised voice. Do you have any idea whose residence this is? How dare you act with such recklessness and invade uninvited? In response to the steward's inquiry, Qin Long merely frowned slightly, revealing a hint of impatience on his face. Let the Duke of Lu speak for himself, he said, showing no tolerance for the minor steward's questioning. Just as Qin Long's words fell, a steady sound of footsteps approached. Following that, an aged voice echoed, You must be the Jin Yi established by His Highness the Crown Prince today. I did not expect that on your very first day, you would seek to assert your authority by targeting an old man. Upon hearing this, the steward rushed to the elder's side as if he had found a savior. Chapter 67. The Wealth of the Duke of Lu. Qin Long fixed his gaze upon the elder standing before him, despite the passage of time leaving its marks on the old man's visage. Rendering him somewhat frail, his eyes remained bright and spirited, exuding a unique vitality. Qin Long's expression was calm as he responded in a measured tone. On the inaugural day of the Jin Yi's reformation, it is only fitting to demonstrate a noteworthy achievement to restore its reputation. As he spoke, Qin Long narrowed his eyes slightly, locking his gaze onto the elder, and continued, In light of this, I must regrettably impose upon you. Duke of Lu. The Duke, however, did not exhibit excessive panic or anger upon hearing these words. Instead, he regarded Qin Long with his weathered eyes and calmly inquired, Are you aware of how many years I, Zhao, have served as an official? Without hesitation, Qin Long replied, 47 years. The Duke nodded and proceeded to ask, Are you aware of how many disciples and former officials I have cultivated during these long 47 years? A faint smile appeared on Qin Long's lips as he answered with composure. To my knowledge, there are 47 loyal confidants. It seemed that Duke Lu had a particular fondness for the number 47. At this revelation, the Duke's heart jolted, and a flicker of unnoticeable alarm crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated Qin Long's thorough understanding of his affairs. The Duke, who had initially maintained a semblance of composure, could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, It appears that His Highness the Crown Prince had long harbored intentions, and you must have come fully prepared that in the Duke's view, such intelligence could not be amassed in a short span. After all, tracing back 47 years was no simple task. Observing the still defiant Duke, Qin Long shook his head in pity. Duke Lu, do not harbor illusions. This time, escape is impossible. For 47 years in office, you have achieved countless merits, ascending to your current position through diligent service. However, to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Over the years, from embezzling military funds to selling horses, provisions, and even weaponry, Duke Lu has inexorably walked towards the abyss. Looking at the elder who once stood as the god of war of the Daxia, Qin Long was filled with emotion. How much wealth is truly enough? As Qin Long systematically laid bare the Duke's transgressions, the Duke appeared somewhat dazed. In his youth, he had forsaken personal gain for the sake of the nation. In his old age, he had abandoned the nation for his own sake. After a moment's contemplation, the Duke finally regained his senses and implored Qin Long, I am willing to follow you, but my family is innocent and has not participated in any wrongdoing. I hope you will spare them. Qinglong met the Duke's gaze, shaking his head with resignation. In his view, no one was truly innocent in this matter. The order I have received is to confiscate all assets, leaving none behind upon hearing this. The Duke's countenance turned ashen, realizing that further words would be futile, and he fell silent. Proceed. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy, Qinglong declared, no longer delaying the inevitable. The Jin Yi sprang into action at his command. While the guards of the Duke's residence, who had previously stood in opposition, hastily laid down their arms, awaiting their fate, in an instant, more and more Jin Yi surged into the estate, conducting thorough searches. The Duke stood expressionless, watching as boxes of gold, silver, and jewels were carted away, alongside family members being led to the front yard. The air was filled with cries and pleas for mercy reverberating throughout the once magnificent Duke's residence. Half an hour later, what was once a glorious abode was now left in utter disarray. At this moment, a Jin Yi officer approached Qinglong with a report. My lord, we have discovered 800,000 taels of gold and 3 million taels of silver. Other paintings and jewels have yet to be counted. Qinglong nodded impassively and casually remarked, send someone to escort the personnel and treasures to the Jin Yi headquarters. He felt no surprise at the vast wealth. For a duke with connections across the realm, such a sum seemed almost beneath his station. Yes, the officer replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. No sooner had he finished speaking than another Jin Yi rushed in. Upon seeing Qinglong, he saluted and reported, my lord, we have unearthed over 5 million taels of silver from 3 separate residences in the city, along with nearly 10 boxes of paintings and jewels. Good. Take everything to the headquarters for the commanding officer to handle. Yes, the messenger turned and departed. Their conversation did not escape the notice of the Duke, who, upon hearing that 3 residences in the city had also been raided, felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was evident that the Duke realized he had no secrets left in the Jin Yi's grasp. 800,000 taels of gold and 3 million taels of silver, piled in the front yard like a small mountain, drew the attention of onlookers throughout the capital. As the escorting procession moved along Limin Avenue, they encountered a patrol of soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears. The leader of the patrol, riding forward, cast a piercing gaze at the Jin Yi carrying the boxes, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Who are these rogues gathering here in the dead of night? What is your intent? He bellowed, his voice echoing through the still night. In response, a Jin Yi officer, unwilling to engage in prolonged dialogue, stepped forward, brandishing a token and stating, the Jin Yi is conducting an investigation here. Leave at once. The leader remained unmoved, sneering at the officer. An investigation? What case necessitates night work? Moreover, if this is indeed an investigation, do you possess a decree from His Majesty or a document from the Ministry of Justice? Upon hearing this, the Jin Yi officer instantly realized that the newcomer harbored ill intentions, and his expression turned. I see why. It seemed that the Duke's men were quite astute. He had intended to deal with these minor characters last, but they had come seeking confrontation themselves. Mere lackeys, destined for a grim fate before Qinglong's actions commenced. Humph! With the Jin Yi officer's recognition, the leader of the patrol dropped all pretense, snorting coldly. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at the formation before him. In that case, killing you will resolve everything. With that, he waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him swiftly took their positions. Chapter 68. The first appearance of the Mo Dao army. The Jin Yi officer remained unfazed and shouted, prepare for battle. The members of the Imperial Guard, trained to perfection, swiftly drew their intricately designed spring embroidery knives, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they fixated on the opposing army. Just as tensions escalated and both sides appeared poised for a fierce confrontation, a thunderous sound of footsteps resounded from the far end of the street. The onlookers focused intently, witnessing a formidable battalion clad in heavy armor and wielding peculiar long knives marching toward them with synchronized precision. The sound of their approach was as deafening as thunder, reminiscent of the earth itself trembling, as if a pack of ferocious beasts were charging forth. The overwhelming aura exuded by this army was chilling, and every soldier in the patrol felt a weighty pressure bearing down upon them. In the vast expanse of the continent, it seemed that only the recently summoned Mo Dao army could rival such imposing might and formidable weaponry. Prior to the movements of the confidants of the Duke of Lu, the Jinwu division had already gained swift insight into the unfolding events. Upon learning that the enemy intended to mobilize their forces, Xiatage immediately envisioned the Mo Dao army, which he had recently acquired through a sign and reward, yet had yet to showcase. At this pivotal moment, he was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. That on one hand, he yearned to witness firsthand the astonishing prowess of this enigmatic Mo Dao army. On the other, he sought to gauge the disparity between the Great Xia army and the Mo Dao army. As a seasoned veteran of countless battles, the leader of the patrol army possessed a discerning gaze that quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of the approaching force. The battalion advanced with resolute and powerful strides, their momentum surging like an unstoppable tide, as if no obstacle could hinder their progress. Such an indomitable presence, unyielding and formidable, was not something an ordinary army could cultivate. A closer examination of their armaments revealed that each soldier bore a uniquely designed long knife, never before seen. Judging by the knive's appearance and dimensions, one could surmise that each weighed no less than 100 pounds. Such hefty weaponry would pose a challenge for the average soldier to even lift. Yet these warriors wielded them with ease, a testament to their extraordinary strength. Faced with this unprecedented military might, the leader of the patrol was engulfed by an indescribable sense of shock and dread. In the blink of an eye, the Mo Dao army had swiftly closed the distance, as the patrol leader prepared to inquire about their intentions. He was horrified to realize that the Mo Dao army showed no signs of halting their advance. In that instant, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He understood well that his meager forces stood no chance against this ferocious, unknown army. Nevertheless, the sense of duty as a commander compelled him to instinctively raise his voice, hoarsely shouting, "Prepare to engage the enemy." Regrettably, the disparity in strength between the patrol army and the Mo Dao army was insurmountable. No sooner had the two sides clashed than the patrol was swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, collapsing in an instant. The Mo Dao knives, glinting ominously in the air, struck with a force akin to thunder, cleaving through enemy bodies and sturdy armor with ruthless efficiency, blood splattering in a horrific display. Such a gruesome spectacle was beyond anything the patrol soldiers had ever witnessed, and their fighting spirit evaporated, causing them to instinctively retreat. However, the narrow street offered no escape, leaving them as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Witnessing this scene, the leader bellowed, "Engage the enemy. No one is allowed to retreat." Yet no matter how loud his commands rang out, the soldiers were paralyzed by fear, utterly daunted by the relentless Mo Dao army. A trusted aide, intending to lead the charge himself, hesitated upon encountering the fearsome force that seemed to slay gods and Buddhas alike. In an instant, dismembered limbs littered the street, and cries of despair and surrender echoed throughout the bustling Li Min Avenue. The nearby Imperial Guards, yet to engage, could only watch in stunned silence, swallowing hard at the sight before them. 100 Householder, standing beside the 1,000 Householder, fixated on the macabre scene, turned to the Imperial Guard 1,000 Householder, Shanshan, and asked, "My lord, do we still need to assist?" The 1,000 Householder regarded the chaotic tableau with a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he gently shook his head and replied solemnly, "There is no need for alarm. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. We merely need to assist in apprehending the leader of these scoundrels." As his words fell, the 1,000 Householder of the Imperial Guard abruptly drew forth his spring embroidery knife, its cold gleam slicing through the in that moment. He propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push of his right foot, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a graceful arc before hurtling toward the leader of a nefarious band, hearing the sound of air being split as he approached. The leader, sensing danger, hastily attempted to defend himself. However, with the peak mastery of the 1,000 Householder, he was no match for such prowess. Harnessing his momentum, the 1,000 Householder struck down upon the leader's spear with a force that sent the man crashing to the ground. Seizing the advantage, the 1,000 Householder continued his assault, swiftly closing the distance. Lifting his right foot, He delivered a crushing blow to the leader's chest. In an instant, the leader felt an overwhelming force strike him, and blood erupted from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. With the conclusion of their duel, the battle between the Mo Dao army and the patrol army drew to a close. A glance around revealed that only a handful of patrol soldiers remained standing. The ground was a veritable river of blood, the lifeblood of thousands spilling forth in a grotesque display. The streets were strewn with the remains of the fallen. A sight too horrific to bear in stark contrast. The Mo Dao army appeared as though no battle had ever transpired. Aside from the blood of their enemies staining their attire, not a single soldier bore an injury. Upon contact, the enemy collapsed without putting up a meaningful resistance, rendering the notion of wounds moot. As the fighting subsided, the 1,000 householder of the Imperial Guard hastened to express his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced a dire confrontation." In response, the leader of the Mo Dao army, Li Huai, waved his hand dismissively. "We serve the crown. There is no need for thanks. Let us focus on the matter at hand." The 1,000 householder nodded in agreement, leading his fellow guards to carry away the spoils of battle. Once the Imperial Guard departed, Li Huai surveyed the battlefield, a headache brewing within him. The sheer number of corpses could not be left unattended. Yet, with dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, there was no place to step without treading upon a fallen comrade. "Damn these fools," Li Huai muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his frustration. Chapter 69. The Minister of Rights. In the capital, numerous factions remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the Imperial Guard, and the clash between the Mo Dao army and the patrol did not escape their notice. The sheer ferocity of the confrontation was truly eye-opening. Many factions had not anticipated that the current crown prince harbored such a formidable contingent of heavy infantry. The exaggerated combat prowess and the razor-sharp Mo Dao knives instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld them. What was even more alarming was that prior to the Mo Dao army's mobilization, no one had any knowledge of their true origins. Much like the 3,000 heavy cavalry before them, no one knew when Xia Tej had cultivated such a force. With such stealth and unpredictability, it left many wondering if Xia Tej possessed other hidden trump cards. Yet, the most astute observers could discern that the crown prince, or perhaps even himself, was undoubtedly a prodigious military strategist. The Mo Dao army's disciplined and commanding demeanor was indelibly etched in the minds of the various factions, lingering long after the event, just as the incident involving the Duke of Lu was settling. A similarly breathtaking scene unfolded at the residence of the Minister of Rights. The White Tiger was not one to engage in eloquent discourse like the Azure Dragon. He was renowned for his straightforward and brutal methods. Outside the grand entrance, the White Tiger glared fiercely, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the doors of the minister's residence into splinters. With a resounding crash, the Imperial Guard surged in like a tidal wave. As the guard within the estate hastily converged, they were met with a chilling spectacle. The Imperial Guards, each wielding glistening spring embroidery knives, struck down upon anyone in their path without mercy, showing no regard for the authority of a second-rank official. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, the estate's defenders, though fiercely resisting, were no match for the battle-hardened, well-trained Imperial Guards. Not long after the two sides clashed, the guards began to retreat one after another. And soon only a handful remained, desperately struggling and making their final stand. The White Tiger, observing this, remained utterly indifferent. In his eyes, it mattered little if he exterminated everyone. After all, the mountains of gold and silver that would soon be unearthed from the manor would serve as the most compelling evidence. An irrefutable fact laid bare before him. Eliminating these individuals would only render the scene more tranquil, preventing any further cacophony. Shortly thereafter, apart from the stalwart and immovable Imperial Guards, no other figures were visible in the courtyard. The ground was littered with bodies, blood staining the earth, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of carnage. The White Tiger, witnessing the fierce battle ahead, found it peculiar that the Minister of Rights had yet to make an appearance. Not even a steward was in sight. A sense of doubt crept into his mind, and his gaze instinctively turned toward the direction of the rear courtyard. Logically, given the uproar, the Minister of Rights should have emerged to assess the situation long ago. Yet, the silence was unnervingly abnormal. The White Tiger's intuition stirred, sensing something amiss. With a light tap of his toes, he glided with ghostly agility, deftly evading the chaos around him, racing toward the rear courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he landed within. Upon touching down, a strong, acrid stench of blood assaulted him. The white tiger furrowed his brow slightly, inhaling a few times before swiftly pinpointing the source of the foul odor. Without pausing, he followed the scent with rapid strides until he arrived at a tightly shut door. Without uttering a word, he launched a powerful kick, shattering the door with a resounding crash, revealing the scene within. There lay the Minister of Rights and the steward, both lifeless on the ground, blood saturating the area. The white tiger regarded the two corpses without a trace of anger. Instead, a faint smirk of mockery graced his lips. Internally deriding their futile efforts, he had already speculated on the identity of the assassins. Under the formidable intelligence network of the Jinwu Division, no secret could elude the watchful eyes of their spies. The reason for inaction thus far was merely that the timing had not yet been ripe for the Minister of Rights. The White Tiger had never intended to extract any information from him. Thus, whether he was silenced or not bore little impact on the grand scheme. Even if the minister were to divulge everything at the moment of his demise, it would not be of much consequence. In the White Tiger's estimation, the minister knew far less incriminating evidence than the Jinwu Division was already aware of. Before long, while the White Tiger lingered in contemplation, a group of Imperial Guards clad in flying fish attire, with embroidered spring knives at their waists, swiftly infiltrated the rear courtyard like phantoms. Their movements were quick and silent, akin to hunters lurking in the shadows. My lord. A captain hastened to the White Tiger's side, respectfully cupping his hands in anticipation of orders. The White Tiger turned his head slightly, casting a cold, piercing glance around the courtyard before issuing an expressionless command. Thoroughly search every corner. Leave not a single survivor. His voice was flat and merciless, as if this were merely an everyday task in the White Tiger's heart. He harbored no fondness for these corrupt officials and their families. He was firmly convinced that even if he were to kill indiscriminately with his eyes closed, he would never mistakenly slay an innocent. Having enjoyed the fruits of the Minister of Rights' illicit dealings, they must naturally bear the consequences. After all, every cause has its effect. Understood, the captain replied loudly, fists clasped. He then turned sharply, waving his hand to lead the Imperial Guards, fierce as wolves, into the various chambers to commence their search. That moment, the once serene rear courtyard was engulfed in a shroud of fear and despair. The air was filled with terrified cries and anguished pleas, echoing throughout the courtyard in a relentless cacophony. Each room bore witness to gruesome scenes, blood splattering everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. The Imperial Guards wielded their blades without a hint of emotion, functioning like cold-blooded machines, dispatching one after another with lethal precision. Once the estate of the Minister of Rights fell silent, they began their primary task, searching for treasure. The Imperial Guards scoured the entire manor, digging deep, leaving no corner unexplored. The completion of their mission, which fell under the command of a high-ranking official, would depend on their capabilities that a single oversight could mean a significant loss in revenue. Before long, boxes began to be transported into the courtyard in succession. As the number of boxes increased, smiles gradually spread across the faces of the Imperial Guards. Each one was filled with renewed vigor, eager to tear apart the house in hopes of uncovering hidden riches. Not long after, a captain approached the White Tiger to report, "My lord, we have uncovered a total of 500,000 taels of gold, 7 million taels of silver, and 8 boxes of other jewels and paintings." Upon hearing this, the White Tiger frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the results. "Are you certain it has all been thoroughly searched? The depths of the ponds, within the pillars, have all these been checked?" Yes, my lord. Everything has been searched," the captain replied immediately. With a sigh, the White Tiger expressed a sense of unfulfillment. "In that case, clear the scene and regroup." Yes. Chapter 70. The harvest. Within the Imperial Guards headquarters, as more and more gold, silver, and jewels were delivered, the courtyard became a veritable mountain of boxes. Simultaneously, the capital was rife with bloodshed. Faint cries of despair and wails of agony could be heard echoing throughout. The citizens of the city hastily locked their doors, shutting their windows, daring not to indulge their curiosity. The actions of the Imperial Guard had instilled a profound sense of fear among the various factions within the city, each praying fervently that these harbingers of doom would not turn their attention toward them. The practice of killing first and reporting later was starkly evident in the actions of His Highness the Crown Prince. Previously privileged officials had never witnessed such ruthless measures that, in an instant, they found themselves like startled birds, living in trepidation, fearing that they might become the next victims of the Imperial Guards. Under such immense pressure, the entire capital fell into a profound silence, only interrupted by the occasional sounds of violence, a constant reminder that this nightmare was far from over, in the deep of night, within the Qianming Palace of Emperor Xia. The recently slumbering monarch was gradually roused by the clamor of slaughter echoing through the city. The emperor lifted his heavy eyelids, unable to return to sleep, and softly called out to Wei Yong. "Wei Yong, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy?" Upon hearing the emperor's summons, Wei Yong hurriedly approached with small steps. "Your Majesty, I have just dispatched someone to inquire. The Crown Prince has sent word that he is currently gathering funds for Your Majesty." The emperor, upon hearing this, was puzzled. Gathering funds? What money could possibly be needed at this hour? "Your Majesty," Wei Yong replied, "I have learned that the Crown Prince's Imperial Guards are currently punishing corrupt officials throughout the city." But, he hesitated, "But what?" The emperor, noticing his reticence, pressed him for an answer. But according to reports from the internal guards, both the Duke of Lu's estate and the Minister of Right's residence have been completely wiped out by the Imperial Guards. What? The emperor's drowsiness vanished in an instant. One was a powerful figure of noble rank, second only to the king. The other held a significant position as the Minister of Rights, a high-ranking official of the court. Faced with such two influential individuals, the emperor could hardly fathom why the usually composed Xia Tej would recklessly choose to target them. However, with events having unfolded as they had, there was no turning back. Despite his turmoil, the emperor found himself at a loss, his head throbbing. With a furrowed brow, he regarded Wei Yong, who was cautiously attending to him, his expression filled with helplessness as he inquired, "Given the severity of this situation, why was I not informed beforehand?" In response to the emperor's question, Wei Yong bowed deeply, responding cautiously, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince had previously stated that he would personally report this matter to you during the morning court session. I thought it would be best to allow Your Majesty to rest a little longer." So, before he could finish, the emperor waved his hand, signaling him to cease. The emperor then let out a long sigh. Lamenting, "This matter is far from simple." Setting aside the Minister of Rights, the legendary tales of the Duke of Lu have circulated widely among the people. If this upheaval is seized upon by those with ulterior motives, spreading harmful rumors about the court, it could lead the populace to believe that the court is merely killing the donkey after the grind. Upon hearing the emperor's concerns, Wei Yong bowed and reassured him. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I firmly believe that the Crown Prince is not one to act recklessly. There must be profound reasoning behind this. I implore Your Majesty to remain at ease." The Summer Emperor slightly squinted his eyes, pondering for a considerable time before he slowly nodded. Judging from Summer Tej's recent behavior, he did not appear to be a reckless individual, since the matter had come to this point. It would be prudent to quietly observe the subsequent developments of Summer Tej. To dwell on such thoughts now would be of no avail. The Summer Emperor contemplated for a moment, then extracted a token and handed it to Wei Yong, saying, "With this token, proceed to the Qiyu camp outside the city and mobilize 5,000 troops to enter the capital, to maintain order and prevent any opportunist from causing chaos. The city gates shall be under strict guard. All who enter or exit must be thoroughly scrutinized." "Yes." Wei Yong stepped forward to receive the token, bowed, and then turned to leave. In light of the recent upheaval in the capital, it was inevitable that those with nefarious intentions would attempt to take advantage of the situation. As the hour of the Cho had just passed, the operations of the Jinyui gradually came to a halt. Within the Jinyui headquarters, Jiang Wan had not slept a wink, sitting upright in the courtyard, awaiting the results from the four dragons that, in a brief moment, the four dragons returned, each leading their respective teams, to report on the night's findings that, in the span of a single night, a duke and a minister had their homes raided by the Jinyui. Numerous officials of the third, fourth rank, and below had also been implicated as the four dragons entered the courtyard of the headquarters, they found Jiang Wan had been waiting for some time. The four of them quickly approached and saluted. "We report to you, my lord, that the task has been completed. This night, 33 households were raided, yielding a total of 17 million taels of silver, 1,500,000 taels of gold, and countless other jewels and artworks. Here is the account book. We hope you will review it." As the first dragon respectfully reported, he presented the account book to Jiang Wan with both hands. Upon hearing the report, Jiang Wan, with an impassive expression, extended his hand to steadily receive the account book. Gently opening it, his gaze swiftly traversed the densely packed numbers and records, gradually revealing a hint of satisfaction upon his face. Indeed, at a time when the entire nation was ensnared in financial distress and devoid of funds, those corrupt officials were undeniably swimming in wealth. After a preliminary calculation, it was astonishing to discover that the recorded gold and silver amounted to a staggering 32 million taels, a figure that left one dumbfounded. Nearly equivalent to the total revenue of the Great Xia Dynasty's treasury for the entire previous year. Moreover, this was merely a small segment of the list from the Jinwu division. Yet it already showcased such an incredible accumulation of wealth. Had it not been for the potential disruption to the normal operations of the Great Xia dynasty, Jiang Wan would have been tempted to immediately order the confiscation and execution of all officials listed. To vent his pent-up frustration, after meticulously reviewing the account book from cover to cover, Jiang Wan slowly closed it and returned it to the awaiting first dragon. He then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the four dragons before him, and spoke in a gentle tone. "I appreciate your hard work tonight. Shortly, I will personally commend you to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, we must continue to follow up on subsequent matters to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from exploiting any loopholes. Yes, rest assured, my lord, we shall exert our utmost efforts and live up to your expectations." The four dragons responded in unison, clasping their fists in salute. Chapter 71. Corruption. Jiang Wan then seemed to recall something, pulling out a secret letter from his bosom and handing it to Xuanwu. "There is another matter that requires your attention. During yesterday's morning court, the disappearance of the 3 former governors of Yongning Prefecture was of great concern to His Highness. Just now, a spy from the Jinwu Division sent word that this incident was orchestrated by the current deputy governor and the local gentry. His Highness has decreed, based on the intelligence from the Jinwu Division, conduct a thorough investigation of the deputy governor and the local gentry, and resolve this matter with utmost severity and urgency. As for the affairs within the capital, let the 4 dragons handle them. You shall travel swiftly and deal with this matter." Upon hearing that the task was personally overseen by Summer Tage, Xuanwu's expression brightened, and he solemnly replied, "Yes, I shall not fail His Highness's commission." Previously, the Jinyu had gradually succumbed to corruption and ineffectiveness, leading to numerous incidents in remote areas, far from the Emperor's reach. The Yongning Prefecture incident was certainly not the first, nor would it be the last. To permanently eradicate such occurrences, the Jinyu must intensify its oversight, akin to the Jinwu Division, to instill a sense of deterrence. Sometimes, deterrence can prevent crime more effectively than punishment after the fact. Within the Hall of Governance, an atmosphere of solemnity prevailed as Summer Tage hurriedly entered alongside Jiang Wan. The civil and military officials had already gathered in the hall. However, unlike in the past, upon stepping into the Grand Hall, Summer Tage quickly noticed that it felt somewhat sparse. The ambience was increasingly heavy and oppressive, with no one daring to speak. All present wore serious expressions, as if each harbored unspeakable thoughts. Standing tall and poised, Summer Tage moved gracefully through the ranks of ministers alongside Jiang Wan. As they passed, the officials bowed deeply, their demeanor filled with utmost respect. Even his future father-in-law offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After all, Summer Tage now wielded immense power, his reputation striking fear across the court and beyond. This moment, he held the Jinwu Division in one hand, employing an iron-fisted approach to suppress the forces of the martial world, compelling all factions to bow to his authority. The formidable might of the Jinwu Division was still fresh in everyone's memory. On the other hand, he controlled the Jinyu, overseeing officials and executing orders without prior notice. Just last night, the capital had been drenched in blood due to the Jinyu, instilling terror among countless officials. At this juncture, no minister dared to express any disrespect toward Summertage. Unlike the former minister Kai Jichuan, just as Summertage had barely arrived, a loud proclamation rang out. His Majesty has arrived. Following this, the Summer Emperor strode into the hall with a commanding presence, escorted by Wei Yong's booming announcements. Upon witnessing this, all ministers promptly bowed in unison, chanting their praises. Jiang Luan stood behind Summertage. By protocol, a third-rank official like the Jinui commander should not stand so close. Yet with Summertage's current might, no one dared to contest. Be at ease, commanded the Summer Emperor as he seated himself. If there are matters to report, speak. If not, depart. With Wei Yong's authoritative declaration, the morning court commenced. Among the assembly, one minister, after a mental struggle, stepped forward and said, I, Yang Quan, the deputy minister of the censorate, have a matter to report to your majesty. I have heard that the Jinui commander, last night, without your decree or the documents from the Ministry of Justice, unilaterally ordered the homes of two high-ranking officials, the Minister of Rights and the Duke of Lu, to be raided. I believe this action constitutes a grave violation of the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, severely impacting the reputation of the officials. Such disregard for the national laws by the Jinui commander cannot go unpunished. Otherwise, the laws established over many years will be rendered meaningless. I humbly request your majesty to dismiss him and investigate this matter to uphold the law and rectify the court's integrity. I am filled with trepidation, earnestly seeking your judgment. As soon as the words were spoken, the hall of governance fell into a profound silence. The Summer Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the deputy minister of the censorate for a considerable time. After a moment, he finally spoke. Where is the Jinui commander? Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Jiang Luan stepped forward and respectfully said, I am Jiang Luan, the newly appointed Jinui commander, and I pay my respects to your majesty. Observing the composed demeanor of Jiang Luan, the Summer Emperor discreetly cast a glance at Wei Yong beside him, noting his serious expression, and nodded slightly. The Summer Emperor understood. It was likely only a master at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm could invoke such gravity in Wei Yong. He had grown accustomed to the emergence of such formidable talents. Henti, a formidable being of the Earth immortal realm, recently appeared. Comparatively, both Jiang Luan and the aforementioned individual held the same rank. Yet the Summer Emperor felt a tinge of disappointment at Jiang Luan's Grand Master pinnacle status. The Summer Emperor had begun to feel somewhat elevated in his perspective. Do you have any explanation regarding the matters raised by Deputy Minister Yang Quan? The Summer Emperor asked Jiang Luan, regaining his focus. Replying to your majesty, the Duke of Lu and the Minister of Rights have committed heinous crimes. As the Jinui commander, I possess the authority to oversee officials and act decisively. I naturally cannot stand idly by while they evade justice. This time, I have acted in accordance with the law. I'm unaware of the deputy minister's claims of violating national laws, Jiang Luan responded. Before Yang Quan could reply, Summertage interjected. I report to my father. I was tasked yesterday with reorganizing the Jinui and subsequently conducted an investigation into the officials in the capital. It was upon investigation that I discovered half of the officials had succumbed to temptation and descended the path of corruption. What is worse, last night, they even mobilized troops to openly resist the investigation, committing an egregious offense that I beseech my father to issue a decree for thorough examination, to uphold the nation's dignity, as the words of Xiatage reverberated within the Grand Hall. An even deeper silence enveloped the space, as if even the sound of breathing had vanished. The numerous ministers below held their breaths in a hushed stillness, fearful that the slightest noise might draw attention. Some corrupt officials trembled uncontrollably, for the bloody tempest of the previous night now loomed as a possible route of escape for them. Faced with the peril of their families, who could remain composed? Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor was both angered by the corruption of these officials and astonished by the investigative prowess of the Jinui. Although he refrained from voicing it, he was well aware of the corrupt practices among these officials. After all, having been emperor for so many years, how could he remain oblivious? The prolonged inaction had only led him to understand that even if another official were to take over, the likelihood of continued corruption remained high. Thus, what significance would it hold? Consequently, As long as matters did not escalate too severely, the Xia Emperor typically turned a blind eye. Should he ever decide to take action against such individuals, it would not require excessive effort. However, relying solely on such expedient measures could not fundamentally resolve the issue. The current system of recommendation was fraught with numerous flaws, making it challenging to curb the pervasive corruption within the officialdom. To truly reverse this situation and achieve comprehensive reform, it seemed that only through implementing substantial changes could one hope for improvement, continuously introducing fresh blood into the court, welcoming more talented, ambitious, and incorruptible individuals. One might foster a competitive environment. In such a setting, officials would face the pressure of survival of the fittest, leading to the inevitable elimination of the incompetent and greedy, while allowing the exceptional to shine. Thus, an effective dismantling of collusion among officials and the monopolization of power would be attainable, paving the way for a transparent governance and a flourishing nation. Yet, given the present circumstances, it remained premature to enact such a sweeping reform. The right timing and conditions must be awaited. After a moment of contemplation, the Xia Emperor returned to himself, feigning anger as he declared, "Such absurdity! I cannot believe that nearly half of the officials in court are corrupt. Now that the principal offender has been dealt with, let this matter rest. In the future, let the Jinhui strengthen their oversight." This was indeed a reluctant measure. One could scarcely bring all these officials to justice according to the law. For now, they would have to enjoy their freedom a little longer. The emperor's words brought a measure of relief to the officials present. Xia Tej understood the concerns weighing on the emperor's mind and did not press the matter further. Observing the theatrical exchange between the father and son, the attentive ministers grasped the underlying dynamics. Yet with the incriminating evidence in hand, they dared not voice their thoughts. "Minister Yang, please rise. The crimes of the Minister of Rights and Duke of Lu are egregious, deserving of no mercy. The Jinyui's investigation falls within their jurisdiction." The Xia Emperor addressed the kneeling Inspector Yang Quan softly. "Yes, your Majesty is wise." Inspector Yang Quan rose, expressing his gratitude with a semblance of nonchalance. Once he returned to his position, the Minister of Personnel stepped forward to speak. "Your Majesty, regarding the case of Yongning Prefecture that His Highness the Crown Prince promised to investigate yesterday, is there any outcome to report?" The position of Governor of Yongning Prefecture is of great significance, and it has remained vacant for over 3 months. Surely, the populace must be suffering greatly. Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor furrowed his brows and turned to Xia Tej. Before Xia Tej could respond, Jiang Luan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have already conducted an investigation into the Yongning Prefecture case. The chief culprit is the Deputy Governor of Yongning Prefecture, He Shuren. In collusion with local gentry, He Shuren sought to amass wealth in Yongning Prefecture and did not hesitate to conspire with the local aristocracy to assassinate the previous governor, ensuring his own position remained secure. This morning, I dispatched the Jinyui to apprehend He Shuren and the local gentry, bringing them to the capital for your judgment." As Jiang Wan finished speaking, murmurs of skepticism rippled through the assembly. Only yesterday did the investigation commence, and today a conclusion has already been reached. Surely, the Jinyui cannot simply produce a scapegoat to shoulder the blame. Given the considerable distance from the capital to Yongning Prefecture, even the fastest journey would require at least 2 days, not accounting for the time needed for investigation. It certainly appeared as though a convenient scapegoat had been fabricated. Hearing the quiet discussions below, the Xia Emperor chose not to delve deeper, decisively stating, "In that case, let us await the Jinyui's return with He Shuren before discussing this case further." "Yes," replied the Minister of Personnel. The morning court resumed its usual proceedings, addressing various matters of public concern and reporting on local conditions. Before long, the morning session came to an end. After the court adjourned, Xia Tej did not rush back to the Eastern Palace, but instead accompanied Jiang Luan to the imperial study to meet with the Xia Emperor. Inside the study, the Xia Emperor looked at the two and inquired, "Why choose to make an example of the Duke of Lu and the Minister of Rights?" Xia Tej responded, "Father, both the Duke of Lu and the Minister of Rights pose significant threats. Yet their connections are minimal. They are ideal candidates for establishing authority. Do you imply that there are more troublesome individuals? Indeed, such as the Minister of Personnel and my uncle, Prince Kong, is this true? The Xia Emperor asked, incredulity etched on his face. While he could comprehend the Minister of Personnel's potential for corruption due to his prominent position and extensive connections, he found it difficult to believe his own brother would be involved. Since the Xia Emperor conferred a title upon him, his brother had always given the impression of being lethargic and disinterested in court affairs. Yet now, Xia Tej was asserting that the situation was far from simple. Father, last night when the Jinui raided the Minister of Rights residence, a faction had already moved to silence him, and the perpetrators were none other than those associated with Prince Kong. According to intelligence from the Jinwu Division, Prince Kong is colluding with an unknown force, plotting to undermine the imperial authority amid the turmoil in Daxia. The Xia Emperor's expression darkened. The realization that his own brother was inviting disaster for the sake of power was difficult to bear. After a moment of contemplation, the somber look on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce resolve. If that is the case, why did we not act against him last night to eliminate the threat? The Xia Emperor questioned Xia Tej, perplexed. Father, as the saying goes, one must break before they can establish. I would welcome the opportunity to confront this situation, as it would allow us to eradicate the latent dangers that have been lurking in the shadows. Why not seize this chance? Days prior, when I had just become the crown prince and gathered with my fellow princes for a banquet, I had expressed similar sentiments, even suggesting relinquishing power to create opportunities for rebellion. Only through their uprising could I ascertain the true capabilities of the ministers in court and determine who might be worthy of trust. Xia Tej spoke with fervor, his resolute demeanor radiating an unmatched confidence. He continued, moreover, we could utilize this rebellion as a pretext to eliminate these treacherous officials and thus create positions and opportunities for those who are genuinely loyal to the Daxia dynasty. Upon hearing these words, the Xia Emperor was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on his son, who spoke with such fervor and exuberance. In that moment, the Xia Emperor perceived in Xia Tej the essence of a future sovereign capable of uniting the entire Huaxia continent. Deep within, the Xia Emperor had long endured the weight of his years on the throne and had often reflected on his inadequacies as an emperor. Over the course of time, the myriad trivial affairs had dulled his once ambitious spirit. Despite his diligent efforts to manage the state, the Daxia dynasty continued to grapple with numerous persistent issues. The long-standing monopoly of power and resources by aristocratic families remained unresolved, and the rampant corruption among officials proliferated like weeds, with oversight proving woefully ineffective. Were it not for the presence of an esteemed elder from the ancestral line providing support, the seemingly prosperous Daxia dynasty might have already found itself in dire straits. How could one dare to entertain ambitions of unification or dominion over Huaxia? After a lengthy period of contemplation, the Xia Emperor finally regained his composure and turned to Xia Tej, saying slowly, "Find a time to visit the imperial tombs. Perhaps you should be aware that within the royal mausoleum, the formidable beings of the terrestrial immortal realm of the Great Xia are present, and they hold a significant interest in you. Indeed, I am aware of this. Xia Tej is quite curious about the concealed terrestrial immortal realm of the Great Xia. After all, Dong Huangtai descended to the world rather late and possesses limited knowledge regarding the matters of the terrestrial immortal realm, whereas the ancestors of Great Xia have long been entrenched within it, prompting Xia Tej's desire for further understanding. Upon noticing Xia Tej nodding in agreement, the Emperor of Xia continued, given the current situation in Great Xia, do you have any thoughts on reform? The system of recommendation in Great Xia has suffered from deep-rooted issues for an extended period. Nepotism among officials is rampant, preventing capable individuals without connections from rising, while those with connections but lacking ability are unable to be removed. If this persists, Great Xia will only continue to weaken. After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Tej finally spoke. I do have ideas, yet advancing them is exceedingly challenging. Oh, pray tell. The Emperor of Xia inquired with great curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tej solemnly responded, the current system we employ for selecting and appointing officials has become irreparably entrenched, rife with internal corruption. To fundamentally transform this situation, in my humble opinion, we must comprehensively implement the imperial examination system. Subsequently, Xia Tej elaborated, the so-called imperial examination system opens its doors to all citizens of Great Xia. regardless of whether they are commoners or noble offspring. Everyone is qualified to participate in this examination, by establishing a progressive series of assessments, including the preliminary examination, the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. We can comprehensively evaluate each individual's true capabilities and talents, using this as the basis for their final examination results. Once the imperial examination system is successfully implemented, every individual will have the potential to be promoted based on their genuine abilities. Simultaneously, the court will be able to attract talent from across the realm, effectively dismantling the long-standing monopoly that aristocratic families have held over the resources of talented individuals. Xiaotej provided an overview of the imperial examination system, which thrived in his previous life. Although there were numerous drawbacks in its later stages, it is, by comparison, far superior to the system of recommendation. In Xiaotej's view, the merits outweigh the demerits. No system is without its flaws. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Xia fell into deep contemplation, continuously weighing the feasibility of such a proposition. This matter, once proposed, would undoubtedly face opposition from the aristocratic families, and at that time, Great Xia would surely be beset by internal and external troubles. After considerable reflection, the Emperor of Xia raised his head to look at Xiaotej, seeking his opinion. This matter is of great significance, and the Emperor found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. My father, there is no need to rush. It would be prudent to stabilize the Jinwu division and resolve the matters concerning the Buddhist sect first. It would not be too late then. Xiaotej discerned the emperor's hesitation and sought to alleviate his concerns that it is inevitable that Great Xia will have a confrontation with the Buddhist sect, and perhaps even with the divine sect as well. After all, several masters of the Grandmaster realm are still imprisoned in the Jinwu division's prison. Given the Buddhist sect's customary approach, how could they easily swallow this indignation? If we were to hastily implement the imperial examination system at this moment, Great Xia would undoubtedly plunge into a quagmire of internal and external strife, and we might truly find ourselves facing a united front of adversaries. Even Xiaotej, confronted with such a convoluted situation, would undoubtedly feel a headache. Upon hearing Xiaotej's counsel, the Emperor of Xia could not help but display a look of helplessness, gently nodding in agreement. Indeed, it appears that the most prudent course of action at present would be to proceed as Xiaotej has suggested. Observing this, Xiaotej tactfully shifted the topic. Yesterday, I pledged that upon the reconstruction of the Jinyu, I would increase the treasury by 20 million taels of silver within 7 days, and as of last night, that goal has already been achieved. Xiaotej signaled to Jiang Wan, who understood and stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, I led the Jinyu to raid 33 households yesterday, acquiring 17 million taels of silver, 1.5 million taels of gold, and countless treasures and artworks. The Emperor of Xia was taken aback by this revelation, and his expression quickly transformed into one of furious indignation. Damn it, this is outrageous. The Emperor could hardly believe that such vast sums of silver could be found within the homes of these corrupt officials. Your Majesty, these are the incriminating evidence I have collected against the 33 corrupt officials. I hope you will review them. As Jiang Wan spoke, he presented the evidence he had gathered. The Emperor, regaining his composure, received the memorial and began to scrutinize it closely. However, the more he examined, the darker his expression became. Then it occurred to him that this was merely a fraction of the corrupt officials that had been uncovered. Many more remained undetected, and a wave of helplessness washed over the Emperor, as years of tireless effort seemed to culminate in this moment of futility. Gazing at the unperturbed Xiaotej before him, the Emperor suddenly experienced an overwhelming urge to abdicate the throne. The changes brought about by Xiaotej in just a few days eclipsed the achievements of the Emperor over many years. During this brief period, Xiaotej had established the Jinwu division to suppress the underworld, coerced the 2 great aristocratic families into submission, captured 8 masters of the Grandmaster realm from the Divine Sect and the Great Thundersound Temple, and reformed the Jinyu to oversee the officials. In a mere span of days, Xiaotej had accomplished a multitude of remarkable feats. Let us temporarily set aside the evidence. We shall account for it at a later date. The Emperor stated wearily. Certainly. Jiang Wan responded with a respectful bow. Observing the Emperor's waning resolve, Xiaotej felt compelled to offer words of comfort, but was uncertain of how to begin, given the current state of affairs on the Huaxia continent. It was evident that neither the royal family, including the emperor and numerous princes, nor Xiaotej's elder brother, Xia Beixian, exhibited the potential to unify the Huaxia continent. Even if Xia Beixian were to ascend the throne after the emperor's abdication, he would merely continue along the same path as the emperor. If one wished for change, it would not be so simple. Shaking his head internally, Xiaotej decided not to dwell further on the matter. Noting the emperor's fatigue, and thus took his leave. "I take my leave. Father, please take care to rest." Observing the emperor wave his hand, Xiaotej and Zhang Wan turned to exit. Chapter 74. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets. Upon exiting the imperial study, Zhang Wan returned to the Jiuyue headquarters, as there were still many subsequent affairs to attend to from the previous night. Within the East Palace, Xiaotej had just returned to the main hall. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in and acquiring the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. Master, Song He. Strength. Terrestrial Immortal Realm. Xiaotej felt a surge of excitement and promptly opened the system introduction. After a thorough examination, he understood. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets is an intelligence organization that spans the 3 great dynasties, primarily engaged in the trade of information. When summoned by the system, it appears in a manner that seems entirely natural. Among the 3 great dynasties, there are over 300 branches, each led by a branch master, with an elder appointed for every 30 branches. Every 5 elders is overseen by a deputy master. Upon comprehensively understanding the system, Xiaotej did not hesitate to summon it. In an instant, a brilliant white light flashed, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a benevolent demeanor suddenly appeared before Xiaotej. Master of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, Song He, pays his respects to your highness. The elderly man's voice was ethereal yet resonant, as he gracefully waved his ample sleeves and respectfully bowed to Xiaotej. Please rise. Xiaotej quickly urged him to stand. Thank you, your highness. Upon hearing this, Song He bowed once more in gratitude before slowly straightening up. At this moment, Xiaotej scrutinized the elderly man before him with keen interest. However, no matter how he observed him, he found it challenging to discern any particular traits or clues. Though Song He and Dong Huangtai were both renowned figures of the terrestrial immortal realm, their auras were strikingly different. While Dong Huangtai emanated an eerie and unsettling presence, Song He exuded an air of transcendence and ethereal grace, truly embodying 2 extremes. Gazing at the affable Song He, who consistently radiated confidence, Xiaotej pondered briefly before inquiring, by what means does the Tower of Heavenly Secrets procure the various pieces of information it trades? In response to your highness, while our Tower of Heavenly Secrets has branches throughout the 3 great dynasties, each branch maintains close connections with one another, sharing intelligence among themselves. Moreover, each branch master possesses a modicum of divination skills, though their martial prowess may be somewhat lacking. As he spoke, Song He stroked his long beard with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaotej understood and promptly remarked, the intelligence system within the Zhenwu division can also share information with the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets and the Zhenwu division traverse different paths. One relies on human effort, while the other relies on heavenly secrets. The 2 sides' intelligence can indeed complement each other. Indeed. Thank you very much. Your Highness, Song He responded with a continued smile. Observing Song He's unwavering confidence, Xiaotej looked at him with eager anticipation. Who is the leader of the divine sect? As the spies of the Zhenwu division delved deeper into their investigations, they found themselves perpetually unable to catch even a fleeting glimpse of the leader of the divine sect. Yet, this very elusiveness only heightened Xiaotej's curiosity to Yuan. Your Highness, the leader of the divine sect, is also a formidable being of the terrestrial immortal realm, and possesses some knowledge of astrological arts. Present, I am unable to divine further. Upon hearing this, Xiaotej's disappointment was palpable, and he continued, when will the great Xia achieve unification? Your Highness, the fate of a nation is intricately tied to vast causal networks, and I am currently unable to foresee that either. With this, Xiaotej's disappointment deepened. The 2 stood in silence, facing each other for an extended moment. "What are the parameters of our operations?" Xiao Tej inquired, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Your Highness, apart from the two matters you just mentioned, I am confident that I am well informed on all other issues." King, despite his slight embarrassment, soon regained his composure and replied with renewed confidence. "Then, please forecast when I shall ascend to the throne. For once I become emperor, I shall be able to cultivate the emperor's law, thus making this matter of considerable importance to me." Upon uttering these words, Kang's expression stiffened, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Your Highness, regarding your ascension, I am currently unable to divine." Although Kang's voice grew increasingly faint, Xiao Tej discerned every word. With a peculiar gaze, Xiao Tej scrutinized him, wary that the system might have delivered a counterfeit. Kang, feeling slightly embarrassed, cast a sideways glance at Xiao Tej. The two locked eyes, and a heavy silence enveloped the grand hall, lingering for what felt like an eternity. After a long pause, Xiao Tej's eyes suddenly brightened as if a thought had struck him. "Do you think this king could establish various rankings? Is the Tianji Pavilion capable of such a task?" "Your Highness, I implore you to clarify." Kang promptly regained his confidence that I propose to create rankings for martial prowess, beauty, prodigies, and divine weapons, arranged from greatest to least. Currently, the Jinwu division is suppressing the martial world rather hastily. If we were to establish a ranking now, inciting infighting among them, would it not grant us greater control over the martial realm? The motivations of those in the Jianghu are ultimately driven by fame and fortune. Once we list these martial figures on the Tianji Pavilion's rankings, who among them would tolerate having someone above them? We could establish rankings for masters, grandmasters, and even for those in the terrestrial immortal realm. The more chaotic, the better, and beauty, of course, is of paramount importance. Who among mortals can resist the allure of beauty? The ensuing rivalries in this realm would be no less fervent than those among the grandmasters. As Xiao Tej spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the chaotic future of the martial world. Kang, after a moment's contemplation, slowly nodded in agreement, responding, "Your Highness's plan is indeed brilliant. The Tianji Pavilion is fully capable of executing this endeavor." With Kang's assurance, Xiao Tej exhaled in relief, fearing that this too would be beyond their capacity to, in that case, proceed immediately. However, to avert public suspicion, we must also include some experts from the Jinwu division and the depths of the great Xia's imperial lineage. An overtly fabricated list would only serve to raise doubts about its authenticity. For instance, if the esteemed ancestor of the Wang family, a pinnacle grandmaster, were to appear on the rankings, yet the Jinwu division's Xian Yuzi, who defeated him, did not, would this not insult the intelligence of the populace? The line between truth and deception must be artfully blurred, creating a web of intrigue. Understood, rest assured, Your Highness, the Tianji Pavilion specializes in such matters. We are experts in sowing discord. Kang promptly assured Xiao Tej, noting his concerns were unfounded. Therefore, how long will it take? Xiao Tej inquired, eager to witness the impending chaos in the martial world. Your Highness, within 3 days, the rankings for masters and grandmasters will be unveiled. Kang replied earnestly. Excellent. I shall await your good news. Chapter 75. The fate of the 8 grandmasters after Kang departed. Xiao Tej found himself at a loss for what to do. He then suddenly decided to pay a visit to the Jinwu division. Old Huang, prepare the carriage to your service. Your Highness. Old Huang replied promptly as the white dragon carriage arrived at the entrance of the Jinwu division. Zhao Gao hurried forward to greet him. Your Highness. Zhao Gao called softly. Xiao Tej nodded and, with Zhao Gao's assistance, alighted from the carriage. Let us first visit the execution chamber. Since the assassination attempt, Xiao Tej had finally recalled that 8 grandmasters were still imprisoned within the Jinwu division's execution chamber. As Xiao Tej and his entourage navigated through the heavily guarded corridors of the chamber, they ultimately arrived at the most sinister depths of this foreboding locale. Here, the 8 grandmasters from the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple were held captive. Xiao Tej surveyed the scene and was struck by the sight of these once mighty figures, now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Each one bore a gaze as still as stagnant water. Devoid of any flicker of emotion, as though the very essence of existence could no longer stir their hearts. Even when confronted by Xia Tej, their sworn enemy, they remained oblivious, unresponsive. Understandably so. Achieving the status of Grandmaster is no small feat, demanding immense toil, time, and unwavering dedication. Particularly for those at the pinnacle of this realm, the struggle is akin to climbing a celestial ladder, fraught with hardship. Yet, who could have anticipated that after a lifetime of relentless effort, they would be so swiftly vanquished by the Zhenwu division, plummeting from the heights of glory to the depths of despair? Such a drastic fall from grace is surely beyond the endurance of ordinary souls. Faced with this somber tableau, even Xia Tej could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary fortitude of these 8 grandmasters. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to despair and opted for self-destruction in the face of such overwhelming defeat. At this moment, Xia Tej turned his gaze towards Zhao Gao, casually inquiring, "Have you managed to extract any useful information from them?" Hearing this, Zhao Gao shook his head in resignation, responding, "Since their imprisonment, these 8 have remained utterly silent and have refused to eat. Perhaps we should consider suspending them at the entrance of the Zhenwu division like the 2 grandmasters from the Kai family, enticing the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple to rescue them. Allowing us to fish for information," Zhao Gao suggested, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Upon hearing this, Xia Tej felt a flicker of intrigue, but ultimately shook his head. The Kai family had familial ties, whereas these 8 were merely sect members. Whether they would be rescued was uncertain. Let us release them. This serves as a prime example for the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple to observe. Xia Tej's intention was clear. He wished to convey to the Divine Sect and the Great Thunder Sound Temple that should they wish to enter the Great Xia, they must be prepared for the consequences. For the fate of these 8 could be a harbinger of their OWNASU wish. Zhao Gao complied. Xia Tej nodded, gazing at the 8 figures before him, who remained indifferent even at the prospect of their release. He could not help but shake his head internally, lamenting that had he known it would come to this, he might have chosen a different path for those who had sought to assassinate him. Xia Tej harbored no sympathy, regardless of their pitiable state. Resolving not to dwell further on the matter, he turned and exited the execution chamber, making his way to the main hall. Within the main hall, Xia Tej occupied the central seat, while Zhao Gao stood beside him, reporting on the establishment of the Zhenwu division's branches. "Your Highness, several days ago, I convened with Zhang Yuzi and others to determine the establishment of 3 central points in the capital. The south and the west, gradually expanding outward at a few days prior. Due to a shortage of personnel, I utilized Your Highness's token to summon a peak grandmaster to oversee the western outpost, while Zhang Yuzi chose to head south to set up the division's branch. Currently, the establishment of the branches is proceeding smoothly." Zhao Gao meticulously recounted the entire process of establishing the branches. Xia Tej nodded in acknowledgement and then produced a token from his robe, handing it to Zhao Gao. "Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may use this token to seek assistance from the Tianji Pavilion. Henceforth, the Tianji Pavilion and the Zhenwu Division shall share intelligence. If there are any uncertainties, you may also inquire at the Tianji Pavilion. The Zhenwu Division encompasses a vast array of responsibilities. Should an unforeseen incident arise, the Zhenwu Division may find itself unable to extend its reach effectively. In such instances, one could seek assistance from the Tianji Pavilion. Presently, the Tianji Pavilion bears a striking resemblance to the future development of the Zhenwu Division and at the upper echelons of power. The Tianji Pavilion arguably surpasses the Zhenwu Division. For a moment, Xia Tej found himself perplexed by the system's sign-in mechanism, receiving trivial items such as a husky, while at other times he was bestowed with exceedingly lavish rewards. It could be said that, relying solely on the influence of the Tianji Pavilion, Xia Tej had already firmly established himself at the pinnacle of the continent. Moreover, he currently held sway over both the Zhenwu Division and the Jinyue. Not to mention the seemingly inconsequential title of the Daxia Crown Prince. At this juncture, the identity of the Daxia Crown Prince was a bittersweet burden for Xia Tej. The formidable individuals residing within the Daxiao Imperial Tomb may not be as numerous as those in the Zhenwu Division, much less when compared to the Tianji Pavilion. Armed with potent weapons and a burgeoning desire for violence, Xiaotej had already condemned the Divine Church and the Great Thunder Monastery to their fates. Should the eradication of Buddhism commence within Daxia, it would also signify the onset of hostilities against the Great Thunder Monastery and the Divine Church. Once Buddhism was vanquished, the Jinwu division and the Jinyue would be free to initiate reforms within the Daxia system. In today's world, the Daxia dynasty's institutional ailments are rife, deeply entrenched, resembling a colossal vessel riddled with leaks, struggling to navigate the tumultuous currents of history. Even Xiaotej, who had witnessed much in his past life, could not help but harbor doubts. Without his extraordinary emergence to turn the tide, could Daxia endure for another decade without succumbing to ruin? It seemed that even with the support of formidable figures at the pinnacle of the earthly realm, facing such a decayed state of affairs would likely render them powerless to effect change. Across the entire bureaucratic landscape, corruption flourished, and instances of favoritism and misconduct were all too common, having already begun to rot from the roots. The myriad of intricate dilemmas and the convoluted web of vested interests it spawned were beyond imagination. At times, Xiaotej even entertained an extreme notion of raising a banner of rebellion, shattering the old order entirely and forging a new empire of his own, becoming a legendary sovereign who establishes a nation. However, he swiftly dismissed this idea from his mind. Moments later, Xiaotej shook his head, realizing that such thoughts were futile at this juncture. Once his thoughts had settled, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, what is the current situation of the Wujidian? It must have been a while since they took their post." Chapter 76, Dreams of the Jianghu. The Wujidian was the first sect to respond to the call to join the Jinwu division, and Xiaotej naturally paid them considerable attention as a representative force of the Jinwu division suppressing a region. Their future development was closely intertwined with that of the Jinwu division. Upon hearing Xiaotej's question, Zhao Gao pondered briefly before responding. "Reporting to Your Highness, everything is relatively stable at present. In my humble opinion, it is likely that the formidable strength exhibited by the Jinwu division in recent days has instilled a sense of caution in them, prompting their temporary compliance and preventing any acts of defiance." Although a force ranked among the top 10 sects, Zhao Gao still felt that they were not as straightforward as they appeared. Xiaotej nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling that the leader of the Wujidian also bore the surname Xia, and contemplated whether there might be a connection to the royal family. Keep a close watch on them. The Jinwu division's concealed scripture repository can also be made accessible to those who have rendered contributions. We cannot merely have them toil without offering some benefits, Xiaotej instructed Zhao Gao nonchalantly. "Understood," Zhao Gao replied with a nod. "Old Huang, let me treat you to some culinary delights of the capital." Upon exiting the Jinwu division, Xiaotej gazed at the bustling street before him and felt an urge to experience the ancient intelligence center, the tavern. In his previous life, he had observed that many martial arts experts engage in battles primarily within taverns. Having been here for some time, Xiaotej had yet to experience it. As the two stepped over the threshold of the tavern, they were greeted by a sharp-eyed waiter who, upon noticing Xiaotej's resplendent attire, approached with a broad smile and warmly invited them. "Ah, esteemed guests, we have several serene and elegant seats available upstairs. Would you care to move up there?" Xiaotej nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, please lead the way." With that, Xiaotej and Jian Zhuang followed the waiter up the stairs to the second floor. Upon ascending, Xiaotej's gaze swept across the room and was instantly captivated by a secluded table near the window that overlooked the bustling street below. The view was expansive, allowing one to gaze down at the lively thoroughfare while being gently caressed by a refreshing breeze, a most delightful setting. "This will do," Xiaotej declared, pointing to the table. "Very well," the waiter responded, promptly cleaning the table and chairs. After Xiaotej and his companion settled in, the waiter approached with a sheepish grin and asked, "What would the two esteemed guests like to eat?" "A pot of wine and a few signature dishes," Xiaotej replied nonchalantly. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the waiter acknowledged and hurried off. "Your Highness, this tavern cannot possibly compare to the culinary skills of the chefs in the palace." Jian Zhuang noted, clearly still reminiscing about the delicacies of the Eastern Palace. Xiaotej shot him a sidelong glance. "Are we here for gourmet food? We are here for the experience." "Experience? What do you mean by experience?" Jian Zhuang asked, puzzled. Xiate shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore him, and turned his gaze to the bustling street below dead on the thoroughfare. There were cold-hearted martial artists, hawkers peddling their wares, hurried coachmen, and patrolling officials. As Xiate observed this scene, he found himself lost in thought. While Xiate was in a reverie, he began to hear snippets of conversation drifting into his ears. Have you heard? One of the top 10 sects of Daxia, the Wujidian, has actually pledged allegiance to the court. Who would have thought that the sacred ground of the martial world has now become a tool of the imperial court? What a pity! I once held the Wujidian in great esteem. Following the sound, Xiate spotted two individuals speaking in hushed tones, their expressions tinged with regret. Amused by their remarks, Xiate chose not to engage with them. Just as he was about to say something, he overheard them continue. Do you know about the Piamiao Pavilion? The head disciple of the Piamiao Pavilion's master is currently undergoing trials in the martial world. Rumor has it that they intend to break through to the Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. How could I not know? The second-ranking super sect among Daxia's top 10. I hear that the Master S disciple is barely over 20 and already a congenital expert, truly a prodigy of this generation. Indeed, the younger generation likely only has the current swordmaster of the sword sect to rival them. Listening to their conversation, Xiate couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, taverns served as ancient intelligence hubs. And this was no exaggeration. Just as he was about to continue eavesdropping, a young waiter arrived with their dishes. After placing 4 dishes and a wine pot on the table, the waiter sheepishly said, "Esteemed guests, please enjoy. These are our signature dishes at the Launching Tavern." With a nod and a smile, the waiter departed. As Xiate surveyed the food before him, he recalled the earlier conversation and felt a surge of impulse to wander the martial world. As a youth influenced by the cinematic portrayals of his past life, who among them did not harbor a dream of martial arts? While savoring the so-called delicacies before him, Xiate contemplated the feasibility of such an endeavor. Presently, the Jinwu division was progressing according to plan, showing no immediate results. In the court, a purge had just occurred yesterday, and those who remained still had their uses. There were no intentions to act against them just yet. The Jinyu was likewise idling, primarily engaged in oversight. Although he was the crown prince, with the cabinet and Emperor Xiao present, Xiate had no need to concern himself with state affairs. Now was the time to act. In the future, when he ascended the throne and war erupted, opportunities would be scarce. This was a perfect moment to leverage the Tianji Pavilion's upcoming roster to delve into the martial world and witness the excitement. As he pondered this, Xiate felt increasingly convinced of its viability. In the martial world, who would not wish to meet the contemporary saints and prodigies? For instance, he was quite curious about the head disciple of the Piamiao Pavilion. The more he considered it, the brighter his eyes shone, and he turned to Jianzhi Huang, who was frowning as he ate. Old Huang, what do you think about our journey to explore the martial world? Upon hearing this, Jianzhi Huang paused, eyeing the eager Xiate with caution. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Your Highness currently occupies a prestigious position. If someone in the martial world were to offend you, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Jianzhi Huang silently lamented, having just begun to enjoy life, only to find Xiate wanting to venture into the tribulations of the martial realm. Why not relish the culinary delights and the dancers of the Eastern Palace instead? Jianzhi Huang felt a tinge of bitterness at the thought. Just as he was about to offer his advice, Xiate suddenly recalled something and abandoned the notion. Never mind, I'll reassess it later. There are many pressing matters at hand, and with father so burdened, it would not be appropriate for me to venture into the martial world at this time. With this thought, Xiate resolved to focus on consuming the food before him, even if it paled in comparison to that of the palace. Chapter 77. Annihilation of Buddhism. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Xiate sat alone in the main hall, contemplating the unwavering dedication of the Xia Emperor over the past 20 years. Gradually, the desire to wander the rivers and lakes began to wane in his heart. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately shook his head, deciding to postpone such thoughts for another day. He summoned Jianzhi Huang to share his current sentiments, which instantly brought joy to Jianzhi Huang. The prospect of indulging in delicious food while occasionally working as a coachman was far more appealing than enduring the harshness of the outside world. Your Highness is astute, Jianzhi Huang beamed, offering his compliments. Xiaotej merely cast him a sidelong glance and chose not to respond. The following morning, with the dawn breaking, he resolved not to attend court. After washing up, the first order of business was to sign in. System sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal embodies the fortune of the entire dynasty, and by binding with it, the host may commence cultivation of the Emperor's Law. Upon reading this, Xiaotej felt a surge of elation. After so long as a mere weakling, today marked the dawn of his resurgence. System, cultivate the Emperor's Law. Note: once bound to the Emperor's Law, the host's life will be intertwined with the great Xia dynasty. Should the dynasty fall, the host will perish, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Please consider this carefully. Consider, I shall cultivate. Xiaotej's words had barely left his lips before he felt an infusion of profound energy coursing through him. In the next moment, his cultivation soared. 8th grade, 9th grade acquired innate master, grandmaster, until it came to a gradual halt at the realm of earthly immortals. A meteoric rise. Xiaotej tightly shut his eyes, sinking his consciousness to silently perceive the immense power within him. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of invincibility enveloped his heart. Upon opening his eyes, he could distinctly see strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which, guided by his subconscious manipulation of the Emperor's Law, flowed into his body. Xiaotej felt his exhaustion from the previous day dissipate entirely, replaced by an inexplicable comfort and ease. Let us get to work, he exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, Xiaotej felt liberated from the constraints of hesitation. The eradication of the Buddhist sect swiftly ascended to the forefront of his agenda. Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, he suddenly realized there was another destination he must visit. In a flash, Xiaotej vanished from the Eastern Palace and reappeared outside the Imperial Mausoleum. The guard stationed there, taken aback by his sudden appearance, hurriedly approached and bowed, greeting him. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaotej nodded in acknowledgement and commanded, Open the Imperial Mausoleum. I have urgent matters to attend to. Yes, the two guards responded promptly, hastening to open the grand doors of the mausoleum. Xiaotej stepped inside, making his way deeper into its recesses. Within the depths of the mausoleum, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes. Fixing his gaze upon the approaching Xiaotej, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Before long, Xiaotej stood before the venerable ancestor of the great Xia dynasty, who had presided over the realm for centuries. The elder, seated at the center, regarded the prodigious child of the Xia family with benevolence. Xiaotej bowed respectfully. I have come to pay my respects to the ancestor. The elder smiled, appraising Xiaotej before gently replying. There is no need for such formalities. Rise, please. What brings you here today? In response to the elder's inquiry, Xiaotej candidly divulged the purpose of his visit. I have come to seek the assistance of the many masters within the mausoleum. The time is ripe, with favorable circumstances aligning for the stability of the great Xia amidst internal strife. Very well. The elder nodded in agreement, offering his support without further inquiry, should you require it. I am at your service. Taken aback by the elder's unwavering support, Xiaotej felt a flicker of doubt, but was interrupted as the elder waved his hand, urging him, Go forth and act according to your heart's desire. Do not feel burdened. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. With the elder's encouragement, Xiaotej refrained from lingering any longer. Bowing earnestly before taking his leave, as he stepped out of the mausoleum, he instructed the two guards. Ring the great bell and summon all the masters within the mausoleum. Yes. Though the guards were puzzled, they complied without hesitation. Bong! 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 The resounding toll of the bell echoed through the mausoleum, awakening all the masters within. One by one, they opened their eyes and hastened towards the entrance. At that moment, the elder, exuding an air of authority, turned his attention to the gathering. In no time, Xiaotej found himself surrounded by dozens of formidable masters. Observing them closely, he realized that all were powerful figures above the mastery level. Satisfied, he addressed the assembly. Let us convene within the hall of the town guard. With that, Xiaotej vanished from their midst, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered experts. Although taken by surprise, the gaze of the elder remained fixed upon the scene, prompting the masters to remain silent as they swiftly made their way to the hall of the town guard. Meanwhile, within the hall of the town guard, Xiaotej suddenly appeared before Zhao Gao, instructing, "Summon all the current officers and chiefs within the capital. We have matters to discuss." Despite his own confusion, Zhao Gao did not question further, bowing in acknowledgement before departing. Before long, the masters from the mausoleum, alongside the officers and chiefs of the town guard, arrived in response to the summons. The masters, witnessing the influx of town guard officers, were taken aback, realizing the profound reputation the town guard held was indeed well-deserved. The hall of the town guard fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin drop audible as the air seemed to solidify. No one dared to speak, all eyes fixated on Xiaotej, who sat regally upon his throne of power. In less than 15 minutes, the once empty hall had filled to capacity with individuals awaiting orders. At that moment, Xiaotej's calm, yet resonant voice pierced the stillness. "Dong Huang." The two syllables shattered the silence like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. However, upon hearing this title, the masters from the mausoleum exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions laden with confusion. Clearly unaware of who Dong Huang was, as speculation swirled among the masters, a shadow suddenly materialized in the center of the hall, appearing like a wraith. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a mysterious mask. Without hesitation, this individual bowed deeply before Xiaotej. The members of the town guard nodded in acknowledgement to Dong Huangtai, while the masters from the mausoleum stood in stunned silence, their hearts stirred by the unexpected turn of events. Before anyone could gather their thoughts, Xiaotej rose, his eyes glinting with determination as he declared, "Today I have summoned you all for one purpose: the eradication of Buddhism." Chapter 78. Deployment. As Xiaotej's words echoed through the hall, the town guard remained unfazed, while the masters from the mausoleum felt a tumult of emotions within. They were acutely aware of the vast influence and multitude of skilled practitioners within the Buddhist sect. Before anyone could ponder further, Xiaotej continued, "Currently, the Buddhist sect acts with impunity, posing a grave threat to the state and its people. It is our duty, as citizens of the Great Xia, to eradicate this malignant tumor once and for all." With that, Xiaotej gestured towards a map hanging on the wall of the town guard and spoke gravely. Qingyuan Temple, the largest Buddhist monastery within the Great Xia, houses over 10,000 martial monks and cultivates vast fields. The mere existence of a temple with such a significant force was utterly incomprehensible. Is this not a rebellion in the making? Those with ulterior motives deserve no mercy. Xiaotej's voice grew increasingly fervent, and after a brief pause, he pointed to a nearby hill, declaring, "Fulin Temple, adjacent to Qingyuan Temple, has long viewed it as a target, harboring thousands of martial monks who also shun productive labor. These tumors cannot be allowed to exist in the Great Xia for a moment longer. Our only aim regarding Buddhism is either complete annihilation or the revocation of their powers, compelling them to labor in mind." Understood. The members of the town guard and the masters from the mausoleum responded in unison, without a hint of hesitation. This operation would see the town guard leading 1,500 troops to launch an assault on Qingyuan Temple at the hour of the dog tonight, ensuring that not a single soul escapes. Similarly, the masters from the mausoleum would lead the vanguard and an additional 1,000 troops to strike Fulin Temple at the same hour, with the same unwavering directive: no one must survive. Understood. The crowd, now solemn, echoed their agreement. Xiaotej nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the resolve displayed by the masters from the mausoleum, who, despite not being summoned by the system, showed no signs of faltering. Their loyalty to the Great Xia dynasty was evident. Having been nurtured for many years, "Dong Huang," Xiaotej softly called out. "Your Highness," Dong Huangtai acknowledged with a nod of his head. "I could tea this moment. I must trouble you to make a trip to the 10 great sections. Until the matter of exterminating Buddhism concludes, no sect is permitted to incite unrest. Otherwise, their mountain gates will be shattered and their legacies severed." Understood. Dong Huangtai nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement. Previously, when Xiaotai Ji's cultivation was modest, Dong Huangtai, despite being a terrestrial immortal, had consistently guarded Xiaotai Gu, ensuring his safety without exerting the deterrence that his status afforded. However, at this juncture, setting aside the matter of Song He, Xia Taiji's current cultivation suffices for self-defense, rendering Dong Huang Taiyi's constant protection unnecessary. The most effective means of exerting his utmost deterrent power lies in the 10 great sects, which serve as the finest medium. Just as Xia Taiji's words fell, the onlookers from the imperial mausoleum cast their fervent gazes upon Dong Huang Taiyi. After all, people often harbor a deep admiration for the powerful, and even more so for a superlative figure like Dong Huang Taiyi, who stands at the pinnacle of the continent. Undoubtedly, Dong Huang Taiyi's presence acted as a potent stimulant, instantly instilling the forthcoming expedition with abundant confidence and courage. Without further ado, let us commence the necessary preparations. Upon concluding his statement, Xia Taigu promptly extended the military talisman before Zhao Gao, instructing dispatch personnel at once to notify the Mo Dao army and the Xianzhan camp to return to base, ready for immediate action. Furthermore, I command the deployment of 3,000 heavily armored cavalry to accompany the expedition, responsible for maintaining vigilance along the route. At once, Zhao Gao respectfully accepted the military talisman, swiftly acknowledging the command and departing. Although 3,000 heavy cavalry may not be suitable for a mountainous charge, they are more than capable of guarding the foot of the mountain. Moreover, with over 10,000 martial monks, a convoy for their escort is essential. As the others departed to prepare, only Dong Huang and Xia Taigu remained within the grand hall. Xia Taigu narrowed his eyes slightly, softly calling out that at this moment, Xia Taigu had ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. His perception abilities rendered extraordinary. With an unparalleled sensitivity, he could distinctly sense the exact locations of Song He and Dong Huang Taiyi. In the blink of an eye, a white figure materialized in the hall like a specter. With flowing white hair reminiscent of snow, it was undoubtedly Song He. Your Highness, upon appearing, Song He respectfully bowed deeply before Xia Taigu, then swiftly turned to Dong Huang Taiyi with a slight nod. Once Song He had completed his salutation, Xia Taigu fixed him with a piercing gaze and inquired gravely, "Does the Tianji Pavilion possess the certainty to annihilate the remaining Buddhist forces overnight without leaving a trace?" Upon finishing his query, Xia Taigu waved his hand, and a detailed dossier containing confidential intelligence regarding the distribution of numerous temples within the Great Xia, along with the strengths and weaknesses of each, gracefully floated down before Song He like a feather. Presently, the Buddhist sects within the Great Xia are primarily represented by Qing Yuan Temple and Fu Lin Temple, with no other temples boasting comparable scale. If we can strike with thunderous momentum and eradicate the Buddhist forces within the Great Xia in one fell swoop, it would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine for those harboring ill intentions amidst the chaos. The Tianji Pavilion, with its reach across 3 major dynasties and over 300 branches, evenly distributed throughout the Great Xia, is perfectly poised to act against the remaining Buddhist forces. Song He, upon hearing this, accepted the intelligence, observing it while mentally comparing the corresponding strengths of each branch against the Buddhist sections. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song He finally spoke. "There are challenges, yet they are not insurmountable." "Excellent," Xia Taigu commended. Originally, Xia Taiji's strategy was to first eliminate Qing Yuan Temple and Fu Lin Temple before gradually advancing southward. The sole drawback of this approach was the prolonged allocation of manpower, hindering subsequent operations. However, if the Tianji Pavilion can simultaneously eradicate the remaining Buddhist forces, then the Zhenwu Division and those from the Imperial Mausoleum can swiftly redirect their efforts, no longer burdened by the task of annihilating Buddhism. Proceed at once. Is there a need for additional personnel? At this moment, Xia Taigu suddenly recalled that there were still over 40,000 elite Jinyui yet to be summoned from the system space. Song He, upon hearing this, shook his head and resolutely replied, "Should we call for more manpower, we would lack sufficient time. The personnel from the Tianji Pavilion are already adequate." Xia Taigu nodded in agreement. After Song He made a statement, he bowed to Xia Taigu before vanishing from the Grand Hall to attend to the matter. Seeing that the situation had concluded, Dong Huang Taiyi also nodded at Xia Taigu before disappearing from sight. Watching the two vanish, Xia Taigu couldn't help but smirk. Had he not yet ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, he would have envied their ghostly appearances. Chapter 79. The Trust of the Xia Emperor. Meanwhile, within the palace, in the imperial study, Wei Yong hurriedly arrived, clutching intelligence. "Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. The Crown Prince has ordered the alarm bells of the Imperial Mausoleum to be sounded, summoning all the elite forces within. Concurrently, all personnel from the Jinwu Division have returned to base, and even the Crown Prince's Easter Palace Guards have been reassigned to the Jinwu Division. Just now, the gate guards reported that the Crown Prince dispatched 1,000 soldiers wielding great blades from outside the city, who are now converging on the Jinwu Division. The Crown Prince is plotting a rebellion." Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor, who had been diligently reviewing a mountain of memorials, slowly raised his head. His already imposing gaze now radiated a chilling light as he glared fiercely at Wei Yong, who stood below. "Do not utter such nonsense here." Subsequently, the Xia Emperor swiftly set down his vermilion brush and commanded sternly, "Go at once and summon the Crown Prince to the palace." Yes, cowed by the Xia Emperor's formidable presence, Wei Yong quickly steadied himself and replied respectfully. The Xia Emperor was filled with curiosity and concern regarding this large-scale troop mobilization. As a sovereign, he was acutely aware of the exceptional talents concealed within the Imperial Mausoleum. The fact that Xia Taigu, who typically maintained a composed demeanor, had mobilized these elite forces indicated that this matter was of utmost significance. How could the Xia Emperor not personally inquire into such a critical issue? As for Wei Yong's earlier claim about Xia Taigu plotting rebellion, the Xia Emperor didn't even entertain the thought. Given the current relationship between father and son, if Xia Tai truly desired the throne, he could simply voice his intent, and the Xia Emperor would likely relinquish it without hesitation. Just as the Xia Emperor pondered this, not long after Xia Taigu arrived in a flurry at the palace, he swiftly approached the Xia Emperor, bowing respectfully before him and calling out, "Father Emperor, what is the purpose of mobilizing the forces from the Mausoleum and the Jinwu Division?" After signaling for Xia Taigu to rise, the Xia Emperor casually inquired. In response, Xia Taigu replied resolutely, "To eradicate Buddhism." The Xia Emperor raised an eyebrow in confusion. Just yesterday, wasn't it decided to wait until the Jinwu Division's branch was established before taking action? Why the sudden shift to eradicate Buddhism today? Father Emperor, today is the most opportune moment, with the heavens, earth, and people aligned for this endeavor. As the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, I cannot idly watch as Buddhism drains the life force of our realm." Xia Taigu earnestly articulated to the Xia Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor shot Xia Taigu a disapproving glance, fully aware that there must be formidable forces emerging. Otherwise, such a dramatic change in plans would not occur overnight. However, seeing Xia Taigu's reluctance to elaborate, the Xia Emperor refrained from pressing further. "Is the manpower sufficient?" The Xia Emperor inquired with concern. Qin Yuan Temple alone houses over 10,000 martial monks. Who knows if the distant Lei Yin Temple will intervene? When the initial plan was devised, even the leader of the divine sect sensed a decline in the Buddhist fortunes, and now that action is imminent. They will undoubtedly not remain oblivious. For Xia Taigu to act against Buddhism within the Great Xia is akin to undermining the foundations of Lei Yin Temple, which will undoubtedly respond. There is no need for concern, Father Emperor. I have it well in hand. As the complexities of the Tianji Pavilion's affairs were not easily explained, Xia Taigu opted not to delve into them further. After receiving Xia Taiji's assurance, the Xia Emperor pondered briefly before producing a military talisman from his robe and handing it to Xia Taigu. "This is the talisman for the capital's defense forces. If the need arises, you may use this to mobilize 30,000 troops from the capital." Xia Taigu, taken aback, was uncertain of the Xia Emperor's intentions to so freely bestow the talisman intended for the capital's defense. Without a hint of concern for Xia Taiji's potential insurrection was indeed surprising. Historically, many royal families have seen brothers turn against each other, and even fathers and sons betray one another, yet the Xia Emperor here offered anything without hesitation, even talismans that Xia Taigu had not requested. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Taigu accepted the talisman, knowing the gravity of the situation warranted no carelessness. With the talisman in hand, His actions would be better facilitated. Thank you, Father Emperor. Xiaotai Gu expressed his gratitude with a bow. The Xia Emperor, seeing this, waved his hand and said, "This evening, should you require anything, Wei Yong from the Inner Guards is at your disposal." Xiaotai Gu nodded, indicating his understanding. "Knowing you are busy, I shall not prolong your time. Go and take care of your affairs." Upon hearing these words, Xiaotai nodded slightly and bowed as a gesture to depart. As the hour of Shin approached, Xiaotai was not within the Eastern Palace, but stationed in the Jinwu Division. Inside the Grand Hall of the Jinwu Division, Xiaotai regarded Zhao Gao beside him. Contemplated for a moment, then produced the military token bestowed by the Emperor Xia and handed it to Zhao Gao, instructing, "Take this protective symbol to the military camp outside the city and summon 20,000 city guards to enter the city. Implement a comprehensive curfew ahead of scheduled 8 the hour of you. No person or force shall be permitted to operate within the city, except for the city guards and the imperial guards. No other troops are allowed to move within the capital. Violators shall be executed. Additionally, send someone to notify Jiang Wan that at the hour of you, the imperial guards must intensify their surveillance. No members of the noble families are to be permitted to act. Violators shall be executed." "Yes." Zhao Gao responded with a nod and turned to leave. And no sooner had Zhao Gao departed than Song, he suddenly appeared within the hall. Upon his arrival, he greeted Xiaotai with a smile and a bow. Xiaotai, observing Song He's ever-present smile, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "How did the task proceed?" Xiaotai inquired, noticing that Song He had yet to address the crux of the matter. "Your Highness, everything is in order. The tasks have been assigned to each respective faction, that I took precautions against unforeseen events by dispatching several experts from the nearby Dazhou faction to oversee the situation, ensuring that no mishap occurs. The moment the hour of Su arrives tonight, each faction will independently launch their attacks, and not a single person shall escape. I will also take action to obscure the heavenly secrets tonight, leaving no trace for anyone to discover." Song He promised confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Xiaotai nodded in satisfaction. Although Song He maintained a constant smile, he proved reliable when it came to executing tasks. "Will we be able to obscure the heavenly secrets of the Jinwu Division's actions as well?" Xiaotai suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up with inquiry. The only variable tonight was the chain reaction triggered by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If this could be accomplished without a trace, it would alleviate the current complications. Song He shook his head in response, saying, "Your Highness, it is possible, but unnecessary. When the Jinwu Division takes action, the Buddhist fortunes will inevitably be halved. I can obscure the heavenly secrets, but I cannot conceal the fluctuations of fortune." Understanding this, Xiaotai acknowledged and did not press further. If it could be obscured, then let it be. If not, then a thorough extermination would suffice. Xiaotai was also keen to see how many malevolent forces would emerge tonight. The so-called disturbances were largely anticipated by Xiaotai, primarily involving the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Divine Sect, and the noble families. Chapter 80. Qingyuan Temple. As the hour of Yu approached, the 20,000 city guards entered the city to enforce the curfew. Various factions were quick to sense that something was amiss. During the day, many experts from the Jinwu Division and the Imperial Mausoleum unexpectedly gathered within the Jinwu Division, the reason for which remained unclear. Even the palace guard from the Eastern Palace and the troops stationed outside the city swiftly returned to the Jinwu Division. The major factions in the capital felt an ominous shift, but with the city guards implementing the curfew, any further actions would now be too late. As the hour of Yu arrived, the entire capital was devoid of any movement. Save for the city guards, the citizens, witnessing the commotion outside, chose to secure their doors tightly. Within the Jinwu Division, the Grand Hall was occupied solely by Xiaotai and Jian Zhihuang, with many experts having ventured out to swiftly resolve the situations at Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple. Xiaotai sat with a serious demeanor, as did Jian Zhihuang, who was devoid of his usual frivolity. Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple were situated merely 100 miles from the capital, and the elite forces of the Jinwu Division and those from the Imperial Mausoleum had only just departed. Xiaotai's mind was racing with thoughts of all potential disruptions that might occur. As the hour of Su drew near, at a towering mountain peak less than 100 miles from the capital, Zhao Gao, flanked by numerous Zhenwu division commanders and elite forces, stood at the ready. Behind them, the disciplined Imo Dao army remained silent. Under the hazy moonlight, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with palpable bloodlust. Zhao Gao silently calculated the time. Sensing that it was nearly upon them, he addressed the assembly. Jing and I shall lead the elite forces of the Zhenwu division and 100 Imo Dao soldiers to guard the foot of the mountain, sealing off the descent. Allow not a single fish to slip through the net. The rest shall follow my command to break through the mountain and raise the temple. Before others could respond, Zhao Gao took the lead and charged towards Qingyuan Temple, with the elite forces and Mo Dao soldiers promptly following suit. Upon reaching the gates of Qingyuan Temple, they had yet to make a move when the previously closed gates suddenly swung open. From within emerged several bald monks, who, upon seeing Zhao Gao, promptly knelt with one knee to the ground, paying their respects. Zhenwu Division spies have seen the esteemed one. Zhao Gao nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "How goes the task? Have any signs of trouble arisen?" "Esteemed one, all is proceeding smoothly. The individuals of Qingyuan Temple harbor no suspicions towards us. During the evening meal, I poured the entire contents of the soft muscle powder into the water source. I trust that the effects of the medicine have taken hold by now. However, the potency may be weak. It likely won't affect the masters above the heavens significantly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao remained unfazed. The method of administering the poison was merely to prevent the numerous martial monks from scattering in chaos, as the Zhenwu division's manpower paled in comparison to that of the monks. Zhao Gao doubted they possessed the courage to confront the Zhenwu division. Moreover, for experts, lethal poisons would only heighten their vigilance. The effects of the soft muscle powder were just right. The extermination of Buddhism was of utmost importance to Xiaotej. And thus, Zhao Gao was determined to employ every means necessary to accomplish this task. "Lead the way. Let us first eliminate the ringleaders," Zhao Gao commanded the kneeling spies. "Yes," the spies replied resolutely, hastily moving to guide him. The Mo Dao soldiers awaited orders outside the temple, while the other commanders of the Zhenwu division led their thousands in following Zhao Gao towards the temple. Within Qingyuan Temple, given its capacity to house thousands of martial monks, its terrain must be intricate. With an insider leading the way, they would undoubtedly save some time. Simultaneously, in the peaceful rear courtyard of Qingyuan Temple, an elderly monk with a kind demeanor and gentle features was concentrating intently, circulating the vital energy within him. Fully immersed in perceiving the subtle changes within his meridians, he suddenly felt a faint sense of fatigue wash over him. This anomaly caused a jolt of alarm to surge within the old monk's heart, stirring a profound sense of unease. Without hesitation, he promptly rose and opened the door, striding purposefully to the center of the courtyard. Closing his eyes slowly, he directed his vital energy to converge into his ears, attentively listening to every movement around him. Before long, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps became discernible, rushing towards the rear courtyard. The old monk's eyes snapped open, gleaming with intensity. He took a deep breath, then summoned all his vital energy to bellow. "Who dares to audaciously invade Qingyuan Temple?" His powerful voice resonated with an almost inexhaustible penetrating force, swiftly echoing throughout the entire Qingyuan Temple. The many monks who had already fallen into slumber, as well as the hidden experts within the temple, were startled awake, leaping from their dreams. Almost simultaneously with the old monk's proclamation, formidable auras surged forth from various corners of Qingyuan Temple, converging urgently towards the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao and his party, hastening towards the rear courtyard, paid no heed to the commotion. Such significant activity could hardly be concealed, and Zhao Gao had no intention of doing so. Thus, Zhao Gao promptly commanded, "Kill! Any who do not kneel and surrender shall be slain." With that, Zhao Gao stepped forward, charging towards the source of the old monk's voice. The other commanders led their elite forces in dispersing towards the sounds emanating from the surroundings. With several deft steps, Zhao Gao arrived within the rear courtyard. The two parties exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke, the abbot of Qingyuan Temple, the emperor's hounds. In response, Zhao Gao chuckled rather than exhibiting anger. Gazing at the vigilant old monk with a calm demeanor, It appears that Qingyuan Temple indeed has ties to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I wonder if the Great Thunder Sound Temple can save you this time. Having spoken, Zhao Gao's imposing aura instantly expanded, enveloping the entire backyard. The abbot of Qingyuan Temple gazed at the ominous black, killing intent that shrouded the area, his expression turning grave, without daring to delay. He summoned his own aura to encompass his entire being, striving to resist the malevolent force. Zhao Gao suddenly stomped his right foot and lunged towards the old monk, simultaneously gathering his energy into a clenched fist, which he then swung with great ferocity. The abbot of Qingyuan Temple, recognizing the dire situation, also charged forward, and the two forces clashed. However, at the moment of contact, the abbot distinctly felt his own aura wane. While Zhao Gao remained unaffected, the disparity in their strengths glaringly apparent. Zhao Gao, emboldened by his advantage, mercilessly pressed forward, his aura relentlessly assaulting the abbot. The abbot's heart sank in despair as they exchanged blows. Within moments, his aura shattered, leaving him completely engulfed by Zhao Gao's sinister energy. In that instant, Zhao Gao willed the black, killing intent to invade the abbot's body, targeting his dantian, and before he could mount any defense, the abbot found himself severely injured and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 81. Carnage. The fierce battle between Zhao Gao and the abbot of Qingyuan Temple was nothing short of breathtaking, its intensity leaving onlookers utterly astounded. To the point that the temple's numerous experts were too terrified to approach. The terrifying aura acted as an invisible pressure, weighing heavily upon every heart and instilling a deep-seated fear. Even a mere glimpse of the thick killing intent pervading the backyard, nearly suffocating the entire space, was enough to strip away any courage to engage in battle. The many experts who hurried to provide support, faced with such a horrifying scene, could only cautiously navigate around the two combatants, hastening towards the front courtyard where the sounds of battle thundered. Soon, the clash between Zhao Gao and the abbot came to an end, yet the rest of Qingyuan Temple erupted into chaos. The cries of battle echoing throughout as the soldiers of the Moto army, wielding their razor-sharp blades, stormed into the fray. The monks, already weakened by the effects of the soft tendon powder, found themselves utterly powerless. Under the relentless onslaught of the Moto army, they fell like lambs to the slaughter, their cries of despair painting a gruesome deep within the imperial mausoleum. The venerable ancestor of the great Xia slowly opened his eyes at the mention of a name. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, he slightly nodded in the direction of Xia Tej, signaling his acknowledgement, and then, with a flicker of his form, he rose like a wraith. The sudden arrival of this formidable being from the Great Thunder Sound Temple did not astonish Xia Tej overly much. After all, on this very night, the Buddhist factions that had seized the opportunity to amass wealth and deceive the populace within the Great Xia realm had been uprooted entirely. Such a thunderous maneuver could not be ignored by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. One might even say that this celestial being from the temple was asserting dominance over the Buddhist sect, sending a clear message to the Great Zhou and Great Shang dynasties, if they were to imitate the folly of Eastern Shi. What hope would remain for Buddhism across the Huaxia continent? The Great Zhou and Great Shang were not oblivious to the dangers posed by Buddhism. They merely hesitated out of caution. Should the opportunity arise, both dynasties would undoubtedly take decisive action without mercy. It could be said that the actions of the Great Thunder Sound Temple would reverberate throughout the Huaxia continent by dawn. The newcomer uttered no unnecessary words, but summoned the energies of heaven and earth, coalescing a gigantic hand above the Great Xia dynasty to strike fiercely at the imperial city. This moment, Emperor Xia had yet to sleep, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the extermination of Buddhism alongside Wei Yong in the imperial study. Suddenly, both men felt a jolt of alarm, a foreboding sense of calamity lingering in their hearts. Without hesitation, Wei Yong grasped for Emperor Xia to take cover, just as a resounding voice echoed in their ears. "You bald monk, this act has gone too far." At the critical juncture, the venerable ancestor of the Great Xia arrived just in time to intercept the descending giant hand. Does the Great Xia intend to sever the roots of my Buddhism? What prevents me from annihilating the imperial city? The Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple scoffed, gazing at the obstructing ancestor of the great Xia with indifference. The ancestor of the great Xia did not respond. The two stood facing each other, locked in silence, each contemplating how to proceed next. Both were formidable beings of the terrestrial celestial realm, each a paragon of their generation. Attaining such heights was no trivial feat. Within the vast population of the Huaxia continent, only 9 had reached the terrestrial celestial realm. Who among them was not of unparalleled talent, with intellect, opportunity, perseverance, and insight all being indispensable? At this moment, within the imperial study, the hearts of the master and servant gradually calmed. They stepped out, casting their gazes towards the two figures confronting each other in the skies above the imperial city. Emperor Xia could hardly fathom that the mere act of extinguishing Buddhism would draw forth a being of the terrestrial celestial realm for retribution. He could not help but inwardly chastise Xiaotej. This rebellious son. The presence of the terrestrial celestial being from the Great Thunder Sound Temple had awakened the entire capital. Many had even witnessed the massive hand that blotted out the sky above the imperial city. Various factions within the city emerged, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, eager to behold the might of the terrestrial celestial beings. Countless factions may have never laid eyes on such power in their lifetimes. Thus, who would not wish to witness it firsthand? Naturally, the bold would seize this rare opportunity to fish in troubled waters to that moment. Within the town military division, some uninvited guests silently bypassed the obstructive forces of the Imperial Guard and the city defense troops. Infiltrating the division in the afternoon, the town military division set forth in a grand procession towards the outskirts of the city, and although the various factions were unaware of their destination, the reality remained that personnel within the division were alarmingly sparse. Inside the great hall of the town military division, Xiaotej surveyed the surroundings and chose not to linger further, directing his focus back to the two figures above the imperial city. Xiaotej was skeptical that the leader of the Divine Church would refrain from participating in this matter. Given the rapid response of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he found it hard to believe that the leader of the Divine Church was not involved. He felt a sense of dread, fearing that they might be lurking in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Go, deal with it swiftly, Xiaotej instructed softly. Yes, replied Jian Zhiohuang, recognizing the gravity of the situation and refraining from any further jesting. After acknowledging the command, he turned and departed. Above the imperial city, the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple found himself in a predicament. Upon learning of the Buddhist sect's fortunes being halved, he had rushed to the Great Xia imperial city without a second thought. However, now that he contemplated the situation, he realized the futility of his haste. Although he could recklessly eliminate the emperor of the Great Xia with ease, what would follow? Who could say whether the Great Xia ancestor would personally journey to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to obliterate it entirely? Yet, if he remained passive now, by dawn, news would spread across the Huaxia continent, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple would likely lose all its influence, leaving no room for the Buddhist sect among the three great dynasties. Xiaotej observed the hesitant Buddha suspended in midair and could not help but shake his head. Since ascending to the terrestrial celestial realm with the fortunes of the nation, Xiaotej had come to understand why such beings placed immense importance on the development of their factions. The leader of the Divine Church and the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were no exceptions. To the heart of it all lay a singular reason. Destined to ascend beyond the terrestrial celestial realm. One must harness the power of destiny, unifying the Huaxia continent, consolidating the fortunes of the entire land into oneself, was the only path to transcendence. This was the very goal that the leader of the Divine Church had pursued for so long. Of course, Buddhism had also been secretly preparing for this. Yet now it had been thwarted by Xiaotej pondered. He noticed the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple departing the imperial city, heading straight for the town military division. This is trouble. He is coming for me. Xiaotej inwardly cursed, his mind racing to concoct a plan. With Dong Huangtai already exposed, if Xiaotej's own strength were to be publicly revealed, the Great Xia would soon find itself at odds with the entire Huaxia continent. The consequences might be too great for even Xiaotej to bear. 3 terrestrial celestial beings, 2 of whom had achieved their status through unknown means, would undoubtedly thrust the Great Xia into the eye of the storm. Xia Tej felt a headache coming on. It was only natural. Every action of the great Xia bore his mark, and how could the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple be unaware of his existence? Chapter 83. The Clash of Terrestrial Celestials. At this moment, the venerable ancestor of the great Xia, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, immediately redirected his course towards the town military division. Clearly, he too had grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing this, Xia Tej dared not reveal his strength at the terrestrial celestial realm. He could only unleash the pinnacle of his grandmaster prowess in a desperate bid, although revealing his grandmaster peak strength would still be astonishing. It paled in comparison to the attention that would be drawn from the terrestrial celestial realm. The Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, observing the display, felt astonished but did not relent. Instead, his resolve to eliminate this youth only solidified. Xia Tej, feeling the relentless pursuit of the Buddha behind him, could not help but curse inwardly. Damn that bald monk. His mind raced as he sought a way to extricate himself from this dire predicament. Just then, Xia Tej felt a slight tremor from the Zhanlu sword at his waist. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, the Zhanlu sword seemed to come alive, leaping from its sheath in a flash. The blade shimmered with a dazzling light, akin to a flash of lightning as it surged toward the pursuing Buddha. The Buddha, seeing the Zhanlu sword rushing toward him, could not help but secretly admire its magnificence. What a peerless divine sword! Without hesitation, he extended a hand, pressing down into the void, channeling the immense energies of heaven and earth to form a powerful force aimed squarely at the Zhanlu sword. However, despite the sword's astonishing prowess, it found itself at a disadvantage against the Buddha's overwhelming assault. In an instant, the Zhanlu sword was suppressed, its radiance dimming in the face of the formidable pressure. Yet in that fleeting moment, the venerable ancestor of the great Xia finally arrived just in time. Interposing himself before Xia Tej, with a swift motion of his arm, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth swiftly converged as if summoned, coalescing into sharp, glimmering long swords that surged forth towards the Buddha with relentless force. The Buddha, recognizing the danger, could not afford to be careless. He hastily regained his composure and defended against the barrage of sword energies hurtling toward him. Seizing this opportunity, the Zhanlu sword, having regained some of its strength, broke free from the suppressive force and swiftly retreated from the battlefield, darting back towards Xia Tej. Xia Tej reached out to receive the Zhanlu sword, examining it closely and finding no signs of damage, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. That shameless bald monk dares to strike at a junior. Though the venerable ancestor of the great Xia muttered under his breath, his words echoed throughout the streets surrounding the town military division. Hearing this, the Buddha's expression soured slightly as he regarded the ancestor standing before Xia Tej, feeling somewhat vexed. Junior? What kind of junior possesses the peak strength of a grandmaster? Surely, the act of annihilating my Buddhist sect originated from this so-called junior. Umph. In the eyes of this monk, such a bloodthirsty individual is hardly deserving of pity. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed ancestor of the great Xia could not help but scrutinize the visage of the Buddha. He now fully comprehended the Buddhist sect's remarkable ability to reverse right and wrong, transforming black into white with ease. Beside him, Xia Tej seethed in silent contempt, cursing the Buddha's audacity, while he held genuine respect for the true practitioners of virtue within Buddhism. The individual before him elicited nothing but distaste. Surely, the Buddha was well aware of the actions undertaken by his sect, yet at this moment he spoke without regard for the dignity of the land's celestial beings. Enough of this, bald monk. Words are futile. Let us engage in combat. You may have no shame, but I still possess my dignity. The great Xia ancestor would rather clash with him than endure this humiliation. The Buddha, left with no choice, understood that this battle was inevitable, even if neither could truly best the other. Regardless, since they had arrived, the resolve of the great Lane Temple regarding this matter must be expressed. Let us settle this outside the capital. The Buddha, aware that this confrontation could not be avoided, decided to cut to the chase. Both were formidable beings within the realm of terrestrial immortals, and their strikes would unleash tremendous power. If they were to unleash their full strength within the capital, countless innocent lives would be at stake. For the great Xia ancestor, the populace within the capital constituted his subjects, For the Buddha, they represented the very foundation of Buddhism's growth. Thus, he would never act to undermine his own establishment. The two advanced towards the outskirts of the city, stopping only 30 miles beyond the capital to face one another. Observing this, Xiao Tej followed closely, wary of any schemes from the Buddha or the leader of the divine cult. Though Xiao Tej could not match the speed of the Buddha or the great Xia ancestor, he relied on his peak mastery to keep pace as they approached the battlefield. Within 2 miles, Xiao Tej could sense the chaotic gathering of spiritual energy in the air. The surrounding celestial energy began to converge towards their location. No longer holding back, both began to channel the surrounding spiritual energy to strike at one another to their level. Martial techniques became obsolete. The contest lay in the manipulation of celestial energy. The true chi beneath the realm of terrestrial immortals was a mere shadow compared to the celestial energy wielded by them. The disparity was akin to comparing the hardness of rebar to that of water. Xiao Tej paid little heed to the battle between the two, instead remaining vigilant for any sign of the sixth elder's presence. He firmly believed that the leader of the divine cult was lurking nearby, though he could not ascertain whether they would choose to intervene, or whom they might target. It was likely that the leader of the divine cult sought to eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. However, both combatants were astute beings of the terrestrial immortal realm, possessing the intelligence requisite for their status. Especially the Buddha, who had only recently realized he was being used as a pawn, now held a heightened vigilance towards the leader of the divine cult. In this world, where could one find steadfast allies? Ultimately, it all boiled down to interest. At that time, both had deemed the great Xia a common enemy, uniting to oppose it. But what would happen once the great Xia was vanquished? As long as either remained alive, they would inevitably become enemies. After a brief moment, both combatants, recognizing the futility of their struggle, ceased their attacks in unison. They understood that neither could gain the upper hand. Continuing would serve no purpose. The great Xia ancestor maintained an air of nonchalance, indifferent to the outcome of their confrontation, as the great Xia had not yet suffered any substantial harm. In stark contrast, the Buddha's countenance reflected profound discontent. The great Lane Temple had invested countless years of effort, only to see it all undone in a single night, with no recourse to remedy the situation. Any person in his position would find such a reality difficult to accept. Xia Yinchuan, I hope you will keep a close watch on that junior in the days to come, or I shall surely take his life. With that, the Buddha turned and departed towards the border. In response, the great Xia ancestor paid no heed to his words. Were he to target Emperor Xia, there might be some concern, but when it came to Xiao Tej, the ancestor felt no trepidation whatsoever. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Pavilion. Outside the arena, Xiao Tej watched as the Buddha of the Great Lane Temple departed, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, the alliance between the divine cult and the Great Lane Temple appeared far from trustworthy. Presently, aside from the two powerful terrestrial immortals, neither the divine cult nor the Great Lane Temple posed any significant threat to the great Xia. The leader of the divine cult would not easily expose himself without absolute assurance of victory, and it seemed only the Buddha had set his sights on Xiao Tej. The mid-tier experts who had attempted to assassinate Xiao Tej days prior had suffered severe losses. Even if any remained, their numbers were dwindling. Once the battle concluded, Xiao Tej hurried forward, relieved to see the great Xia ancestor appearing unruffled. Ancestor, Xiao Tej called softly, in response. The great Xia ancestor nodded reassuringly and remarked, "Concealing one's strength is indeed wise. The great Xia must not become a target for various factions." The great Xia ancestor, quick-witted, instantly grasped Xiao Tej's intent. He held immense admiration for the talented offspring of the Xia family before him. For many years, the ancestor had been keenly observing the situation of the great Xia. Watching the nation gradually decline over the years had been a source of great anxiety for him. Yet, a nation cannot have two rulers, and thus he refrained from intervening directly. Fortunately, the presence of Xiao Tej had halted the great Xia's downward spiral. Moreover, after tonight's events, the great Xia would cast off its burdens and advance with renewed vigor. It was highly probable that they could truly realize their grand ambition of unifying the land of Huaxia. "Thank you, ancestor." Xiao Tej expressed his gratitude. Return now. The capital is likely in turmoil at this very moment. Nodding in agreement, the two vanished from their location, this moment. Within the council hall of the mysterious pavilion, many high-ranking members had gathered. The head of the table sat a strikingly beautiful woman with waist-length hair and a cold demeanor. She was the current leader of the mysterious pavilion, Yu Qingying. The atmosphere was tense, as everyone present involuntarily turned their gaze towards the woman in the chief position, the second-ranking supersect among the Great Xia's top 10 sects. The mysterious pavilion was well aware of the recent extermination of Buddhist sects within its domain. The entire martial world had become increasingly chaotic due to these events. The mysterious pavilion possessed considerable knowledge of the Buddhist sect, particularly regarding its adeptness in amassing wealth, a reputation that spread far and wide. In the past, the mysterious pavilion had maintained a policy of non-interference with the Buddhist sect's affairs. However, now that an unknown force had initiated an attack on the Buddhist sect, some within the mysterious pavilion were undoubtedly eager to partake in the spoils. Yet, judging by the coordinated assault on the various Buddhist sects, it was clear that this unknown force was formidable. They had even disregarded the Great Lane Temple, prompting concern that intervening at this juncture could provoke this mysterious faction. Momentarily, the elite within the hall found themselves at an impasse, their gazes fixed upon the enchanting figure at the head of the table. Awaiting her pronouncement, observing the scene, Yu Qingying scanned the room, noting the expressions on their faces, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly. The mysterious pavilion shall not partake in this matter. The affairs of the Buddhist sect are of great significance, and the intricacies involved are beyond what the mysterious pavilion can bear. Upon hearing this, many in the hall displayed expressions of discontent. The wealth of the Buddhist sect was widely recognized, and numerous individuals sought to capitalize on the situation, yet their own strength fell short, leaving them reliant on the mysterious pavilion to seize an opportunity. However, with Yu Qingying's refusal to engage, their schemes were thwarted, leading to a palpable sense of frustration. Some within the hall were just about to voice their objections when a soft voice resonated throughout the chamber. "Pavilion Master, your ability to discern the situation and resist temptation is truly commendable. I must admit, I underestimated you." As soon as the words fell, a figure clad in black robes materialized within the hall. The newcomer was none other than Dongwang Tai. With his terrestrial immortal strength, traversing the expanse of the Great Xia in a single night was a trivial feat. This moment, the members of the hall were struck with astonishment upon seeing Dongwang Tai. Yu Qingying's pupils widened in disbelief as she regarded the man before her. She could hardly believe how he had appeared within the hall without her notice, confident that no other peak masters could evade her senses. She realized that the only possibility was that he was indeed a being of the terrestrial immortal realm. Acknowledging this, Yu Qingying felt increasingly validated in her earlier decision. Indeed, the only force capable of targeting an entity of the terrestrial immortal realm must be another force of the same caliber. Stealing her resolve, Yu Qingying approached the stunned crowd and inquired of Dongwang Tai, "Do you require any assistance from the mysterious pavilion?" In response, Dongwang Tai regarded the composed leader of the mysterious pavilion and nodded. He spoke plainly, "From this night onward, for the next month, I hope the mysterious pavilion can maintain the same level of discretion as you have tonight. I do not wish to see any meddlesome individuals or factions. The same goes for your affiliated forces. I trust Pavilion Master will keep them in check. Otherwise, the Jinwu Division will show no mercy to you or your subordinates in the future, although the matter of extinguishing Buddhism has concluded tonight. The paramount concern moving forward lies in the meticulous tallying of fertile lands and the transportation of gold and silver treasures. If no warnings are issued at this juncture, one can only speculate how much of these riches will remain by the time they reach the capital. The allure of such abundant resources undoubtedly draws the attention of numerous factions lurking in the shadows, and that will truly spell trouble." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying was momentarily taken aback. The name of the Jinwu Division has recently reverberated throughout the realm. Just days prior, the Vice Master of Jinwu Division, Xia Yozi, engaged in a legendary battle with the patriarch of the Wang family, a tale that has spread widely across the martial world. This clash must have left many nefarious forces utterly astounded. In the landscape of Great Xia's martial arts, a peak grandmaster stands as an insurmountable entity. It is now evident that the formidable presence before her could very well be a being of terrestrial immortality. Yet they belong to the Zhenwu division. This revelation sent tumultuous waves through Yu Qingying's heart. Thus, the flames of conflict igniting the extinguishing of Buddhism seemed to be the handiwork of the newly established Zhenwu division. With this thought in mind, Yu Qingying suppressed the turmoil within her and promptly responded, "Yu Qingying shall heed your counsel. I will ensure strict regulation henceforth." Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai nodded slightly and remarked, "I have utmost faith in you, Master Yu. However, you must employ a firm hand with those beneath you." With that, Dong Huangtai's figure vanished from the Grand Hall. With his strength, he could have effortlessly eradicated everyone present. Yet a leaderless assembly would likely descend into greater chaos. Thus, it was prudent to let them live under restraint. Just the Piao Miao Pavilion alone boasts tens of thousands of disciples, a number so vast that even Dong Huangtai cannot eliminate them all in one fell swoop. As the words of Dong Huangtai lingered in the air, Yu Qingying fell into deep contemplation that a being of terrestrial immortality would not utter such inexplicable words without reason. There must be something worthy of attention. Reflecting on the moment she made her decision, she vividly recalled the myriad of greedy, ambitious gazes sweeping across the assembly, a sight that was thoroughly ingrained in her memory. Observing that some individuals had regained their discontented expressions following Dong Huangtai's departure, Yu Qingying was acutely aware of the dangers posed by ambition. A single rotten apple can indeed spoil the entire barrel. In the hearts of these ambitious individuals, the lingering might of a terrestrial immortal had dissipated almost instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Perhaps they believed that when the heavens fall, a tall figure will surely rise to catch them, leaving no room for worry. Yet, the more this was the case, the more Yu Qingying felt compelled to remain vigilant. After a discreet sweep of the room, she took note of those few individuals whose expressions betrayed their ulterior motives at this moment, within the grand hall of the Piao Miao Pavilion. The assembly exchanged glances, each person silently observing the others, yet no one dared to speak. Sensing the tension, Yu Qingying adopted a stern tone and reiterated, "Remember, this matter pertains to the very survival of the Piao Miao Pavilion. All members must refrain from involvement. Those who defy this command shall face death." Yu Qingying's intention was to deter those harboring nefarious thoughts, but the effect was minimal. While some among the assembly nodded in acknowledgement, others wore expressions shrouded in gloom, their thoughts inscrutable. Recognizing the futility of further persuasion, Yu Qingying mentally marked them for death. "Dissolve the assembly. Immediately ensure this matter is acted upon," she commanded, turning her back on the crowd as she made her way toward the rear mountains of the Piao Miao Pavilion. In a secluded valley within those mountains, upon her arrival, Yu Qingying spotted a wooden cottage with its doors suddenly swinging open. Stepping inside, she found an elderly woman seated cross-legged upon a bed. Just as Yu Qingying was about to speak, the elderly woman interjected, "No need to say more. The moment this person made their appearance, they had already issued a warning to me, and I am well aware." At this, Yu Qingying felt a jolt of shock and a hint of panic. "Master, why would such a formidable expert traverse the realm in the Great Xia dynasty?" The elderly woman shook her head, gazing at her flustered disciple with a lowered brow. "This individual does not hail from the depths of the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum. Just days prior, the crown prince was assassinated in the bustling city, marking this person's first appearance among the 8 grandmasters of the divine teachings and the Great Thundersound Temple. 4 peak grandmasters fell before this individual without enduring a single move, captured within the Zhenwu division's prison. The Piao Miao guards have only glimpsed this person from afar, and they have since vanished, shrouded in mystery that it is highly probable they are the newly appointed master of the Zhenwu division, acting solely under the crown prince's orders." Yu Qingying was taken aback, recalling her first encounter with the name Zhenwu division during her alliance with the Wuji Hall, as it was one of the 10 major sects of Great Xia. She had learned of the vice master's Aozi's swift victory over the Wang family patriarch. However, news of a new master had eluded her. After regaining her composure, Yu Qingying recounted the events of the Grand Hall and her own thoughts to the elderly woman. After a prolonged silence, the elderly woman slowly opened her eyes, her once cloudy gaze now deepened with insight. Leave the list behind. Let the Piao Miao guards handle this matter. As the master of the Piao Miao Pavilion, you must not have the blood of your own sect on your hands. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingying remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. The elderly woman regarded her disciple, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. Take a trip to the capital. The current crown prince is decisive in action, surrounded by skilled experts, and he may very well be the one to unify the Huaxia continent in the future. If the Piao Miao Pavilion wishes to break through its current predicament, the key lies with this individual. By gaining his favor, the Piao Miao Pavilion could achieve a monumental breakthrough. When you return from the capital, the Piao Miao Pavilion shall be cleansed, devoid of any who harbor ulterior motives. With that, the elderly woman gradually closed her eyes, ceasing to speak. Yu Qingying, understanding that her master was clearing the path for her, bowed respectfully to the elderly woman before turning to leave. In stark contrast to the Piao Miao Pavilion, the sword sect found itself in a far less favorable situation. Hovering above the sword sect, Dong Wangtai looked down upon the sect with an imposing presence. Suddenly, the energies of heaven and earth swirled, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire sword sect. Within the sect, all disciples and elders were pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by this force. Only a handful of grandmasters struggled to withstand the pressure, as a palpable sense of life and death peril engulfed everyone present like tea that moment. The sword sect's master, Jian Shi, managed to speak with great difficulty. Might I inquire which esteemed individual has graced the sword sect with their presence? Upon hearing this, Dong Wangtai lifted the oppressive aura enveloping the crowd, and they immediately felt as if they had been revived. Gasping for breath, sword sect master Dong Wangtai inquired blandly, fixing his gaze upon the one who had spoken. Jian Shi, not daring to delay, quickly approached and bowed respectfully. I am Jian Shi, the master of the sword sect, and I pay my respects to you. Jian Shi was overwhelmed with trepidation. It was utterly inconceivable for a being of terrestrial immortality to arrive at this hour without purpose. Not only Jian Shi, but everyone within the sword sect remained silent, fearing that any misstep might invite calamity. After regaining composure, everyone held their breath, fixated on the interaction between the sword sect master and the celestial being hovering above. Having long heard that the sword sect was the foremost among the 10 major sects of Great Xia, witnessing their current state was a disheartening revelation. From this day forth, may the sword sect keep its distance from my Zhenwu division. Otherwise, on my next visit, it shall be the end of the sword sect. With that, a pressure even greater than before once again enveloped the entire sword sect, causing every individual within to kneel upon the ground. Without exception, this oppressive force lingered for a brief moment before dissipating, along with Dong Wangtai's form as he vanished from above the sword sect. Although Dong Wangtai had departed, the impact of his presence lingered. Silence enveloped the entire sword sect, and after a while, the disciples and elders began to recover from the looming sense of doom. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger surged within the sect. As the foremost sect in the Great Xia realm, how had its disciples and elders ever endured such disgrace? Yet, the circumstances were beyond their control, leaving the sword sect powerless. At that moment, Jian Shi gazed at the spot where Dong Wangtai had vanished. Lost in thought, pondering what might come next as the sect leader, this act of kneeling would likely spread throughout the Great Xia realm by dawn, leaving the sword sect ridiculed in its wake. Within the capital, the clamor gradually subsides, and the dust finally settles. With the triumphant return of the Zhenwu division and the royal experts, it signifies that Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple have utterly become relics of history. Last night was a night fraught with tension. The mere act of plundering the treasures from the two temples consumed an entire night. Outside the capital, a grand and imposing procession materializes before the eyes of the populace. This escort, composed of the Zhenwu division and royal martial experts, stretches forth like a dragon, seemingly endless, reminiscent of the last time the Kai clan transported gold and silver. Xiatage, fully aware of the daunting task at hand, fearing a shortage of manpower could lead to mishaps, ordered the mobilization of 10,000 elite city guards to assist with the transport. At the forefront of this vast procession were a group of monks. Appearing as if they were mere shells of their former selves, these monks, long nurtured by the two temples, had lost their support overnight, their expressions vacant and lifeless, while the latter part of the procession was laden with mountains of gold, silver, and jewels, gleaming and dazzling, extracted from the two temples. The grand procession slowly made its way towards the capital. Within the Jinwu division, Xiaotej had not slept a wink, seated in the main hall awaiting the return of his comrades. Jian Zhihuang stood by his side. Moments later, Zhao Gao and the royal elder entered the grand hall together. Upon seeing Xiaotej, the two bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects, Your Highness." No need for such formality. "What was the casualty count from last night?" Xiaotej inquired, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the two men, his tone grave. Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple were renowned temples throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. With a long lineage and profound heritage, teeming with martial experts within their halls, in such a fierce battle, casualties were inevitable. "Your Highness, within the Jinwu division, we lost 1 Qianhu, 3 Baihu, and 10 from the Modeo army. 4 master-level experts from the royal family perished, and 20 from the elite battalion. No casualties among the Modeo army." The two replied respectfully. Hearing this, Xiaotej nodded. To achieve such results against overwhelming odds was indeed a significant triumph. "For those who sacrificed, the Great Xia shall bear the full expenses for their families. We cannot allow people to bleed and weep." Upon hearing this, Elder Hu bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiaotej gestured dismissively, and with a wave of his hand, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converged, lifting Elder Hua to his feet. "There is no need for excessive courtesy. Now, report the spoils from last night." "Your Highness, from within Qingyuan Temple, we captured over 5,000 monks, seized more than 230,000 taels of gold, and 800,000 taels of silver. Additionally, there are over 20 boxes of jewels. From Fulin Temple, we captured over 3,000 monks, seized 180,000 taels of gold, 400,000 taels of silver, and 13 boxes of jewels." Upon hearing this, Xiaotej shook his head. The bounty from the two temples far exceeded the entirety of the previous night's plunder by the Jinyui. Such astonishingly lucrative means of acquisition was indeed staggering and alarming. It was no wonder that upon hearing of this, the Buddha rushed towards the Great Xia without a moment's hesitation. Just considering these two temples, the amount of gold they housed was already several million taels, if one were to account for all the temples throughout the Great Xia. The total would likely double. Such immense wealth was enough to sustain countless formidable monks. Moreover, among the 3 great dynasties, Buddhist temples were indeed ubiquitous and innumerable. One can only speculate on the opulence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the birthplace of Buddhism. Had it not been for Xiaotej's decisive action in uprooting it, the grand scheme of the Buddhist nation meticulously planned by the Great Thunder Sound Temple might have truly come to fruition given time. "What is the total acreage of arable land and land deeds held by the two temples?" Xiaotej inquired, particularly concerned about the land deeds. "Your Highness, the two temples possess a total of 180,000 acres of arable land. I had a thorough inspection and discovered that the crops are already ripe and ready for harvest." Upon hearing this, Xiaotej's spirits lifted. 180,000 acres of crops, averaging 2 stones per acre, would yield a total of 360,000 stones. 360,000 stones of grain would suffice for the consumption of 100,000 troops for several months. It is indeed a wonderful surprise. "Report this to the Ministry of Revenue and have them handle the matter." "Understood." Zhao Gao nodded in agreement. It is best to entrust professional matters to professionals, as the Jinwu division lacked the manpower to harvest the grain. Assigning it to the Ministry of Revenue was the most suitable course of action. "Your Highness, what shall we do with the nearly 10,000 captured monks?" Xiaotej pondered for a moment before responding. "Assign them to the Ministry of Works. They could be dispatched to mine or cultivate wasteland. Any arduous task could be assigned to them. Should they endure for 10 years, they may be pardoned of their status." Yes, Xiaotej harbored no sympathy for these monks. The vast majority had sought refuge from conscription, unwilling to endure hardship, and had chosen to join Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple. Moreover, having been long influenced by Buddhism within the temples, their hearts no longer aligned with the great Xia. In Xia Tei's view, they were no different from rebels. Assigning them to cultivate land and mine was the most fitting course of action. Of course, should they mine for 10 years, Xia Tej would not mind offering them another opportunity. At present, the great Xia was entirely under Xia Tei's command. Everything he undertook received the unconditional support of the Summer Emperor, resulting in the decisions regarding land deeds and the dispatch of the 10,000 monks being conclusively determined by Xia Tei's words. Furthermore, as Xia Tej wielded the momentum of annihilating Buddhism, none within the court dared to oppose him during such a powerful surge. By the way, there is one more matter that requires your attention. Xia Tej suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhao Gao. Please give your orders, Your Highness. In the midst of last night's chaos, a group of opportunists infiltrated the Zhenwu division, intending to assassinate me during a time of vulnerability. The individuals are currently detained within the Zhenwu division's prison. Send skilled interrogators to extract information and thoroughly investigate which faction is responsible. Once the culprits are identified, annihilate their entire lineage, be it the 4 great families or any influential sects. Leave not a single one alive. The more Xia Tej spoke, the more intense his killing intent grew. It was truly intolerable for a crown prince to be targeted for assassination multiple times within a few days. Xia Tej felt particularly repulsed by the opportunists from last night. Such insidious and treacherous individuals warranted the utmost vigilance. Recalling how the Great Wei dynasty had fallen prey to such scoundrels, Xia Tej could not afford to be careless. Once identified, they must be eradicated. Understood, Zhao Gao replied solemnly. Chapter 87. The World in an Uproar. By the hour of the snake, various pieces of news stirred the entire Huaxia continent. Within the Great Xia, in a single night, over 100 temples were razed by the Zhenwu division. Aside from Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple, not a single soul survived. The Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple personally descended to the Great Xia, clashing with the ancestral elder of the Great Xia outside the capital in a fierce battle that lasted for over 100 rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand before both retreated. The current crown prince of the Great Xia, Xia Tej, is in fact a peak grandmaster-level expert, managing to escape under the relentless pursuit of the Buddha. Upon returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha proclaimed that within 10 years, Crown Prince Xia Tej has the potential to achieve transcendence. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the realm, and in an instant, Xia Tej was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Huaxia continent. Few dared to question the words of a being at the realm of terrestrial immortality, and the vast majority accepted it wholeheartedly. The capital of the Great Xia gradually attracted an increasing number of figures from the martial world, all eager to witness the splendor of the continent's greatest prodigy. Within the Eastern Palace, upon receiving this news, Xia Tej could not help but inwardly curse the bald monk for his cunning schemes. The notion of potentially achieving transcendence within 10 years was nothing short of a death knell. Xia Tej already anticipated that more and more self-proclaimed powerful individuals would seize the opportunity to challenge him. He had initially intended to use the rankings established by the Tianjai to incite chaos in the martial world through fame and wealth, but the Buddha's actions had completely blindsided him. Glancing at the incoming news, Xia Tej decided to abandon all restraint and, with a grand gesture, commanded, "Bring forth Zhao Gao and instruct him to disseminate the spoils from Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple. Exaggerate the figures. You play the part of the first day, and I shall play the part of the 15th. Xia Tej was resolute in his belief that the Great Zhou and Great Shang dynasties would not be able to resist such temptation. Once the 2 dynasties joined forces to address the Buddhist matter, even the Buddha would not dare to act recklessly. At that time, the Great Thunder Sound Temple's affiliated Buddhist sects would have nowhere to retreat within the 3 great dynasties. The Buddha would likely lose any chance to break through beyond the realm of terrestrial immortality. Yes, after Mei Jian acknowledged the command, he turned and swiftly made his way to the Zhenwu division. Hours later, with the assistance of the Tianjai and spies from the Zhenwu division, news rapidly spread across the entire Huaxia continent. The Zhenwu division of the Great Xia had seized a total of 610,000 taels of gold, 12 million taels of silver, tens of thousands of acres of arable land, and countless jewels from Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple. In an instant, the entire world was taken aback. The populace had always believed that the Buddhist sects were wealthy, yet no one knew the precise extent of their riches. However, at this moment, Xiaotej openly revealed the wealth hidden within the Buddhist sects to the public. Such immense wealth has thrust the Buddhist sect into the spotlight, attracting the attention of countless greedy individuals who are ever watchful of its movements. Meanwhile, within the grand palace of the Zhou dynasty, the emperor gazes impassively at the intelligence laid before him. The events of a single night, so numerous and extraordinary, had utterly taken him by surprise. After scrutinizing the information multiple times to ensure its accuracy, the emperor slowly closed his eyes, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that the wretch Xiaoyu would father a child of such remarkable potential." As for Xiaotej, the emperor had only recently begun to delve deeper into his background. Over 20 springs and autumns had passed since the emperor of the Great Xia ascended to the throne, yet he had yet to appoint a crown prince. However, just recently, the Great Xia court had suddenly announced the selection of a prince, a move that instantly captured widespread attention. As the emperor of the Great Zhou, he could not afford to remain passive in the face of such a significant political upheaval in a neighboring nation. Upon further investigation, even the emperor, who was accustomed to the tempests of power, could not help but feel astonished. The current Great Xia dynasty's ability to extricate itself from its troubles was largely due to this individual. Since Xiaotej began to shine, he had single-handedly established the Jinwu division, effectively suppressing the unruly forces of the martial world. Subsequently, he restructured the Jinyue with a sweeping hand, specifically to monitor the officials within the court. And no matter how troublesome the matter, it seemed to fall easily within his grasp. His subordinates were also exceptionally skilled, and the presence of that enigmatic powerful figure at the Earth Immortal level left the Emperor utterly astounded. As an Emperor, he questioned whether he could command a powerful Earth Immortal like Xiaotej did. At this moment, the chief eunuch, sensing the Emperor's unease, stepped forward to offer reassurance. "Your Majesty, why envy others? Several of our highnesses exhibit talents that rival those of a Qilin." The Emperor shook his head, rolling his eyes in self-deprecation. "I am well aware of my own sons. They are but a group fixated on the throne beneath me, devoid of any other talents. In comparison, they lack by more than just a small margin." The chief eunuch wished to offer further compliments, but was interrupted by the emperor's impatient wave of his hand. "Have the matters concerning the Buddhist sect been clarified? Can the figures in this intelligence be deemed accurate?" Gazing at the report that detailed millions in gold, the emperor could not deny the allure. The three great dynasties were, at their core, nearly equal in strength, and matters concerning the people's livelihood were no different. The common folk also relied on the heavens for sustenance. Only in times of favorable weather could they secure their daily bread. Yet, in times of disaster, it fell upon the court to provide relief. The treasury of the Great Zhou was not significantly more abundant than that of the Great Xia. Now, with such a substantial piece of prey laid before him, how could the emperor not be tempted? Moreover, the issue surrounding the Buddhist sect had long been a thorn in his side. At the level of the emperor, one had some understanding of certain matters. The intentions of the Great Lane Temple were quite clear to those in power. "Your Majesty, according to my investigations of the temples outside the capital, the amounts reported do not differ significantly from those in the intelligence that I believe, even if exaggerated, it would not be by much." Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a surge of desire. Indeed, one cannot accomplish anything without funds. Without money, how could the court provide disaster relief? If calamities were to strike and the court could not offer financial assistance, countless people would go hungry, jeopardizing the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet he pondered whether the powerful families allied with the Buddhist sect might stir unrest due to this. The emperor questioned internally whether, with his own strength, he could replicate the Great Xia's ability to uproot the entire Buddhist influence overnight, leaving them no time to respond. With a heavy sigh, he found himself perplexed by the multitude of experts under Xiaotej's command. "First, let us investigate thoroughly. We shall see how the Great Shang will proceed." The emperor was certain that the emperor of the Great Shang shared his fervent desire for wealth. Not to mention, those tens of thousands of acres of fertile land contracts could sustain countless citizens. At this moment, Even facing an enraged Earth Immortal, the Emperor would not hesitate. After all, the one to emerge would not be from the Great Zhou, and any trouble would likely be directed toward the Great Xia, leaving the Great Zhou unscathed. Of course, this was contingent upon the ability to see the matter through, as the obstacles would undoubtedly be far more troublesome than those posed by the Great Xia. Chapter 88. The Rankings. Meanwhile, within the East Palace of the Great Xia Dynasty, systems sign in. After a day of busyness, Xia Tej finally remembered that he had yet to sign in today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving sweet potato seeds. Upon seeing this, Xia Tej felt a surge of joy. Yet another high-yield crop seed. Compared to potatoes, sweet potatoes had far less stringent soil requirements. In ancient times, without fertilizers to nourish the land, the fertility of the soil varied greatly. The introduction of sweet potatoes and potatoes could effectively alleviate Xia Tei's concerns. For the common folk of the present, as long as they could fill their bellies, they would be immensely satisfied. Once sweet potatoes and potatoes were widely promoted, the number of starving citizens could be significantly reduced. Otherwise, should a calamity occur in the future, even if Xia Tej had the heart, he would be powerless to assist the people. One of the most significant factors limiting population growth in ancient times was food supply. The emergence of potatoes and sweet potatoes would also facilitate better population growth. With this in mind, Xia Tej resolved not to delay any further. That it was the perfect opportunity to plant alongside the potatoes outside the city and observe the yield of both crops per mood. He raised his head to look at Zhao Gao beside him, handing him the sweet potato seeds with instructions. Plant these outside the city, just like the potatoes, and ensure heightened vigilance. No one is to approach. Yes, Zhao Gao responded earnestly before turning to leave. Shortly after Zhao Gao departed, Song He suddenly appeared within the grand hall. I pay my respects to your highness. Song He wore a smile upon his face. Has the ranking been determined? Xia Tej had been preoccupied with the rankings, eager to find some trouble for the Great Lane Temple after being bested earlier that day. Reporting to your highness, after several days of effort, the Tianji Pavilion plans to launch a Grand Master ranking, which will list a total of 20 individuals. The only question was whether your highness would like to be included on the list. Now that your highness's strength has been revealed, should the list not include your highness, it may raise doubts about its authenticity. Song He had been quite conflicted about whether or not to include Xia Tej on the list. If he were not included, the public might question the credibility of the rankings. Yet if he were included, the question of how to rank him would arise. If he were to be placed at the top, Xia Tej would undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire Huaxia continent, completely undermining the original intention of the rankings. However, in Song He's mind, as Xia Tej's subordinate, placing him below others would be a slight against Xia Tej's dignity. Now, it seemed that directly revealing the strength at the Earth Immortal level would have been preferable, avoiding these trivial concerns altogether. Understanding this, Xia Tej replied, "Whatever you decide, I am indifferent to the rankings. My strength has already been exposed by the bald monks of the Great Lane Temple." Understood, Song He acknowledged, and after a moment of inner conflict, produced the list he had brought along to present to Xia Tej for his review. Upon receiving the list, Xia Tej opened it and scanned it, recognizing several familiar names. Grand Master, ranking 7th. Name, Xia Yozi. Strength, Peak Grandmaster. Faction, Deputy Chief of the Great Xia Zhenwu Division. Achievements, defeated the Wang family patriarch with a single move. Aside from the Wang family in the Great Xia. Grandmaster, ranking 10th. Name, Zhao Gao. Strength, Peak Grandmaster. Faction, Deputy Chief of the Great Xia Zhenwu Division. Achievements, within moments of the destruction of Qingyuan Temple, incapacitated the old abbot's cultivation. Grandmaster, ranking 1st. Name, Xia Tej. Strength, Peak Grandmaster. Faction, Crown Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Achievements, escaped from the pursuit of an Earth Immortal within the capital of the Great Xia. Xia Tej glanced over the list, feeling somewhat speechless, then turned to the grinning Song He, inquiring, "Isn't there a rather excessive number of names on the list?" Reporting to your highness, both deputy chiefs of the Zhenwu Division have had their strengths exposed. If they are not included, it would lack credibility. Upon hearing this, Xia Tej felt somewhat helpless. The Grandmaster ranking with 20 names already featured 3 individuals from Xia Tei's own faction. This completely contradicted Xia Tai's original intention for the rankings. He had initially planned to leverage fame and fortune to incite competition among the martial world, but it now appeared that it had turned into a tool for the martial world to contend against the Zhenwu division. Suddenly, Xia Tai thought this might also be a viable approach. The higher the ranking, the greater the Zhenwu division's deterrence would become. After a series of conflicts in the future, as the credibility of the Tianji Pavilion strengthened, the Zhenwu division's influence would similarly increase. In the future, any individuals or factions daring to openly oppose the Zhenwu division would have to weigh the strength of those on the rankings. Thus, he could both utilize the pretense of challenges to deal with these martial world figures and bolster the Zhenwu division's authority, achieving a dual purpose. Upon reflection, Xia Tai felt considerably reassured. He immediately resumed his examination of the rankings. Scrutinizing them further, his curiosity about the individual occupying the top position on the Grandmaster rankings was piqued, though Xia Tai himself did not count among them. Grandmaster rankings second. Name: Gu Bin. Strength: Pinnacle of Grandmaster. Affiliation: Current Master of Kunlun Mountain. Achievements: 8 years ago, he engaged in a fierce battle with the two guardians of the Divine Sect for over 100 rounds, departing without a clear victor. Grandmaster rankings third. Name: Yi Chun. Strength: Pinnacle of Grandmaster. Affiliation: Lord of the Immortal Island. Achievements: 11 years prior, he boldly infiltrated the Grand Palace of the Great Shang, forcefully abducting the Crown Princess amidst the obstruction of several Grandmasters. Upon reaching this point, Xia Tai felt a sense of familiarity with both individuals, whether it was Gu Bin or Yi Chun. He had heard countless legends about them in his youth. It was said that the two great powers of Kunlun Mountain and Immortal Island had existed for over a millennium, even predating the three major dynasties. Xia Tai speculated that both factions likely harbored formidable beings of terrestrial immortality. Otherwise, the Great Shang dynasty would not have remained so utterly humiliated without any response. 11 years ago, Yi Chun's audacious incursion into the Grand Palace of the Great Shang had subjected the dynasty to relentless ridicule within the martial world. Furthermore, as a result of this incident, the Great Shang had temporarily become a laughingstock among the martial populace. Many self-proclaimed exceptional individuals chose to stealthily infiltrate the Grand Palace at night, seeking to demonstrate their prowess and audacity. During that period, the Grand Palace of the Great Shang was anything but peaceful. The guards were perpetually exhausted, yet they could not thwart the frenzied actions of these intruders. Chapter 89. The Plan. The Grandmaster rankings felt quite distant from the common martial practitioners. It was imperative to swiftly introduce the Master rankings, innate rankings, and acquired rankings. Only in doing so would the martial populace below experience a sense of immersion. Oh, and the beauty rankings, Xia Tai mused for a moment, adding this notion. Indeed, considering the current state of the martial world, it was likely that most individuals had never even encountered a pinnacle Grandmaster in their lifetime. In some remote areas, even acquired realm experts were seen as paragons of strength, unlike the capital city where Grandmasters were commonplace. Yes, Your Highness, the Master rankings, innate rankings, and acquired rankings involve numerous individuals, and within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, some regulations have already been established. In the coming days, they will be introduced sequentially. Regarding the beauty rankings, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion currently lacks a definitive evaluation standard. They can only rank based on cultivation level. Influence and appearance. In a few days, they will also be unveiled. Kang responded with a smile, subsequently outlining the forthcoming plans. Xia Tai nodded in approval, appreciating the swift actions of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Once the rankings were released, the pavilion must be prepared. As soon as the rankings were published, those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly increase their scrutiny on the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The pavilion would likely find itself thrust into the eye of the storm. This move by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, astute individuals could readily discern its purpose. Moreover, producing a ranking list was inherently a contentious matter. The mere existence of the Grandmaster rankings would offend all but the three individuals, Xia Tai included, from the ranks of Pinnacle Grandmasters. In the realm of Huaxia, the number of Pinnacle Grandmasters would certainly exceed 20. Those who made the list would be dissatisfied with their rankings. while those who were not included would perceive the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion as underestimating their prowess. Now, this was merely the Grandmaster rankings. Once the Master rankings, Innate rankings, Acquired rankings, and Beauty rankings were subsequently released, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion would likely become the target of the entire continent. Fortunately, Kang was a being of terrestrial immortality, confident in his ability to suppress any invading foes. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion fears no adversary, Kang declared with a smile, seemingly unconcerned by the potential threats. It was understandable, given the current strength and intelligence of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Any opposing faction would likely still be deliberating on how to contend with them, only to find themselves facing an extermination operation from the pavilion at the next moment. Were it not for the absence of certain protective skills, how could the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion maintain over 100 branches within the three major dynasties? Upon hearing this, Xia Tej felt a sense of relief. It was best to entrust professional matters to those skilled in them. If Kang expressed confidence, then he could rest easy. Dong Wang. Xia Tej suddenly recalled something and softly called out to Dong Wang Tai. In the next moment, Dong Wang Tai's figure materialized prominently within the Grand Hall. There is another matter that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Town Marshal Division must closely monitor. Today, the bounty collected by Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple has been disseminated. The Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Shang Dynasty may struggle to resist temptation. We must pay close attention to the recent movements of the two dynasties. Once we ascertain their intentions to take action, we must immediately disseminate this information throughout the continent to afford the Great Thunder Sound Temple time for preparation. When the three factions contend fiercely and sustain significant losses, should an opportunity arise, I intend to eradicate the Great Thunder Sound Temple entirely, along with the Buddha. Xia Tej was utterly exasperated with the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. A being of terrestrial immortality was not truly fearsome, but a shameless one was a cause for concern. He dreaded the possibility of such a being indiscriminately attacking those beneath him, as it could lead to considerable losses for the Town Marshal Division. Thus, it was prudent to act decisively. Amidst the strife of the three factions, should an opportunity present itself, the combined forces of Dong Wang Tai and the Great Xia Ancestor might very well succeed in slaying him. At that time, the treasures amassed by the Great Thunder Sound Temple over the years would fall into their hands. Just from Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple alone, they had already acquired several million taels of gold, equivalent to tens of millions of taels of silver, nearly matching the Great Xia's treasury income over the past year. One can only imagine the astonishing amount of gold and silver that would be found within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Great Xia was currently in a phase of development. In the future, Xia Tej even planned to establish academies in every county, necessitating a vast sum of money. From where would it come? Yes, the two responded without hesitation. For the spies of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Town Marshal Division, acquiring intelligence and inserting themselves into the mix was relatively straightforward. When the net was cast, out of 80,000, more than half were cunning spies, their reach enveloping the entirety of Huaxia. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was even more suited to this task, as it was their very trade. Both were quite willing to assist in this endeavor. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had been established for a millennium. If it were to be destroyed by Xia Tej, it would undoubtedly provide a sense of accomplishment. Additionally, the Town Marshal Division had several Grandmasters from the Great Thunder Sound Temple in custody. Just before the Great Zhou Dynasty and Great Shang Dynasty were poised to take action, they could openly return these individuals. With the impending conflict, it would serve to bolster morale. Xia Tej suddenly recalled the several Grandmasters who had come to assassinate him a few days prior. Perhaps they could be put to use. The Grandmasters dispatched by the Great Thunder Sound Temple to assassinate Xia Tej were undoubtedly pivotal figures within their ranks. Sending them back before the battle would not only strengthen the resolve of the two dynasties, but also shatter the confidence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, achieving a twofold benefit: killing and demoralizing. As for whether the two dynasties would take action, Xia Tej harbored no concerns. The three major dynasties were relatively equal in power. Great Xia lacked funds, and so did Great Shang and Great Zhou. Just from Qingyuan Temple and Fulin Temple alone, they had amassed millions of taels of gold. Throughout the Great Xia, Who could tell how much wealth there was? Such a significant amount would require time to calculate. Thus, if Great Xia was in such a position, it was reasonable to assume that the Great Zhou and Great Shang were similarly situated. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai nodded. Yes, the one who had imprisoned them. He was most acutely aware of their capabilities. One could imagine how much the Great Thunder Sound Temple must have lamented this situation that if, during the conflict among the three factions, several grandmasters were returned to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The blow to their morale would be tremendously heavy. With the relationship between Xia Tej and the Great Thunder Sound Temple having reached such a point, they were indeed sworn enemies, should the opportunity arise. Xia Tej would not hesitate to support any means necessary to obliterate the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If the situation called for it, Xia Tej would even be willing to take the field himself. Sparing no effort, even if in the future the Great Zhou and Great Shang dynasties became increasingly formidable adversaries of the Great Xia, Xia Tej would not waver. They must be uprooted completely. Chapter 90. Ganya. The following day, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion released a ranking list that instantly stirred the entire Huaxia continent. Within mere hours, the entire martial world was set ablaze with excitement for the first time. Numerous martial practitioners gained an intimate understanding of the pinnacle grandmasters within the martial realm. Historically, accounts of pinnacle grandmasters had only been gleaned from fictional biographies. Now, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion not only provided detailed introductions to the various pinnacle grandmasters, but also ranked them according to their strength. The unveiling of this list caused a sensation, as the world could hardly believe that so many pinnacle grandmasters were concealed within the martial realm. Moreover, many familiar names astonishingly did not even make the list. Additionally, astute observers noted that there were 3 grandmaster experts from the Great Xia court featured on the rankings. What was even more surprising was that the Crown Prince of Great Xia had secured the top position on the grandmaster rankings. Although the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had proclaimed his pinnacle grandmaster strength just yesterday, there remained a considerable number of skeptics who dismissed his claims as sheer fabrications. The Crown Prince of the Great Xia dynasty is merely in his early 20s, yet many find it hard to believe that he could achieve such a remarkable breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm at this tender age. Even with the endorsement of formidable figures from the Great Lane Temple, who possess the strength of terrestrial immortals, skepticism persists. The people of the martial world are often proud and arrogant. Who would willingly acknowledge such a vast disparity in prowess compared to others? Some even speculate that the Buddha of the Great Lane Temple has been coerced by the Great Xia dynasty into fabricating support for the Crown Prince. Nonetheless, the credibility of the Buddha is well established, and the majority still hold that a being of his caliber would not utter baseless claims. Yet now, another powerful faction has emerged, openly affirming the strength of the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, causing the scales of public opinion to gradually tip toward belief. With the release of the rankings, numerous factions across the Huaxia continent have turned their attention to the Tianji Pavilion, curious about the motives behind such actions. Astute observers, having sensed an unusual undercurrent from recent significant events, are acutely aware of the brewing turmoil in the martial world and have chosen to retreat into seclusion. Meanwhile, some opportunists are attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Within the Eastern Palace, system sign-in. Today, Xia Tej has no pressing matters. After rising and refreshing himself, his first order of business is to sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the Sword Saint. Ganya name, Ganya. Strength. Pinnacle of Grand Master. Has gold been produced? Upon regaining his composure, Xia Tej hastily opened the system's introduction page. Regarding the reputation of this elder and his sect, Xia Tej is well acquainted. The contemporary heir of the Giga sect, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship. With a wooden sword in hand, he roams freely among the later generations. System summon. After perusing the introduction, Xia Tej promptly summoned him. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and a figure clad in a white robe, with naturally cascading hair and a handsome visage, appeared before Xia Tej. Greetings, Your Highness, Ganya acknowledged with a slight bow after regaining his composure. Having long heard the Sword Saint's illustrious name, Xia Tej expressed his hope that in this realm, the Sword Saint's reputation would spread throughout the Huaxia continent. Xia Tej, observing the calm and composed demeanor of Gagne, smiled and remarked that he had not heard of anyone in the Huaxia continent being referred to as the Sword Saint. "Thank you, Your Highness," Gagne replied, acknowledging Xia Tai's expectations. "Let us reside in the Eastern Palace for a few days. In a few days, I believe the name of the Sword Saint will undoubtedly resonate across the entire Huaxia continent." Indeed, Xia Tai estimated that within a few days, the two major dynasties would likely initiate a reckoning with the Great Lane Temple. At that time, amidst the ensuing conflict among the three parties, it would be the perfect moment for Gagne to make a name for himself. He was curious to witness the splendor of Gagne in a fully energized state within this realm. After ensuring Gagne's comfort, Xia Tai departed the Eastern Palace and made his way to the Imperial Study, since the resolution of matters concerning the Buddhist sect within the Great Xia territory. Xia Tai had yet to report to the Emperor. It is likely that the Emperor, preoccupied with numerous affairs, had not sent anyone to summon him. However, now that things have settled, it would indeed be remiss not to pay a visit, especially considering that the entire imperial city had nearly been obliterated by the Buddha's single blow.